My name is Yi Kaiping. I woke up to a loud argument coming from outside my room. My sister-in-law was crying and yelling, furious about how much my family had sacrificed for me. She blamed me for ruining her son's education and wasting all the family's efforts, only to be abandoned by my husband in the end. I took a deep breath and processed my situation. I had traveled through time into the body of a 29-year-old woman, just like me in my past life, but this woman had a miserable life. In my previous life, I was a self-made young entrepreneur who died in a humiliating accident. Now, I was someone recently divorced by her husband, a scholar who had been funded by my family's sacrifices for over a decade. The memories hit me hard. The original owner of this body had begged and fought to prioritize her husband's education over her nephew's, promising that he would succeed and repay everyone. But after 14 years of waiting, when he finally passed the exam, he divorced her, accusing her of not bearing him a son and of mistreating his mother, neither of which were true. The family she had drained to support him was now stuck with her after she was sent back in disgrace. My sister-in-law, who had always resented her for ruining her son's chance at an education, couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Lying on the bed, I couldn't help but cringe at the choices the previous owner had made. She had begged, schemed, and sacrificed everything for a man who didn't care about her, even using threats to try to stop him from leaving. But in the end, he didn't hesitate to cast her aside. Now, I was left to pick up the pieces of her shattered life. I sat on the bed, listening to my sister-in-law, Dusher, shouting outside. She was furious, saying I couldn't stay in this house after all the harm I'd caused. She blamed me for her son's ruined education and the family's sacrifices, all wasted because of me. As I thought back to the original owner of this body, I couldn't help but scold her for being selfish and short-sighted. She had drained her family to support her husband, Li Ziyuan, in his studies, only to be abandoned by him when he finally passed the exams. Now, I had to clean up the mess she left behind. I got out of bed and walked out, determined to face my family. Everyone was there, my father, my brothers, my sisters-in-law, and my nieces and nephews. They all looked worn down, their clothes patched and their faces pale. My eldest brother tried to defend me, calling Dusher an outsider, and I had to stop him. I realized the original owner had poisoned their minds, making them see their own wives as less important than their sister. I apologized, admitting I was wrong to call my sisters-in-law outsiders and for the harm caused by my selfish actions. Everyone was shocked. I could see it on their faces. After all, the original Yi Kaiping never admitted fault. But Dusher wasn't satisfied. She reminded me that my apology wouldn't undo the damage, especially to her son's education. I promised to pay back the money I'd taken and to fund a tutor for her son within 3 months. If I couldn't, I'd let her decide my fate. Dusher, not believing me, quickly set her terms. If I couldn't deliver, she would marry me off to anyone she chose. Everyone thought it was impossible for me to earn 30 taels of silver in 3 months, but I agreed. I wasn't going to let the past define me. This life may have started as a disaster, but I'd take responsibility for the original owner's mistakes and make things right. 3 months to earn the money, clear my debt, and gain my freedom, that was my goal. After everything was decided the night before, I knew I had to bring my daughters, Zhaodi and Lady, back from the Li family. They are my children, and they should be with me. My family was surprised. I knew from the original owner's memories that she had always disliked her daughters, blaming them for not being sons. I could feel the shame from her past actions, but I told them I had realized how much I missed them after being separated. Though my father hesitated, he eventually agreed. He decided we would go to the Li family's village with the village elder and others for support. I was determined to reclaim my daughters, even if it meant a fight. Before leaving, I spent time processing the mess the original owner left behind. She had been spoiled her entire life, indulged by her parents and brothers. Her selfishness had caused damage to everyone around her, especially her nephew, Yi Xian, whose education was sacrificed for her husband's studies. When I promised to fix things, Yi Xian scoffed, clearly not believing me. I couldn't blame him. The original Yi Kaiping had made empty promises too many times. That night, as I rested in my small room, I discovered something incredible. A system linked to my old company's trading platform had come with me to this world. It allowed me to buy and sell items using the local currency, and I even had a small storage space. This gave me hope. I could use the system to earn money and rebuild the trust my family had lost in me. The next morning, I prepared for the trip to the Lee family's village. My father gathered support from the village elder and some relatives, knowing this wouldn't be an easy task. As I stood with them, I realized I wasn't just reclaiming my daughters. I was taking the first steps to reclaim my life and fixing the damage caused by the original owner. It was time to prove that I was truly different and capable of making things right. When we arrived at the Lee family's house, I couldn't help but scoff at the large brick home. It stood out in the village, and I knew it was built with the money the original owner had taken from her family. As we approached, Li Ziyuan and his mother came out. Li Ziyuan still looked refined and handsome, but knowing his betrayal, I felt no admiration, only disgust. His mother, leaning on a cane, was already gearing up for an argument. When my mother began scolding them for how they used our family's money and then discarded me, the Li family's true colors showed. Li Ziyuan's mother twisted the truth, accusing me of being lazy and greedy, claiming I had ruined both families. The gathered villagers, influenced by the original owner's foolish lies, joined in, blaming me for everything. I stepped forward and stopped the shouting. "I'm not here to argue," I said firmly. "I'm here to take my daughters with me." The reaction was explosive. Li Ziyuan's mother and the villagers laughed at my demand, calling me a discarded woman with no right to the children. She referred to my daughters as worthless and suggested they'd be better off being married off or sold. Despite their insults, I remained calm. When I realized they wouldn't let me take the girls willingly, I shifted tactics. I pointed out how hypocritical it was for a so-called high-class family to treat their daughters as commodities. My words hit their pride hard. "You're the most respected family here, with a son who's a scholar," I said, my tone cutting. "And yet you talk about selling your own daughters like livestock? Is this the honor of a high family?" The villagers began whispering, and Li Ziyuan and his mother were visibly shaken. I could see doubt and shame creeping into their expressions. My daughters, who had been standing in the doorway, looked at me with a mix of hope and disbelief. I didn't raise my voice or threaten them. I simply used their own pride against them. And in that moment, I knew I'd won the first battle. They might not admit it yet, but their hold on my daughters was slipping. I stood in front of the Lee family home with my daughters and my family behind me. The confrontation was as bitter as expected. Li Ziyuan, my ex-husband, and his scheming mother tried every excuse to keep my daughters, even referring to them as worthless and talking about selling them for money or marrying them off cheaply. But I wasn't here to beg or argue. I was here to win. I mocked them, using their so-called high-class status as a weapon. "You're a scholar now, right? A respected family? So, why talk about selling daughters like livestock? Isn't a scholar supposed to have integrity?" My sarcasm and logic left them speechless, and even the villagers started whispering. When my daughters ran out and chose to come with me, Li Ziyuan had no choice but to give in. He tried one last attempt to shame me, claiming I was ruining their chances at a good life by taking them away. But my daughters stood firm. I demanded their registration documents and a formal letter cutting ties. Li Ziyuan reluctantly wrote it, clearly more concerned about his reputation than his children. With the documents in hand, I laughed out loud, openly mocking the idea of their high-class family when they could barely afford decent meals. The villagers chuckled, and Li Ziyuan stormed off in frustration. We left with only a few belongings, but I had my daughters, and that was what mattered. As the Li family shouted insults behind us, I felt a strange sense of triumph. They could keep their schemes and their broken household. I was taking my daughters to a better life, far away from their poisonous grasp. Yi Kaiping and her group of 11 people sat on 2 ox carts and left slowly. Qinghe village and Lijia village are neither close nor far. The two villages are diagonally opposite each other across a large river, but it takes 4 miles to reach a bridge, and after crossing the bridge, it takes another 5 miles to reach Lijia village, which is almost 10 miles in total. Thinking that Yi Kaiping was injured, Yi Lijing used an ox cart. One of the ox carts belonged to Yi Lijing's family, and the other was borrowed from a neighboring village. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. Yi Erquin said angrily on the ox cart, "How can they divorce whenever they want? At least they have to compensate her with 10 or 8 taels." Yi Kaiping said nothing. She was never willing to suffer a loss. But the original owner's bad reputation and stupidity put them in an absolutely disadvantageous position. In addition, Mrs. Li really broke her leg, and there were so-called neighbors to testify. All the people in Lijia village stood on Li Ziyuan's side, and divorce was a sure thing. Even if they take the case to the government, they won't win, let alone get money. And don't even think about changing the divorce to a divorce. Given her situation, what's the difference between the two? And it can't be changed at all. Instead of wasting time, it's better to think about how to make money. Yi Kaiping said, "I'm already very satisfied to get my 2 girls back. Some things are over and done with." Old Mrs. Yi nodded. "Kaiping is right. Erquin, don't make things worse." The people on the ox cart agreed, and preached to Yi Erquin. Yi Erquin scratched his head, and dared not say anything. Old man Yi had a rare smile on his face. "When the Zhaodi sisters come to our Yi family, they have to change their surnames. I gave them a new name. Kaiping, do you think it's okay?" "Dad, you say."
Ye Kaipin narole tares.
The eldest daughter is called Jinhua, and the second daughter is called Inhua. I thought about it all night, and Zhaodi will be called Suehua from now on, and Lidi will be called Ruhua. What do you think? Suehua?
Ruhua.
Yi Kaiping was shocked and stunned. "Oh my God, how can Uncle be so good at naming?" Aunt Yi praised. "Good names, good names." Yi Lijing also praised. Old man Yi was flattered and proud. Zhaodi and Lidi looked happy. Zhaodi said, "Grandpa, I like these names very much."
"No."
Yi Kaiping interrupted hurriedly and forced a smile. "Dad, actually, I also thought about it all night, and have already named them."
"That."
Yi Kaiping hated it. She was excited about the space all night last night, and delayed this matter. She wanted to wait until the 2 girls came back and then think about it slowly, but she didn't expect her father to be so impatient. Old man Yi and everyone in the car looked at her curiously.
"Well,"
I hope they will have a bright future and be happy every day, so I named them."
"Ye not who on that."
"Yes, Zhaodi will be called Yi Jiner and Lady will be called Huaner." After Yi Kaiping finished speaking, she couldn't help but think about it. Yi Jiner, Yi Huaner, these casual names are actually not bad. Yi Erquin quickly showed his dog-licking attribute. "Jiner and Huana, my sister's names are good." Old Lady Yi also said, "I think they are better than the old man's." Old man Yi had a stern face, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "Okay, it's indeed better than mine. From now on, they will be called Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner, the girls of our old Yi family." Old man Yi has already thought about it. 3 months later, when the daughter remarried, the 2 girls stayed in the Yi family and did not follow her. They did not have to suffer any grievances. It was just a little harder to prepare 2 more dowries. The newly born Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner had tears in their eyes. "Thank you, mother. Thank you, grandpa and grandma." They knew what the names Zhaodi and Lidi meant. Although they also hoped to find a younger brother for their mother, they felt a little awkward deep down. Now that their names have been changed, the 2 sisters feel a sense of relief. Grandpa and Grandma have always been very good to them. They are not afraid of working, but they are afraid of staying in the Li family and being sold by their own grandmother for money. Moreover, Mother was also unprecedentedly gentle today, which warmed their hearts and made them look forward to their future life even more. After walking for 2/4 of an hour, the ox cart stopped in front of the old courtyard gate of the Yi family. Several people got off the car and Old Man Yi said, "Village head, second brother, and Tinia's wife and Juzi's wife, thank you for today. Let's have lunch at our house." But Yi Lijing waved his hand. No. The family has already prepared the meal. Yi Ershu and others also refused. How precious is this grain? This year, there have been constant disasters, drought, and locust plagues. This autumn harvest is less than half of previous years. In this year, everyone has to eat bran and vegetables and tighten their belts to make ends meet. After Yi Lijing finished speaking, he led the cow away with Yi Ershu and others. Du Shi, Wei Shi, and others heard the noise and came out. When they saw Yi Jiner and her sister, they were surprised. They were really coming back. Wei Shi hurriedly said, "I, Yinhua, and I will clean up the west room." Yi Kaiping said, "No, Jiner, and the others will live with me." The original owner was spoiled. She had to have her own room when she returned to her parents' home. The two daughters were thrown into the west room and squeezed with Jinhua and Yinhua.
Jiner?
Wei noticed the unfamiliar name. Zhao Di and Lai Di have changed their names. From now on, they will be Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner. Yi Jiner and her sister hurried forward and greeted in a low voice. "Hello, aunt, second aunt, cousins." Wei responded woodenly, and Du pursed her lips and said nothing. Yi Kaiping took her two daughters back to her room. She always had her own room in her mother's house, and even after getting married, her room was kept. The Yi family is an ordinary farmhouse. There are 3 rooms side by side in the north. Old Man Yi and his wife live on the left, Yi Kaiping lives on the right, and the middle is the main hall. The east wing also has 3 rooms, where Yi Dequan and his wife, Yi Erquin and his wife live. Brothers Yi Yong, Yi Xian, and Yi Peng live in the same room. The west is divided into 6 areas. One is a room with golden and silver flowers, and next to it are the kitchen, the shed for firewood and farm tools, the toilet, the chicken coop, and the pig pen. A vegetable patch was built behind the house, where commonly eaten vegetables were planted. The yard was small, barely big enough for living. Yi Kaiping and her daughter put their clothes into the closet. This was the room she had before she got married, with a bed, wardrobe, and chest of drawers. Because there were no extra quilts, they couldn't put up another bed, so now the 3 of them had to squeeze together. Fortunately, the bed was not small, it was a 1.5-meter bed. "Mom, does the wound on your head hurt?" Yi Jiner looked at Yi Kaiping's head wrapped in a cloth with concern. "It doesn't hurt anymore."
Yi Kaiping similet.
Maybe it was because she came here, but the wound on her head actually healed a lot. It was just a little damaged, and it would heal after applying medicine for 2 more days. "Let's go out and see if there's anything we can do to help." As soon as the 3 of them left the room, they saw Yi Dequan walking into the gate carrying a large sack. Seeing Yi Jiner and her sister, Yi Dequan immediately smiled. "Zhao Di, Lai Di, you really came to our house." "Uncle." The 2 girls hurried over, and Yi Jiner said, "We changed our names. My name is Jiner, and my sister is Huaner. Mother gave us these names. Hee, my little sister is good at naming. They sound nice." Yi Dequan chuckled and put the sack on the ground. He took out a handkerchief from his arms and opened it carefully. There were 2 sweet-scented osmanthus candies inside. "Here, I bought them in town knowing you would come." As he said that, Yi Dequan stuffed the candies into the hands of the 2 sisters. Yi Jiner looked embarrassed. Her maternal grandparents always loved them, especially the 2 uncles, who gave them all the good things. In the past, they came occasionally, so they accepted the candies and snacks. But now they are living under someone else's roof and are going to live here for a long time, so the things in their hands are a little hot. Yi Jiner happened to see Yinhua standing at the kitchen door and hurriedly went forward to pull her. "Cousin Yinhua, this is the candy bought by your uncle. Give you one." "Why give it to her? Isn't it a waste?" "This is for you and Huaner," Yi Dequan said anxiously. Yi Kaiping, who was not far away, twitched his mouth. Is it really okay for him to say this about his niece? Isn't he afraid that Yi Erquin will slap him? But Yi Kaiping was still too naive. She saw Yi Erquin, Yinhua's biological father, walk out of the room. "Brother is right. Yinhua doesn't like to eat these things. Jiner, you eat them." Yi Yinhua nodded timidly. "Yes. I don't like to eat them." Yi Dequan walked to Yi Kaiping again and took out a small handkerchief from his arms. "This is the rouge I bought for my little sister." Brother knows you like the one from Zenbeifang. Put it on, and you will look brighter. Find a better family than that beastly Ziyuan. Make him mad to death. A box of rouge from Zenbeifang costs more than 100 coins. Where did you get the money? Mrs. Du came out of the kitchen, followed by Mrs. Wei. Yi Dequan had been dissatisfied with Mrs. Du for a long time because of what happened yesterday. What's it to you? I didn't use your money, anyway. What is this? Mrs. Du stepped forward and opened the sack on the ground. She dug with her hands and saw large grains of white rice. Her face changed immediately. Is this white rice? The family can't even get enough to eat brown rice porridge mixed with bran, and you actually bought white rice? At this time, Old Man Yi and Old Lady Yi also came over after hearing the sound. They were stunned when they saw the large bag of white rice on the ground. Old Man Yi frowned. What's the matter? The family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat. Why did you bring all this back? Yi Dequan said in a muffled voice. The family is poor. We can eat anything, but my younger sister has to eat white rice. So, I went to Mr. Zhao's house in the town to borrow some money to buy things. This witch is so stingy and has to make trouble. Mrs. Du was so angry that she trembled. We can't even get enough water if we only eat brown rice and wild vegetable porridge. At this time, why should she eat white rice even if she borrows money? I can't live like this, Du said, and rushed to the door. When she passed by Yi Kaiping, she glared at Yi Kaiping and her daughter, and then ran away. You dead woman, don't come back after you leave, Yi Dequan said, and then he rubbed in front of Yi Kaiping, grinning. Don't worry, little sister, as long as your big brother is here, you will definitely have meat and white rice for every meal. Yi Erquin also nodded. Don't be afraid of getting married in the future. Your second brother will send white rice to your home. Wei and several nephews and nieces standing in the corner all had no expression on their faces. Obviously, they were used to it and numb to the abuse. Old Lady Yi opened her lips. She didn't want to quarrel at home, and she didn't want to wrong her daughter. Old Man Yi stammered, but didn't say a word. Obviously, he knew that this situation had to change, but he didn't dare to take action. Yi Kaiping turned and looked at him. Dad, I'll go back to my room to pack up and move out right away. Everyone was shocked when these words came out. Little sister, what did you say? Move out? Yi Dequan was stunned on the spot. Why are you moving? Yi Kaiping looked at him coldly. I can't live like this anymore. Yi Dequan said anxiously. Little sister, don't worry, it's all that witch's fault. She's making noises all day long. I'm going to divorce her now. Let's see if she still makes noises. When Yi Yong and Yi Jinhua heard that they were going to divorce their mother, their faces changed. Is it her who's making noises? Unexpectedly, Yi Kaiping stared at Yi Dequan angrily. It's you and my second brother. Yi Dequan was surprised. Me? I stay here to make amends, not to be a boss. From now on, I'll eat what everyone else eats. You can return this bag of rice and rouge. If you continue to treat me differently and make a mess, I will move out immediately. Yi Dequan was shocked. Don't. How are you going to live outside? I'll just back off. Yi Kaiping looked at him steadily. Okay, you have to promise me one thing. Don't quarrel with the eldest sister-in-law anymore, and also, go to Ziyadozwang to pick up the eldest sister-in-law. What, you want me to pick her up? She has legs. She will be back in 2 days. Yi Dequan muttered. Just pick her up if I ask you to. Yi Dequan's face was full of reluctance. The younger sister should have the best food and use. It was all because of that silly woman who insisted on making trouble. But since the younger sister had spoken, he didn't dare to refute. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Old Lady Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow morning, Dequan and I will go to pick up his wife. Yi Kaiping said. Then I'll trouble you, mother. Yi Kaiping knew that if she went with Yi Dequan, her sincerity would be stronger. But her decision to pay off the debt for the original owner did not mean that she was willing to endure Mrs.
Du songer.
After 3 months, when she had earned the 30 taels, she would move out with her 2 daughters. Old Man Yi pondered for a while before speaking. Return 10 kilograms of the rice, and we will keep 3 kilograms. Kaiping is still injured and really needs care. Yi Kaiping felt a little warm in her heart, but shook her head. No need, Dad. I've recovered a long time ago. We are poor enough and cannot bear any more debts with interest. Mainly, she didn't want to cause unrest. These dozen kilograms of rice can only be sold to live in peace. Old Man Yi also knew this truth, sighed slightly, and nodded. Then he looked at Yi Daquan. Daquan, how much money did you borrow from Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao was a wealthy man in the town and was willing to lend money to people nearby because the interest he asked for was very high. Yi Daquan stammered, well, not much. I borrowed 400 coins and agreed to pay it back in a month. The interest is 4 coins a day, and I have to pay back 520 coins in due time. I've spent it all, but I've thought about it. I'll go to the town to carry big bags in 2 days, and I'll make 20 coins a day. I haven't thought about asking my family to pay it back. Old Man Yi frowned. There are so many people in the town. How can it be your turn? Everyone has suffered from the disaster this year. They're all scrambling to find work outside, such as washing clothes and carrying big bags. Even if you lower your wages, you can't get a job. You have to pay back 20 coins a day. No one will want you if you pay 10 coins a day. Yi Daquan wanted to refute. He paid 20 coins a day for carrying big bags last year, but when he thought of this year's harvest, he shut up. Old Man Yi sighed fiercely. Go to the town and return the things. I'll go with you. Yi Kaiping said, no matter how urgent it is, you have to eat lunch first. Wei hurried to the kitchen. I'll serve the meal. Seeing this, Yi Yinhua hurriedly followed her. Old Man Yi was afraid that it was too late and the merchants in the town would not let him return the goods, so he was very anxious. But he didn't want to offend Yi Kaiping, so he nodded. After a while, the food was placed on the table. The whole family sat around the big round table. Each person had a bowl of brown rice and radish porridge that was thin enough to shine on people. The porridge was mixed with some rice bran, and the only dish was a small plate of pickles. Yi Kaiping gasped when she saw such a lunch, which showed how little food the family had in stock and how poor they were. In this situation, Yi Daquan, this rascal, actually went to borrow money to buy white rice. No wonder Mrs.
Ducolap said.
If she hadn't come here, if it were the original owner, she would have enjoyed the white rice provided by Yi Daquan with peace of mind. But Yi Daquan couldn't find a job, and the family would be in debt. This life was really unbearable. Little sister, you're not used to it. How about we cook some white rice? Yi Erquin saw her ugly face and thought she was dissatisfied. Old Man Yi and others also looked at Yi Kaiping with worry. If it were in the past, she would have made a fuss. Yi Jinhua glanced at Yi Kaiping with a dark face, and she really said one thing and did another. Seeing that they misunderstood, Yi Kaiping hurriedly said, No, I'm just a little worried about the situation at home. The Yi family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Old Man Yi and his wife looked at Yi Kaiping with relief. It seems that after being divorced, their daughter has really grown up. Yi Kaiping picked up the bowl and drank, but this brown rice porridge mixed with rice bran really made her throat hurt. And there was no oil, it was light, and only a little salt was added. She was used to eating fine grains in modern times, and she experienced what it meant to eat bran and swallow vegetables. This taste is so bad. No wonder this idiom is used to describe hard times. Yi Kaiping finished eating quickly. Old Man Yi and others wanted to break one mouthful into 2 and ate very slowly. In this year, it is good to have something to eat. Yi Jiner and her sister also cherished it. The Li family is better off than the Yi family, but the only ones who can eat white rice in the family are Li Ziyuan and Li Pozi. In the past, all the white rice sent by the Yi family went into the stomachs of Li Ziyuan and Li Pozi. Yi Kaiping and her daughter can only eat brown rice porridge mixed with rice bran. Thinking of this, Yi Kaiping couldn't help but spit on the original owner again. When she was at her mother's house, the original owner insisted on eating white rice, as if she would die if she didn't eat white rice. She was so high and mighty that she acted like an ancestor. After lunch, Yi Jinhua went back to her room to do needlework. Brothers Yi Yong, Yi Xian, and Yi Ping took their axes and went up the mountain to chop wood. Old Man Yi and Yi Daquan put on their patched coats and prepared to go out with their things. Yi Kaiping stuffed the rouge into Old Man Ye's hand. Yi Jiner quickly wrapped up the candy and handed it over. No, you keep it for yourself. Old man Yi gently touched Yi Jiner's head. Today's incident hurt his two granddaughters. And there were only two sweet-scented osmanthus candies, and even if he was poor, he would not be embarrassed to return them. Yi Dequan carried the bag of white rice and looked at Yi Kaiping with resentment, as if asking, "Do you really not want to eat white rice?" Yi Kaiping glared at him, and Yi Dequan reluctantly followed old man Yi out. Wei and Yi Yinhua were collecting bowls and wiping the table. Yi Huaner wanted to help, and Wei hurriedly said, No, Lai Di. No, Huaner, you go back to your room and rest.
Ye Huaner looked at Ye Kaiping helplessly.
She wanted to integrate into the Yi family as soon as possible. Yi Kaiping said, Take a rest today. Second sister-in-law, from now on we will take turns doing housework with you and the eldest sister-in-law. The first and second wives take turns doing housework every 10 days. Wei was flattered. Old Mrs. Yi, who was picking her teeth on the side, paused and said angrily, Why take turns? You're still injured. It's only been 3 months. You should rest well. Old Mrs. Yi was heartbroken. Her daughter was raised by her with great pampering. Old Mrs. Yi felt that her daughter was wronged if she didn't eat white rice. But the family was poor and couldn't afford it. There were plenty of people to do the housework, so she couldn't bear to let Yi Kaiping do it. Yi Kaiping said, This minor injury will heal in a few days. Now it's not just me, there are also Jiner and Huaner. We can't have 3 grown people doing nothing and waiting for others to serve us. Old Mrs. Yi thought about it and agreed. 3 months later, her daughter would remarry, but Jiner and her sister would have to stay at home. It would be inappropriate for them not to work. At worst, when it was her daughter's turn, she would let her daughter take a rest, and she would work with her 2 granddaughters. In this way, the eldest daughter-in-law who loved to make trouble would have nothing to say. Okay. Old Mrs. Yi nodded. Today is exactly the 2nd day of the second wife's turn. You still have 8 days to rest. Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. Wei and Yi Yinhua left with the dishes. After entering the kitchen, Wei felt better. Although she didn't dare to make a fuss like Du, she still blamed Yi Kaiping in her heart. Now that Yi Kaiping was willing to share the housework instead of lying down and waiting for people to serve her like before, Wei was flattered as if she had won the lottery. In Yi Kaiping's room, old Mrs. Yi was sitting on the bed, talking to Yi Kaiping in private. Does the wound on your head hurt? It's time to apply medicine now. Just as old Lady Yi was about to open the chest of drawers, Yi Kaiping quickly pressed her hand. I applied it before dinner. The wound is much better now, and it doesn't hurt or itch anymore. She had already sold the golden wound medicine, and old Lady Yi must not know about it. By the way, mother, how much grain is left at home? Yi Kaiping wanted to know about the family situation. Old Lady Yi's heart reflexively skipped a beat. In the past, after asking this question, Yi Kaiping would have emptied the family's remaining grain and taken it all back to the Li family. But when she thought of her daughter's divorce, old Lady Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the autumn harvest is only a few days away, after paying the grain tax and the grain debt, there will be only 20 pounds of brown rice left. We mix it with radish and rice bran and eat it sparingly. It should be able to last for half a month. Yi Kaiping thought of the meal just now, and she felt sick. A bowl of radish, rice bran, and brown rice porridge like this was not enough to make her half full. She just sat down and felt a little hungry again. There is no extra money at home? Old Mrs. Yi looked at her speechlessly. You have emptied the coffins of your father and I. Even the half a penny hidden in the rat hole was dug out by you. Yi Kaiping was numb. Can this person be a human being? Obviously not. Old Mrs. Yi. Besides, when you were carried back the day before yesterday, you were already dead. We spent 3 taels of silver to buy 2 pieces of ginseng, ground them and poured them into water for you, and then you came back to life. We still owe Dr. Zhao 2 taels. In addition, there are 5 taels from the head of the village and 3 taels from your second uncle. The money owed to the head of the village and the second uncle later was all borrowed for Yi Kaiping. At that time, Li Ziyuan was going to take the exam, and the original owner went back to her mother's house to ask for money and food. She sold her mother's 2 pigs, as well as all the chickens and eggs. Anyway, if old man Yi could make money, maybe she would have sold the whole litter of her mother's family. After selling all the livestock and surplus food from her mother's family, the original owner complained that it was not enough. Old man Yi and Yi Dequan were heartbroken and hurried to borrow money from the head of the village and the second uncle. This memory rushed into her mind, and Yi Kaiping wanted to slap herself in the face. The original owner was so inhuman. She was fine, but she was left with a debt of 10 taels. No, she had to get some money right away. She would go up the mountain to have a look tomorrow. Old Lady Yi also saw Yi Caiping's worry. Don't worry about this kind of thing. You still have your father and 2 brothers to support you. Why don't you think about how to find a good husband within 3 months? If there is no time limit, your sister-in-law will find you a ugly guy. I will go find Huan the matchmaker after picking up your sister-in-law in 2 days. Yi Kaiping choked, but Mrs. Yi would not believe the words that she would earn 30 taels without getting married, so she said, no matter what family the matchmaker finds, you can't agree. You must tell me and make me nod. Mrs. Yi smiled and said, okay, but don't be too picky. Yi Kaiping smiled but said nothing. It was impossible not to be picky. No matter what family it was, there was no satisfaction, only dissatisfaction. Her parents and 2 brothers spoiled her, and Yi Kaiping was not worried that they would break their promise.
Grandma.
At this time, Yi Jiner and Juana walked in. Yi Jiner handed the osmanthus candy wrapped in butter paper to Mrs. Yi. Grandpa asked us to keep the candy. I want to share it with my cousins, Grandma. Help me share it. Yi Jiner knew that the eldest wife was prejudiced against them, so they dared not eat the candy. Old Mrs. Yi was pleased and quickly put the candy away. Towards evening, Old Man Yi and his son finally came back. They were sweating and had worried looks on their brows. Old Mrs. Yi was stunned when she saw Yi Dequan still carrying the bag of white rice. Can't return it?
Yeah.
Old Man Yi responded sullenly. He sat on a small stool, took off his shoes and said, the female shopkeeper of the Rue shop is kind-hearted and returned it to us. But the grain shop? Huh. They said we touched the rice dirty and refused to return it. We said we wanted to change it to brown rice, but they were unwilling. Yi Dequan said angrily. Old Mrs. Yi, Wei, and others were heartbroken. They almost cried when they thought that the family only had 10 days of surplus food. In this way, they could not pay back the money. In a month, they have to pay back an extra 120 coins. This white rice is delicious, but it is not filling. Old Mrs. Yi wanted to blame Yi Dequan, but when she thought that this was caused by Yi Kaiping, she would lose face if she scolded her daughter, so she kept silent. The whole Yi family was shrouded in sorrow. Yi Kaiping stepped forward and said, today is August 21st, and it will be the double 9th festival in half a month. At that time, every household will use some white rice to pay tribute to their ancestors. Let's reduce the price by 1 cent and ask every household. No matter how poor they are, I believe everyone will buy 1 or 2 taels of white rice. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the Yi family lit up. Yi Dequan said, my little sister is still smart. Yi Erquin thought for a while, aren't the prices of things going to go up during the festival? Do we have to reduce the price by 1 cent? We might as well wait for half a month. When the price of rice goes up, we can raise the price by a few cents before selling it. Yi Kaiping was so angry that she laughed. How much can you raise the price? At most, it can increase by 3 or 4 cents per caddy, but we won't be able to pay it back then. The interest of 4 cents a day is 60 cents in half a month. You only have 13 caddies of rice. I'm afraid you can't even make 60 cents. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. Yi Erquin was still counting on his fingers, and Old Man Yi said, stop making trouble. Let's sell all the rice quickly and pay off the debt tomorrow. That's right. Yi Dequan glared at Erquin. Old Man Yi put on his shoes covered with mud again, turned around and left the house. Old Man Yi asked Yi Lijing to borrow a small scale and followed Yi Caiping's method to ask every household. It doesn't matter if everyone doesn't eat well during the festival, but white rice is a must to honor the ancestors. The villagers also knew that the price of rice would increase during the festival, and now they heard Old Man Yi say that it would be 1 cent cheaper, so they were willing to buy. Some curious villagers asked curiously, "Why did your family suddenly buy more than 10 kilograms of white rice? You bought it and kept it. Why are you selling it again? And it's 1 cent cheaper." Old Man Yi looked embarrassed. Who can afford white rice in this year? But everyone also knows that Kaiping was injured, and the doctor asked her to eat better. So we bought 10 kilograms and brought it back. But she got better so quickly, so she said she didn't need to eat it anymore and insisted that we sell it. The villager was surprised when he heard it. Kaiping is so sensible? Yi Kaiping is famous in the whole village for her mischief. Old Man Yi looked embarrassed and said nothing more. He weighed 2 taels of rice for the villager. One family bought 2 taels, some bought 3 or 4 taels, or even 1 or 2 caddies. Soon, in less than an hour, 13 caddies of rice were sold out. The last 2 caddies were bought by Yi Lijing when the scale was returned. Yi Lijing had just paid the money, but he put the bag of rice on the table and pushed it in front of Old Man Yi. "Lijing, what are you doing?" Old Man Yi was stunned. "Isn't Kaiping injured? Take this rice back for her to eat so that she can eat it to replenish her body," Yi Lijing said. Old Man Yi was grateful and helpless and smiled bitterly. "No need. The family owes you enough." And today's incident was also caused by the rice. As he said that, Old Man Yi told the whole story. Yi Lijing was speechless for a moment. This, alas, a woman's body cannot be damaged. At this time, the headman's wife came out of the room. "Take the rice back, or he'll make trouble again. Let me cook a bowl of rice porridge for Fu Bao every morning to nourish his stomach. I'll make an extra bowl, and you ask Kaiping to come and eat it around noon every day." Yi Lijing nodded, holding a pipe in his mouth. Fu Bao is their only grandson, and he has a bad stomach. The doctor has told him that he must eat a bowl of rice porridge every morning to keep him healthy. Old Man Yi's eyes were slightly red. "This. We still owe you money." Okay, we are brothers. Why bother so much?" Yi Lijing waved his hands. "You are all hard-working people. You can always pay it back." Old Man Yi's face was full of shame, but when he thought of his daughter who was still injured, he nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." After returning home, Old Man Yi and his family began to count copper coins. 13 caddies of white rice, after the price reduction, cost 19 won per caddy, a total of 247 won. Rouge cost 121, a total of 367 won. Because of the 2 sweet-scented osmanthus candies, there was 1 less won per caddy of white rice, a shortfall of 33 won. Old Lady Yi said, "There is still today's interest of 4 won, and there is still a shortfall of 37 won." Old Man Yi said, "We can make up for it after selling the firewood tomorrow."
Ye Kaipin secretis makut her lips.
This white rice is so expensive. It costs 20 won per caddy. However, thinking of the low per mu yield in ancient times and the fact that this year is a disaster year, it is understandable that the price of grain is high. And that is white rice. The staple food of ordinary people is brown rice, and white rice is also called refined rice, which is the food of wealthy families. Kaiping, take your household registration book tomorrow and go to the headman's house to change your household registration. Old Man Yi looked at her. "Go at Chunshur. They are free at that time." Okay. It just so happened that she had something to ask the head of the village. At this time, the 3 brothers Yi Yong came back. Yi Yong and Yi Xian each carried a small bundle of firewood, and Yi Peng only had half a bundle. The weather was getting colder, and the villagers were scrambling to pick up firewood to burn themselves or sell for money. There was not enough dry firewood on the mountain. Wei and Inhua hurried to set the table. It was still the radish and rice bran porridge for lunch. Old Lady Yi was in charge of the distribution. She scooped a thick bowl of brown rice porridge for Yi Kaiping, and the rest of the people had so thin that they could reflect their reflections. "Kaiping is recuperating. She needs to eat more," Old Lady Yi added. Everyone had no objection. Only Yi Jinhua snorted. Yi Kaiping didn't say anything either. After all, She was really a wounded soldier and needed nutrition. After dinner, old lady Yi took out the osmanthus candy with a smile. She used a knife to cut the 2 thumb-sized ones into 8 pieces, the size of the little fingers. Oh, these are Jeaner and Juaner's candies. They are all shared. How generous. Yi Daquan looked proud. Old Mrs. Yi also smiled. The children in our family have suffered, so we old men won't eat it. Yonger, Xianer, Punger, Jinhua, and Yinhua, you guys eat it. Yi Yong was already 19 years old, a silent and honest young man. He waved his hand. I don't like it, you guys eat it. I'll chop the firewood while the moonlight is good. Then he went out of the house. Yi Jinhua pouted. I don't eat it either. Let's go back to the house first. This was originally the candy her father borrowed money to buy, but he only gave it to Yi Jeaner and her sister. Now, he is hypocritically taking it out to share. It's really shameless to use their Yi family's money to pretend to be generous. Silly girl, what's your attitude? Yi Daquan was annoyed and was about to lose his temper. Yi Kaiping hurriedly said, Brother, don't make a fuss. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Why force the children to do anything?
But.
Okay, listen to your little sister, said Old Man Yi. Although Yi Daquan was unwilling, he had to give up since his younger sister and old father had spoken.
So sweet.
Yi Prung from the second house stepped forward, took one, and put it in his mouth. Yinhua, you eat it. He put the candy in Yi Yinhua's hand. Yi Yinhua was the youngest, only 9 years old. She finally got to eat the candy she had been longing for and grinned. Yi Prung put the candy in Yi Jeaner and Yi Huaner's hands again and said softly, Cousins, you guys try it too.
Yeah.
Yi Jeaner looked at Yi Prung with red eyes and nodded gratefully. The second house of the Yi family has always been the best to them, not only now but also in the past. Except for the eldest uncle, no one in the first house likes them. Yi Daquan, Yi Erquin, and Wei ate the rest of the candy, and Yi Ping took the remaining one. After everyone went back to their rooms, Yi Ping took the candy, pulled Yi Yinhua, and walked to the sister's room. Yi Jinhua was sitting by the bed sewing shoe soles. Here. Yi Ping put the candy on the chest of drawers and said cheerfully, Okay, sister, the past is over and my aunt has changed.
Don't be angry.
Don't be angry, sister. Yi Yinhua also advised. Yi Jinhua's face turned black, and she slapped the sole of her shoe on the chest of drawers with a snap. She drained our family's money, causing my eldest brother to be unable to marry at the age of 19, and causing my second brother to drop out of school. She also made my mother angry and sent her back to her parents' home. You are tolerant. You are generous. It's just because she didn't harm your second room. Yi Prum was stunned for a moment, then his face turned black. Yes, we are all bad people. Okay. After that, he turned and walked out the door, and Yi Jinhua's scolding came from behind him. It's easy for you to talk without any pain in your waist. Why should I forgive this and forgive that? Stop meddling in other people's business. Yi Prum went out, leaving Yi Yinhua standing there with an embarrassed look on her face. In order to ease the embarrassment, Yi Yinhua had to go and make her own bed. Yi Kaiping took the 2 daughters back to the room. After closing the door, Yi Kaiping sat on the bed and said, You don't have to please anyone. The eldest house is prejudiced against us, so let it be. You just need to do your own duties, don't cause trouble, don't pick trouble, that's all. I will pay back what I owed to the Yi family in the past. Yi Jeaner and Yi Huaner were stunned, and their eyes were red.
But
we have to live here. Yi Jeaner said, Grandpa said that we will stay here after Mother gets married. After 3 months, Mother will not marry again. Yi Kaiping sighed lightly, but I will take you to move out. Move out? The 2 sisters were surprised. Yes. I have already made an agreement with your eldest aunt yesterday. Within 3 months, either you get married or pay her back 30 taels so that she can no longer interfere with me. Then I will take you to move out and no longer live under someone else's roof. The 2 sisters' eyes lit up. Although they changed their names, they were still from their grandparents' home after all, and their aunt and cousins didn't like them. No matter how much their uncles spoiled them, they were still dependent on others. When their mother got married, their situation would be even more difficult. Now hearing what Yi Kaiping said, the two sisters' noses were sour, and their uneasy hearts finally settled down. Mother! The two sisters threw themselves into Yi Kaiping's arms at the same time. Yi Kaiping was knocked back by them. She came here through time and space, and she didn't have any feelings for them. She raised them only out of responsibility. But now that she was hugged like this, Yi Kaiping felt warm in her heart, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Okay, this feeling is not bad.
But
How does Mother earn 30 taels? Yi Jiner raised her head. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways. Yi Kaiping smiled. Just remember, you don't have to please anyone, but you can't cause trouble. Do your duty well, and treat others sincerely. After we move out, if we get along well with these people, we can continue to be relatives. If we don't get along well, we can just be strangers. It's that simple.
yes,
The two sisters nodded deeply. For some reason, they were full of confidence in their mother. Their mother had never given them this feeling before. When something happened, she would only scold them for being girls and money-losing goods. Although their mother was divorced and became a little strange after being stimulated, this change made them feel safe. After half of the Sioux time, 8 o'clock in the evening, the Yi family went back to their rooms to sleep in order to save lamp oil. At this time, a cry suddenly sounded outside. Oh, isn't this the voice of Black Dog's mother? Old Mrs. Yi turned over from the bed. She exchanged a glance with Old Man Yi, then put on her clothes and went out the door. A woman in her 50s was seen walking on the road while crying, and Dr. Zhao followed behind with a lantern. Black Dog's mother, Dr. Zhao, what's wrong? Old Mrs. Yi stepped forward and said, Lu Haigu was so hungry that he ate a poisonous root and got poisoned.
I'll go see him now.
Dr. Zhao said, shaking his head.
What?
Old Man Yi was startled. He has to be fed with manure. At this time, the neighbors heard the noise and came out. The old man Zhao Fatsai, who lived next door, said anxiously, I'll go scoop up manure now. Brother Yutian, you have experience in this matter. Let's all go and help. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Old Man Yi and his wife hurriedly followed. Old Man Ye's real name is Yutian. Zhao Fatsai went back to his own toilet and scooped a full bucket of manure. He chased after him in a hurry, leaving an indescribable smell. Yi Daquan and Yi Erquin hurriedly chased out the door, and did not forget to turn back and shout to Yi Kaiping's house. Little sister, are you going?
No.
Yi Kaiping stood in front of the window. Brother Yi Daquan turned around and ran away. In order to watch the fun, he even lost a shoe on the way. Yi Kaiping covered her nose, closed the window, shook her head and sighed to her two daughters. Really, why are you eating poisonous roots when you are fine? The memory in her mind was incomplete, and some of it would only come out after being hit with a club. She had no memory of the poisonous roots in her mind, so she had to trick her two daughters. Yi Jiner said, Many people are hungry this year. We have rice bran porridge to eat, which is already good. Seeing that they were still not fooled, Yi Kaiping said seriously, No matter how hungry you are, you can't learn from Lu Haigu and stuff everything into your mouth. Just like this poisonous root, let me test you. What does it look like? I know. Yi Huaner raised her little hand. It grows as tall as a person, and the leaves have 5, 6, or 7 petals. The roots growing underground are large and long. I heard that it is soft and sticky when cooked, but it is poisonous. Eating it will kill you. Yi Jiner nodded. Grandma said that there was a famine before and Uncle Sanquan couldn't stand the hunger, so he secretly ate poisonous roots and almost died. It was Grandpa who fed him manure, and he vomited for most of the day before he was able to save his life. Yi Sanquan is the son of Yi Ershu and Yi Kaiping's cousin. Yi Kaiping was so excited after listening to her two daughters' words that she almost jumped up. It was bitter cassava. People here don't know how to process it, so people will be poisoned once they eat it. But she can process it. Thinking of this, Yi Kaiping's eyes lit up. With cassava, the family won't have to starve. Then she can get some capital to do business. Tomorrow, she must go up the mountain. It was not until midnight that Old Man Yi, Old Lady Yi, and the Yi Daquan brothers came back, all smelly. Why are you joining in the fun? We have to boil water and wash. How much firewood will be wasted? Old Man Yi cursed as he pushed the door open. Yi Daquan and his brothers followed behind, their heads and faces splashed with manure. They shrank their necks and dared not make a sound, but they were thinking in their hearts, that's raw manure being poured in. Who wouldn't like to watch it? Yi Kaiping walked out of the room with her clothes on, and her mouth twitched slightly. These two crouching dragons and phoenixes. Yi Peng also ran out of the house. Grandpa, is Uncle Haigo okay? Yi Peng originally wanted to be the first to eat melons, but Yi Erquin would not let him go. It made him itchy. It was poured in time, and he vomited it all out. The doctor said that he had a life saved, and prescribed some croton seeds for him, and he will be fine after a few days of diarrhea. Old Man Yi said, go and boil water. The person who poured manure was Old Man Yi, so he was the dirtiest. My mother and I have already boiled it. Grandpa, you go and wash it. After working for an hour, Old Man Yi and the others finished washing, and the family went to bed. The next day, when Yi Kaiping got up, her two daughters were no longer in the room. Yi Kaiping opened the cloth on her forehead and looked in the mirror. She saw that the wound had formed a thick scab, and her head no longer hurt or felt dizzy, and it seemed that she had recovered well. After Yi Kaiping applied iodine to herself, she changed the cloth and wrapped it up again. Then she took the household registration book and went to the headman's house. The headman's house was the only blue brick and tile house in the village, and there was a cow in the family. In addition to plowing the land, the cow was usually used as an ox cart. The headman's son, Yi Bajin, would drive an ox cart to pull the villagers in and out every day to earn some errands. Yi Lijing was sitting at the door smoking a water pipe, and when he saw her, he looked up. Come on, let's go in. Yi Kaiping followed him to the main room. There were already some documents on the table, and Yi Kaiping took out the household registration book. Headman, I want to ask if I want to open a female household. What are the conditions? Yi Kaiping said. Female household registration? Yi Lijing stopped writing, looking surprised. Well, women cannot open a household registration alone. Unless all the men in the husband's family are dead, or the husband dies and takes his daughter away from the family, they can open a household registration alone. If divorced, the female household registration will be returned to her parents' home, unless her parents and brothers are dead. Yi Kaiping frowned. Is there no other way? At least there is no way for me. Yi Kaiping understood that they, the grassroots farmers, had little influence and could only live according to the system. But there are always exceptions, but they just can't access them. Why are you asking about this female household registration? Don't tell me you don't want to get married? How can a woman not get married? Yi Kaiping smiled. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Yi Lijing nodded and handed the household registration book to Yi Kaiping. It's done. Thank you, Uncle Lijing. Yi Kaiping was about to leave when she saw the wife of the head of the village come in with a bowl of porridge and pickles in her hands. Kaiping, eat before you leave. Yi Kaiping was startled. No. You are still injured. You must eat some white rice porridge to nourish your body. The wife of the head of the village put the porridge and pickles on the table. I told your father yesterday that every morning you should come here to eat a bowl of white rice porridge to nourish your body. Anyway, it's just made for fun, it's nothing. Yi Lijing nodded. Eat quickly. Yi Kaiping had no choice. If she refused, she would have to alarm a lot of people, so she had to say, Thank you, Uncle and Aunt of the village head. My injury has healed a lot, and I can jump around now. Don't make it for me tomorrow, so as not to waste food. The wife of the head of the village grumbled. You have to eat it for 2 more days. That's settled. After saying that, he left the hall without giving Yi Kaiping a chance to refuse. Yi Kaiping picked up the spoon and was a little surprised. The white rice porridge was thick and fragrant, and there was even an egg in it. Although in her mind, eggs were nothing. But in this era and year, it was a very precious food in farmers' homes. Yi Kaiping felt a little warm in her heart, and she remembered the kindness of the headman and his wife. After eating, Yi Kaiping left. The headman's wife looked at the direction she left and couldn't help sighing. This girl Kaiping looks really changed a lot. Yi Lijing, who was sitting under the eaves smoking a water pipe, hummed. When Yi Kaiping returned home, she saw Yi Jiner and her sister and Yi Inhua hanging clothes. "Good morning, Aunt." Inhua greeted timidly. Yi Kaiping smiled. "Where are your grandparents?" "Grandpa and 3 brothers went to the town to sell firewood." Inhua said, "Grandma and uncle went to pick up Aunt. My parents are tending to the crops in the fields." Qinghe village is located in the south of the Zhou dynasty. It has a warm climate and can grow 3 crops. 2 seasons are rice, and 1 season is wheat. So there is almost no slack time in farming, and we still have to work in the fields. Yi Kaiping nodded. "Jiner, Huaner, let's go for a walk in the mountains." Inhua stays at home and takes good care of the house. Inhua was surprised. "And you are still injured." "It's okay. I can't stay at home all the time. I just want to go out and relax. If I see any wild vegetables, I'll dig some up." Yi Inhua thought there was nothing wrong with it and nodded. Yi Kaiping took Yi Jiner and her sister into the woodshed, took out 2 cassava sticks and took 2 sickles and threw them into the cassava sticks. The 2 daughters quickly carried one on their backs to prevent Yi Kaiping from getting involved. Yi Kaiping quickly came to the back mountain based on her memory. Although it was late autumn, the forest was still lush. Halfway up the mountain, Yi Kaiping and her 2 daughters searched for a while and finally saw cassava in a valley. There were not just 1 or 2 trees, but a large area stretching across half of the valley, and there looked to be thousands of trees. "Hurry, let's go over there." Yi Kaiping was delighted and quickened her pace. Yi Jiner and her sister followed Yi Kaiping to a patch of cassava. Their faces changed, and they quickly pulled Yi Kaiping back a step. "Mom, this is a poisonous root. Let's go." As if they would be poisoned if they touched it. "Don't. I'm here to find the poisonous root. This is not called poisonous root. Its real name is cassava. I have seen it in some miscellaneous books. As long as it is processed properly, it can be eaten."
Eat, but.
"Someone was poisoned last night. That's because people don't know how to process it. Listen to me, let's dig some out." Yi Kaiping calculated the time in her mind. In her memory, cassava matures around October, but looking at the weather in the Zhou dynasty, she knew that it was calculated according to the lunar calendar. It is now August 23rd, which is equivalent to October in the Gregorian calendar. The cassava is ripe. Unlike Yi Kaiping's excitement, Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner were pale. This can kill people. But since their mother asked them to dig it, they didn't dare to object. Yi Kaiping picked a small one, chopped off the upper support with a sickle in 2 or 3 strokes and pulled it with her hands, but she couldn't pull it out. She found a place, dug it down with and then pried it up. "Hurry up and pull the tree trunk." The 2 daughters hurriedly pulled it, and when they exerted force, they suddenly fell back and sat on the ground, and the cassava was pulled out. Sister Yi Jiner looked at the 4 or 5 huge roots under the small tree trunk, and her face turned pale.
"This
is the poisonous root?"
Look.
So scary. Yi Kaiping was delighted and cut down the cassava in a few strokes. It looked like it weighed more than 10 pounds. And judging by the quality, it was indeed ripe. Ding! Poisonous bitter cassava was found, 1 cent per pound. "Would you like to sell it to the sir?" At this moment, the mechanical sound that had been silent for a long time sounded in her mind. Yi Kaiping was stunned for a moment. Why is it so cheap? She had bought cassava before. It was 5 or 6 yuan a caddy.
No.
In modern times, they eat bread cassava or sweet cassava, which are varieties that have been improved by scientists generation after generation. The toxicity has been greatly eliminated, and it can be eaten as long as it is boiled soft and sticky. These are the most primitive bitter cassava in front of us. They are highly toxic and have to go through multiple processes before they can be eaten. Almost no one eats them in modern times. It is already a conscience price to be able to give it 1 cent a caddy. Okay, anyway, the quantity is large. 1 cent is 1 cent. A mosquito leg is also meat. Let's dig a few more, Yi Kaiping said, and started again. Although Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner were trembling with fear, they still did as they were told. An hour later, the mother and daughter had dug 5 trees. The cassava had not been dug for a long time, and it was big and strong. 5 trees produced more than 100 kilograms of cassava. The three of them tied the cassava into 3 bundles with rattan. Yi Kaiping took out 3 large roots, peeled them with a sickle, revealing the snow-white flesh, and then chopped them into small pieces of about 15 centimeters. It looks beautiful, but it smells bitter.
Yi Huaner said fearfully then.
What should I do? Come with me. Let's go to the mountain stream. Yi Kaiping put the peeled cassava into their backpacks, and the mother and daughter left together. Not far from the cassava forest, there is a mountain stream half a zhang, 1.6 meters, wide, with water up to people's elbows. Yi Kaiping tied the cassava into small pieces with rattan, put it in the stream, and tied the other end to a tree by the stream. Soak for a day and a night, and you can cook it tomorrow. Yi Kaiping washed her hands and stood up. In fact, it is okay to soak them in a basin, but the water must be changed several times. It is better to rinse them directly in the stream water than to soak them in a basin. Let's go. Let's see if there are any wild vegetables. But the bundles of poisonous roots we just dug are still over there. Yi Jiner said. Put them there first. No one will steal these things, anyway.
Wait.
I forgot a sickle there. You wait here, I'll go get it. I'll go.
Yi Jiner said.
No need, I know where it is, you wait. Yi Kaiping said, and left quickly. Soon she returned to the cassava forest, where 3 bundles of cassava were neatly placed on the ground. Yi Kaiping turned around and saw that her 2 daughters did not follow her, so she reached out and touched the bundles of cassava on the ground. Ding! Poisonous bitter cassava was found, 1 cent per caddy. Would you like to sell it to the sir? Yi Kaiping quickly nodded to confirm. There are 102 caddies of poisonous bitter cassava, 1 cent per caddy, a total of 102 cents. As soon as the voice fell, 102 copper coins appeared in Yi Kaiping's space, which was only the size of a small box. Yi Kaiping immediately smiled, but this amount of money was not enough to cover the cost. Do you want to dig more? But this is so hard. It's so tiring, it's better to take a shortcut with 102 cents. Yi Kaiping returned to the stream with a sickle, and Yi Jina hurriedly came up to her. Mom, there's shepherd's purse on the opposite side. Let's dig some back to change the taste. It's almost winter, and there are not many vegetables. There are only radishes and Chinese cabbages. The Yi family is eating so much that they're almost turning into big radishes. The mother and daughter crossed the stream and saw some shepherd's purse. Yi Kaiping dug one, and her mind rang. I found pure natural and pollution-free shepherd's purse, 15 cents a pound. Would you like to sell it? The unit price is really high. Yi Kaiping's eyes sparkled. But the mother and daughter dug for a long time and only got 3 or 4 pounds, which was not enough for the family to eat for 2 meals. Yi Kaiping had to give up selling it. While it was still early, Yi Kaiping and her daughter wandered around the mountain again to see if they could dig something else. Yi Kaiping kept an eye on some bushes to see if she could dig some ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, or something like that. According to her experience in reading novels, a time-traveling woman must dig ginseng when she goes up the mountain. She can also get some Ganoderma lucidum and Polygonum multiflorum. But she wandered around for most of the day, but there was not even a ginseng hair.
Bah.
What time-traveling woman must dig treasure when she goes up the mountain? Don't spread rumors. Don't believe rumors. Alas, it's just this little. Yi Jiner shook the less than a handful of shepherd's purse in her hand. The wild vegetables on this mountain have been picked up by everyone. Yi Huaner also lifted up the few dry firewood. Firewood is getting harder and harder to pick up. Let's go back first, Yi Kaiping said and walked down the mountain. Xiaodu village, in the shabby courtyard. Du's mother was sitting at the door mending clothes, and Mrs. Du was helping her to divide the threads. You're just too hot-tempered. Du's mother lowered her eyes, her hands moving non-stop. So many years have passed. What's wrong with being patient?
And
you said that your sister-in-law took back her 2 daughters. The older one is 13 years old, and the younger one is 11 years old, right? Marrying a daughter-in-law is not cheap. Why not let Yonger and Shanna marry her 2 daughters and get 2 daughters-in-law for free without spending any money? How great. Mrs. Du got furious when she heard this. I am the birthday man who wants to hang myself. Do you think my life is too long? Now Yi Daquan has protected them. like the apples of his eye. Am I marrying a daughter-in-law or an ancestor? Rather than suffer this humiliation, I might as well die head first and have a peaceful life. Mrs. Du put down the needle in her hand and said unhappily, Then tell me, what should we do now? Your old Yi family is biased towards her. You are destined to get nothing good at her hands. Now you are making a fuss to go back to your parents' home. Do you still expect them to come to pick you up? You will have to go back in disgrace then. You are throwing your face on the ground and letting people step on you. You are so old.
Why don't you understand life?
Mrs. Du gritted her teeth and remained silent. After returning to her parents' home, she regretted it, because what her mother said was true, and in the end she was the one who was embarrassed. At this time, a thin man came back from outside with 2 loads of firewood, frowning and said, Sister, when are you going back? When Mrs. Du heard this, she held back tears. When Yi Kaiping went back to her parents' home, her 2 brothers borrowed money to let her eat white rice. When she went back to her parents' home, she just had a meal of rice bran porridge, but her younger brother felt as distressed as if she had bitten 2 big pieces of meat from his body. They are the same people. Why is there such a big difference? Big sister. At this time, the sister-in-law came out of the kitchen with 2 drooping radishes. Early this morning, Dia kept coughing. It seems that she has caught a cold. Big sister continues to share a bed with her for fear that she will get sick. These are the radishes at home, big sister. Take them back and eat them. Mrs. Du looked at the 2 wilted radishes, feeling extremely angry. Seeing her brother remained silent, she felt overwhelmed with grievances. What's the matter? You held 2 broken radishes, and you're afraid that I would eat half a bowl of porridge more, so you want to send me away before lunch? Do sure, if it weren't for my 6 taels of betrothal money, would you have been able to marry a wife? Now I've only stayed for 1 night, and you're sending me away. Do you have a conscience? Du sure frowned. What are you talking about? When did I chase you away? Then he sat down on a small stool, picked up the hatchet, and started chopping wood in silence. Sister, don't throw dirty water on us. We said it was Dia, who was sick. If you were infected by the disease, no one would feel good. The sister-in-law put her hands on her waist. Du's mother frowned. Okay, shut up. It's just 1 more mouth to feed. Can it make you lose a few pounds of weight? The sister-in-law choked and stopped talking. She frowned. Mom, I'm doing this for the sake of sister. I can go back today and I can go back in a few days. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to go back after a few days? Sister, how will the Yi family look at you then? They will ask you how you can be so ignorant and expect them to pick you up? Du wanted to retort, but she couldn't refute it because what the sister-in-law said was the truth. Mother-in-law, you are all here. At this time, a voice sounded. The Du family was startled and looked up and saw old lady Yi and Yi Daquan standing at the door. Oh my, why are the mother-in-law and son-in-law here? Du's mother jumped up excitedly and hurriedly stepped forward to pull old lady Yi into the house. Yi Daquan smiled awkwardly and followed behind. Old lady Yi said, Yesterday, Daquan and his wife had a few quarrels and their daughter-in-law was angry and went back to her parents' home. Aren't you here to pick her up? Du's mother was surprised to hear this. But the sister-in-law looked uncomfortable. She had just belittled Du and said that her husband's family would definitely not come to pick her up, but they turned around and came. And it was the mother-in-law who came in person. Although she was very happy that her sister-in-law was finally leaving, she felt very embarrassed. Old lady, you are almost calmed down. The housework can't be done without you. Come home with me. Old lady Yi said. Du's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Look, your son-in-law and your mother-in-law are here in person. Go back, go back. Although Mrs. Du was still angry, she pursed her lips when her husband's family came to pick her up and handed her such a long staircase, saying, Then I'll go back first. Before leaving, old lady stuffed 2 radishes and a cabbage from the basket into the hands of Du's mother. I brought you some vegetables. Please don't despise them, in-laws. There was famine everywhere this year, and it was already good enough to be able to take out some vegetables. Old lady Yu was heartbroken, but how could she come to visit her relatives empty-handed? Du's mother's face gradually brightened. This radish is so juicy. Why are you so polite? The sister-in-law blushed a little and quickly hid the 2 wrinkled radishes in her hands. Old Lady Yi and the other 2 said goodbye to Du's mother and others, and then left. After leaving Zaida's wing, Old Lady Yi frowned. My dear, although Daquan was wrong first, you are too angry. I know that you are targeting Kaiping, but I want to tell you that if Kaiping hadn't forced Daquan this time, Daquan and I would not have come to pick you up. Although Old Lady Yi had just given Mrs. Du enough face in the Du family, she still had to warn her. Mrs. Du followed behind with a sullen face. She didn't believe that people would change so easily. Because of the divorce, Yi Kaiping might be restrained during this period. But it's hard to change one's nature. It won't last long and the tail and claws will probably be exposed again. However, no matter what happens to Yi Kaiping in the future, it was indeed because of her that she didn't lose face today. Mrs. Du pursed her lips. If she can't find someone to marry in 3 months, she will give her another month. Okay. Old Lady Yi was finally satisfied when she heard it. If she could give her daughter 1 more month, she could choose well. Old Lady Yi said, it's only a few months, no matter how many conflicts there are, just bear with it. As long as she doesn't make trouble, I won't go against her. But this time when she remarries, the room can no longer be kept. Her room must be vacated for Yonger to marry a wife. Jiner and her sister live with Jinhua and Inhua. Old Mrs. Yi thought that Yi Yong was already 19. It was okay to be poor, but if he didn't even have a separate room, how could he find a wife? Old Mrs. Yi sighed and nodded in agreement. Okay. Mrs. Du breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Yonger finally had a chance to find a wife. Yi Daquan frowned, feeling sorry for his sister, who had to vacate her room. But he also knew that the eldest son had to get married. He couldn't continue to squeeze with his 2 brothers after marriage. At noon, the mother and her 2 daughters returned home. Yi Kaiping was carrying a few pounds of shepherd's purse, and the 2 daughters were carrying scattered dry firewood. When they entered the door, they saw Old Man Yi and Yi Yong's brothers putting the rope in the firewood room. Dad, you're back. Yi Kaiping greeted. Have you sold all the firewood? Old Man Yi nodded. This time, they not only sold firewood, but also paid off the debt that Yi Daquan had borrowed. There were a total of 20 bundles of firewood, which was the amount that Yi Yong and his brothers had saved for half a month. 1 bundle was only 2 cents, and they got 40 cents. After paying the debt of 37 cents, there were only 3 cents left. What are you carrying? Said Old Man Yi. I dug a few pounds of shepherd's purse, enough for us to have 2 meals. Wei and Yi Inhua in the kitchen were delighted to hear that they didn't have to eat radish porridge anymore. This year, almost all the edible things in the mountains had been picked up by the villagers, and they were lucky enough to dig up a few pounds of wild vegetables to change their taste. Another quarter of an hour later, Yi Daquan, Du and the other 2 came back. Du had restrained herself a lot and didn't have much contact and communication with Yi Kaiping and her daughter. The next morning, after Yi Kaiping had porridge at the head of the village, she took her 2 daughters to continue up the mountain. She also quietly took the unused clay pot and small stove at home. The mother and her 2 daughters went up the mountain and came to the mountain stream where they soaked cassava yesterday. Yi Kaiping untied the vines tied to the tree and pulled out the cassava soaked in the stream. Jiner, you make a fire. Huaner, you go get water. The 2 sisters swallowed their saliva and took action immediately. Soon, Yi Jiner started a fire, and Yi Huaner filled the clay pot with water and placed it on the stove. Yi Kaiping put the cassava that had been soaked for a day and a night into the pot. Yi Jiner and her sister stared at it nervously, and soon the water began to boil. After boiling for about 10 minutes, Yi Kaiping picked up the cassava with chopsticks, then poured out the water in the pot, filled it with clean water again, and boiled it again. Yi Kaiping also washed the boiled cassava in the river and put it back into the pot. This operation was performed twice. After changing the water for the last time, Yi Kaiping put in salt and cooked them together. Until the cassava in the pot can be easily pierced by a poke with chopsticks, it is done. Okay, take it out of the pot. Yi Kaiping let out a light breath. She piled all the cassava on the big leaves on the ground, and the fresh fragrance of cassava immediately hit her nose. Yi Jinner and her sister slurped their saliva. Is this the poisonous root? It smells so good and looks soft and sticky, and it looks so delicious. But thinking of the fate of Lu Haigu, who was poisoned and fed feces to induce vomiting last time, they couldn't help but shudder. Not to mention Yi Jinner and her sister. Even Yi Kaiping was unsure at this time. When she was a child, the aunt in the welfare home cooked bitter cassava for them, and she knew the method. But when she grew up, bitter cassava had withdrawn from the market. Yi Kaiping turned her back and called up the system panel. She remembered that the space would automatically detect the goods, and each time it was detected, it would describe the product in detail. Just like her golden wound medicine and yesterday's cassava, the space would describe it as extremely poor efficacy and toxic bitter cassava. Yi Kaiping stared at the cooked cassava in front of her, and the system still didn't respond. She scanned the panel and saw a manual detection button in the corner. Yi Kaiping was delighted and pressed it quickly. Suddenly, a small light screen appeared in front of her. Wherever she looked, the light screen would fall. She looked at the cooked cassava and pressed the button again. A familiar mechanical voice sounded. Edible cooked cassava has been detected. This system does not purchase cooked food. Please show other products. Yi Kaiping was overjoyed. Edible means non-toxic. Moreover, this detection function is so easy to use. It is simply a poison detection artifact. In the future, when encountering suspicious food, just manually test it to know whether it is poisonous. Mom? Yi Jinner called tentatively. They couldn't see the system panel and the light screen. Seeing Yi Kaiping silent, sometimes sad, sometimes laughing, the two sisters were scared. It's okay, eat. Yi Kaiping smiled and picked up a piece of cassava. Yi Jinner's face changed, and she said anxiously, I'll eat first. If anyone dies, she will be the first to die. Yi Kaiping was speechless and did not argue with her. She picked up a piece and stuffed it into her hand. Then eat it. Yi Jinner took a bite with a fearless attitude, and then her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Much better than radish and rice bran porridge. It doesn't make your throat sore at all. Then she finished it in a few bites. Although Yi Huaner was afraid, she was also very greedy, so Yi Kaiping stuffed a piece into her hand. Don't be afraid. It's not poisonous. Yeah. Yi Huaner was very happy. Anyway, her sister had eaten it. If it was really poisonous, at most the three of them would die together. The three of them started to eat happily. Cassava is the king of starch. Each of them ate 3 large pieces and felt full. There were still 3 large pieces left, so Yi Kaiping didn't let them eat. Then, the two sisters followed Yi Kaiping to find wild vegetables with trepidation. It was not until noon that the two sisters were completely relieved. Generally, if you eat poisonous roots, if you are poisoned, the poison will take effect in about an hour and a half. Now 2 hours have passed, and they are still fine, proving that their mother's treatment method is correct. There are poisonous roots all over the mountain, and there seem to be thousands of them. We don't have to go hungry anymore. Yi Jinner said excitedly. This is called cassava, not poisonous roots.
Yi Kaiping corrected.
Yes, it's cassava. Let's tell Grandpa and uncles as soon as we go back.
Wait.
If you tell them directly, they won't believe it, nor will they try. I have a better way. When you get home, do as I say. Yi Kaiping said. As Yi Kaiping spoke, she told her 2 daughters about her plan. Yi Jinner and her sister's eyes lit up, and they quickly agreed. Yi Huaner said, We dug hundreds of pounds yesterday. Let's get it here and soak it all. Okay, let's go. The mother and daughters quickly returned to the cassava forest, but the cassava that was bundled yesterday was gone. Yi Jinner frowned. Strange, there were 3 large bundles that were clearly placed here yesterday. How did they disappear? Yi Kaiping said calmly, It must have been accidentally bumped or kicked by an animal in the mountain, and it may have rolled to the valley below. Forget it, there are so many anyway. Let's dig it up after convincing your grandfather and others. Although Yi Jinner and her sister felt it was a pity, there was nothing they could do. They couldn't risk going down the valley to look for it. The mother and daughter carried the backpacks and walked down the mountain. It's very heavy. Let me help you carry it down the mountain. A steady voice came from not far away.
Ye kaipin pauset.
This voice. Yi Kaiping pulled aside the branches of the bushes that blocked her view and saw a young man and woman cutting grass for pigs. The young man was tall and handsome, and it was her eldest nephew Yi-yong. Yi-yong put the cut pig grass into a large backpack in handfuls, with a simple smile on his dark face. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a washed-out coarse cloth dress and a cloth towel on her head. She was not very white, but had delicate features and a slim figure. "Thank you. You have already helped me cut so much pig grass, I can't trouble you anymore. You still have to carry firewood," the girl said. "Let's take turns carrying it." Yi-yong took the lead in carrying the large backpack full of pig grass and then switched back after we go down the mountain. There wasn't much firewood in his own backpack, so naturally it wasn't as heavy as the pig grass. Seeing that he had already carried it, the girl could only nod shyly and carried his half bucket of firewood. The two left one after the other. Behind the bushes, Yi Jiner said, "Mom, my cousin and that girl." Yi Kaiping said, "Let's just pretend we didn't see it and don't tell anyone." Yi Jiner and her sister looked at each other and nodded quickly. Now, they didn't know the situation between Yi Yong and the girl, so they couldn't tell anyone casually. Although the separation of men and women in the village is not very serious, if such things are told to others, the reputation will always be not very good, especially for girls. When Yi Kaiping returned home, it was just time for dinner. As soon as they put down their backpacks, they saw Yi Yong coming back. The three of them pretended they didn't see anything and didn't say anything. Everyone in the family sat down at the dinner table. Old Lady Yi served Yi Kaiping a bowl of water, as usual. "Mom, I'm not hungry today. You and Dad should eat more," Yi Kaiping said. Me too." Yi Jiner started. "My sister and I are not hungry, so we won't eat." Old Mrs. Yi frowned. "How can we not be hungry? Sit down and eat." The food at home could not last for many days, and they had less and less meals. It must be because the eldest son's wife came back that the daughter and granddaughter were scared and dared not eat. Thinking of this, old Mrs. Yi glared at Mrs. Du. Mrs. Du choked. She felt full before she had eaten. Old Mrs. Yi filled a big bowl for the two granddaughters. This shepherd's purse was dug by "You eat more." After everyone had their meals, they started eating. But Yi Kaiping only took a sip and then stopped. Yi Jiner and her sister tried very hard to eat, but in the end they only ate half a bowl. Everyone then realized that Yi Kaiping and her daughter were really not hungry. Yi Jinhua's face was slightly dark. They must have eaten wild fruits or something in the mountains. They didn't take the good things home, but ate them alone behind their backs. Yi Jinhua was about to speak, but Mrs. Du on the side secretly pulled her. Turning back, she saw Mrs. Du looking at her with a warning look. Yi Jinhua had to shut up angrily. Mrs. Du was also angry, but thinking that Yi Kaiping would be married in a few months, what's the harm in enduring for a few months? The atmosphere in the whole hall was a little awkward and depressing. Old Lady Yi coughed dryly. "You must have lost your appetite because you didn't sleep well in your bed. Put it in the kitchen and heat it up in the evening." "Okay." Yi Kaiping left with the rice bran porridge. Yi Jiner and her sister quickly picked up their bowls, followed Yi Kaiping, and went to the kitchen together. Old Man Yi looked at their embarrassed backs, but did not expose them, and just sighed softly. This daughter has only been well for a few days, and she has returned to her old ways. What should he do? After dinner, Old Man Yi and Yi Dequan went to the fields, and Yi Erquin took Yi Yong and his brothers to the mountains to chop firewood. Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du went to the town to find matchmaker Huang. Old Lady Yi found her for Yi Kaiping, and Mrs. Du found her for Yi Yong. After Mrs. Wei and Yi Inhua cleaned up the dishes, they went out to wash clothes. Only Yi Kaiping and her daughter and Yi Jinhua were left at home. Yi Jinhua was sitting under the eaves, basking in the sun and sewing shoe soles. "Eat quickly, this is good stuff, much better than rice bran porridge." Yi Saiping's voice came from the room. Yi Jinhua's face sank. Are the aunt and her daughter stealing food? There was not enough food in the house. The aunt found food but didn't take it out. The three of them hid in the room and ate alone. Yi Jinhua couldn't stand it anymore. She threw the soles of the shoes and needles in her hand into the basket and walked quickly to the north room. The door was ajar. She pushed it open suddenly and saw Yi Kaiping, the mother, and the daughter were sitting at the table. Each of them held a piece of pink and sticky thing in their hands. It looked like potatoes, but she had never seen it before. The three of them were eating happily. Seeing Yi Jinhua pushing the door in, they turned back at the same time. "Cousin, this cassava is delicious. Do you want some?" Yi Jiner said nervously. "What cassava?" Yi Jinhua was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed suddenly. She saw a brown thing on the ground. She pointed at it with a trembling hand. This is a poisonous root. When they were young, their grandfather was afraid that they would eat poisonous roots by mistake, so he specially took them to recognize this thing. "You are eating poisonous roots?" Yi Jinhua was so shocked that she could hardly speak. Yi Kaiping said, "In fact, it has another name called cassava. As long as it is handled properly, its toxins can be removed and it can be eaten. Do you want some? Are you crazy?" Yi Jinhua's mind was rumbling, and she rushed forward and knocked the cassava out of Yi Kaiping's hand. With the cassava fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. "Don't waste food." Yi Kaiping hurriedly squatted down and picked it up piece by piece. "Cousin, it's really edible,"
Yi Jiner said. "Eat."
You actually let me eat this thing? I'm crazy to eat poisonous roots. Oh my god." Yi Jinhua felt like she was going crazy. Her face turned pale, and she rushed out the door. As she ran, her head was buzzing. She finally ran to the edge of the field and saw Old Man Yi and Yi Daquan weeding in the wheat field. "Grandpa, my aunt and cousin secretly ate the poisonous roots." Yi Jinhua screamed at the two of them before she could even stand still. She didn't want to care about their lives, but they had to see a doctor if they ate the poisonous roots, and that would cost money again.
"What?"
Old Man Yi and Yi Daquan stood up suddenly, and the grass they pulled up in their hands fell to the ground. "What did you say?"
"Hoo-hoo."
"I just saw that my aunt and cousin are eating poisonous roots. Grandpa, go back and feed them manure so that they can spit out the poisonous roots." Old Man Yi came back to his senses from his shock and rushed home. Along the way, he kept confirming with Yi Jinhua whether Yi Kaiping and her daughter were really eating poisonous roots. He really couldn't understand why his daughter suddenly became so upset when Lu Haigu was poisoned by eating this thing a few days ago. Yi Jinhua described the scene she saw vividly, and she was almost swearing to the sky. In addition to her worry, she also felt a little gloating. Her aunt and the others would be fed with manure soon, and she was excited just thinking about it. Soon, the three of them returned home in a hurry. Old Man Yi and Yi Jinhua ran to Yi Kaiping's room, but Yi Daquan rushed into the toilet as soon as possible. With the door of the north room was pushed open again. Old Man Yi said anxiously, "Kaiping," as he spoke, the words got stuck in his throat. He saw Yi Kaiping and her daughter sitting on the bed mending clothes, looking relaxed. "Dad, why are you back?" Yi Kaiping put down the needle in her hand and stood up with a smile. Old Man Yi was stunned. "Did you eat poisonous roots just now?"
"What?"
Yi Kaiping said with a puzzled look. "I'm fine. Why would I eat poisonous roots? Lu Haigu was poisoned the other day. I'm not a fool. How could I eat that stuff?" Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner on the side nodded hurriedly, but their bodies were a little stiff. Old Man Yi didn't quite believe that his daughter would eat that stuff, and couldn't help looking at Yi Jinhua suspiciously. "Little sister." A low voice sounded at this time, and Yi Daquan rushed to the door with a full bucket of manure. Because he walked in a hurry, he almost splashed Old Man Yi and Yi Jinhua. Yi Jinhua spit and jumped behind Old Man Yi. The whole room was instantly filled with a foul smell. "Little sister, drink a sip." Yi Daquan was about to pounce on him. Yi Kaiping jumped back in fright, covering her nose. It stinks. Take it away." "It's right to be stinky. Only when it's stinky and disgusting can you spit it out cleanly. Come on, take a sip." Yi Daquan looked embarrassed, feeling sorry for his sister, but also determined. "What are you spitting out?" "I didn't eat any poisonous roots." "What?" Yi Daquan scratched his head.
Impossible.
I saw them eating it with my own eyes just now. Yi Jinhua stared. They also said that it is not called poisonous root, but cassava. Grandpa, Dad, you have to believe me.
Didn't they not eat at noon?
They must have eaten the poisonous root in the mountains. After lunch, I saw them eating in the room again and they asked me to eat with them. Yi Jinhua shuddered as she spoke. I was afraid they would die, so I went to find you, Grandpa. Old Man Yi and Yi Dequan looked at each other, not knowing who to believe for a moment. Yi Kaiping looked at Yi Jinhua with a smile. Jinhua, the poisonous roots usually take effect in about an hour and a half. You said we ate it on the mountain before lunch, so why are we poisoned now? Yi Jinhua choked and was a little crazy. No. You may not have eaten it on the mountain, but just now I saw you eating it with my own eyes. Anyway, Dad, you should feed her with manure. You can't do it wrongly. Yi Dequan didn't believe her. He changed his mind and his face darkened. Okay, you little girl, is it because you hate your aunt that you wrongly accused her of eating poisonous roots so that we can coax her into feeding her with manure? As soon as these words came out, Old Man Yi also reacted. Jinhua, stop messing around. If you insist on quibbling, then wait to die. After saying that, he turned and ran away. You girls stop right there. Yi Dequan pointed at her back and yelled, wishing he could throw the manure in his hand at her. But if he did, the whole house would stink and it would be troublesome to clean up. So he held back. Brother, she cares about us. Yi Kaiping said. No, this girl did it on purpose. Okay, stop arguing. Old Man Yi frowned and looked at Yi Kaiping again. You really didn't eat it? Yi Kaiping said. Don't worry. If we really want to die, we might as well find a crooked tree and hang ourselves to death. Why suffer that? Old Man Yi frowned. Although what happened today was strange, what Kaiping said made sense. How painful it is to die from eating poisonous roots, foaming at the mouth, unbearable abdominal pain, heartburn and lung burning, and I heard that you can't breathe. It's so painful. It's good that you're all right. Old Man Yi sighed and turned back to Yi Dequan and said, Don't blame Jinhua for this. She must have seen it wrong. Jinhua was too concerned about us, so she came back to find you in a hurry. Yi Kaiping said, Okay, for the sake of my younger sister, I'll forgive her. Yi Dequan snorted, took the dung bucket, and went to the toilet. After pouring the dung back into the toilet, Yi Dequan washed his hands and knocked on Yi Jinhua's door again. Dead girl, if you make trouble again next time, I will break your legs. Yi Jinhua in a room was almost angry to death, hiding in the quilt and spitting, scolding. Wait until the mother and daughter are all dead, and see if you can still laugh. In the evening, Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du came back from the town. As soon as Mrs. Du entered the house, she heard that Yi Jinhua was making trouble today, so her face darkened, pulled Yi Jinhua, closed the door, and whispered a lesson. Did your head get hit by the door? Why did you wrongly accuse her? You know she can counter you with 100 words for every one she says. It's strange that you can accomplish anything, you stupid girl. As she said that, she poked Yi Jinhua's head fiercely with her finger.
Mom.
Yi Jinhua opened her hand. I didn't wrongly accuse her. I saw them eating the poisonous root with my own eyes. Mrs. Du was stunned. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Mrs. Du could tell at a glance whether her daughter was lying or not. She couldn't help but ponder. Did they really eat it? Definitely. Then it's been 2 hours since noon. How come the poison hasn't taken effect yet? Yi Jinhua was confused by the question. At that time, I saw them eating something white and sticky. There was also a poisonous root on the ground.
Wait.
I understand. They didn't eat the poisonous root, but something else. They deliberately put a poisonous root on the ground to make me misunderstand. Yi Jinhua gritted her teeth and stamped her feet fiercely. Okay. They are deliberately harming me. After hearing this, Mrs. Du also felt that this was the case, and her face darkened. It must be that she had gone against Yi Kaiping a few days ago, and Yi Kaiping dug a pit for her daughter to step on, so as to teach them a lesson. Mrs. Du was furious when she thought about it, but what was hateful was that they had no way to deal with Yi Kaiping. That vicious woman. She'd better pray that she can get married within 4 months, otherwise, if she falls into my hands, I will make her marry an ugly man. Hearing this, Yi Jinhua's anger waned, and there was no light in her eyes. She pursed her lips. If it really comes to that time, will Grandpa and Dad agree? Moreover, even if the little aunt really gets married, so what? With Dad's love for her, the family will continue to support her husband's family as before, and it will be hollowed out. When will this terrible life dominated by the extreme little aunt end?
Jinhua?
Seeing her daughter suddenly dejected, Mrs. Du couldn't help but call out. Yi Jinhua glanced at her and said lightly, "Instead of thinking about these things, it's better to think about what we will eat after the bag of brown rice at home is finished." Mrs. Du's face changed slightly. Recently, she also felt that the porridge at home has become much thinner, and she was hungry just after eating. Thinking of this, Mrs. Du hurried out of the door. Soon, she came to Mrs. Ye's room. Old Mrs. Ye was resting on the bed. They didn't take a bullock cart to the town, and it took them an hour and a half to walk back and forth. In addition, her legs were not in good condition, so she was exhausted. Seeing Mrs. Du lifting the curtain to come in, old Mrs. Yi opened her eyes. "Did you tell Jinhua?" In the eyes of old Mrs. Yi and others, today's incident was Jinhua wrongly accusing Yi Kaiping so that Yi Kaiping could be fed with manure.
Mrs. Dues face 5.
What does it have to do with her daughter? It was obviously Yi Kaiping who framed her daughter, but she had no evidence. Mrs. Du suppressed her anger and frowned and said, "Mother, how much food is left at home?" Old Mrs. Yi sighed slightly. "It won't last for a few days." As she was talking, Wei came in with 2 coarse porcelain bowls in her hands. "Mom, I'm going to cook." "Hey, my sister-in-law is here too." Mrs. Du nodded at her. Old Mrs. Yi got out of bed, came to the chest of drawers, and unlocked it. For farmers, rice is the most important thing. It is locked in the room of the head of the family, and vegetables are kept in the cave. Old Mrs. Yi took out the rice bucket and opened the lid. She saw that there was only half a bucket of yellowish-brown rice left, which looked like only 15 or 16 pounds. Old Mrs. Yi scooped out a cup with a rice cup and poured it into Wei's chicken bowl. It looked like only about 1 pound, which was the amount for 14 people in the family to eat for one meal. If one person wants to be full, he must eat at least 2 taels of rice in one meal. Now the rations for 5 people have to be divided into 14 portions. Old Mrs. Yi opened another cloth bag and scooped a cup of rice bran into another bowl. "Okay, let's cook." Wei sighed and turned to go out. Seeing that the rice at home was getting less and less, Du was worried. The remaining food at home can't last for a few days. Besides, what should we do during the new year?
Alas.
Old Mrs. Yi said, "Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, I will shamelessly go back to my parents' home to borrow some." Du pursed her lips and said nothing more, then turned to go out of the house. At dinner, everyone looked at the porridge that was thinner than at noon, and they all knew what was going on. They all looked worried, but didn't say much. It was not until noon the next day, after lunch, that old man Yi sighed softly. "There is not much rice at home. Second brother's family, don't put brown rice in the evening cooking in the future." Wei sighed woodenly. Everyone's face turned pale, which meant that they would only eat radishes at night. But there was nothing they could do, as everyone knew the situation at home. Everyone was about to leave when Yi Kaiping suddenly said, "Wait, Dad, I have something to say." Old man Yi looked back at her, and Yi Kaiping said, "Yesterday Jinhua said that I ate poisonous roots secretly." Yi Jinhua's face changed and she jumped up. "It's my fault, okay?" This matter was her own stupidity, and she was calculated. She has been taught a lesson. What else does she want? Must she bring it up again and again so that she can be beaten up? "No, you are right. I really ate poisonous roots yesterday at noon," Yi Kaiping said. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was quiet, and then there was and the nest exploded. Yi Jinhua was completely stunned. No matter how much she thought about it, she could not expect that Yi Kaiping would admit it. "What did you say, little sister?" Yi Daquan screamed. This. Is it too much? Call a doctor quickly." "No, fill it with manure first, so that it can be vomited out. Erquin, you go scoop the manure."
Hey.
Yi Erquin responded and wanted to rush out of the house. Yi Tsiping's brows jumped. "Stop. ate it yesterday at noon. This. Yi Daquan and his brothers were stunned on the spot. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei came back to their senses from the shock and looked at her. Kaiping, you really ate the poisonous root? Don't joke about this. Old Mrs. Yi said anxiously with a sullen face. I really ate it. Yi Kaiping nodded heavily. Not only me, Jeaner and Huaner also ate it. Not only yesterday at noon, but also yesterday morning we ate the poisonous roots in the mountains and were full, so we couldn't eat. In fact, this is not called root poison. Its real name is cassava. As long as it is handled properly, its toxicity can be removed, and it can be eaten. After these words came out, everyone in the Yi family looked at her in shock again. Old man Yi widened his eyes. Kaiping, this matter is no trivial matter. I know, so I did it myself, and tested the poison on myself. And I even went to great lengths to get a witness. Speaking of this, Yi Kaiping looked at Yi Jinhua. Jinhua, you saw it with your own eyes. Yi Jinhua had long been stunned, and yesterday's conflict was instantly thrown behind her mind. After all, the poisonous roots are edible, which is a big deal. Jinhua, did you really see it?
Old man Yi said.
Not only him, but everyone was staring at her in unison. This. At this moment, Yi Jinhua didn't dare to draw conclusions easily. I did see you eating white, pink, and sticky things yesterday. And there were really poisonous roots on the ground.
But
that's what I ate, Yi Kaiping said, looking at old man Yi. Dad, I really know how to deal with poisonous roots. Old man Yi still couldn't believe it, but Kaiping, how can you deal with this thing? Yi Kaiping had already prepared an excuse. Don't I love reading? Once when I went to the county town, I saw someone selling miscellaneous books at a stall. The stall owner said that this was an imported product, not from this place. The original owner could read. Yi Daquan and his brothers were all educated. Yi Kaiping was proud and arrogant since she was a child. She vowed to marry a scholar, so she learned to read with her two brothers. In order to please him, the original owner often read books. Yi Kaiping continued, I bought it out of curiosity. It records many strange animals and plants. Among them is a poisonous root, and it records how to eat it. I didn't believe it at the time. Later, when I saw that there was not much food at home, I tried it according to the method in the book, and even used mice to test the food and finally ate it myself. Only then did I find that the treatment method was feasible. Yi Jeaner and Yi Huaner looked at each other. When did their mother try it with mice? But they didn't dare to say anything because they didn't want to ruin Yi Kaiping's plan. After listening to it, old man Yi and others all gasped. You girl, why do you try it yourself? Old man Yi said anxiously. Someone has to try it. Yi Kaiping said. Yi Daquan said, then why didn't you tell us directly yesterday? If I tell you, will Big Brother believe it? Yi Kaiping shuddered when she recalled the scene yesterday when Yi Daquan blocked the door with a bucket of manure. If she told them directly, they would not believe it no matter how hard she tried, and they would stop her in various ways. It would be better to find a witness and eat it in front of the witness. After the poison takes effect, they will have to believe it even if they don't want to. Old man Yi couldn't help but think of yesterday's scene. Although Jinhua was vicious and fierce, she was not the kind of person who would frame someone wrongly. If she hadn't seen it, she would never come to them. He thought things were weird in the first place, and now he knew that this was the case. Thinking of this, old man Yi was excited. If the poisonous roots can really be eaten, then they won't have to worry about food. Kaiping, can you really remove those toxins? Old man Yi confirmed again. Of course. This is the life of our whole family, I dare not joke about it. Yi Kaiping looked serious. Mrs. Du slammed the table excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let's go dig up the poisonous roots. This time, Mrs. Du forgot about the disagreement between the two. Compared with competing with her sister-in-law, filling her stomach is the most important thing. Wei and Yi Yinhua looked at Yi Kaiping with trepidation and expectation. Yi Yong and Yi Peng's eyes were shining, and even Yi Xian, who was cold in temperament, was a little surprised. Okay, let's go dig up the poisonous roots first. Old man Yi said, and when he turned around and saw that his family members were eager to try, he said, old woman Daquan, come up the mountain with me and Kaiping, and everyone else, stay at home. Also, don't tell anyone that the poisonous roots can be eaten. If someone dies, we can't afford it. Although Old Man Yi believed it 80%, he was still afraid of the 20% that might happen. If he told others that he could handle it without making sure it could be handled, and some fool dug it up and ate it, and then blamed his family for his death, that would be terrible. Yi Erquin and the Wei mother and daughter were disappointed that they could not go together. Mrs. Du was so anxious that she scratched her head. Yi Peng begged, "Grandpa, let me go with you. I'm strong and can work." "No, stay at home." "Kaiping, let us go." Yi Kaiping responded, and went out with Old Man Yi and his wife and Yi Daquan, who looked very proud. It is noon now, and the villagers have all gone home to eat and rest, and they didn't meet many people along the way. When going up the mountain, Yi Kaiping explained how to deal with bitter cassava. Yi Kaiping explained it in a very clear and logical way, and Old Man Yi and the other two couldn't help but gasp. The process was so complicated. No wonder it can remove toxins. This time, Old Man Yi and his two friends believed it 90%. Soon, they came to the cassava forest. The cassava was lush and green, stretching halfway up the mountainside. This thing cannot be eaten or used. Even if it is cut for firewood, it is afraid that it will burn out poisonous gas, so no villagers have cut it. Old Man Yi saw that there were several trees on the ground that had been broken off. It seemed that it was done by his daughter and two granddaughters a few days ago. "Brother, dig this one." Yi Kaiping pointed to a big one. Yi Daquan spit on his hands twice, picked up and dug hard next to the cassava, and then pulled it up. Old Man Yi and his wife pulled the tree trunk and broke it hard, and a cassava was pulled up by the roots. The huge cassava was exposed to the sun. There were 8 or 9 tubers thick and long, and the total weight was about more than 30 kilograms. What a huge yield! Yi Daquan swallowed his saliva. Old Man Yi and his wife were a little scared. If this is poison, it's really terrifying. But if it's food, it's such a surprise. "I'll teach you how to peel it." Yi Kaiping casually cut off one of them. She sat on the ground, and the sickle slowly slashed down the cassava diagonally. At the last lift, the snow-white flesh was exposed. Old Man Yi and the other two trembled with fear and picked up a cassava. After all, since they were young, their elders warned them that this was a poisonous root that would kill people, and they were subconsciously afraid and resistant. They followed Yi Kaiping's method and peeled the cassava. Then they chopped the cassava into small pieces. Soon, 9 cassavas were processed. Several people came to the mountain stream, and Yi Kaiping tied the cassava in the water like last time. In fact, you can soak it in a basin, but you have to change the water once an hour. Putting it directly in the water to rinse it saves the trouble of changing the water, and the effect is even better. Yi Kaiping said. Old Man Yi and the other two nodded while listening and kept the knowledge points firmly in their minds. Soak it for a day and a night, and it will be ready for eating tomorrow. Yi Erquin, the old Yi family, was so anxious that he paced back and forth. Yi Peng would run to the door every once in a while to look around. It was not until 1600 hours that Yi Kaiping and the other two finally walked into the courtyard. Yi Peng excitedly greeted them. "Grandpa, you're back." The people in the house hurried out. "Grandpa, where's the poison root?" Yi Peng looked behind Old Man Yi and was a little disappointed when he saw that there was no trace of the poison root. Du and Jinhua and Yinhua felt a little uneasy. Could it be that they could not be eaten? "Stinky boy, how can we take it back immediately? We have to deal with it. We will know tomorrow." Old Man Yi scolded with a smile. Wei hit Yi Peng lightly. "Didn't your cousin Jiner say it many times just now?" "Hee, I am just anxious." Yi Peng scratched his head and laughed. After Yi Kaiping and the other two went up the mountain, Yi Peng and the others asked Yi Jiner and her sister about the cassava. The two sisters had already told them how to deal with it several times. Yi Jinhua walked up to Yi Kaiping with a stern face. "My sister-in-law wanted to find someone to testify, but she chose me, causing me to be scolded for nothing."
Jinhua.
Yi Daquan glared at her immediately. Yi Kaiping said, "I didn't pick anyone. I guess that there were only a few people at home at that time. It was either you or my second sister-in-law and Inhua. It just happened to be you. Then he said in a gentle voice, but this matter really made you feel wronged. When I make money, I will buy cloth to make you a new set of clothes. How about compensating you well? Yi Jinhua curled her lips and said nothing. She didn't believe it. Since Yi Kaiping and the other two came back from the mountain, the family has been a little absent-minded, all worried about whether the poisonous root can really be eaten. It was a very ordinary night, but the Yi family felt it was particularly long. Finally, they made it to noon the next day. Yi Kaiping and the other two went up the mountain and carried back more than 30 kilograms of cassava. Yi Kaiping brought the pot directly to the courtyard and cooked it in the yard. While cooking, Yi Kaiping explained carefully. After changing the water 3 times, it was finally cooked, and the fragrance of cassava wafted everywhere. Yi Kaiping was cautious and quietly turned on the system's manual detection. Edible cooked cassava detected. This system does not purchase cooked food. Please show other products. Edible means non-toxic. Yi Kaiping's lips curled slightly. It's done. She quickly picked up a piece of cassava and put it on the plate. The pink and white potato flesh was glutinous and made people swallow their saliva. The eyes of the Yi family members lit up, and they were expectant and afraid.
I'll eat first.
Yi Daquan was the first to step forward.
Wait.
Mrs. Du hurriedly stopped him. Let the mouse eat first, catch a mouse. Oh, why are you so annoying? My little sister said it's edible. Then it's edible. How can she harm me? Yi Daquan ignored her and picked up the cassava. Hiss.
Hot. Hot.
As he spoke, he switched from his left hand to his right hand and took a bite. The glutinous texture and the fragrance of cassava immediately rushed into his nose. The more Yi Daquan ate, the brighter his eyes became. Delicious. So delicious. No wonder Lu Haiga wanted to try it even though he knew it was poisonous. Pooh, 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 that's not right. We've already dealt with it. It's not poisonous. Yi Daquan wanted to continue eating after finishing his meal, but Mrs. Du quickly opened his hand. Okay, eat a piece and try the poison first. She glanced at Yi Kaiping and said guiltily, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just this poisonous root. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, it's okay, let's try it first. 2 hours later, eldest brother is still fine, you can eat again. The awareness that cassava is poisonous is deeply rooted in their minds, and they should be cautious. Old man Yi nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Yi Erquin again. Erquin, is there still manure in the toilet? Of course there is. It's a full bucket, enough for Big Brother to drink. Yi Daquan was about to hit him. You are the one who drank it. My little sister said that this is food, it is not poisonous after processing. I'll keep that bucket of manure for you for dinner. The family listened to the quarrel between the two brothers and laughed. After Yi Daquan ate cassava, people followed him wherever he went, fearing that he would suddenly get poisoned. Finally, 2 hours passed, and it got dark. 2 hours later, Uncle is still fine. Yi Peng was so excited that he almost jumped up. The poisonous root is really edible. Old Man Yi and others were also full of joy. Yi Kaiping said, then let's eat this tonight. Just steam it again in the pot. When cooking cassava at noon, Yi Kaiping cooked more than 20 kilograms of cassava, and the remaining 7 or 8 kilograms were saved for lunch tomorrow. I'll go heat it up. Wei's face was full of smiles. I'll go too. I'll go too. Du and Old Lady Yi said at the same time, and the 3 women rushed into the kitchen impatiently. A quarter of an hour later, under the expectation of everyone in the Yi family, a large bowl of cassava was finally served on the table. Old Man Yi picked up a piece, took a bite without caring about the burn, and then his eyes lit up. It was soft and sticky, and the fragrance was refreshing. It was so delicious. Yi Daquan's brothers and Du and others were so busy eating that they didn't even want to say a word. Old man, I didn't expect this poison root to be so delicious. Old Lady Ye's eyes were red. It's better than brown rice porridge, and it doesn't make your throat sore at all. Mom, this is not a poison root. Its real name is cassava. Yi Kaiping corrected and took a light bite. Old Mrs. Yi smiled so hard that her eyes almost narrowed. Yes, yes, cassava. It's not a poisonous root. With this mountain of cassava, we can survive the winter. Yipeng finished eating a piece and took a gulp of water. It was delicious, but it was a bit choking. At this moment, he freed his mouth. It's all thanks to my sister-in-law. Otherwise, we would all be hungry. Old Man Yi and his wife were very relieved. Mrs. Du and her 3 children were concentrating on eating cassava. It was okay, my sister-in-law finally did something human. After everyone finishes eating, go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, we will go up the mountain to dig cassava. Old Man Yi announced with a smile. In the end, everyone had a full stomach. Everyone in the Yi family looked satisfied. It has been a long time since they ate so much. It feels so good to be full. The next day, the whole family of the Yi family got up in high spirits. Last night, they were still worried that the poison would attack them in the middle of the night. Now they got up safely, surprised and happy. Thinking about the cassava all over the mountains, he couldn't help but feel anxious and hot. After washing up in a hurry, except for Wei and Yi Inhua who stayed at home to cook, everyone put on their backpacks and picked up large baskets and went out in a hurry. Along the way, they met many villagers. Seeing such a big scene of the old Yi family, he was a little surprised. Daquan, where are you going? Carrying so many things. Is your wheat ripe early? Ha ha ha.
Villagerye iniu. Karina, voket.
Only when it's harvest time will there be such a big scene. Yi Daquan kept walking. Let's go to the mountain and look for something to eat. Yi Xinyo laughed. The edible grass on the mountain has almost been pulled out. There are so many baskets, but only the poisonous roots on the mountain are enough for you to put in. Haha, yes, it's for the poisonous roots. Yi Daquan agreed and walked away quickly with his family. Yi Xinyo was confused and wanted to continue talking, but people had already walked far away and just thought Yi Daquan was joking. Along the way, there were many villagers like Yi Xinyo. Old Man Yi and others just said a few perfunctory words. Soon, the family came to the cassava forest breathlessly. Everyone in the Yi family had shining eyes. This was all food. Yi Kaiping said, "Be careful when digging. The whole unprocessed cassava plant is poisonous. Don't touch it with your mouth. After cutting it down, don't peel it. Let's take it home first." He, don't worry. Yi Daquan put down the shoulder pole in his hand and picked up the. With a whoosh, he started digging. Old Man Yi and Yi Erquin were not far behind and began to swing their hoes. Under the instruction of Old Man Yi, the 3 brothers Yi Yong dragged and pulled, and soon, a complete cassava was pulled out. Looking at the large cassavas with abundant fruits, one weighing at least 20 to 30 kilograms, everyone in the Yi family couldn't help but stop what they were doing, their faces full of joy. Keep going, Old Man Yi said excitedly. Yi Daquan saw that Yi Kaiping had sweat on her forehead, and he felt distressed. Are you tired, little sister? Why don't you sit over here and have a rest? Yi Kaiping was speechless. I'm not made of paper. How can I be so weak? Yi Daquan stopped when he saw that she was very energetic. The men of the Yi family were responsible for digging and pulling, while the women chopped the cassava and put them into backpacks and baskets. They were busy and sweating profusely, as if they had endless energy. Time flies when you concentrate on your work. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Wei and Yi Inhua went up the mountain with food boxes and saw Yi Kaiping and others chopping cassava and putting it in baskets. When they saw the full baskets of cassava, their eyes lit up. We dug so much in one morning. Wei said, it must be 600 or 700 kilograms. Du threw a fat cassava into the basket and wiped her sweat. Yes, I'm exhausted. But there was no complaint in her tone, full of happiness. Grandpa and Dad, it's time to eat. Yi Inhua made a trumpet shape with her small hands and shouted towards the cassava forest. Old Man Yi and the others put down their hoes reluctantly. Yi Daquan walked over while wiping his sweat with a cloth towel around his neck. Everyone went to the mountain stream to wash their hands, then sat down on the ground, picked up the coarse porcelain bowls, and started eating. Today's lunch was very filling. It was actually a bowl of dry rice, not porridge. Brown rice was mixed with a little radish and topped with sliced cassava. There were also small pickles and cabbage. This was cooked by Old Lady Yi. With so much cassava, there would be no need to worry about being hungry, so she asked Wei to cook a dry meal to reward the family. Although there was no meat, the family hadn't eaten such a solid meal for a long time, so they ate with relish. I haven't eaten dry rice for a long time. Yi Erquin licked his lips reluctantly. Yi Kaiping said, "Let's not dig new ones in the afternoon. There are still many broken ones underground. Let's dig out these broken ones." Everyone agreed, put down their bowls, and continued to work. Wei and Yi Inhua did not go back, but helped. An hour later, the cassava that was broken in the ground was also dug out. Everyone packed up the cassava. Some put it in baskets, some put it in backpacks, a total of more than 800 kilograms. Yi Dequan and Yi Erquin let out a chuckle, each carrying 2 large baskets. Both of them were strong laborers and each carried a full 200 kilograms. Yi Kaiping said, "Brother, don't carry so much. Give some to us." Yi Dequan smiled. "This is nothing, just 200 kilograms. We can carry more than 300 kilograms at a time when we go outside to carry big bags." Old Man Yi was very pleased to see that Yi Kaiping knew that he felt sorry for them. They are used to it. The remaining 400 kilograms were packed into backpacks by everyone, and each person carried about 30 kilograms, which was a very easy thing for farmers. When they got down to the foot of the mountain, the old Yi family sat down to rest.
Hey.
Brother Yi Dequan put several hundred kilograms of cassava on the ground. Mrs. Du and others remained calm. Even Yi Jiner and Huaner looked relaxed. Only Yi Kaiping was panting. What a broken body! Yi Kaiping cursed in her heart. The original owner had been pampered since childhood and never did heavy work. After getting married, she only did housework. When the 2 daughters grew up, the housework almost all fell on the 2 daughters. That's why her body is weak. Mom, put some here. Yi Jiner knew that Yi Kaiping could not do heavy work, so she stepped forward and put 2 cassavas in her basket to herself. Yi Kaiping blushed. "No, I can carry it." Yi Peng stepped forward. "The little ant's injury has just healed. Let us do it." With that, he quickly scooped half of Yi Kaiping's cassava into his own backpack. Yi Dequan laughed and scooped the rest into Yi Yong's backpack. Yi Kaiping was a little speechless. "Forget it, this broken body is indeed a little weak, and it needs to be exercised well." Mrs. Du and Yi Jinhua have long been accustomed to it, rolled their eyes, and pretended not to see it. After a short rest, they continued on their way. Old Man Yi and Yi Yong took the shoulder poles of Yi Dequan and his brothers and picked up the 4 baskets of cassava. Yi Dequan and his brothers immediately took over their backpacks. There were enough people in the family, so there was no need to use 1 or 2 people, and they all took turns to carry the load. A family of 14 people, carrying full baskets of cassava, walking on the village road. It was so spectacular. The villagers on the road turned their heads frequently. "Hey, what is this?" Several women held a basin of clothes and stared at the Yi family members passing by in amazement.
This
looks like a poisonous root. Oh my God! They are carrying poisonous roots. Uncle Yutian, why did you dig up so many poisonous roots? But Old Man Yi and the others had already left in a hurry, so they had no time to answer them. This made people want to get to the bottom of the matter. The Yi family carried hundreds of kilograms of poisonous roots home, and they could not hide it at all. Soon the news spread throughout the village. Why did the old Yi family dig up so many poisonous roots? Are they so hungry that they want to eat poisonous roots? Why are they so depressed? When they got home and put down the cassava, they didn't have time to sit down before they saw many villagers gathered outside the yard. Yi Lijing and Uncle Yi walked into the door in shock. Looking at the cassava all over the ground, their jaws almost dropped. Uncle Yi looked at Old Man Yi with horror. "This is actually a poisonous root. Brother, why did you dig up so many poisonous roots?" Old Man Yi wiped his sweat and smiled. "Of course, to eat." He didn't let his family tell anyone that the poisonous roots can be eaten before because even he himself was not sure whether it can really remove toxins. Now it is confirmed that it can be eaten. Oh my God, he is crazy. A cry of surprise came from outside the fence. At some point, a circle of villagers gathered outside, and after hearing this, everyone looked at them as if they were crazy. Uncle Yi didn't know what to say for a moment. Are you feeding it to the mice? Preparing medicine for the mice? Old Man Yi wiped his face with a cloth towel on his neck and scolded with a smile. You are the one who is going to poison the mice. Kaiping has discovered a way to remove the toxins from the poisonous roots. As long as the poison is cleaned up, it can be used as food, he said with pride. The onlookers were in an uproar and whispered to each other. This poisonous root can remove toxins and be used as food?
Impossible.
A dark and thin woman in her 50s stepped forward. It was the black dog's mother. My black dog ate this thing a few days ago and was poisoned.
Ugh. Ugh.
Lu Haigu beside her became stressed when he saw the cassava. Thinking of the feeling of having a mouthful of shoot, he rushed out of the crowd while retching. Haigu, Haigu. Haigu's mother chased out. The villagers looked at this scene and all laughed. After laughing, they talked about the cassava in Old Man Ye's house. Yi Lijing's eyes flashed. Brother, is what you just said true? Kaiping can remove the toxicity of the poisonous root? As he said, he looked at Old Lady Yi Kaiping and others, and saw that they all looked serious and did not seem to be joking. Brother is not a person who likes to make trouble. Even if he wants to make trouble, the old sister-in-law and others will not follow him to make a fool of himself and make such a big scene. That can only mean that they really have a way to remove the toxicity of the poisonous root. Old Man Yi nodded. It's true. We ate it yesterday. They actually ate it? The villagers exclaimed. Looking at Old Man Yi, there were surprises, doubts, and disbelief. This situation was different from when Yi Kaiping started to tell her family. Now that the old Yi family has made such a big scene, it is very credible, so the villagers soon believed it. Second Uncle Ye's eyes lit up. How did you remove the toxicity from the poisonous roots? Yi Lijing also looked excited. Brother, tell me more about it. The villagers also became interested. This year, every family is tightening their belts to make ends meet. Uncle Tian, you can teach us so that we can have more to eat. Yes, teach us too. My family only eats 1 meal a day, and all the children are crying with hunger. Old Man Yi glanced at Yi Kaiping, and after Yi Kaiping nodded, he said, we can tell everyone how to deal with it. But everyone also knows that the whole plant of the poisonous root is poisonous. If it is not handled properly, it can kill people. We can teach you the method, but if you don't handle it well and get poisoned, you can't blame us. As soon as these words came out, the buzzing sound around stopped, and everyone looked at Old Man Yi with different expressions.
This.
Didn't they say there was a way to deal with it? How could someone still die from eating it? A woman came forward with a pout. She was Mrs. Zhao, the wife of Zhao Fatsai next door. Zhao Fatsai glared at her. Okay, didn't you hear that they said it can't be handled well? Fish still has bones. If you don't eat it properly, it can kill people. Yi Lijing stepped forward and said, Brother, let us go into the house and talk. Then he turned around and said to the villagers, Go back. Don't gather here. I will tell everyone when I find out clearly. The villagers were eager to try, and they were very dissatisfied when they heard this. Li Zheng, don't be like this. People said they would teach us. Why don't you let us listen? It's not that I don't want you to listen. I'm just afraid that you won't understand and eat to death. Go back. Go back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Lijing's old face was stern, and the villagers shut up unwillingly. Mrs. Zhao said anxiously, When will we ask for clarification? We have to give it some time. We will hold a meeting at the old banyan tree tomorrow morning. Also, don't touch the poisonous roots on the mountain, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you get poisoned. After saying that, Yi Lijing went into the house with Yi Kaiping and others. Uncle Yi and 2 older men followed behind. Some villagers who couldn't wait wanted to follow them into the house, but Yi Dequan and his brothers and Yi Yong and others quickly pushed them out of the yard and slammed the door shut. The villagers left reluctantly while talking. Some were reluctant to leave, stretching their necks to look inside, but unfortunately the bamboo fence of the Yi family was as high as a person, and they had to tiptoe to see the door. Mrs. Zhao was over 50 years old, but she actually climbed up the big tree by the wall. Before she could see anything, she slipped and almost fell down. Zhao Fatsai yelled at her, and the little old lady slid down the tree with a whoosh, twisted her body, and ran home. The main hall of the Yi family was now full of people. All the people in the Yi family were present, in addition to Yi Lijing, second Uncle Yi, Zhao Futu, and Lu Laozhan. Zhao Futu and Lu Laozhan were the patriarchs of the Zhao and Lu families respectively. The surnames in Qinghe village were quite diverse, with the Yi family having the largest number of people, followed by the Zhao and Lu families. There were other surnames besides these, but the number of people was smaller. Yi Kaiping sat aside and drank a sip of tea. She had expected this situation a long time ago. There were so many cassavas on the mountain that their family could not eat them all. Even if they were more careful, they would still be discovered. This year was not a good year, and if people knew that they could remove the toxicity of cassava but did not share the method, they would be ostracized by the village. If the villagers could not eat, they would overturn their rice bowls. At dinner yesterday, Yi Kaiping told Old Man Yi and the others about the situation, so the cassava digging was carried out in a big way today, and as many as possible were dug back. Can you really remove the toxicity of the poisonous roots? Yi Lijing asked uncertainly. Old Man Yi said, "We've all eaten it." Old Lady Yi also brought a bowl of cassava from the kitchen. "Look, village chief, this is what's left over from lunch. This is what the poisonous root looks like after it's cooked." Yi village chief and Zhao Futa rushed to grab the bowl. The cassava in the bowl was cut into slices, and it looked sticky. The faint fragrance wafted into the nose, causing Yi village chief and the other three to swallow their saliva. Yi village chief wanted to eat it, but he didn't dare to. "Brother, how did you deal with it?" said second Uncle Yi. Old Man Yi said, "This method was taught to us by Kaiping. Let Kaiping tell us." Yi village chief and the other three looked at Yi Kaiping eagerly. Yi Kaiping then explained the method carefully and then said, "As long as you strictly follow this method, you can remove the toxins." Yi Lijing and the other four people's eyes lit up. Yi Lijing said, "So many steps are needed, no wonder it can remove the toxins." Yi Kaiping, "But there will always be carelessness or laziness. If it is not handled properly, it will still be poisoned." Yi Lijing looked excited. "As long as it can be used as food, I believe everyone will be careful. If any lazy person skips any step and gets poisoned, it is his own fault." Zhao Futu and Lu Laozhan nodded quickly. Yi Kaiping said, "In fact, I have another method, which is to dry it in the sun. This method is safer than eating it fresh, but it takes longer." Yi Lijing became even more excited. Then, Yi Kaiping explained the details step by step. She also put forward suggestions on how to dig and distribute it tomorrow. The people in the room nodded while listening and discussed for another hour before it ended. Before leaving, Yi Lijing took the bowl of cassava and ate 3 slices. When he was about to eat more, Zhao Futu and Lu Laozhan rushed to grab it, and each took 2 slices. The faces of the few people were brightened as they ate. This poisonous root was so delicious. The news that Old Man Ye's family could handle the poisonous root had spread throughout the village. The next morning, the old banyan tree was already full of villagers. Even the elderly and children came, and the discussions were mixed with the sounds of children chasing and playing. "Why hasn't the head of the village come yet? Uncle Yu Tian, and the others are here too. Hey, they're coming." The crowd looked around excitedly, and from a distance, they saw Yi Lijing and Yi Caiping's family coming over. Yi Lijing walked to the big rock under the tree. Before he could say anything, Mrs. Zhao asked anxiously, "Lijing, is that poisonous root really edible? Have you tried the poison?" Yi Lijing choked and stared at her coldly. "I tried it, but I didn't die." The villagers laughed.
Mrs. Zhao really dared to say that.
Did she think that Li Zheng was a rat testing poison? "If you can't speak, shut up." Zhao Fatsai stared at Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao shrank her head and dared not say a word. Yi Lijing coughed dryly. "There is no need to explain why we are gathered here today. This poisonous root is really edible. The poisonous root is actually called cassava, and it can be used as food as long as it is handled properly." The villagers got a positive answer, and they were so excited that they buzzed and started talking. "It's all over the mountains. We won't go hungry this winter. Let's go and dig. Many villagers were so excited that they turned around and were about to run. Yi Lijing said angrily, "Wait, can you deal with it after you dig it up?" The villagers finally reacted and looked at Yi Lijing embarrassedly. "They are telling us how to remove the toxins." Some of them looked at Old Man Yi. "Uncle Yutian, how do you deal with it?" "Quiet down and listen to me," Yi Lijing said loudly, and the crowd immediately looked at him. Yi Lijing said, "It takes multiple steps to process cassava. For safety reasons, let's dig and process it together this time. Then we will distribute it according to the number of people, and the number of children under 12 years old will be halved. Each family will provide 2 laborers, 1 boy and 1 girl." The villagers were unsure, and they were very happy to hear this proposal. "The men will go up the mountain with us to dig cassava. The women will stay here and start processing the cassava after it is transported down. Also, Brother Tian and Daquan are the most experienced in digging cassava. Once we get up the mountain, everyone will listen to them. As for how to process cassava, Kaiping knows best. Everyone will listen to her then." Then, Yi Lijing asked the laborers to stand up and divide them into 2 groups of men and women. The men took hoes, sickles and baskets to the mountain, and the women stayed in the village to wait for the cassava to be transported down from the mountain. After the distribution, a group of people went up the mountain in a mighty manner. Because they had to instruct everyone on how to dig cassava and were afraid of a shortage of manpower, all the men in Old Man Ye's family went together. On the way, many people asked Old Man Yi and Yi Daquan how to process cassava. Old Man Yi just smiled and said that they would know later. "I'm not telling you now because I'm afraid that people might try it easily behind your back." Soon, they arrived at the cassava forest on the mountain. The villagers were excited when they saw the lush green area. Yi Peng was sharp-eyed and pulled Old Man Yi and whispered, "Grandpa, look." Old Man Yi followed the direction he pointed and saw a few chopped-down cassava branches not far away. They were not left when they dug cassava yesterday. After they finished digging yesterday, they piled the branches aside. Old Man Yi and Yi Daquan knew it as soon as they thought about it. The cassava that exploded yesterday was edible. Although the villagers didn't know how to deal with it, some smart people had already gone up the mountain to dig it. If it wasn't already afternoon when it exploded, more than these few trees would have been dug. "Okay, we can dig, and others can dig too. Don't say too much," Old Man Yi whispered. Yi Peng nodded and said nothing more. Yi Lijing came over. "Brother, shall we start digging?" "Okay, let's start digging." Old Man Yi and the others led the villagers into the cassava forest, told them the precautions that Yi Kaiping had told them, and started working. As soon as a cassava was dug out, someone immediately cut off the root with a sickle and put it in a basket. Some people also went to dig out the broken ones in the mud. There are 113 households in Qinghe village and 113 people went up the mountain. In addition, some eager villagers took the initiative to join in the work. In less than an hour, more than 20 baskets were dug. Immediately, some villagers carried them down the mountain. The whole cassava forest was bustling, and everyone was busy. Under the old banyan tree, a group of ants and girls were sitting on the ground, chattering. "Hey, they're coming! They're coming!" An ant suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw a dozen men carrying full baskets of cassava coming over. As soon as the basket landed on the ground, the ants came up to grab it. The strong laborer who was carrying cassava was squeezed and staggered, and almost fell down. "This is mine." "Mean. Yi Caiping's mouth twitched slightly when she saw it from the side. The wife of the head of the village said with a stern face, "What are you grabbing? Can you eat it?" "Mrs. Zhao, why do you take 3 by yourself? Can you take it home if you take it? Put it down. Put it down, otherwise your family will not get a single pound." Mrs. Zhao was so scared that she dropped the cassava in her hand to the ground with a thud. The village women put down the cassava in their hands embarrassedly. "We don't need it." Okay, you will have it later." The wife of the head of the village said unhappily, "Send lunch to the men first." The village women brought the food early and piled it all aside. Most of them used a coarse porcelain bowl filled with radish rice and pickles, and then put another bowl on top, tied it with a cloth towel, and put it in a clean backpack. The men who came down with cassava carried the food and left with empty baskets. Next, Yi Kaiping began to teach them how to process cassava. Old Mrs. Yi, Wei, and others sat on the side and watched, without a chance to practice. After all, there were only so many knives in the family. The women sat on the ground, each with a tree stump for chopping firewood in front of them, as well as a sickle or a hatchet. The reason why they didn't use kitchen knives was that ironware was precious in this era, and each family had only one kitchen knife, for fear of not washing it clean after cutting cassava and getting poisoned. Yi Kaiping picked up a cassava. Everyone cut it diagonally, so that the cassava skin can be easily peeled off. Next, let's cut the cassava into thick slices. Well, it's this thick. Yi Kaiping cut a few slices of cassava and showed them to everyone. All the aunts and girls knew how to do it at a glance. This is very simple, isn't it, just cutting vegetables? Yi Kaiping said, yes, it's just ordinary slicing. Let's cut the cassava and put it in the bamboo basket. We use a grate to separate each 5-inch layer and then spread another layer until it is full. Because the amount of cassava is too large, Yi Kaiping was afraid that the cassava in the middle would not be washed by the water flow, so she thought of using a grate to separate it. The head of the village had arranged a few skillful women to weave reed grates suitable for bamboo baskets. The grate was specially made 1 inch thick and woven a little sparsely to facilitate water. Yi Kaiping cut cassava with everyone else, and her hands and feet were nimble. The ants in the village watched her movements and couldn't help but marvel. Everyone in the village knew that Yi Kaiping was very delicate, never touched water, and loved to make trouble. Unexpectedly, she was so neat at work. Oh, I didn't expect Kaiping to work. Aren't you greedy and lazy? Mrs. Zhao said while cutting cassava. Mrs. Ye's face turned black. Just as she was about to retort, Yi Kaiping had already said slowly, yes, I am greedy and lazy. But what does it have to do with you? Did I eat your rice? This remark made Mrs. Zhao choke. Before she could retort, a fierce woman laughed and said, Aunt Fatsai, when did your family move to the seaside? Why are you so nosy? Of course. You can tell that Miss Kaiping has worked hard by looking at her efficiency. Another slightly fat woman agreed. Yi Kaiping recognized that these two people were the Teeny wife and Juzi wife who went to Lijia village with her to ask for justice last time. Although the villagers had a bad impression of Yi Kaiping. But as Yi Kaiping said, she didn't eat their rice, and it was none of their business whether she was lazy or greedy. Moreover, Yi Kaiping not only did not eat their rice, but also shared the method of removing the toxins from cassava so that they had more food for the winter. As the saying goes, you should be grateful to others for eating your food, so many villagers began to defend Yi Kaiping. Seeing so many people confronting her, Mrs. Zhao was timid for a moment. The wife of the head of the village said with a stern face, Rich man, do you still want this cassava? If you don't want it, go home. Who said, I don't want it. Mrs. Zhao was frightened and hurriedly held the half-cut cassava in her hand. Mrs. Zhao's daughter-in-law hurried over and said anxiously, Annie, head of the village, my mother is talking nonsense because she is too tired. I will take her back now. She smiled at Yi Kaiping and said, I'm sorry, Sister Kaiping. While apologizing, she cursed in her heart, this dead old woman's witch can't be quiet. She is hated every day. After that, she took Mrs. Zhao away. Yi Kaiping ignored them and lowered her head to continue cutting cassava. Old Mrs. Yi snorted and immediately started talking to the wife of the head of the village and the women around her. She said that her daughter Kaiping was not lazy or greedy, but very hardworking. She also took turns cooking with her two sisters-in-law. Among the busy people, a woman in her early 30s curled her lips and whispered to Mrs. Du beside her. Others laugh at her for being lazy and greedy, but your sister-in-law is not ashamed, but proud and complacent. Mrs. Du choked the wooden stake with a hatchet in her hand and glanced at her. It's none of your business. Did I eat your rice? The woman Lu Chunfong choked. She knew that Mrs. Du and Yi Kaiping didn't get along, so she used words to stab Mrs. Du so that she could share the same hatred and disparage Yi Kaiping together and find a sense of identity. Who would have thought that she would be embarrassed? Mrs. Du couldn't stand Yi Saiping's arrogance, but she couldn't stand Lu Chuanfang's disparagement of the other party. She was torn between extremes with mixed feelings and got angry. Mrs. Du held her breath, feeling very bored, so she picked up the hatchet and left. Anyway, one person from each family was enough, so it didn't matter if she left. Because there were so many people, more than a dozen baskets of cassava were cut quickly. Yi Kaiying asked everyone to bring bamboo sieves, buckle them on the mouth of the baskets, and tie them with cloth strips. Then they carried them to the river and soaked the cassava and the bamboo baskets in the water. For fear that the whole basket of cassava would be washed away, they tied it with a rope and tied it to the tree by the river. "Kaiping, how long do we need to soak this cassava?" said the wife of the head of the village. 7 days. "Look, the men are carrying cassava down again. Let's go to work." On the mountain, lunch finally arrived. The man in the cassava forest threw away the in his hand and hurriedly walked towards the backpack. "Wash your hands and face." Yi Dequan shouted, "If you eat raw cassava, it will be poisonous." The men rushed to the mountain stream to wash their hands and faces. After cleaning, they took their own bowls and chopsticks and sat on the floor. When Yi Dequan and others opened their bowls, they smelled the fragrance of cassava and their mouths watered. The bottom of the bowl was a layer of brown rice, and then a thick layer of cassava slices and some pickled vegetables. "Is this cassava?" "Dequan, give me a slice." A man was sharp-eyed and stretched out his chopsticks to pick it up. Yi Dequan quickly covered his mouth. "No." Yi Erquin and Yi Yong also quickly covered their bowls. The men were anxious. They had always said that the poisonous root was edible, and they had dug it for a long time, but they didn't even taste the saltiness. They had been itching to eat it. "I'll give you 2 mouthfuls of brown rice, and you give me a piece of cassava." Yi Dequan's eyes lit up. 2 mouthfuls of brown rice were much larger than a piece of cassava. Although he still wanted to eat cassava, he had eaten enough in the past 2 days. So, Yi Dequan exchanged a piece of cassava for 2 mouthfuls of rice. "I'll exchange it too. I'll exchange it too. I'll exchange half an egg for 3 pieces." After Yi Dequan's was snatched away, the cassava of Yi Erquin, Yi Laotu, Yi Yong, and other brothers was also exchanged by the anxious men. The men finally tasted the cassava they had been thinking about, and Yi Dequan's family ate rice and even eggs. Everyone was satisfied. After a whole day of hard work, half of the cassava on the mountain had been dug. Yi Laotu and others carried hoes and baskets to go home. When they entered the door, they saw Yi Kaiping cooking in the kitchen and Yi Jiner making a fire. "Oh, why did Kaiping come into the kitchen?" Yi Dequan was so surprised that the basket in his hand fell to the ground. Yi Kaiping said, "It's my turn to cook today." "How can you cook?" Yi Dequan was anxious. Yi Kaiping glared at him. "Didn't I tell you last time not to treat me differently? If you keep talking like this, I will move out."
No, no, no.
Yi Kaiping continued, "It's not much work, just cook porridge and cassava and stir-fry cabbage." Because the family was poor and the food was monotonous, even if it was a meal for 14 people, it would only take a little more effort. "Then I'll fetch you some water." Yi Dequan didn't feel tired, turned around and picked up the bucket to fetch water. Seeing this, Yi Erquin hurriedly followed. Yi Kaiping didn't refuse. Among the housework, in addition to cooking, there are cleaning, washing clothes, fetching water, cleaning the chicken coop and pig pen, chopping grass for pigs, cooking pig rice, mixing chicken feed, and feeding livestock. But each room had to do the laundry, and fetching water was the men's job. When it was the room's turn to do the housework, the men from that room would fetch the water. Yi Kaiping had no man, so Yi Dequan and his brother had to fetch the water. Now that the chickens and pigs in the family had all been sold, there was no need to clean up, let alone make pig food and chicken rice, so the housework was quite light. Soon, the meal was served. Yi Dequan looked at the meal on the table with a look of regret. "If I had known that my younger sister was cooking today, I would not have replaced the cassava at noon. That was my younger sister's meal. I have never eaten it. I actually replaced it at noon." Old Man Yi and others. Yi Saiping's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Yi Dequan's shameless licking, Mrs. Du choked. If Yi Kaiping was not Yi Dequan's biological sister, she would have had a fight with him. After 3 days of hard work, the cassava on the mountain was finally dug up and processed, and all soaked in the river. After 7 days, it can be fished out. Finally free, Yi Kaiping sat at the bronze mirror and took off the cloth on her forehead. The wound on her forehead had healed, leaving only a light red mark, which she believed would fade away completely soon. Now it was covered by the strands of hair, so it could not be seen unless one stared at it. At this time, Yi Lijing came over and said, "Kaiping, should we save some of this cassava for seeds?" Yi Kaiping said, "There is no need to save seeds for cassava. Cut their branches into pieces of about 6 inches, dig a hole, and stick the branches into the soil, and they will grow. Moreover, this thing is easy to keep. It is drought-resistant, barren-resistant, has few diseases and insects, is not picky about the soil, and can be planted in thin fields." So convenient? Yi Lijing's eyes lit up. Yes. The climate here is warm, so we can plant it now. When planting, plant each tree about 1.5 feet apart, and you can harvest it in 10 months. Yi Lijing nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll tell everyone now. Looking back, Yi Lijing organized a village meeting again. The villagers were surprised to learn that cassava can grow only with branches. Seeing that there was a large amount of cassava, many villagers wanted to plant some for themselves, so they pulled a lot of branches back home. Yi Lijing also suggested that everyone work together to plant cassava branches in the original place on the mountain and harvest together next year. Old Man Yi and the men in his family were either busy working on the mountain with the villagers or planting cassava in the fields, in full swing. The food crisis at home was finally resolved. Yi Kaiping stretched and could finally do her own thing. The next step was to make money. She put on her backpack and was about to go up the mountain. Unexpectedly, when she went out, she saw an old woman in her 50s with a red flower on her head. "Is this Yi Yotian's home?" the old woman said. "Yes." "Then you." The old woman looked at Yi Kaiping from head to toe, and then from toe to head. She smiled and said, "You must be Yi Yotian's youngest daughter. Are your mother and sister-in-law at home? They are sewing shoe soles in the house." "Okay, thank you." The old woman entered the courtyard. Yi Kaiping was stunned. "Look at the dress. Is this old woman a matchmaker?" Yi Kaiping did not go up the mountain, and hurriedly followed her in. Matchmaker Huang had been invited into the main hall by old lady Yi. She took the tea from Mrs. Du and said, "I just went to Wangjia village in front to arrange a marriage for someone. I thought you were nearby, so I came in to sit down." "Is the young lady who just went out your youngest daughter?" Old lady Yi said anxiously. "Yes, she is very pretty." "Is the marriage in sight?" Matchmaker Huang frowned and said, "She is pretty, but your daughter is famous. Everyone in Dashu town knows that she was divorced by Mr. Li. They say she is greedy and lazy, loves to squander money, and beats her mother-in-law. No matter how beautiful she is, it won't work. Only those fierce men dare to want her. By the way, Zhang the butcher from West Street came to me yesterday and wanted to marry a second wife. He said that she only needs to be pretty and has good character, and he will give me 10 taels as a gift." When old lady Yi heard this, she stood up angrily. "Matchmaker Huang, I came to you because I heard that you have a good reputation and never match people up with random people. I never thought that you would push my daughter into the fire pit. Zhang the butcher is notorious, but he beat 2 daughters-in-law to death." Matchmaker Huang rolled her eyes. "If he is not fierce enough, how can he calm your daughter? It is not certain who is the fire pit. This means that compared with Zhang the butcher, her daughter is more of a fire pit." Old Mrs. Yi was almost angry to death. Matchmaker Huang continued, "The reason why I have a good reputation is that I never hide anything. You say that Zhang the butcher is notorious, but your daughter is no less. You are not laughing at others when you are 50 steps away. As the saying goes, a pot fits a lid. Maybe when 2 fire pits touch each other, they will burn more and more vigorously, and the more they are, the better it will be." After saying that, Matchmaker Huang laughed first. Old Mrs. Yi was so choked that she couldn't speak. Mrs. Du held back her laughter. What nonsense was this matchmaker Huang talking about? The wall of the farmyard was not soundproof, and Yi Kaiping heard it clearly outside the door. She was a little confused. It turned out that she was a big fire pit. But why, she was actually a little happy. At least it would be difficult for her parents to find a husband for her. It saved a lot of trouble. Mrs. Du said, "Well, let's not talk about my sister-in-law first. You might as well see if there are any suitable girls. My eldest son is already 19. Matchmaker Huang raised her eyebrows high. "Oh, with such a sister-in-law, your eldest son still wants to marry a wife?"
Ye Kaipin.
Old Mrs. Yi and Mrs. Du. Everyone knows how your sister-in-law was divorced. She made her husband's family poor and emptied her family. Your family actually still indulges her. After saying that, Matchmaker Huang shook her head. It's okay that the family is poor, and it's okay that they live in a thatched hut. I'm afraid that after your sister-in-law gets married again in the future, your family will continue to be emptied by her as before. Who wants to live with such a hopeless life? Which girl dares to jump into such a fire pit? Forget it. Both of them are fire pits. Mrs. Du jumped up in anger. You, but she couldn't refute it. Matchmaker Huang stood up. I came here today to tell you about that butcher Zhang. Think about it for a few days. If you are willing, come to the town to find me. Old Mrs. Yi smiled. Don't think about it. This family. We are not destined to be together. Okay. If there is a suitable family, I will come again. After that, Matchmaker Huang left. Mrs. Du took a sip of tea in frustration. Yonger is 19. I don't know what will happen if it is delayed any longer. If it weren't for Humph. She blamed Yi Kaiping in her words. Old Mrs. Yi frowned. She knew that Yi Yong was implicated by Kaiping, and she couldn't get angry. Okay, let's let other matchmakers look for it. Sister-in-law, Yonger is so old. Why don't you ask his opinion? Maybe he has his own ideas.
Ye Kaipin Balketin.
Old Mrs. Yi and Mrs. Du were shocked. Old Lady Yi asked, Kaiping, how long have you been standing outside? Well, from the time the matchmaker came in until now. Yi Kaiping sat down next to Old Lady Yi. My son, don't take the matchmaker's words to heart. She just has bad intentions. Old Lady Yi was afraid that Huang the matchmaker would hurt Yi Kaiping, and she comforted her repeatedly. It's okay. Waving her hand, Yi Kaiping looked at Mrs. Du. Sister-in-law, why don't you ask Yonger if he has any ideas? Yi Kaiping remembered what she saw on the mountain last time. Yi Yong was with a girl, and it seemed that they had a special relationship. Mrs. Du was annoyed that Yi Kaiping had dragged Yi Yong down, and she glanced at her. Ask him? Oh, you're not talking about Hu Xiuxiu, are you? Yi Kaiping was stunned. That girl was called Hu Xiuxiu? Her family actually knew about it? Old Lady Yi said, Kaiping, have you seen them together? Doesn't that girl have big eyes? Not very white, but beautiful eyebrows and eyes? Yeah, that's her. Mrs. Du curled her lips. People say that the bride price is 20 taels. We can't afford to marry her. Old Mrs. Yi whispered, we all know that Yonga loves Hu Xiuxiu. We went to the Hu family to test it out last year. When Xiuxiu's mother heard the signs, she said openly that her daughter is the best and she wants 20 taels. Otherwise, she won't marry her off. Yi Kaiping was a little surprised. She already had a certain understanding of the prices here. At least in their area, the betrothal gifts for ordinary farm girls are generally around 5 or 6 taels, and 8 taels is already considered high. Those who go up to 10 taels are all in special circumstances, such as Zhang the butcher. But this Hu Xiuxiu actually wants 20 taels. It's simply a sky-high betrothal gift. Yi Kaiping said, although she is quite pretty, she is not to the point of being loved at first sight. Why does she want 20 taels? Mrs. Du said, you don't understand this. She has 7 younger brothers. Her mother gave birth to 7 sons in one breath. Do you understand? Yi Kaiping almost spit out her tea. 7? She gave birth to a bunch of gourd dolls. Old Lady Yi whispered, Xiuxiu's mother thinks she is very good at giving birth to sons, and her daughters will follow her. She also said that Xiuxiu was born with a son, and the 7 brothers were brought up by her. She is guaranteed to give birth to sons. That's why she asks such a high price. Yi Kaiping was stunned. guaranteed to give birth to a son? However, in this closed and backward era, guaranteeing to give birth to a son is indeed very attractive and a big selling point. Old Lady Yi sighed lightly. Although,
But
these 20 taels are too much, so that Xiao didn't find a husband until she was 17 years old. As she said that, Old Lady Yi suddenly seemed to grasp the point. Her eyes lit up. Why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe the price will drop in another year or two. Yi Kaiping laughed. Is it to wait for the big sale after the season? Mrs. Du said angrily. How much can it drop? Even at half price, it's still 10 taels. We still can't afford it. And if it really goes to this price before we can save up enough money, she will have been married off. Let's think about other girls. As she said that, Mrs.
Du glänst at Yi Kaiping.
Fortunately, she was smart at that time and made an appointment with Yi Kaiping for 3 months. After 3 months, if Yi Kaiping still couldn't find a husband, she could decide the marriage. As long as Yi Kaiping was married far away and her parents couldn't even reach her, she wouldn't be a burden for Yonger to get married. While the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were discussing, Yi Kaiping had already gone out silently. The Yi family was penniless because of the original owner's conspiracy, and it also delayed Yi Yong from getting married. She had to make money quickly and let Yi Yong get married first. After leaving Yi Caiping's house, matchmaker Huang came to the Hu family. When Xiao's mother saw matchmaker Huang, she exclaimed, welcomed her into the house, and said while serving tea, "But is there good news? How about the guy from Heian village we talked about last time?" Matchmaker Huang was a little helpless. The guy was quite satisfied at first, but when he heard that it would cost 20 taels, he refused. They say that with this price, he can marry 3 wives.
If you ask me,
Your Xiao is good, but isn't the price too high? The girl in Wangjia village ahead can do embroidery, is good at cooking and housework, and is also good looking, but she only asked for 8 taels. Your Xiao. No, she won't go out without a son. Xiao's mother refused without a second thought. My 7 sons were all brought up by Xiao. My Xiao was born with a son, guaranteed to give birth to a son. Matchmaker Huang was speechless. Why did she meet so many weirdos recently? Matchmaker Huang stood up. Okay, then I'll look around and come back when I meet the right one. After that, matchmaker Huang left. Hu Xiao carried a bunch of pig grass on her back and didn't enter the door until matchmaker Huang disappeared. She was full of shame and indignation. Mom, don't keep saying you can guarantee a son. Do I have any shame? Xiao's mother disagreed. This is the fact. I can give birth to 7 sons, and so can you. Whoever marries, you will marry a golden hen and bring the family home with him. Hu Xiao was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. Don't talk nonsense anymore. I'm not a hen. I don't know how to get married, so don't bother. After that, she turned and walked out of the house, throwing the pig grass behind her into the corner. Silly girl, when will it be your turn to get married or not? Xiao's mother hurriedly followed. Don't think I don't know. Don't even think about that Yong. You can't expect him to come up with a dowry unless the sun rises in the west. His family is so poor that he has no place to live after marrying his daughter-in-law. And his aunt is like a bottomless pit. It's simply a fire pit. Hu Xiao frowned. Mother, no matter what his aunt is like, at least she taught everyone how to handle cassava. Although the cassava has not yet landed, it seems that every family can get a lot. This is all thanks to her. We should be grateful instead of making up stories about others behind their backs. You silly girl, if you talk back again, you won't be allowed to have dinner tonight. Yi Kaiping went out with a backpack on her back and found Yi Jiner and her sister, who were washing clothes by the river. She told them that she would cook when she came back in the evening, and then left. On the way up the mountain, she met many people planting cassava. Kaiping, are you digging wild vegetables? Yes. She didn't really want to go up the mountain to dig anything. She just pretended. She walked around the mountain, then found a deserted place, opened the space panel, and searched. Ginseng. As the saying goes, you must dig ginseng when you travel through time. If there is no ginseng, you must create ginseng. Modern ginseng is almost all artificially grown. Yi Kaiping picked and chose, and there were many handfuls for dozens of yuan, but the quality was too poor. The guest selected a 10-year-old ginseng. The price is 100 coins. If you want to buy it, please confirm. Yi Kaiping immediately confirmed it. Soon, there was an extra ginseng in her space. The quality was so-so, but at least it was intact and in good shape. Yi Kaiping turned around and went down the mountain in a good mood. Since you can't dig ginseng, just buy it yourself and pretend that you have dug it. After going down the mountain, Yi Kaiping came to the village entrance on time. Every day, there will be 2 ox carts from the village to the town, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Soon, a dark and thin man in his 20s drove out with an ox cart. Hey, it's Sister Kaiping. The man grinned. Are you going to town? Yes. Yi Kaiping got on the car. The man was Yi Lijing's son. Because he was a fat boy at birth, weighing 8 kilograms, he was named Yi Bajin. Yi Bajin broke his leg many years ago and was left with a problem. He walked with a limp and could not do heavy work. Fortunately, there were cows at home, and he drove the ox cart in and out in his spare time to earn some money. Because it was afternoon, there was no market in the town, so very few people went out in the afternoon, and today she was the only one. When the ox cart passed Wangjia village, 3 more women got on. Yi Bajin was so happy that his mouth was cracked. He thought the cart would be empty in the afternoon, but it was not in vain. After 2/4 of an hour, they finally arrived at Dashu town. Yi Bajin parked the ox cart under a tree. When the Yushir 1700 hours arrives, the ox cart will leave. You must hurry back, otherwise they will not wait for you. The 3 women gave the money and left with a smile. Yi Kaiping also took out 2 cents, and Yi Bajin hurriedly said, "No need, Sister Kaiping. The reason why we can get so many cassavas is thanks to you." Yi Kaiping couldn't refuse the 2 cents anymore and nodded. "That's fine. But you must accept it next time. Otherwise, I will never ride in your car again." Okay. Yi Kaiping followed the memory in her mind and quickly came to Ping'an Hall. There are only 2 pharmacies in the town, and Ping'an Hall is the one with the best reputation and the most integrity. The shopkeeper was counting on the abacus, and when he saw someone coming, he looked up. "Are you buying medicine or seeing a doctor, young lady?" "I dug a ginseng in mountain. Will the shopkeeper accept it?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "Take it. Let me see it." Yi Kaiping put the ginseng on the table. The shopkeeper was surprised to see that the ginseng was fat and big, but after taking a closer look, he frowned. "This ginseng is growing very well, but it is too young. It looks like it is only about 7 or 8 years old." Yi Kaiping thought to herself, of course modern ginseng grows well. But this ginseng is not 7 or 8 years old, but 10 years old. The reason why the shopkeeper said it is only 7 or 8 years old must be because its medicinal effect is not as good as the wild one, so it is rated as 7 or 8 years old. The shopkeeper looked regretful. Look at its appearance. Its growth environment should be very good. If it is given enough time, it will grow for 40 or 50 years, and it will definitely be a top-quality product. Yi Kaiping thought to herself, this is grown in an artificial greenhouse, and it will not be a top-quality product even if it grows for another 40 or 50 years. It can only be regarded as a high-end product. What a pity! What a pity, alas! Why don't you wait a few more years before picking it? The shopkeeper said with a tone of regret and disapproval. Yi Kaiping frowned. If you wait a few more years, will I still be the one picking the ginseng? Maybe I won't sell it to your family anymore. The shopkeeper came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Yes, I was rude. Let's put it this way. The ginseng is young, and its medicinal effect is average. I can only give you 7 taels. 10 taels. Yi Kaiping raised an eyebrow. The shopkeeper thought about it and nodded. Okay. 10 taels is 10 taels. After all, it is ginseng. Although it is young, many people are willing to buy it. Yi Kaiping was very satisfied. 100 coins were exchanged for 10 taels, 100 times increase in value. After leaving the medicine hall, Yi Kaiping came to an empty alley. She opened the system panel. Since no one could see the panel, she didn't have to hide from people. Now that she had 10 taels, she could buy a good forest ginseng. Forest ginseng is made from the seeds of wild ginseng, which are artificially scattered on the mountains or in the forests. No pesticides or insects are used, and it is allowed to grow naturally. The medicinal effect is almost the same as that of real wild ginseng, but the cost performance will be higher. In modern times, a 30-year-old forest ginseng can be sold for about 10,000 yuan. Put it in the system conversion, that's 10 taels. After buying it, she will take it to the county to sell it, and it should be able to sell for 1 or 200 taels. Yi Kaiping started to select products with eagerness. The guest has selected a 30-year-old forest ginseng. The price is 10 taels. I'm sorry, the guest does not have the authority to continue the transaction. If you need to obtain permission, please upgrade the space.
Ye kaipin choket.
This system really inherited the essence of modern app. Now her space is only 0.1 cubic meters, and she has to upgrade it to 1 cubic meter. But she remembered that it would cost 10 taels to upgrade 1 cubic meter.
Ye kaipin hestated.
She only had 10 taels and 2 in at most now. If she upgraded, her trip would be in vain. How about after the upgrade, she would go back to the village to borrow 101 from others and then operate like today. She remembered that she had only traded 4 times. If she upgraded, there would be at least 4 more trading opportunities. It would be enough for her to get the ginseng under the forest and make 1 or 200 taels. Yi Kaiping hesitated, then clicked to upgrade the space. I'm sorry, sir. You do not have the authority to upgrade. Yi Kaiping was stunned. Then, Wang Defa? No authority? Then how can I get authority? Yi Kaiping searched the entire system panel, but couldn't find a way to get authority. If she couldn't upgrade, she couldn't continue trading, so wouldn't this system be useless? Yi Kaiping's face was gloomy, and her heart fell into an ice cave. After feeling uncomfortable for a while, she took 3 deep breaths and tried to calm down. Although she was very unwilling, she felt like she had won the jackpot, but found that the lottery ticket was gone. But who is Yi Kaiping? She walked out of an orphanage, went from being penniless to working in a factory, and finally climbed to the top step by setting up a street stall. She has experienced all kinds of storms. At least she has 10 taels now. Enough for her to be the cost. Alas, if I had known earlier, I would have borrowed money to buy a more expensive ginseng and make more money. She covered her forehead. Okay, it's worth 1,000 gold to know earlier. At this point, there is nothing to say. She should be thankful that the system passed by her all over the world, and she at least shaved a hair off, instead of having no hair at all. Yi Kaiping calmed down for a long time before walking out of the alley. Let's go buy ingredients first. She has already decided what to make, that is hu la tang. In modern times, the first time she set up a stall, she sold breakfast. Later, she found that hu la tang sold the best, so she focused on selling hu la tang, which was her own secret recipe that she explored and improved step by step. And in her memory, there was no hu la tang in this era. Now the weather is getting colder day by day, and everyone is wearing a coat. Hu la tang can warm the body, and she has confidence in this business. As for seasonings in her memory, there are only oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and sugar in the grain and grocery store, and the spices needed have to be bought in the medicine store. Obviously, spices were not used to cook in this era. Thinking of this, Yi Kaiping walked to the place where Yi Bajin parked the ox cart. Yi Bajin was lying on the cart and sleeping soundly.
Bajin.
Yi Bajin woke up with a start and rubbed his eyes. Ah, is it time? No, I think it's still early. Why don't we go to the county town? I have some things to buy. Yi Bajin looked at the sun. It was now about 3 p.m., about 1500 hours. It would only take half an hour to go back and forth from here to the county town, and he could be back by the evening hour.
Okay.
Yi Bajin readily agreed. Yi Kaiping took out 2 cents and stuffed them into his hand. Yi Bajin pushed it twice and finally had to take it. To buy spices, she had to go to the county. The town was so small. If she sold hu la tang here in a few days, the owner of Ping and Tang would definitely recognize her. He would know the recipe after checking it out. So she had to buy it in the county. Soon, they arrived at the county town. It was much more prosperous than the town. Yi Kaiping followed the original owner's memory and came to a medicine shop in the county town. 1 caddy each of star anise, pepper, and cinnamon, cumin, bay leaves, cloves. There are 13 kinds of spices in total. Yi Kaiping bought 6 kinds of spices in this medicine shop, and then went to another shop to buy the remaining 7. In total, she spent 3 taels of silver. Yi Kaiping couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. These spices are so expensive. However, no one grew them in large quantities in this era, and there were few people who knew how to collect herbs, so it was understandable that they were expensive. After buying the spices, Yi Kaiping went back to the town with Yi Bajin. Seeing that there was still some time, Yi Kaiping went to the grain shop. She bought 3 caddies of soy sauce, 3 caddies of salt, 5 caddies of flour, 1 caddy of sesame seeds, 1 caddy of starch, and half a caddy of sugar. 30 jin of refined white rice. These days she has been eating rice bran porridge and cassava every day, and she is almost numb from eating too much. Now that she has money, she must improve her diet, at least to have something to eat. It must be said that salt and sugar are really expensive in this era. Salt costs 50 won per jin, and sugar is 40 won. All in all, it costs more than 800 won. Yi Kaiping first put the things on Yi Bajin's ox cart, and then went to the butcher shop. "Boss, how much is this meat? What kind of meat do you want?" "Fatty meat is 25 won per jin, pork belly is 20 won, lean meat and ribs are 15 won. Big bones are 10 won." Yi Kaiping thought that there was not much oil left at home, so she had to refine the oil. "I want 10 jin of pork fat, 5 jin of pork belly, and 3 jin of ribs." She glanced at the offal on the side, and her eyes lit up. "How much is this offal per jin?" 5 won, right? It's very difficult to make this thing delicious. Only the chefs in the restaurant have this skill. Yi Kaiping understood people in this era still know how to eat offal. It's just that poor families don't have the ingredients to practice cooking, and they are reluctant to use oil and seasonings, so it's not delicious, so naturally fewer people buy it. "Then, let's order 3 pounds of pork liver." Yi Kaiping carried the meat and returned to the place where the ox cart was parked with satisfaction. "Oh, Sister Kaiping bought so much meat." Yi Bajin suddenly stopped talking and smiled embarrassedly. He originally wanted to say that Yi Kaiping's family was not poor. Where did she get the money to buy rice and meat? But then he thought, no matter where the money came from, whether it was a lot or a little, it was none of his business. It was too abrupt to ask someone else's private affairs. Yi Kaiping was a little embarrassed and stuffed a bag of buns into him. "I went up the mountain this morning and found a few herbs and exchanged them for a few taels of silver. Thinking that everyone in the family was hungry and skinny, I bought some meat to supplement them. I didn't mean to not pay you back." Yi Bajin then remembered that Yi Kaiping's family still owed him 5 taels, and he looked embarrassed. No.
I didn't mean that.
Instead, he seemed to be collecting debts. Yi Kaiping found it a little funny. Wasn't this Bajin too honest? She, who owed money, became the boss instead. She said, "In a few days, I'm going to set up a stall in the town, and I'll trouble you to help me pull things. I'll pay you back as soon as I make money." Yi Bajin then smiled and took the bag. "Okay, just tell me, and I'll pull it any way I want." He opened the bag and saw 10 steamed dumplings inside. Why did you buy so many?" "I bought a basket, small ones, not many." Yi Bajin has 4 older sisters, all of whom have married long ago. He and his wife have only 1 child, Fubao. Together with the head of the village and his wife, there are exactly 5 people in the family. 2 dumplings per person is enough to share. Yi Bajin was delighted when he thought of his son's happy look when he ate the dumplings. Soon, the 3 women from Wangjia village also came over. Yi Bajin flicked the bullwhip lightly, and the car slowly drove out of the town. When they returned to the village, the sun had already set. Yi Kaiping had already put the spices into the space. Yi Bajin sent Yi Kaiping directly to the door of her house and helped her move the things into the house. "Oh, Bajin, why did you move so many things to my house?" Old Mrs. Yi was surprised. Yi Bajin put 30 kilograms of white rice on the ground and grinned. "This was bought by Sister Kaiping. I'll go back first." After saying that, he left. Old Mrs. Yi looked at the bags of things on the ground, including rice and soy sauce, and was so shocked that her mouth could not close. At this time, Old Man Yi and the first and second wives came over. Old Man Yi said, "Kaiping, this. This morning I dug a ginseng on the mountain and sold it for 10 taels of silver, so I bought some grain and oil. Everyone in the Yi family was stunned. Mrs. Du widened her eyes. You dug ginseng? Wait, how much did you sell it for? 10 taels? Oh my God. You lost a lot of money. Little sister, have you been cheated? Yi Dequan said cautiously. Many years ago, someone in Wangjia village dug a ginseng and sold it for 120 taels.
You
Sold it for 10 taels? Yi Kaiping said, the ginseng I dug is too young, only 7 or 8 years old, so it is only worth 10 taels. I sold it to Ping and Hall. Everyone in the Yi family looked at each other. Old man Yi nodded. The ginseng of 7 or 8 years old has just taken shape. It is indeed too young. The one from Wangjia village is 30 or 40 years old, so it is not surprising to sell it for more than 100 taels. Moreover, Ping and Hall is famous for being fair. 10 taels is enough. Old lady Yi looked at the things on the ground with mixed feelings. Money should be saved as a dowry. How can it be spent carelessly? Yi Kaiping coughed dryly. What do you want to marry? She doesn't want to marry. Buying food for the family is not called careless spending. Grandma, there is meat. Such a big piece of fat meat. Yi Peng turned over the things on the ground. With a look of surprise, there are also pork belly and ribs.
This is white rice.
Yi Jiner also came over, smiled and looked up. Mother, are we going to eat white rice tonight? Yes, we're going to eat white rice tonight. Yi Inhua said cautiously. Can we eat it too? Of course, everyone will eat together. Old Mrs. Yi and Old Man Yi looked distressed. This white rice was very precious and was not something that their peasant family should eat. Old Mrs. Yi wanted to buy the white rice and save it for Yi Kaiping. She was afraid that if she said it, the family would be in turmoil again. Besides, her daughters wanted to eat together, so she couldn't make trouble. Mrs. Du and Yi Jinhua's eyes lit up. Although Mrs. Du was hungry for money, she knew that she couldn't get a penny out of the money in her sister-in-law's hands. What's more, this was the money she earned herself, so she couldn't touch it. Being able to eat white rice and meat now was already a surprise enough. She wished that Yi Kaiping would buy all the 10 taels of rice with food, so that she could at least have one more bite. As for Yi Kaiping's previous words that she would compensate her when she made money, she had never believed a single word from the beginning to the end, and had ignored it all, so naturally she could not remember it. Yi Kaiping looked at the greedy look in Mrs. Du's eyes, and could not help but sigh. This sister-in-law was noisy, but she was really clear-headed. My little sister is awesome, Yi Dequan said with a smile. My little sister is so good to us. Yi Erquin's mouth was almost grinning to the back of his ears. The two sister-subduing demons habitually turned on the dog-licking mode. Yi Kaiping was too lazy to pay attention to them, and said to Yi Huaner, go outside and pick a few green peppers and 2 chili peppers. By the way, pick a handful of green onions. Jiner, help me in the kitchen. I'll do it. Old Lady Yi said happily. Jiner and Huaner, go pick the vegetables. Pick some cabbage and radish later. Let's fry another plate of eggs. Yi Kaiping called Yi Inhua again, gave her 20 coins, and asked her to see which family has eggs and buy 10. After giving the instructions, Yi Kaiping went to the kitchen to get busy. Wei came in to help. Yi Kaiping washed the rice, while Old Lady Yi and Wei cut pork belly and lard respectively. Kaiping, we only need 1 pound of pork belly. Old Lady Yi cut a small piece of pork belly. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Mom, didn't you see that the eldest brother, the second brother, and the boys were so greedy? 1 pound is not enough for them. 2 pieces each. After the lard is boiled into oil, the oil residue can be kept for 2 more days. Old Lady Yi still felt that it was too extravagant, with pork liver, pork belly, and ribs, and eggs to buy back. She had never eaten like this during the Chinese New Year. It was obvious that her daughter wanted to eat like this, so she couldn't refute it, so she had to cut the pork belly with a painful look on her face. Cut it thinly. After Yi Kaiping washed the rice, she lit the fire. After Yi Jiner and her sister came back, she asked the 2 sisters to watch the stove. Second sister-in-law, let me cut the pork liver. Yi Kaiping said. This time, Wei had already chopped the ribs, so Yi Kaiping quickly took her knife and cut the pork liver into thin slices. Old Mrs. Yi was boiling lard on the side. Seeing that so many things were put into marinating the pork liver, not only salt, but also sugar, she felt distressed. What kind of wasteful way is this? Yi Inhua came in with a basket of eggs. I bought them from my uncle's house, 2 cents each, and my uncle gave me 2 more and a bunch of leeks. 20 cents were just used up. I was just worried about having nothing to fry eggs, and I was so sleepy that I hit the pillow. I have to thank my second uncle, Yi Kaiping said. She cracked all 12 eggs into a large bowl, and old Mrs. Yi cried out in dismay. When all the dishes were prepared, old Mrs. Ye's lard was also boiled. Looking at the full pot of lard, old Lady Yi and Mrs. Wei were so happy that their eyes were all smiling. This big pot of lard could last for more than half a year. Yi Daquan and others came in from time to look in, their eyes almost growing into the pot. The lard residue just shoveled into the pot was fragrant, and you could tell how crispy it was just by the sound. 10 pounds of lard, 8 pounds of oil, a small basin of lard residue. Yi Kaiping used a coarse porcelain bowl to fill 3 bowls of lard residue. Inhua.
Hey.
Yi Inhua, who had been smelling the smell at the door, ran in excitedly. You go with Jiner and take them to your village head grandfather, second uncle, and Dr. Zhao respectively. Just say that I sold herbs today and got a few taels of silver and bought some meat so that they can have a taste. I'm going to do some small business with the remaining money, and I'll pay them back in a month. After buying spices and food, she had more than 5 taels left, which she had to keep as capital for setting up a stall, so she could only put it off for a while longer. Wait, Kaiping, we borrowed this money. How can we ask you to pay it back? Old Lady Yi said anxiously. Yi Kaiping was a little annoyed. This family spoiled their daughter so much that they were almost ruined. No wonder Mrs. Du was making a fuss. If she hadn't come here, this family would have fallen apart. Yi Kaiping said, although this money was borrowed by my parents, I forced them to borrow it. I remember very clearly that in order to raise money for the scumbag Li Ziyuan to take the exam, I sold all the livestock in my mother's family and took away most of the food in the house. I emptied your coffin money, and still. Before she finished speaking, old Lady Yi covered her mouth. Shuh. Yi Kaiping pulled her hand away and continued to hit herself. You still think it's not enough, so I forced you to borrow money from the head of the village and my second uncle. The 2 taels of money from Dr. Zhao were also the medical expenses I owed myself. Old Lady Yi almost fainted with anger. Although the whole family knew about these things, if she mentioned it again, wouldn't it arouse the hatred of the eldest wife again? Sure enough, Mrs. Du and Yi Jinhua, who were waiting for meat outside the kitchen, turned their faces black and went back to their rooms. Mother, I owed it myself, and I will pay it back myself. Yi Kaiping looked at her steadily. Old Mrs. Yi was stunned by her look, and then her nose was sour. Her daughter really changed. You child, how can you be so honest? Okay, whatever you want to do. Anyway, if her daughter can't pay it back, she will have to sell herself to pay it back for her daughter. Yi Kaiping handed 3 bowls of oil residue to Yi Jiner and Inhua. Go. Daquan Erquin and Yi Peng, who were hiding outside the kitchen, saw the 2 of them carrying oil residue out of the house, and their saliva almost flowed out. Yi Lijing, Yi Ershu, and Zhao Longzhong are all generous people, otherwise they would not have lent money to Yi Caiping's family in the disaster year. Now that they know that their family has made some money, but they don't pay back a penny, but buy meat to eat, they feel a little uncomfortable. Especially Zhao Longzhong, he was really angry. Unexpectedly, I turned around and saw Yi Jiner and Inhua coming in with a bowl of pig lard residue. Hello, Dr. Zhao, this is what my aunt asked me to send. Yi Inhua spoke first. Yi Jiner was not familiar with the villagers yet and was a little shy. My mother was lucky. She found a few herbs in the mountains and sold them for a few taels of silver. She bought some meat and let you guys taste it, Uncle Zhao. She will keep the rest of the money to do some small business, and she will pay you back in a month. Dr. Zhao looked at the full bowl of pig lard residue, and his face looked much better. Thinking of how Yi Kaiping had been doing things quite reliably during this period and had given a deadline for repayment, he felt a little relieved and took it with a smile. Okay, I'm not urging you to pay, but I'm a little tight on money recently. I'll wait for you in a month. Yi Jiner thanked again and again. Dr. Zhao poured the lard residue into a plate and returned the bowl to them. The two sisters went to the head of the village and Uncle Ye's house again. The two families were pleasantly surprised when they received the fragrant lard residue, their mouths almost grinning from ear to ear. In the kitchen, Yi Kaiping was having a great time cooking. A large spoonful of oil was poured into the pot with a splash, which made old lady Ye's heart bleed. Oh my God, that large spoonful was enough for their whole family to eat for 5 or 6 days. Soon, the dishes came out one by one. Stir-fried pork liver with green pepper, scrambled eggs with leeks, stewed radish with pork ribs, stir-fried pork belly with pickles, and stir-fried Chinese cabbage. All the dishes were divided into 2 parts, put in 2 plates, and 10 dishes filled the table. In Yi Kaiping's opinion, it was just an ordinary home-cooked meal, but for the Yi family, it was rich enough. You know, since Yi Kaiping got married, almost all the money of the old Yi family was given to Yi Kaiping, and they had been living on coarse food for 14 years. Even during the New Year and other festivals, they only ate a few pieces of pork. Then, old lady Yi brought a bowl of white rice to each person, and everyone in the Yi family stared at the dishes on the table without blinking. Although Mrs. Du and Yi Jinhua were still a little angry with Yi Kaiping, they would not refuse to eat out of spite. They had to show off 2 more bowls to vent their anger. I didn't eat so well during the Chinese New Year. Yi Peng's saliva was almost dripping into the dishes. It smells so good. Yi Dequan kept breathing in. It smells better than the meat I've eaten before. How can it not smell? It's so oily. Old lady Yi complained with a smile. Old man Yi knew that he couldn't be so extravagant, but he was used to indulging his daughter. The key point was that the money was earned by her, so he couldn't say anything. The fragrance rushed into his nose, and old man Ye's gluttony was also aroused. Pick up your chopsticks. White rice is delicious. Yi Yinhua took a small bite of the rice and looked touched. She had never eaten white rice in her life. Yi Kaiping felt sorry for her. Eat meat, it tastes better. Then she picked up a piece of pork belly for her. Everyone in the Yi family ate the dishes on the table, and they felt like they were in a fairyland, with their mouths full of happiness. This pig liver, my mother used to make it, but it was fishy and hard. How come my aunt made it so delicious? It tastes better than pork belly. Yi Peng simply loved this crisp and slightly powdery taste. Yi Kaiping said, "Your grandma said that if you put a lot of oil and seasoning, you can make it delicious even if you cook shusols." As soon as this was said, everyone laughed. In the end, the whole table of dishes, even the soup, was drunk up. Everyone ate until their stomachs were full and full of happiness. Yi Kaiping noticed that only Yi Yong and Yi Xian ate very little, absent-mindedly, and each had their own thoughts.
예카이핀 로흐렛 하레스.
They were all implicated by her, and she would compensate them as soon as she made money. Kaiping, you must keep the remaining few taels of money. Don't spend it carelessly. You have to save it as a dowry. Old Mrs. Yi said to Yi Kaiping. Yi Kaiping put down her chopsticks. I plan to do some small business with the remaining money.
What?
Old Mrs. Yi was confused. Just now in the kitchen, when Yi Kaiping asked Jiner and Yinhua to deliver the lard residue, she said that the rest would be used for business. She thought it was an excuse. Is her daughter serious? What business? Old man Yi said. Set up a stall in the town to sell breakfast, and see if you can make some money. In 2 days, I will make it for you to taste. Old Mrs. Yi disagreed. It's not easy to save a few taels of silver. How can I? Mom, I have decided. Yi Kaiping's face was stern. Old Mrs. Yi swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She was really reluctant to scold her daughter. Yi Dequan was somewhat reproachful. Mother, it's just a few taels of silver. Just think of it as my little sister buying flowers to wear. Old lady Yi sighed. Okay, this money was originally a pleasant surprise. She could arrange it however she wanted. Old man Yi didn't say anything, no matter whether his daughter's small business was successful or not. He was relieved. At least his daughter had really grown up. Mrs. Du picked her teeth. This money is yours. You can do whatever you want. But if your small business loses money, or if there is not enough money in the future, the family will not make up for it. Yi Kaiping said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will bear the profit and loss myself." Old Lady Yi glared at Mrs. Du. "Anyway, I won't spend the family's money. But if I make money, it will all be her dowry, so don't worry about it." Mrs. Du sighed. "Don't worry, whoever thinks about it is a dog. Let's not talk about whether the sister-in-law can make money. Even if she makes money, it would be impossible to get money from her unless the sky falls." After cleaning up the table, Yi Kaiping washed and went to bed. She opened the space again before going to bed. She tried to trade and upgrade again, but it still didn't work. Yi Kaiping used the manual detection function, and it actually worked. After a busy day, she calmed down. The space should not be useless, but if she wants to upgrade, she may need an opportunity. Yi Kaiping let out a long sigh of relief, and just go with the flow. If there is fate, the opportunity will naturally appear. Even if she can't find the opportunity, as long as the manual detection function is intact, she will make a profit. The next morning, the men went out to work. Du and Wei took Jinhua and Inhua to the river to wash clothes. Yi Kaiping and her daughter cleaned the stone mill at the kitchen door. "What is this for?" Old Lady Yi looked curiously at the side. "Grinding big spices." After Yi Kaiping finished speaking, she asked the Jenner sisters to take out bags of big spices from the room. Old Lady Yi looked through them, dumbfounded. "So many medicinal herbs? Did you buy them yesterday? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, these are for seasoning. Last night I said I wanted to start a small business, and I would need these things." Old Lady Yi looked puzzled. How could medicine be used to make food? And she didn't recognize any of these medicines. She didn't say much, and helped Yi Kaiping with her work. Yi Kaiping started by grinding white pepper. After 3/4 of an hour, she had ground a jar. The remaining spices were mixed together and ground together. Because the quantity was large, she took turns with Jenner and Old Lady Yi. Before noon, the spices were all ground. Yi Kaiping divided the spices powder into 2 jars and locked them in the room. Yi Jenner said, "Mom, when are we going to set up the stall?" 4 days later, at least after the Double Ninth Festival. By then, our housework will be done. Yi Jenner nodded with a smile, looking forward to it. Since leaving the Li family, my mother has become more and more mature and reliable. No matter what her mother said or did, she and her sister would believe and support her. Lunch was made by Old Lady Yi. There was still a small half basin of oil residue left from last night. Old Lady Yi only scooped a bowl, cut it into small pieces, and fried it with cabbage. The staple food was white rice porridge and cassava. Although it was not as rich as last night, with the smell of oil and white rice porridge, everyone in the Yi family was still happy while eating. After the meal, Yi Lijing came over. "Kaiping, today is the 7th day. Can the cassava in the river be brought ashore?" "Well, let's bring it ashore early tomorrow morning." In addition, Uncle Lijing also had someone peel the 100 kilograms of fresh cassava left in the village, cut it into small pieces about 5 inches long, and soak it in the river. Okay. Yi Lijing went back and convened another village meeting. The village was excited when they heard the news that the cassava was going to be brought ashore. The next morning, all the villagers gathered at the river. Under Yi Lijing's command, the men pulled up baskets of cassava that had been soaked in the river. Yi Kaiping took this opportunity to use the system for testing. After 7 days of soaking, the toxins were indeed removed. Then, the villagers used a cart to push the cassava to the door of the Yi family's ancestral hall. Because the Yi family's ancestral hall is the largest, the door is paved with bluestone slabs. The villagers poured the cassava onto the floor and took out 2 large scales used to weigh grain in the village. Looking at so many cassavas, the villagers talked excitedly. Yi Lijing said, "Let's dry these cassavas and weigh them when the water is almost gone. Let's take advantage of this time to learn from Kaiping another way to handle cassava." Yi Kaiping said, "There are 2 ways to eat cassava, dried and eaten fresh. Everyone has learned how to dry the cassava, which means slicing it and then soaking it in water for 7 days. When you get your share of cassava, take it home and dry it. When you want to eat it, just soak it and steam it. Another way is to eat it fresh. Dig out the cassava, cut it into small pieces, soak it for a day and a night, and rinse it several times when cooking. As she spoke, she took the fresh cassava that Yu Lijing had soaked yesterday and led the ants to set up a stove on the spot, teaching everyone the method of boiling 3 times and pouring water 3 times. The cooked cassava was cut into small pieces for everyone to taste. After being busy for so long, I finally get to eat it, and it's so delicious. It tastes better than brown rice. Those who were able to get a small piece were very satisfied, and those who didn't were anxious and scratched their heads. Yi Kaiping looked at their excited faces and said loudly, "Let me tell you a few more things to note. First, fresh cassava can only be stored for about half a month, and it must be eaten as soon as possible after being dug out. Second, slicing, soaking in water for 7 days, and then drying is the safest way to eat, and the chance of poisoning is even lower. Third, we have already taught you the method, but I have to say it first. In the future, if any step is wrong, or if anyone is lazy and tries to save trouble and gets poisoned, it is none of our business." The villagers were startled, and then nodded. Of course. The water on the cassava on the ground was almost gone, and Yi Lijing asked everyone to put the cassava back into the basket and then weigh it. Yi Lijing said, "After calculation, each of us can get 32 kilograms, and children under 12 years old can get half of it, 16 kilograms." As soon as these words came out, the villagers cheered and counted how many people there were in their families and how many kilograms of cassava they could get. Everyone come and line up. Adults go to Bajin to register, and children under 12 years old go to Daquan. Erquin, Sanquan, Zhuzi, and Tiniu, you are responsible for weighing. The villagers were noisy and were about to line up when a deep voice rang out. "Village head, before you line up, can I tell you something?" Yi Kaiping looked over and saw a man in his 30s with an untidy beard. Yi Kaiping had some impression of him, but she couldn't remember his name for a moment. "What's the matter, did Tsai tell me?" Yi village head said. Lu Tsai stepped forward, followed by a dozen men and women. He said, "The cassava will be distributed soon, but there are some things we have to make clear." Yi Daquan's family had already dug a lot of cassava before. That day we all saw them carrying baskets home. A woman behind him said, "It looked like there were more than 1,000 pounds. Lu Tsai continued, "Those cassavas were originally everyone's, but they dug so much in advance. The village head just said that each person would get 32 pounds. The ones they dug last time, their families probably got an average of more than 60 pounds per person. Let's not worry about these. But now we have to divide the cassava. Let's talk about it. Should their family get another share?" When these words came out, the villagers all looked at each other. Some had never thought about this problem before, while some had thought about it a long time ago and were already a little concerned. Now that Lu Tsai took the lead, they began to mutter. There are 14 people in the Daquan family. If you calculate it this way, they will have to share more than 300 kilograms. They have already dug more than 1,000 kilograms, and now they want to share. If they hadn't told us how to remove the toxins, we wouldn't be able to get even a kilogram. It doesn't matter if they get another share. I also think they should get another share. But they dug away thousands of pounds in advance. We didn't let them take it out, but if we divide it again. Yi Lijing was so angry that his chest heaved. Old lady, you looked ugly, and Yi Daquan and others were about to curse. How could it be thousands of pounds? It's just more than 800 pounds. Yi Kaiping sneered. At this time, Old Man Yi looked at her inquiringly, and Yi Kaiping nodded. Old Man Yi stepped forward with a dark face. Everyone, after deciding to share the method with everyone, our family never thought about taking more than half an ounce. We are all fellow villagers. Kaiping said that we can't eat alone. We have to tell everyone. After telling everyone, for fear that everyone would run out of cassava, all the men in our family went up the mountain to dig together. Kaiping also personally taught everyone how to cut and soak, and he was busy all over for the village. Listen, listen. Yi Lijing stepped forward and scolded the villagers. Besides, the things on the mountain do not belong to anyone, but are ownerless. It is a favor to tell us the detoxification method, and it is our duty not to tell us. They didn't hold anything back and told us the method. You actually want to bite back? Are you still human? Even if the whole family divides another share, on average, we will only get 1 or 2 tails less. Will we starve to death if we eat 1 less bite? Not to mention that they didn't want to take too much. The villagers were ashamed, especially those who questioned.
Yes.
The things on the mountain were originally ownerless. They were so generous, but they still found fault with them. They are so inhuman. Lu Dicai looked unhappy and finally smiled. Uncle Lijing, I was just expressing my doubts. After all, the things are here. There must be an explanation for how to divide them, right? If you say it shouldn't be divided, then it shouldn't be divided. If you say it should be divided, we have no complaints, right? Yi Lijing glared at him and said nothing. But old man Yi sneered. You are right. Dicai is just like your father, always wanting an explanation. Yi Kaiping also found memories about Lu Dicai this time. Lu Dicai's father was the one who had fought with old man Yi 30 years ago. At that time, it was Lu Dicai's turn to irrigate the fields, but their family was visiting relatives that day. Old man Yi thought that time waits for no one, so he told the head of the village to irrigate his own home first. After Lu Dicai's family came back, they saw that old man Yi had irrigated the fields first, so they asked old man Yi for an explanation. As they argued, they started fighting, and finally pushed down old lady Yi, who was pregnant at the time, causing the original owner to be sick at birth and almost died. Because of this, the two families became enemies. Lu Dicai and his family were very close. Kai's father passed away a few years ago, and Lu Dicai inherited his father's character of not giving up a cent and being born to stir up trouble. He is a well-known troublemaker in the village. Yi Kaiping glanced at Lu Dicai coldly. It was already in her plan to stop distributing the cassava in the village. Since she had taught the method, she had to make a good reputation. If she distributed another share, it would be a good thing, but it would be complained. In this era, if you want to get out of the village, you must accumulate a reputation. Now, after Lu Dicai's disturbance, their family's kindness to the village seems even greater.
Kaiping.
Yi Lijing walked over and whispered, I'm sorry for what happened to you today, but you did the right thing. Don't worry. Uncle won't let you suffer.
Ye Kaiping.
Yi Lijing had already turned around and shouted to the villagers, Come on, line up and share the cassava. The villagers rushed to line up. The 2 lines were long and crowded, with noises, scolding and beatings rising and falling. Erden, how can you be 12 years old? Go register with your Uncle Daquan. Who said my Erden is under 12. Look at him, he is tall and strong, and he looks like he is 13 or 14 years old. Go back and get your household registration book. Go, go. Hearing that they had to go back and get their household registration books, those half-grown children who originally wanted to cheat ran away and lined up on Yi Daquan's side. Yi Lijing looked at this chaotic but orderly scene and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, half an hour later, all the villagers were carrying a bag of cassava. Their eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. Those with a small family received 60 to 70 kilograms, and those with a large family received 500 to 600 kilograms. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, the headman's wife walked up to Yi Kaiping with a smile. We can share so many cassavas because of you. This is to thank you. As she said that, she stuffed a cloth bag into Yi Kaiping's hand. Yi Kaiping opened it and saw that it was a small bag of brown rice. Annie, it's not necessary. Take it, take it. It's just 2 kilograms of brown rice. Our family got more than 100 kilograms of cassava. No matter how you look at it, we got a great deal. The villagers who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Zhuzi's wife said, Auntie, you are right.
We can get so much cassava thanks to you.
I will thank you later. Me too. Me too. The crowd burst into laughter. Yi Kaiping couldn't help but look at Yi Lijing, who smiled and nodded at her. So that's how it is. He really didn't let her suffer any loss. Yi Kaiping took the small bag of rice. Okay, then I'd rather obey your order. The villagers returned home and immediately hung the cassava in the yard. The whole village was filled with the joy of a good harvest. Yi Kaiping and old lady Yi had just arrived home when they saw Zhuzi's wife and Tinia's wife coming together. Each of them held a small bag of brown rice. Zhuzi's wife said, "Kaiping, it's all thanks to you that my family got more than 200 kilograms of cassava. My family got more than 300 kilograms. The two gave 2 kilograms of brown rice and the other gave 3 kilograms. Yi Kaiping said a few polite words and then accepted it with a smile. Pour the rice into the wooden barrel and return the bag to them. At this time, a thin boy of 7 or 8 years old came in with a bag of brown rice in his hand. "This is for my family." "Thank you, Aunt Kaiping." "Thank you, Grandpa Yi." Mrs. Du looked surprised. "Hu Xiaoxi, this rice looks like 3 pounds. Did your mother give it to you?" Hu Xiaoxi opened his mouth, a little embarrassed. Yi Yong had already stepped forward, frowning. "Mom, don't make things difficult for me." As he said that, he took the bag of rice, grabbed a handful and put it in the bucket, and then returned the bag of rice to Hu Xiaoxi. "We have received your gratitude.
Go back."
Hu Xiaoxi left readily. Yi Yong turned back to Yi Kaiping. "I will chop wood to make up for the rice that was missing just now." Yi Kaiping said, "What do you mean by make up? Although I told everyone the method of detoxification, it is all your credit to dig and pick cassava. You also have the right to decide on these gifts of thanks. Besides, you must have a reason for doing this, right?" Yi Yong was silent for a moment, then said, "This family is in a difficult situation. There is no strong labor force, and they are only supported by 2 women. Since the family is in difficulty, we naturally can't ask for more. Just grab some, just for your sake." Yi Kaiping said. Old Man Yi smiled and said, "That's right." Yi Kaiping thought of the little boy again. The surname Hu? That must be Hu Xiaoxiu's family. From what Yi Yong said, Hu Xiaoxiu's father is no longer with us, and the family is supported by Hu Xiaoxiu and her mother, and the 7 younger brothers are all children. Next, the villagers came one after another to send their thanks. Most of them were brown rice. 3 or 4 caddies were not too much, 1 or half a caddy was not too little, and some sent 2 eggs. The most generous family sent a full 5 caddies of brown rice, because that family had a large population, and they also received the most cassava, which was more than 600 caddies. There were several particularly poor families with old, weak, and disabled people in the family, so Yi Kaiping just grabbed a handful and returned the rice to the other party. The needy families need to be helped, but they also have to take a little. Collect what should be collected, and take what should be taken. Otherwise, others will think that their family's things are easy to get, and she will have more good things in the future, and they are not free. Almost no one came in the afternoon. Old Mrs. Yi and Mrs. Du looked at the buckets of brown rice on the ground, and their eyebrows were smiling with joy. Old Man Yi said, "I estimate it to be around 200 kilograms. Yi Dequan grinned. Just now, when Lu Ditsai said that our family could not share, I was so angry. Although we had no plan to share with the villagers a long time ago, I was still angry. I didn't expect that everyone was sensible. Although this brown rice is only about 200 kilograms, it is dry. Cassava is wet, and it will shrink by half after drying. In this way, it is the same as if our family got an extra share." Yi Kaiping calculated that except for a dozen or so stingy households, almost all the villagers sent gifts of thanks. It can be seen that the villagers are still simple and grateful. Yi Kaiping said, "It's time to deal with our cassava. It will go bad if it is left any longer." Old Lady Yi nodded in response, and when she thought of the 800 kilograms of cassava at home, she smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a line. These brown rice, plus cassava, can be eaten until the new year. After the wheat is harvested after the new year, our food supply will be connected. Everyone in the Yi family smiled when they heard this. Half a month ago, they were still worried about food, but now, the warehouse is full of food. It's all thanks to Yi Kaiping. Old Man Yi looked at Yi Kaiping with admiration, and even Yi Yong, Yi Xian, and Yi Jinhua had a different opinion of her. Mrs. Du was even happier because they didn't have to continue to be the scapegoat to support Li Ziyuan's studies. Their food would not be taken away as soon as the harvest was harvested and filled into the bottomless pit of the Li family. Yi Kaiping said, Mom, in the future, don't mix rice bran with our rice. Just add cassava or radish and we will have enough to eat. Yes, yes. The next day. Although the weather had turned cooler, it was a good time to dry the cassava. Every household was busy drying the cassava, and the whole village was in a festive mood. Old Mrs. Yi went out early in the morning to borrow a hatchet and a sickle. Everyone in the village knew that the old Yi family had a lot of cassava to deal with, so they were not jealous. After all, they also got a lot of cassava and got a lot of benefits. The families who were asked borrowed a knife, and some were enthusiastic and said they would come to help. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and declined. After getting the knife, the old Yi family closed the door to deal with the cassava. After 2 days of hard work, they finally cut the cassava into slices and filled 6 large baskets. Old Man Yi chose a sparsely populated river and soaked the 6 baskets of cassava in it. Fearing that someone would steal the cassava, Old Man Yi arranged Yi Erquin and his 3 grandsons to take turns to keep an eye on them. 1 person during the day, 2 people at night. Soon, it was the Double Ninth Festival on September 9th. On this day, Old Lady Yi decided to cook a meal of white rice and locked the remaining white rice in the room, saying that it would be saved for the new year. Yi Kaiping had no time to deal with these trivial matters. She was going to set up a stall tomorrow, and she had to prepare the ingredients today. After lunch, Yi Kaiping took Yi Jiner to the town to buy things. There were only mother and daughter on the ox cart. Yi Kaiping said to Yi Bajin, "Bajin, I will set up a stall in the town early tomorrow morning. Can you take us to the town? Because there are too many things, you have to take me there alone. I'll give you 20 cents for a round trip." 20 cents? Yi Bajin was so excited that he almost stopped the ox cart. He could only carry 8 or 9 people at most each time. Even the morning trip might not be full. After all, not everyone was willing to take an ox cart to the town. 20 cents was the fare for 10 people. Sister Kaiping, it's not necessary to have so much. Just give me the money according to the number of people you are going with. Yi Bajin said anxiously. No, I have too much stuff, and it takes up space. And we are being taken alone. If someone wants to get on, we can't get on. 20 cents is for chartering the car. Yi Bajin was so happy that he didn't know how to answer. He stammered, well, ok. When are you leaving tomorrow? I'll leave at dawn in the morning. You meet me at my doorstep at 5 o'clock. We can return to the village before noon. Yi Bajin calculated it in his mind and was more willing. By then he could send Sister Kaiping to the town, and when he came back, he could also pick up the morning group of people to the town, which was a perfect staggered match. Yi Bajin was grinning with joy all the way. When he passed Wangjia village, another aunt and an old man got on board. The aunt said to Yi Bajin, "You guys from Qinghe village, what's going on with you lately? I went up the mountain to pick grass for pigs, and for several days in a row I saw guys from your village digging poisonous roots over in our dongshan. And it was different people every time I saw them. This poisonous root is full of poison. Why are you digging it up?" I asked a few questions, but they didn't answer, and just turned and left. It was really strange. Qinghe village and Wangjia village are neighbors. One is located on the south side of Nyodo Mountain, and the other is located on the east side. Qinghe village's activity range is generally in the south, while Wangjia village's is in the east. In addition to the cassava forest next to Qinghe village, there are many scattered cassavas on the mountain. The people in Qinghe village already know how to eat cassava, so they naturally searched all over the mountain. Yi Bajin was stumped by what the aunt from Wangjia village said. He hesitated. The method of removing toxins came from Yi Kaiping, and he couldn't tell it to anyone. Besides, would the villagers blame him if he told them? Before he looked at Yi Kaiping, the old man from Wangjia village coughed dryly. They dug out the poisonous roots, so they naturally poisoned rats. There are many rats in Qinghe village recently. So that's the case. By the way, your Arya from 6th Master's family married into Qinghe village, right? I saw Arya come back yesterday, and she must have told me about the poison rats. Master Wang Lu did not answer. He looked away guiltily and looked at the trees by the roadside. Yi Kaiping's eyes flickered slightly, and she understood. Some people in Qinghe village have already told their parents or relatives about the detoxification method. Master Wang Lu must be the first one to be told. Now they want to dig more cassava before the disease spreads. Naturally, they would not tell their aunt from the same village that cassava can be eaten. Soon they arrived in town. After getting off the bus, Yi Kaiping and her daughter went to the grain shop first. They bought 5 caddies of each of vermicelli, dried black fungus, peanuts, dried daylily, tofu skin, and dried chili peppers. Then they went to the butcher shop. Beef was too rare and expensive, so they could not afford it, and there was nowhere to buy it. Yi Kaiping had to buy 5 caddies of lean pork instead, and spent 5 cents to buy a whole pig skull that no one wanted and a large bone that had been cleaned out. Then they bought 2 kinds of coarse porcelain bowls, large and small, a total of 50, as well as a spoon and 2 large spoons and 2 large wooden barrels half a person's height. The mother and daughter put the ingredients and bowls into the barrel, and each carried one. Yi Jiner said, "What do we sell? Steamed buns, noodles, wontons?"
None of them. I'll make some soups for you tonight.
Then we need to buy some tables and chairs, as well as bowls and chopsticks.
But
after the guests have eaten, how do we wash and where can we get water? Yi Kaiping had an idea. We can buy some dry lotus leaves to put underneath and change a lotus leaf after each one is eaten. Yi Jiner's eyes lit up. The wonton stall in front does the same. The mother and daughter went to buy 500 dry lotus leaves and returned to the ox cart. Yi Bajin quickly took over their big wooden barrel. "Why didn't you tell me if you wanted to buy something big? I drove the ox cart there. Then I won't be polite. I also need to buy a few tables and stools. Let's go." Yi Bajin drove the ox cart and finally stopped at the place where furniture was bought. Yi Kaiping bought a long table to store seasonings and the like. Then there were 20 small stools and 5 small square tables. The small square tables were detachable. Just twist them gently, and the 4 legs can be removed. Just put them back on when you need them. It was very convenient. It cost 1 or 2 taels of silver. The tables, chairs, and wooden barrels took up most of the ox cart. When Wang Jiatsuan and his partner came back, their faces turned black and they had to squeeze in and sit on the edge. Yi Jiner took a deep breath. It turned out that there were so many things. No wonder her mother had to spend 20 cents to buy a cart. Back at the old Yi family, Yi Bajin put down the 2 large wooden barrels and was about to unload the tables and chairs. Yi Kaiping said, "The tables and chairs don't need to be unloaded. We have to pull them out tomorrow." "That's right. Just tie them to the cart, and I'll pick you up tomorrow." After Yi Bajin finished speaking, he drove the ox cart away. Old Mrs. Yi came out and was stunned. "These things. Are they all for setting up the stall tomorrow?"
yes.
"What are you going to sell?" "You'll know tonight." Old Mrs. Yi was unsure. Actually, she and Old Man Yi had tried to set up a stall when they were young, selling porridge and rice noodles, but they lost everything. Yi Daquan and his brother had also tried it more than 10 years ago, learning to sell wontons, but they couldn't even make back the money for the tables and chairs. In her opinion, people in their family couldn't make that much money, and their only destiny was to work hard and farm. Old Lady Yi was sad, but she still helped to move the wooden barrels and various ingredients into the house. Yi Kaiping walked into the kitchen and saw that Mrs. Du was preparing to put the brown rice into the pot. Starting today, it was the eldest wife's turn to cook. "Sister-in-law, I'll cook tonight." Yi Kaiping put the ingredients on the stove. When Mrs. Du saw her carrying in large and small bags, she knew there was something delicious. "Okay, you cook." She took off her apron and left the kitchen impatiently. Sisters Yi Jiner, Old Lady Yi, Mrs. Du, and Mrs. Wei were all outside, watching her cook from the window. Yi Kaiping was not afraid that they would learn how to cook, because anyone who had eaten it could probably guess how it was cooked. But the soul is the star anise and white pepper she prepared. Others can't learn it. Yi Kaiping first soaked the black fungus, vermicelli, peanuts, etc. in boiling water. Then she started to make spicy oil. First, grind the dried chili into powder, mix it with white sesame seeds, and add some of her homemade star anise powder. The lard was burned hot, and it was poured on with a sizzling sound, and the aroma came up immediately. "It smells so good."
Yi Jiner sniffed.
"This chili must be delicious with rice." Mrs. Du swallowed her saliva. Old Mrs. Yi was distressed. This oil is free. Of course it will taste good. Yi Kaiping started to wash the dough sticks again. Is this rice flour or flour? Can it be washed like this?
Mrs. Wei said.
Yi Kaiping said, this is to make gluten, a snack in the north. Yi Kaiping didn't know whether there was gluten in the north of the Zhou dynasty, but she fooled around first. After all, the news was blocked and no one knew the real situation. 1 pound of flour, half a basin of flour water, and half a fist-sized gluten. At this time, the black fungus and other things were also soaked. Everything was ready, so she started to heat oil in a pot. When the water boiled, she poured in the gluten, black fungus, daylily, pork cubes, etc. After boiling, she put in her special big star anise powder, added flour water, and boiled until it became sticky, and finally put in white pepper. Sprinkle with chopped green onions, and the fragrance immediately hit her face. Oh my God, what is this smell? Yi Daquan came in with A and shouted excitedly. With him, there were also Yi Laotu, Yi Erquin, and Yi Yong brothers. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled a domineering and special aroma, and they couldn't help but be shocked. My mother is making delicious food, Yi Jiner said with a smile. Yi Kaiping said, you're back just in time, let's eat. Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du went into the kitchen and brought the bowls and chopsticks and a whole pot of spicy soup to the main room. The weather had turned cold. Old Man Yi and the others had been busy in the fields all day and didn't smell much. After washing their hands, they sat down at the table impatiently. Yi Kaiping scooped a bowl of hu la tang for each person. Everyone looked at this thing that they had never seen before, which looked like porridge and soup, and couldn't help but feel curious. Yi Daquan couldn't wait to sip a big mouthful. Oh my God. It smells so good. It's hot.
Hot.
Why are you so impatient? You've burned your tongue. I wonder how you can eat it.
Mrs. Du scolded.
You have to eat it even if it's cooked. Hiss, what's this smell? Why is it so fragrant? Old Man Yi and the others also took a bite, and their eyes widened. I've never tasted this taste before. It smells so good that my tongue is about to fall off. Mom, what is this? Yi Jiner looked at Yi Kaiping with bright eyes. Are we going to sell this tomorrow?
Yes.
It's called hu la tang. Yi Kaiping also tasted it twice. Well, today's soup base is not bone broth. It's a little worse, but her recipe has not changed. The standard is still there. Old Man Yi looked at Yi Kaiping. You will sell this tomorrow? Yes, sell it early in the morning. Dad, this can be added with chili. Try adding a little, and there is also vinegar. Old Man Yi quickly added half a spoonful of chili oil, and his eyes became brighter. Yi Daquan ate half a bowl with a hissing sound. It's so delicious. It will definitely sell well. Shut up. Don't brag. Old Mrs. Yi glared at him. When he was selling rice noodles and porridge by himself, Yi Daquan boasted that it would definitely sell well, but he ended up losing a lot. When his brothers sold wontons, Yi Daquan also boasted about himself, but he almost lost his pants. That's right, big brother. You are a jinx. Yi Erquin said. You are the jinx. Your whole family is a jinx. My whole family is your whole family.
Ha ha ha.
The whole family was amused by them. The taste of the spicy soup was so fresh that the whole pot of soup was almost empty in a short while. Yi Daquan wanted to add more, but Yi Erquin had already protected him. My Yi Peng hasn't eaten yet. Leave 2 bowls for him. The cassava at home was still soaking in the river, and Yi Peng was watching by the river. Wei was also worried about her son, so she quickly took out the food box, packed up the remaining spicy soup, and asked Yi Erquin to deliver it. Both father and son would not be back tonight, so they had to watch together. After eating and drinking, Yi Kaiping said that she would hang the remaining meat and bones in the well in the village, and then went out. In fact, she had already put the remaining meat and bones into the space. After a walk outside, Yi Kaiping walked home in the moonlight, and Yi Jiner came out. Mom, the village head is here. He is looking for you. Yi Kaiping walked into the main room and saw Yi Lijing and Old Man Yi talking. Uncle Lijing is looking for me? Yi Kaiping found a seat and sat down. Yi Lijing put down the pipe in his hand. I heard from Bajin that you will go out to set up a stall tomorrow.
Yes.
Hey, the spicy soup we just cooked has been eaten up. Otherwise, I would have sent a bowl to the uncle village head. You are thoughtful. Yi Lijing smiled, but there was a worry between his brows. Bajin told me that when you went to the town today, you met two people from Wangjia village. From what they said, the method of removing toxins from cassava has been spread. I think in a few days, the village heads or village chiefs of other villages will come to find us. What do you think? Should we teach them well? Yi Lijing came to Yi Kaiping because she shared this method. No matter what, he had to get her consent first. Yi Kaiping said, if they come to ask, just teach them. After all, everyone in our village knows it, and who knows how many people are thinking about their natal families or relatives and have taught it early. We have systematically taught these people, so the credit really comes from our village. Also, Uncle Li Zheng, this is a big deal about food. Cassava is not only found in Nyoto Mountain, but also in the entire Dashu town, and even in the southern region. If everyone knows about it, there will be one more kind of food. So, Uncle Li Zheng should inform the county magistrate about how to eat cassava. Yi Li Zheng's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly. Yes, why can't I remember it? I'll go to the county town tomorrow. Kaiping, you are the great hero in this matter. Don't worry, I will talk to you nicely, and will never let you suffer. Yi Li Zheng ran away happily. Yi Kaiping had a smile on her lips. As long as this matter was reported, her daughter would have hope. Old lady, you walked in. Kaiping, who are you going to set up the stall with tomorrow? With Jiner and Huaner. I'll go too. Okay. Whatever, I want to go too. Yi Dequan had just finished taking a shower and rushed in, steaming all over.
No.
Yi Kaiping refused. We already have enough manpower. Too many people will only cause more trouble. Yi Dequan's heart broke. Old man Yi glared at him. There are still 2 acres of land waiting for you to water tomorrow. Do you want to be lazy? Yi Dequan smiled embarrassedly. No way, no way. Dad, I'm going to bed first. I have to get up early tomorrow. Yi Kaiping left the main room and went to the kitchen to prepare the side dishes for tomorrow, then went back to sleep. While Yi Kaiping went out to rinse her mouth, she took out the bones and meat from the space. After washing up, she began to make the broth. Jiner and Huaner also got up yawning, one cutting vegetables and the other watching the stove, while old lady Yi washed the gluten. Half an hour later, 2 large buckets of hot spicy soup were filled. Yi Kaiping tasted it and used the broth. This spicy soup tasted better than last night's. Just as the spicy soup was covered, Yi Bajin came and whispered outside the courtyard gate. Sister Kaiping, are you ready? Yi Kaiping went out to open the door and let him in. You try it too. This is our spicy soup. Yi Bajin took a sip and his expression lit up. Delicious. Poor him. He has no knowledge. He doesn't know how to describe the heavenly taste. Yi Kaiping was about to carry the spicy soup with Yi Bajin. Yi Dequan had squeezed in, opened Yi Kaiping's hand, and the 2 big men carried the spicy soup out of the kitchen. Yi Dequan had been awake for a while, but he was afraid of being scolded by old lady Yi and didn't dare to move forward. This time, seeing that he had to carry things, he couldn't bear to let his sister do it, so he rushed out. 2 large buckets of spicy soup, some bowls and cans, plus the tables and chairs that had been tied to the cart yesterday. The ox cart was full. Yi Kaiping, Jiner, Huaner, and old lady Yi sat in the ox cart and slowly left. By the way, Kaiping, how much do you want for our spicy soup? Old lady Yi said. I calculated the bill last night. These ingredients are not cheap, the cost is not low, and our things are novel. A small bowl is 5 cents, and a large bowl is 8 cents. Old lady Yi took a breath. It's quite expensive. Yi Jiner said, the same price as wontons. Soon they arrived at the town. The sky was just getting light. There were already vendors setting up stalls on the roadside. Yi Kaiping chose a spot against a big tree and began to move things. Yi Bajin rushed to carry down 2 large buckets of hula tang and helped to assemble the table. In less than 3/4 of an hour, the hula tang stall was set up. Yi Kaiping paid 20 cents, and Yi Bajin drove away on the ox cart. The mother and daughter sat down and waited for dawn. At this time, a middle-aged couple pushed a cart of things over and stopped next to Yi Kaiping. The woman was a fat aunt in her 40s. While setting up the stall, she said, "You look unfamiliar. What are you selling?" Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "Hula Tang." "I've never heard of it." The fat ant glanced at Yi Kaiping. "We've been here for several years. You're taking up some of our space. Can you move away?" Yi Kaiping didn't want to argue with her, so she moved the tables and chairs closer to the big tree. Aunt Pang and her friends were selling steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and brown rice porridge. It was a breakfast stall. Soon, the sky was completely bright, and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased. "Boss, give me a fried dough stick and a bowl of brown rice porridge." "Boss, the same as usual." Regular customers came to the breakfast stall next door one after another, and half of them were sitting sparsely. There was no customer on Yi Kaiping's side. An old lady Yi said anxiously, "Kaiping, let's open the lid of the barrel and start selling." "Wait a minute. We don't have a stove. If we open it now, if there are not many customers, the food will get cold halfway through. Let's wait until it's more lively." Old lady Yi said anxiously, "I should have set up a stove earlier. We don't have such a big iron pot. It's not convenient to cook it now, so let's just sell it like this." "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Compared to Yi Kaiping's calmness, old lady Yi and her sister Yi Jiner were worried and uneasy. Seeing that there was no customer here, the fat ant next door was a little proud and advised, "Sister, doing business is not so easy. It is more practical to go home and farm." Yi Kaiping smiled. "Thank you, but don't bother." Fat Ant was not angry. As long as the newcomer had no business, she would continue to be in a good mood. Soon, the town became completely lively. "Mom, let's start selling." Yi Kaiping opened the lid of the bucket. Old lady Yi quickly scooped a bowl of hula tang and put it on the table. She had experience and shouted at the top of her voice, "Hula tang, hula tang." Yi Kaiping, fragrant and smooth hula tang, better than wontons, and more fragrant than meat porridge. Pedestrians on the street saw something new and stopped. "What is hula tang? I've never heard of it."
How do you sell it?
Many people came up to her. "A small bowl costs 5 cents, and a large bowl costs 8 cents. Hiss. So expensive? I can have a bowl of wontons for 5 cents. Every wonton is filled with meat. What do you have here?" Everyone looked closely and saw that it was a bowl of porridge with something black and yellow inside. "There's not even a piece of meat. How can you have the courage to sell it for 5 cents? There is meat in our spicy soup, but it's dark in color and you can't see it." Old Mrs. Yi said anxiously. The guests didn't believe it. The fat ant next door laughed when she heard it. How could a bowl of porridge cost 5 cents be so expensive? Who would buy such a thing? "Sir, come over here. A bowl of brown rice porridge costs 2 cents, and it's made from new rice this year. Steamed buns cost 1 cent each, and meat dumplings cost 2 cents each." Seeing that the pedestrians were about to be sent away by Auntie Pang, old lady Yi and the sisters Yi Jiner looked anxious. However, Yi Kaiping slowly picked up the long spoon and kept stirring it in the spicy soup. The special, overbearing aroma instantly floated out. "Ah, it smells good. What's this smell? I've never smelled it before." There were no big spices in this era, and this smell was too stimulating for them. The guests who were about to leave paused and all looked at the big barrel. Their appetites were aroused. The aroma alone made them want to try it. "But it's too expensive, 5 cents. But it smells good. I don't know what it tastes like. I've never seen it before. Isn't it just 5 cents? Just think of it as a bowl of wontons." "I'll have a bowl." There are still many people in the town who are not short of money. An old man saw that it was a new thing and it smelled so good, so he decided to have a bowl. Yi Kaiping immediately scooped a small bowl. "Do you want chopped green onions? Do you want it spicy? Do you like sour taste?" The old man didn't expect that there was a choice. "I want chopped green onions, a little spicy, no sour." Yi Kaiping sprinkled the chopped green onions with quick movements and scooped half a spoonful of chili oil on it. 5 cents for your help." The old man put down the 5 cents and sat down with the spicy soup. After the old man sat down, he took a sip, and then he was so amazed that his eyes almost widened. The rich and overbearing taste of the spicy soup exploded on the taste buds and rushed straight to the top of the head. It was so delicious that people almost flew up. What is this taste? Oh my God, I have never tasted this taste. It's so special. 5 cents. Worth it. It's worth it. Having said that, he couldn't wait to continue eating. The crowd had long been attracted by the aroma, and now seeing the amazed look on the old man's face, they couldn't resist it, and came forward one after another. I want a bowl too. Me too. Add some chili. Add some vinegar to me. I like sour taste. Old Mrs. Ye's face was full of surprise. Such a scene was something she couldn't even imagine when she was young and selling things on the street. Yi Huaner put lotus leaves on the bowls. Old Mrs. Yi scooped the spicy soup, Yi Kaiping seasoned it, and Yi Jiner collected the money, all busy in an orderly manner. Some customers originally thought it was a little expensive, but after taking a sip, they felt that it was worth the money. This bowl of spicy soup, although it looks like there is no meat, is more fragrant than meat. It smells better with every bite, and it smells better as you eat more. Boss, another bowl, a big bowl this time. Some people were still not satisfied.
Me too, me too.
Yi Tsiping's stall was bustling with sales. In less than half an hour, she had sold one bucket and was opening the second one. Auntie Pang from next door was stunned and felt resentful, because the customers who originally wanted to eat at her breakfast stall, seeing the bustling and novel business here, turned around and went to eat spicy soup. Near noon, the spicy soup was gone, with only 3 or 4 bowls left. It was already cold, so Yi Kaiping didn't continue to sell. Yi Kaiping scooped 2 bowls and brought them to the breakfast stall. Brother and sister, you guys try it too. Annie Pang was very angry. I'm not eating it. What are you doing? Annie Pang's husband glared at her and smiled at Yi Kaiping. I'm sorry. She didn't mean it. Thank you. Then he took the spicy soup from Yi Tsiping's hand and put it on the table. He also took 2 steamed buns to Yi Kaiping as a return gift. Yi Kaiping accepted it. Brother, I'll buy 8 more meat buns.
Okay.
Yi Kaiping paid the money and said with a smile, Don't worry, your business will get better and better in a few days. Annie Pang's husband just thought she was being polite, smiled and said nothing more. Auntie Pang's husband whispered to her, Okay, it depends on your ability to do business. Annie Pang refused and threw things around. Yi Kaiping and old lady Yi folded the things neatly, separated the 2 steamed buns, and gave each of them 2 meat buns, and ate them with the remaining spicy soup. Jiner Huaner, you guys watch here, mother and I are going to buy things. At this time, Yi Bajin was sending the villagers back to the village, and it would take at least half an hour to come back. Yi Jiner handed a large bag of copper coins to Yi Kaiping. Mother, take it. Yi Kaiping shook the big bag of copper coins, which was quite enough. Yi Kaiping put on the backpack and left with old lady Yi. Walking on the street, old lady Yi said, What shall we buy? Fungus or something like that. We still have these at home. Pork and bones will not be fresh if we buy them now. Judging from the customer flow today, business will be better tomorrow. Let's buy another big bucket and make more. Old lady Yi was a little worried. She had been selling until noon today, and the spicy soup was cold. If she added another bucket, but she still believed in Yi Tsiping's decision. At this time, Yi Kaijing saw a roadside stall selling chicks closing up, and there were 20 or 30 chickens that had not been sold. Yi Tsiping's eyes lit up. Mom, let us buy some chicks and take them back. It's time to raise our livestock. The chicken seller was a bearded man who smiled and said, Auntie's sister, buy some chicks. Old Mrs. Yi was full of hesitation because she had no money. Yi Kaiping saw her predicament. I sold the livestock at home, so I will buy them back. Old Mrs. Yi felt touched and relieved. Okay. How much do you sell these chicks for? 5 cents apiece. Old Mrs. Yi nodded. This price was fine. Let's buy 10, and you can give me 1 more. The bearded man thought that the market was over for today, and he would have to feed the chicks for another day if he took them home. Auntie, how about this? You buy 18, and I will give you 2? Old Mrs. Yi was delighted. Okay, then 18 plus 2, that's 20. Old Mrs. Yi squatted down happily, carrying the chicks. Yi Kaiping paid 90 cents, put the chicks in the backpack, and left. Yi Kaiping said, After the new year, we will catch 2 more piglets and raise them. Old Mrs. Yi smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. After buying the wooden barrel, Yi Kaiping bought some dried lotus leaves and white flour, and then walked back. When she returned to the stall, she saw Yi Bajin had already arrived, carrying tables and chairs onto the ox cart. "Thank you for your hard work," Yi Kaiping said. "Hee, it's not hard, not hard." After all the things were loaded onto the cart, the ox cart headed towards the village. Yi Jiner and Yi Huana sat at the very end, swinging their feet all the way, looking at the receding scenery with joy. "Bajin, did the head of the village go to the county town today?" Yi Kaiping said. "He did, and returned to the village with the villagers at noon. You're going to make another trip in the afternoon, right? Then in the evening, go to the butcher's shop and buy me 10 pounds of lean pork, a pig skull, and 3 large bones.
I'll give it to you at the right price. Okay."
There were no refrigerators in this era. In order for people to buy fresh meat, butchers would kill pigs twice a day. One time was around 4 in the morning, and the pigs would be sold in the morning. The other time was around 3 in the afternoon, and the pigs would be sold in the evening. So the meat bought in the evening was also fresh. A quarter of an hour later, they returned to the village. Old Man Yi, Yi Daquan, and others were all stunned when they saw the 2 empty barrels. "All sold out?" Yi Daquan was the first to exclaim. Yes. Old Lady Yi smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. "Oh my God, it turns out that things can really be sold. It's actually true." Yi Daquan felt that the whole world was unreal. Because in his cognition, selling things is very difficult. Back then, his mother made the porridge thick and fragrant, and she sold 2 bowls a day. Back then, he wrapped the wontons with thin skin and large fillings, but no one bought them even when they were left to rot. Now my younger sister brought 2 large buckets of things, and they were sold out. Seeing this, the whole family was relieved. In this way, Yi Kaiping's few taels of silver will not be lost, and maybe she can save a little more dowry money. Du and Wei saw that there were actually a group of chicks in the collapsed straw cage in the hands of Old Lady Yi. They were so happy that they hurried to clean the chicken coop. Yi Peng, Jinhua, and Inhua ran out of the house, saying that they wanted to find food for the chicks, catch insects, and cover grasshoppers. Old Lady Yi looked at the lively family. Although they were busy with their own things, everyone had a smile and relaxation on their faces, and the corners of their lips couldn't help but purse up. These days are really getting more and more promising. After Yi Kaiping finished cleaning, she closed the door and began to count the money. Yi Jiner and Yi Huano looked at the copper coins scattered all over the table and couldn't help but gasp. "Let's string 20 coins together." The mother, daughter, and 3 daughters picked up the rope and started to work. After 2/4 of an hour, all the copper coins were strung together. Yi Kaiping counted and found that there were more than 50 strings, and there were still a dozen copper coins scattered. 1, 2, 3. Yi Jiner counted and gasped, and her voice trembled at the end. 60, 61. We have 61 strings of money, adding up.
It's
12 coins, which is 1 tael and 2 cents. Yi Kaiping said. 1 tael and 2 cents. We made 1 tael and 2 cents today? Yi Huaner almost cried out in surprise, and Yi Jiner covered her mouth with her hand. Yi Kaiping said, "We still have to deduct the cost. Today, 2 buckets of spicy soup cost about 400 won. Let's just take it as 400 won. After deducting it, plus these 16 scattered copper coins, the total is 836 won." The 2 sisters were in disbelief. Yi Jiner had a wooden expression. "In one day, we earn more than a month's wages of others. Strong laborers only make 20 won a day for carrying heavy bags, 600 won for a full month, and it's considered good for a waiter in a restaurant to make 500 won a month. But they actually made so much in one day. This money. Is it so easy to make?" Yi Jiner was stunned. "It's like it has legs and runs into our pockets by itself." Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "As long as you find the method and the way, you will have legs, right? That's how making money works. If you don't spend a lot, you'll die of drought. If you don't spend a lot, you'll die of flood. When she worked in a factory before, her monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan. She felt that making money was difficult, really difficult. When she started her own business, she knew that making money was not difficult. As long as she found the right method and way, money would come to her on its own. How can these people be so rich and willing to spend money? They spend 5 or 8 cents. Yi Huaner expressed her incomprehension. Yi Kaiping touched her head. Don't measure other people's consumption ability by your own economic ability. The two sisters were confused. What is economic consumption? Yi Kaiping took out 6 cents and gave them 3 cents each. Here, it's your pocket money. The two sisters were slightly surprised. Yi Jiner waved her hand quickly. No need, mother. You said that we will move out in the future, and this money will be used to build a house. Building a house does not lack your 6 cents. We will add another bucket tomorrow, and we will earn more than today.
Take it.
The two sisters looked at each other and then smiled and answered, Thank you, mother. Okay, let's go out and play. After the two went out, Yi Kaiping took out another 30 coins and put the rest into the space. Although the space is small, it is enough to put money and meat. Yi Kaiping went out of the house and saw Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei chattering. One was sweeping the chicken coop, and the other was sewing shoe soles. It was so lively. Yi Kaiping walked to Old Lady Yi. Mother, take this. Then she stuffed 30 coins into her hand. Old Lady Yi widened her eyes. Why are you giving me money? This is wages, 30 coins a day. Old Lady Yi was even more shocked, and even Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei on the side stopped sewing. What are you doing? We are a family. Why do we need to give money? That's different. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. You should take this money, otherwise I won't dare to ask you for help again. After hearing the words brothers should settle accounts clearly, Old Lady Yi suddenly came to her senses. The family has not been divided yet, and no matter whether it is the first or second branch, all work done and all income must be handed in. But Yi Tsiping's situation is a bit vague. If it is counted as one family, then every penny Yi Kaiping earns must be handed in. But before Yi Kaiping started a business last time, everyone agreed that this was Yi Tsiping's dowry money, and whether it was a profit or a loss, it was hers. If she involved herself in her daughter's business, she was afraid that her family would have ideas about Yi Tsiping's money or business when Kaiping got married or something. If she took the wages herself, it would be a different matter. Old Lady Yi understood and accepted it. Okay, it's indeed brothers who should settle accounts clearly, so I'll take it. But this, 30 cents? Too much, no, I just worked for a morning, 10 cents is enough. As she was about to push the money back, Yi Kaiping held her hand and said angrily, Mother, just take it. This is your daughter's filial piety to you. When she heard the word filial piety, Mrs. Ye's eyes turned red. She never thought that she could get filial piety from her daughter in her lifetime. Mrs. Ye accepted it and smiled with wrinkles in the corners of her eyes. Yi Kaiping gave the money in front of her two sisters-in-law. In addition to the part that Mrs. Yi wanted to understand, there were other meanings in it. First, she wanted to tell them that she would not take advantage of the family and she would pay the wages they deserved. Second, when she eats meat, she always has to let people drink some soup. Otherwise, even the most generous and kind-hearted people will feel uncomfortable. Although wealth is not shown off, it is just small money in front of her. If the family members will quarrel over this little money, then there is no need to keep in touch with such relatives in the future. At this time, Yi Jiner and Yi Huaner ran in excitedly and found a backpack in the woodshed. Yi Kaiping stopped them. Where are you going? The wild dates on the mountain are ripe. Everyone is picking them. Yinhua is there too. After not eating fruits for such a long time, Yi Kaiping was a little greedy. I'll go too. The mother and daughter went out, and Old Lady Yi returned to her room. Wei then whispered, Sister-in-law, how much money do you think my younger sister has earned? She spends 30 cents at a time. Du rolled her eyes. How much she earns is none of my business. Can she give me some to spend? She still has some conscience and remembers to pay me for my work. 30 cents today, what about tomorrow? If you get 30 cents every day, you LL have almost 1 or 2 taels a month. Oh my god. That's 1 or 2 tails. If we save for another year or two, won't Yoma have hope of getting married? Mother must be exhausted today. I'll give her a massage. Having said that, Mrs. Du could no longer sit still, so she threw the soles of her shoes into the basket, turned around, and ran away. Mrs. Wei was stunned as she saw her sister-in-law running away while talking. Yi Kaiping and her daughter went up the mountain and saw more than a dozen people picking dates halfway up the mountain. There were children and women. Yi Yinhua was holding a bag of dates in her clothes and waved when she saw Yi Kaiping and the other two. Yi Huana hurried over with a backpack, and Yinhua poured the dates into the basket, which weighed as much as 2 or 3 pounds. Tainyo's wife was there too. She took a big bamboo pole and hit the dates hard. With a crash, the dates fell down like a rain of dates. The children were hit and laughed, and they rushed to pick up the dates. Yi Kaiping also experienced the fun of picking dates. After picking for a while, Yi Kaiping felt it was not appropriate to compete with them anymore, so she asked Yinhua and Huaner to stay here and continue playing, and she and Jiner walked around the mountain to see if they could dig some wild vegetables. Yi Kaiping was startled and looked in the direction Yi Jiner pointed, only to see a little red fruit exposed under the cover of a clump of weeds. Yi Kaiping couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the ginseng she would encounter during this time travel finally came? Thinking of this, she was excited. This ginseng could be sold for hundreds of taels if it was of a high age and more than 10 taels if it was of a low age. She seemed to see the silver waving to her in a friendly manner. Haha, today's harvest is really good. The dates are crispy and sweet. Suddenly a burst of laughter rang out, and the women and children who had just picked dates were coming over here. Seeing Yi Kaiping, Tainyo's wife smiled and said, "Kaiping, what are you doing here, digging wild vegetables?" Yi Kaiping quickly withdrew her gaze from the ginseng, smiled and nodded. Yes. Hey, there are actually a lot of shepherd's purse here. The eyes of Tainyo's wife suddenly lit up, and she saw a lot of shepherd's purse growing around. She quickly squatted down and began to dig wild vegetables. Zhuzi's wife and several others who were with her also started digging. Yi Kaiping. Yi Jiner's heart was pounding, for fear that they would also find the ginseng. Yi Kaiping quickly squatted down and dug with them until all the wild vegetables were dug up. Then she smiled and said, "It's getting late. Let's go back." It's getting late. Look, the sun has set, and the sky is still gloomy. It looks like it's going to rain. Tainyo's wife nodded. The group walked down the mountain talking and laughing. The mother and daughter walked at the end. Yi Jiner pulled Yi Kaiping's clothes and whispered, "Mom, I'm going back." "No, let's go. There are still people picking dates over there."
Yi Jiner nodded nervously.
It was quite steep. The people who had just been picking dates had not left yet. If she was halfway through digging and was frightened by someone, she might roll down the. Not only will the ginseng be exposed, but maybe even his life will be lost. The ginseng grows quite hidden, and it would be difficult to find it if he hadn't seen it by chance. Let's go down the mountain now and come back tomorrow. When Yi Kaiping returned home, she saw Yi Jinhua feeding the chickens. She and Yi Prung had been covering grasshoppers and insects for half a day. After returning, they chopped up the grasshoppers and insects, mixed them with radish leaves and rice bran, and put them in the trough. At this time, Yi Bajin drove the ox cart over and handed a basket to Yi Kaiping. 10 caddies of lean meat is 150 won, pig skull is 5 won, big stick bone is 32 won. A total of 187 won. Yi Bajin said with some stammering, "I bought it from Chin the butcher. If you don't believe it, you can ask him tomorrow." Yi Bajin was afraid that she would misunderstand that he was taking kickbacks. He had brought things to the villagers before, but the man asked questions left and right, and went to the store the next day, fearing that Yi Bajin would cheat him out of a penny. When he promised Yi Kaiping in the afternoon, he remembered that money would always go wrong.
He regretted it at that time.
And this was not a small amount of money, but hundreds of coins. Yi Bajin looked annoyed. But Yi Kaiping smiled slightly. "What's there to ask? I told you to buy it, so I naturally believe you." Then he gave the money. Seeing her straightforward and open, Yi Bajin's uneasy heart was relieved, and he smiled and said, "Then I'll leave and pick you up tomorrow morning." he left happily. In the evening, Yi Kaiping asked Du to fry all the remaining lard residue. If it was left there, even the driest weather would be ruined. When Du heard this, her eyes lit up. After this period of getting along, she found that her sister-in-law had really changed. Judging from her sister-in-law's tone and expression, after eating up the lard residue, she might buy delicious food tomorrow. After dinner, it started to rain heavily. Yi Jiner looked at the rain outside anxiously. After Yi Kaiping soaked the dried vegetables for tomorrow in water, she urged her 2 daughters to go to bed. It's late. Let's go to bed quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow. After returning to the room, Yi Huaner was exhausted and fell asleep in a short while. Yi Jiner leaned against Yi Kaiping and whispered, "Mom, how about I not go tomorrow? I'll go up the mountain to dig ginseng."
No.
"The is too steep. And it's raining now. The soil will become softer and more dangerous. Compared with ginseng, the lives of her daughters are the most important. They're still young, and in the period of growth, they need more sleep." Old Lady Yi got up earlier than her and was already cutting dried vegetables. After a busy day, Yi Kaiping woke up her 2 daughters after 3 large buckets of spicy soup were filled. Because she made 1 more bucket, she arrived in town a quarter of an hour later than yesterday. The breakfast stall of the fat aunt next door had been set up. When she saw them, she snorted. "Mom, look. This person." Yi Huaner said softly, "He's taking our place." Yi Kaiping looked over and saw a figure squatting where they had set up their stall yesterday, obviously to take the place. Yi Kaiping's face darkened slightly, and just as she was about to speak, the figure suddenly jumped up. "Hey, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Quick, ulatan.
"I want to eat hula tang." Yi Kaiping and Old Lady Yi were all choked, and then they recognized that this person was actually the first old man who ate their hula tang yesterday.
Ye Kaipin, unne.
"What are you doing?" "After I finished eating hula tang yesterday, I thought about it all night. Seeing that it was getting late, I came." "Hee hee." The old man smiled. "Quick, scoop me a bowl." Yi Kaiping was a little speechless. How greedy he must be. "Okay, please sit down. We will unload the things now." Old Mrs. Yi was very happy. Yi Jiner chuckled and whispered to Yi Huana, "It turns out that you are not here to take our seat, but to enjoy the spicy soup." After several people put down their things, Old Mrs. Yi immediately scooped a large bowl for the old man and asked him to squat on the street to drink it first. While drinking, the old man called out to God and said, "This is the taste." After drinking, he took out a small ceramic basin and said that he would take some back for his wife and grandchildren to taste. Yi Kaiping scooped it for him and wrapped some chili oil in lotus leaves for him. After the old man paid, he left with satisfaction. Not long after, the sky was completely bright. With the opening and appearance of yesterday's regular customers came to the door easily. When the street became lively, the spicy soup stall was surrounded by people. "Give me a big bowl with more chili." "I want a small bowl with chili and vinegar." "Pour it in my bowl. I want to take it home for my kids." Passers-by who have never eaten it couldn't help but stop and look. What are they selling over there with so many people around? It must be delicious. Never mind. Let's try it too. Auntie Pang gritted her teeth as she watched from the side. There were only 3 or 2 people sitting at her side. Her breakfast was not going to be sold out again. Thinking of the dozens of buns left over from yesterday, Auntie Pang was furious. Look at the situation today. There will be even more left today. Maybe hundreds. Auntie Pang was getting angry, but unexpectedly, a customer from the hula tang side suddenly shouted, "Hey, after a bowl, it's fragrant, but it's just a mess, and I always feel like something is missing. By the way, Annie over there, give me 2 steamed buns." Auntie Pang pouted. She wouldn't sell it. Why would she sell it to the people from the hula tang side? Huh. Her husband glared at her. "What are you doing standing there? Get the steamed buns." "Forget it. I'll get it myself." Aunt Pang was still holding her breath. Unexpectedly, after the first person ordered steamed buns for the spicy soup, there was a second one. Some people ordered fried dough sticks. Take a small bite of a steamed bun, and then dip it into the spicy soup until it is soaked in the soup and drowned in the spicy soup. then take a big bite. The taste is really amazing. Compared with steamed buns, fried dough sticks are even more delicious with spicy soup. Aunt Pang watched more and more people order steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Slowly, she figured it out and quickly cooperated with her husband to sell buns. There was a smile on Pang Pang's face. Although she made an extra bucket today, it sold faster than yesterday. It only took an hour and a half for the 3 buckets of spicy soup to be sold out. Some people who didn't get to eat it looked regretful. Old Lady smiled and said, "Sorry, we've sold out today. Please come early tomorrow." The crowd then dispersed in disappointment. Yi Kaiping was clearing the table when a slightly plump middle-aged man came over and put his bowl in front of Yi Kaiping. "Thank you for your patronage." "Hey, aren't you the young lady selling ginseng?" the slightly plump man said. Yi Kaiping also recognized that this person was the shopkeeper Fong from Pang and Tang who bought her ginseng last time. "Yes, it's me. This hula tang is really delicious. Is it made with Sichuan pepper and pepper?" said Fong. Old Lady Yi and Jenner sisters paused while collecting the bowls, and their faces changed slightly. Yi Kaiping nodded calmly. "Yes, the word who means pepper." "Oh, the young lady is really creative and knows how to use medicinal materials in food. I'll come to drink it again tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." After Fong left, Old Lady Yi and Jenner sisters gathered around nervously. Old Lady Yi whispered, "Kaiping, he figured out our secret recipe?" Although she didn't know what pepper and Sichuan pepper were. Yi Kaiping answered irrelevantly, "What did my sister-in-law put in the dish of Chinese cabbage last night? Did mother taste it?" Old Lady Yi was stunned for a moment, and Yi Huaner answered quickly, "They put lard together." "And more, tell me everything they put in." "Well, first of all, you must put in Chinese cabbage and lard, and then salt, lard, and soy sauce." Yi Jenner added, "I also tasted sourness, so I added some vinegar." Yi Kaiping nodded and looked at Old Lady Yi. "Look, isn't it obvious? Everyone has a sense of taste, and they can probably taste what's put in. The same goes for my spicy soup. But we don't understand what those medicinal powders of yours are." Old Lady Yi frowned. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "That's because you're not a doctor, mother. Even if ordinary people don't recognize the medicinal materials, the shopkeepers, waiters, doctors, and herbalists of the pharmacies can guess the general idea after eating it. Then, the secret recipe of hula tang will be leaked?" Old Mrs. Yi was very nervous, and even Yi Jenner and her sisters looked uneasy. Yi Kaiping said, "They can guess most of them, especially the obvious flavors of pepper and Sichuan pepper, which can be guessed after eating it. As for the other dozen kinds of spices, even if they have a particularly good taste, it is impossible to guess them all. Besides, even if they guess them all, what about the proportion? That is not something that can be tasted easily. Moreover, everyone has different tastes. Even if it is a dish of stir-fried cabbage, different people will make it taste different. Some are very unpalatable, and some are very delicious. So don't worry." Old Mrs. Yi and the other two listened and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and said, "I am getting old and confused." "Oh, what are you talking about?" At this time, Annie Fat from next door came over with a smile, holding a plate of meat buns in her hand. "Come, eat buns." Yi Jenner and Yi Huaner were stunned and looked at her suspiciously. They knew very well how hostile Annie Fat was to them in the past 2 days. Now she was giving them buns to eat? Annie Fat's husband stepped forward with a smile. "It's all thanks to you today. Our steamed buns and fried dough sticks were sold out in an hour. In the past, we had to sell them until noon and they might not be sold out." Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "Hot and spicy soup with fried dough sticks has always been a perfect match. Of course, steamed buns are not bad either." Annie Fat's husband suddenly remembered what Yi Kaiping said yesterday. At that time, Yi Kaiping said that their business would get better and better in a few days. At that time, he thought it was a polite remark, but who would have thought that in just a few days, their business would get better the next day? This was all thanks to the hot and spicy soup. Sister, don't blame the eldest sister. It was the eldest sister who didn't know what was good for her yesterday. This is an apology and a thank you gift. Please forgive me for being so rude. Auntie Pang is also a straightforward person. Her temper comes and goes quickly. When she should be angry, she will hate the other person to death. When she should thank someone, she can kick away the previous hatred and thank them sincerely. Yi Kaiping took it. Okay, thank you then. Auntie Pang and her husband waved their hands and turned back to the stall. They still had half a bucket of brown rice porridge, and they would see if they could sell it all before noon. Yi Kaiping distributed the meat buns to Old Lady Yi and the other two. Old Lady Yi licked her lips and smiled. We ate it yesterday, so we don't need it today. I'll take it home for Yong-er and the others. Although Yi Jiner and Huaner wanted to eat it very much, they put the buns back on the plate when they thought that Old Man Yi and others hadn't eaten it yet. Yi Jiner said, My cousins haven't eaten it yet, so leave it for them. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, No, you guys eat it. I'll just buy a few more later so that everyone in the family can eat. The stall is closing early today and your Uncle Bajin is still in town, so let's ask him to send us back in advance. Okay. You guys close the stall here, I'll go buy things and call him. Yi Kaiping said, then left with a backpack on her back. The town was at its busiest time. Yi Kaiping bought 20 meat buns, 10 steamed buns, 14 pieces of osmanthus candy, and 5 jean of pork belly on the street. After thinking about it, she went to the pottery shop and bought a large casserole. Then she went to find Yi Bajin. In the open space where the ox cart was parked, Yi Bajin was leaning on the cart and yawning. He was a little surprised to see Kaiping. Sister Kaiping, why are you here? Is there something wrong with the stall?
No.
The spicy soup stall closed early. Please take us home first. Yi Bajin looked at the sky and the shadow of the long pole not far away. It was past 1:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, so it was still early. Yesterday, he sent the villagers home at noon and then came back to pick up Yi Kaiping. Now the time can be staggered the other way around. Okay, let's go now. Old Ye's house. When Yi Daquan saw the ox cart slowly driving into the door, he rushed over excitedly and moved things diligently. Oh, how come there are buns? Yi Daquan suddenly exclaimed. He found a basket of big white buns and steamed buns. This is today's lunch. Yi Kaiping smiled and took down a casserole. There was a full pot of brown rice porridge in it, which Yi Kaiping bought at Aunt Pang's house. Thinking that the buns were not enough, she bought some steamed buns and a pot of porridge to go back and have it as lunch directly. I heard there are buns. Yi Peng and Erquin in the room rushed out excitedly. Last night, they stayed up all night to keep watch by the river, and they were still sleeping. But when they heard that there were buns, they woke up. Even Du, Wei, Jinhua, and Inhua came out with surprise. They couldn't remember how long they hadn't eaten buns. Thinking of the soft texture and the fragrant meat and soup when they bit into it, they swallowed their saliva. Are they buns with meat?
Ye Yinhua slurpet her saliva. Yes.
Yi Kaiping smiled. Sister-in-law, heat up the buns, steamed buns, and porridge. Inhua, where is your grandfather? He's chatting with the village head. Go, ask him to go home for dinner. Yi Kaiping paid the taxi fare and told how much meat to buy in the evening. Then Yi Bajin left. Yi Kaiping was about to carry the wooden bucket to the river to rinse it when she saw Mrs. Zhao from next door chewing dates and staggering in. How lucky is your family recently? How come I can smell delicious food all the time? I just heard that you want to eat meat buns, which are precious things that cost 2 cents each. You didn't make a mistake. Did you mistake steamed buns for meat buns? Yi Kaiping rolled her eyes at her and laughed. What my family eats is none of your business. Mrs. Zhao widened her eyes. Hey, you can still laugh. I tell you, your husband is going to marry a new wife today. Yi Kaiping was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a long time, she remembered that her husband in Mrs. Zhao's mouth was her ex-husband, Li Ziyuan. Yi Kaiping was speechless. Let me correct you, I don't have a husband. He's just an ex-husband. We have separated, and men and women getting married has nothing to do with each other. Let alone marrying a wife. Even marrying a pig is none of my business. Yi Jiner and Huaner felt bad. Old Lady Yi and Yi Daquan frowned. He framed Kaiping and divorced Kaiping. It's only been a month, but he married a new wife. Erquin, go. Yi Daquan roared, and Yi Erquin followed his lead and was about to rush out. Stop. Yi Kaiping stopped him immediately. I just said that we have separated, and it is his freedom to marry or not.
But
Yi Daquan gritted his teeth and said indignantly, why is he getting more and more prosperous and living a better life? He simply couldn't bear to see Li Ziyuan living a good life. Yi Kaiping said, I am getting better and better now. I will only be better than him in the future. We don't have to be jealous of him. Yi Daquan thought that Yi Kaiping did make money from selling spicy soup and could even give wages to her mother. It seemed that it was really good. Thinking of this, he felt better. Here, I'm giving you candy. Don't be angry after you eat it, be good. Yi Kaiping said, taking out an oil paper bag from the backpack and stuffing a sweet-scented osmanthus candy into his hand. Seeing that she was coaxing him like a child, Yi Daquan couldn't help but chuckle, feeling embarrassed and happy, and most of his bad mood was gone. Yi Erquin was jealous. What about me? I have everything. I bought it for everyone, but I just forgot to take it out. Yi Kaiping gave one to Yi Erquin, and then turned around and distributed it to Old Lady Yi, Jinhua, Yinhua, and others. Everyone got one. Although it was just a small candy, it made Old Lady Yi and others happy, and their mood instantly turned from gloomy to bright. Yi Kaiping had 4 candies left, so she wrapped them up again with oil paper. Mrs. Zhao came with the news that Li Ziyuan got married, just to make fun of Yi Kaiping, but she didn't expect that she didn't care at all, and even distributed the candies. Mrs. Zhao was unwilling and greedy. She pulled the corner of her mouth. Oh, there are so many candies that they are all wrapped up, and you don't know how to share one with the elders. Yi Kaiping sneered. There are not many. The rest are for my father, Yonger, Xianu, and me. Brother Yi Yong is now staring at cassava by the river. Mrs. Zhao pouted. Other people are generous. They would rather not eat them themselves, but share them with the guests. How can you be so stingy? Yi Kaiping sneered. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. What kind of guest are you? What kind of guest would come to the host's house and ask for food? You are begging for food. Mrs. Zhao was choked and speechless. What's the matter? Your family is so poor that you can't even afford food, so you have to beg? I'll go ask Uncle Fa Kai if your family is going to become beggars.
Don't.
Mrs. Zhao was almost scared to death. She was most afraid of her husband, Zhao Fa Kai. As she walked out, she said angrily, no wonder Mr. Li divorced you. It's not unfair. The new wife he married is so virtuous. She is the daughter of Mr. Zhang. As she spoke, she had already walked to the door and stopped to say a few words. Do you know Mr. Zhang? He is the richest family in Lijia village. They have 60 or 70 acres of fertile land, a large blue brick and tile house, and 2 maids to serve them. They are very impressive. Mrs. Zhao looked very proud, as if that was her home. Yi Kaiping was speechless and was about to chase her away.
Wait.
Suddenly, Yi Kaiping thought of something and froze in place. Rich man Zhang from Lijia village.
Li Ziyuan. Li Shukai.
Rich man Zhang, Li Xiuzai. Yi Kaiping looked at Mrs. Zhao in shock. Rich man Zhang's daughter. Is she called Zhang Xuanyang? Oh, you know quite a lot. Mrs. Zhao became interested instantly. Yi Kaiping felt like being struck by lightning. She walked forward and asked anxiously, is this Zhang Xuanyang married? She has a pair of children. The eldest son is named Li Zimo, and the daughter is named Li Jiaojiao. Mrs. Zhao pouted. What Li Zimo? They call them Sun Zimo. Oh no, they're indeed called Li Zimo and Li Jiaojiao now. They can't change their surnames after getting married. When Mrs. Zhao saw Yi Kaiping's stunned look, she concluded that she was hit, and she was very happy and proud. After Mr. Li divorced you, he immediately married a better one. Zhang Xuanyang is a daughter of a wealthy family. You can't compare to her. Before she finished speaking, Yi Kaiping slammed the door. Mrs. Zhao looked at the door panel that almost hit her nose, and her face was confused. In the end, she had to leave cursing. Old Lady Yi Daquan and others saw that Yi Kaiping was in a trance and were worried. Seeing her ex-husband getting married, she must be sad. Kaiping, what's wrong with you? If you are really angry, I will go to Lijia village to help you. Yi Dequan said anxiously.
No.
You all stay at home, and don't go anywhere.
I
Want to calm down now. After Yi Kaiping finished speaking, she walked into the house. When she passed by Yi Jiner, she grabbed her hand. Jiner should also stay at home, and don't go up the mountain. Yi Jiner thought of the ginseng and nodded. I'm not going anywhere, mother. I will stay at home. She was more worried about her mother than the ginseng. Yi Kaiping returned to her room and closed the door. Leaning on the bed, she let out a long breath. Her mind was in a mess, and she was about to explode. Because she discovered something. She didn't just travel through time, but traveled through a book. The title of the book is The Little Jiao Jiao of the Number One Scholar is Beautiful and Cool, and the heroine in the book is called Li Jiao Jiao, the daughter of Zhang Xuanyang and the stepdaughter of Li Ziyuan. The Little Jiao Jiao of the Number One Scholar is Beautiful and Cool is a novel that Yi Kaiping read a few days before her death. The heroine's son Jiao Jiao was born in a wealthy family. It was a rice shop in the town, and the family had hundreds of acres of land. But as the heroine, her fate was always bumpy. When she was 1 year old, her father became addicted to gambling and lost all the family property. When she was 3 years old, her father fell into the river and drowned. When she was 4 years old, her grandmother knocked out a tooth. Yes, it was all her fault. Anyway, no matter what bad things happened in the family, the scumbag grandmother of the Sun family would blame Sun Jiao Jiao, saying that the reason why the family went bankrupt was all her fault, and she was a deadly star with every word. Sun Jiao Jiao, Sun Zimo, and Zhang Xuanyang lived a miserable life worse than pigs and dogs every day. The only light was the man named Uncle Li, who always helped them secretly. But in the end, her brother and mother were still rubbed to death by the scumbag grandmother, and Sun Jiao Jiao was sold to a brothel and died under a man's crotch. Then, Sun Jiao Jiao was reborn. After the rebirth, Sun Jiao Jiao directly changed into the brain, transformed into a black lotus. First, she settled accounts with her scumbag grandma, scumbag uncle, and scumbag cousin. Not only did she leave the Sun family, she also used a trick to sell the Sun family's house and the few fields. With the matchmaking of Sun Jiao Jiao, Zhang Xuanyang, and Uncle Li finally got married. After entering the Li family, Sun Jiao Jiao changed her surname and became Li Jiao Jiao. Her life of cheating has officially begun. First, she dug ginseng in the mountains and sold it for 200 taels of silver. Then she picked up a space and made a lot of money by reselling through the trading platform. Then she continued to pick up. First, she picked up a man and brought him back. He was the future regent. Then she picked up a beautiful woman, the wife of the Duke of Gua, who chased her to recognize her as her goddaughter. Then, she picked up an old beggar again, who was a miracle doctor, and shamelessly asked her to be his apprentice. Anyway, Li Jiao Jiao used her spirit of picking up rags and became the king of cheating. Later, the space was upgraded, and Li Jiao Jiao obtained the visible eye, a perspective ability that can be used once every 3 days. Through the perspective ability, she accurately saw the test questions in advance. With her help, Li Ziyuan and Li Zimo passed the levels one by one, and finally, both of them won the first place in one subject. The heroine instantly became the most precious daughter of the champion's family. After a fierce and degrading power struggle, the hero became the regent, and the heroine became the princess. The heroine lived a happy life of being pinched by the regent every day, with 3 babies in one pregnancy and 8 babies in the second pregnancy. After recalling all the plots, Yi Kaiping rubbed her temples. The reason why she didn't find out about the book until now was because the original owner was a cannon fodder. Moreover, in the book, the narrator always called Li Ziyuan Uncle Li or Li Xiaocai, and the name Li Ziyuan rarely appeared. This name is too common, and as a reader, it is impossible to remember the names of supporting characters that don't appear often. And the book calls herself Yi, a cannon fodder without even a name, hurriedly appeared on the stage, and died in less than a chapter. Fortunately, I came here. Wait, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Yi Kaiping frowned. She seemed to have grasped something. But her mind was a little confused. She had to sort it out. The description of her in the book was just a passing mention at the beginning. It seemed that the Li Jiaoqiao family finally left the Sun family, and Li Ziyuan expressed his feelings to Zhang Xuanyang. Zhang Xuanyang said that he had a wife, so she didn't want to be a concubine. Li Ziyuan said that after he passed the imperial examination, Yi Shi became a mean person, relying on her wife to make trouble everywhere, and finally bullied his mother, so he divorced the shrew. This was the first time Yi Shi appeared, and she only appeared in the dialogue. The second time she appeared was after Zhang Xuanyang married Li Ziyuan. The day after the marriage, Li Jiaojiao and her brother went up the mountain and found ginseng. Yi Shi suddenly appeared with her daughter Li Zhaodi, saying that they found the ginseng first. In the scramble, Yi Shi and her daughter rolled down the steep. Li Jiaojiao went down to check and found that the two were dead. Li Jiaojiao sneered and said that they deserved to die. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly found a small jade tablet of peace on the ground. She picked it up, and the blood in her hand accidentally touched the jade token, thus opening the space. Thinking of this, Yi Caiping's breathing became rapid. She finally found out what was wrong. In the book, this Yi brought her daughter to compete with Li Jiaojiao for ginseng. And it was also written in the book that Uncle Li's two daughters did not know what was good for them and went with Yi. But if it was the original owner, even if the original owner was still alive after being divorced, she would not take the two daughters back to the Yi family. It is even more impossible for her to watch Li Ziyuan marry a new wife without making trouble.
So,
Yi in the book is not the original owner, but Yi Caiping herself. Thinking of this, Yi Caiping felt a chill. It turned out that she was not a person who traveled through time from the book. She was originally a character in the book. She traveled through time and just changed. As a result, when she went up the mountain, she was competing with Li Jiaojiao for ginseng, and she slipped and fell down the steep and died. So, she was not a person who traveled through time from the book, but the plot awakened. Thinking of this, Yi Caiping felt a wave of fear. If she hadn't awakened, she would have been killed by Li Jiaojiao after traveling through time. Yi Caiping thought of the ginseng that she and Yi Jiner found yesterday. It turned out that the ginseng was waiting here. It existed to create a conflict between her and Li Jiaojiao. After she fell to her death, both the ginseng and the space would be picked up by the heroine. All of this was prepared for Li Jiaojiao. Yi Caiping was horrified and wanted to laugh 3 times. If she didn't travel through time, where would the space come from? Therefore, the reason why she, Yi Caiping, traveled through time was to give Li Jiaojiao her life, space, and equipment. By the way, the jade card. Jade card. Yi Caiping thought of the key point. She quickly took out a jade token from her collar. When the original owner was born, the fortune teller gave her this jade token when the old lady Yi and her husband took her to have her fortune told and named her. The jade was of poor quality, with the word endless engraved on it. It was worthless and could be sold for 20 or 30 coins. It was because of the poor quality of the jade that it was not sold by the original owner over the years. Yi Caiping opened the panel and clicked on a product at random. The guest chose a pound of winter bamboo shoots. The price was 20 coins. I'm sorry, the guest does not have the authority to continue the transaction. If you need permission, please upgrade the space. I'm sorry, the guest does not have the authority to upgrade. Listening to the familiar mechanical sound, Yi Caiping smiled. Of course she didn't have the authority,
because she was a guest.
Just a passing customer. And Li Jiaojiao is the host. Thinking of this, Yi Caiping's eyes sharpened, and she took out a pair of scissors from the drawer and gently scratched her palm. Bright red blood came out, and then she grabbed the jade token in her palm and let the blood dye it red. Ding! The guest is activating the system. 1%, 5%. It is clearly written in the book that Li Jiaojiao's hand was bleeding and the blood seeped into the jade card. The sound of activation rang in her mind. It turned out that blood was the opportunity to obtain authority. Activation completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have become the owner of the Shanyuan Endless System and have obtained the authority to continue upgrading. As soon as the voice fell, the system panel actually set off 2 fireworks for her. Shanyuan is the name of the trading platform she created in her previous life. Endless is the word engraved on the jade plate. She seemed to have guessed the origin of the space system. She developed a trading platform focusing on agricultural products in the 21st century. As she traveled through time, the trading platform came along and was finally attached to this jade plate and was endowed with spirituality by this jade plate. Yi Kaiping's irritable mood finally calmed down, and she was even a little happy. It was written in the book that after the space is activated, it cannot be changed hands, and it will live and die with her. Today's harvest is not bad. At least her space is alive again. At the same time, in Lijia village, Zhang Fuhu's house in the hall, a girl suddenly raised her head, tightly covering her chest, her face slightly pale. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Li Zimo saw that she looked different and asked with concern.
No.
It's just, I don't know why my chest feels a little stuffy. Li Jiao took a deep breath. It was not just stuffy, but her heart suddenly twitched, as if something was peeled off. But in less than a second, it returned to normal. It was as if it was her illusion. This feeling was a little strange, but it made her inexplicably a little panicked. Don't be nervous. Uncle Li will definitely treat us well. Li Zimo thought she was worried about her life after moving to her stepfather's house. Li Jiao pouted. I'm not nervous. I know better than you how good Uncle Li is to us. In her previous life, after her mother was tortured to death by her husband, Uncle Li was heartbroken and lost half his life. Later, she was sold to a brothel, and Uncle Li was beaten to death by the people in the brothel to save her. In this life, she will protect all those who love her, protect her mother, protect her brother, and protect Uncle Li. Brother Yi Dequan and sister Yi Jiner sat nervously outside Yi Caiping's door. Even old man Yi and his wife were worried and squatted in the courtyard. With a creak, the door opened and Yi Kaiping walked out. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Yi Dequan immediately rushed over and whispered in her ear, how about we go to Lijia village together, and when they get married, throw a bucket of manure on them? Puchi Yi Kaiping laughed out loud and glared at him. You are not allowed to go. Otherwise they will never let us go. I just said that we have nothing to do with each other whether men or women get married. Old Lady Yi immediately stepped forward. Yes, you can't make trouble. Otherwise, others will think Kaiping is still thinking about him. How can I get married if the proposed marriage partner hears it? Although Old Lady Yi was also very angry, she figured it out now. Yi Dequan's face was a little distorted. Yes, my little sister is going to get married again. It's not good to have a bad reputation. As long as they don't bother us, we won't bother them either. We just need to live a good life.
Ye Kaiping streç et lazili.
Although she was set as a tool and cannon fodder to give the heroine life, ginseng and space. But God has mercy on her, and she awakened to the plot. Then this life is her own, and she can take whichever path she wants. She doesn't have to be an enemy of Li Jiao, as long as she lives her own life well. At this time, Yi Dequan's stomach growled, and Yi Kaiping was startled. You haven't eaten yet? No, I'm waiting for you. Your sister-in-law has heated up the buns and porridge twice. Let's go and eat. When Old Lady Yi and Old Man Yi saw that Yi Kaiping had recovered, the heavy stone in their hearts disappeared, and they laughed. The family finished their meal happily, and Yi Kaiping took her two daughters back to the room to count the money. Today, she prepared an extra bucket, so she earned more than 500 coins, which added up to 1 tael and 3 coins. Yi Kaiping felt that the speed of making money was a bit slow, and she had to upgrade her space and resell some things. But upgrading the space requires 10 taels. After selling ginseng last time, the cost of buying spices and spicy soup was left with 4 taels of silver, plus the money earned in the past 2 days, only 6 taels. It's not enough, and I have to save up for a few more days. Seeing her sigh, Yi Jiner said anxiously, Mom, the ginseng on the mountain. What ginseng?
Ye Huane luoket Koreas.
No, it's just that your sister daydreams every day and thinks she can dig ginseng in the mountains. Yi Kaiping said.
Ye Huane chucket.
Yi Jiner frowned. She was so anxious that she could hardly sit still. She didn't understand why her mother was not anxious, and she even lied to her sister. Here, give your pocket money. Yi Kaiping gave them 3 cents each, just like yesterday. Go and have fun. Yi Huaner giggled and stuffed it into Yi Saiping's hand. Mom, save it for me. Yin Hua and I are going to catch grasshoppers. After that, she ran out of the room. Yi Kaiping looked at her back, smiled and shook her head. Mom, ginseng. Yi Jiner was almost dying of anxiety. Don't talk about ginseng anymore. Yi Kaiping didn't know how to explain to her for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she said, I think something will happen over the mountains soon. Ah! As she was talking, someone suddenly shouted outside, Oh my, a big python appeared on the mountain. It's very big, more than 10 feet long. Who wants to go with me to catch the snake? I'll go. I'll go. It was Yi Daquan's voice. Where is the snake? Over there, by the jujube tree. Yi Jiner looked at Yi Daquan's figure running out of the window, with a confused look on her face. The ginseng was not far from the jujube tree. Yi Kaiping curled her lips sarcastically. They had discovered ginseng a long time ago, but in the book, they had not been able to dig it up yet, and had to wait until tomorrow to dig it up. There must be various reasons that hindered their progress. Something really happened. Yi Jiner looked listless. Then why didn't Mother tell the truth to my sister just now? She is too young. I'm afraid it will be revealed. Yi Kaiping still trusted Huana, and she didn't tell the truth just because she didn't want one more person to think about something that didn't belong to them. Yi Kaiping also thought about digging the ginseng before the heroine. But she knew that she couldn't go up the mountain before tomorrow. And tomorrow is the death of her and Jiner. She didn't want to risk their lives for a ginseng. The clothes haven't been washed yet. Let's go to the river to wash clothes. Oh, by the way, there are also wooden barrels and bowls for selling spicy soup in the morning. Yi Kaiping said. The mother and daughter packed up and went to the river to wash things. The place Yi Kaiping chose was exactly where their family soaked cassava. As soon as they arrived at the river, they heard a cry of surprise. Yi Kaiping walked closer and saw Tiniu's wife, Zhuzi's wife, and 2 boys in their early 10 years old. Yi Kaiping recognized that these 2 boys were the sons of her cousin Yi Sanquan, named Yi Xing and Yi Wang. Several people were standing on the shore, looking at the water nervously. Brother Yong, come on, are you still angry?
Ye Wing shouted.
You little rascal, what are you talking about? We've reached the shore. Tai Nyo's wife glared at him. Yi Kaiping walked over and saw Yi Yong fiddling in the water, dragging a person who looked like a girl from the clothes. After a while, Yi Yong reached the shore, and the girl was dragged up and put on the grass. Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Yi Yong kept slapping her face. After a while, Hu Xiao Xiao vomited the water in her stomach and nodded weakly.
I'm fine.
It's all thanks to you, thank you. Hurry up, put on some clothes. Let's go home first. Tai Nyo's wife quickly took off her coat and put it on Hu Xiao Xiao. Hu Xiao Xiao was shivering with cold. The water in autumn was very cold. She was hugged by Tai Nyo's wife and stood up. She looked back at Yi Yong and then left. What's the matter? Yi Jiner guessed and asked out loud. Oh, it's Kaiping. Zhuzi's wife came over. Yi Yong and the 2 boys from Sanchuan's family hurriedly called people, Auntie. Let me tell you. Just now, I was washing clothes with Tiniu's family and Xiao Xiao. One of Xiao Xiao's clothes flew away, and when she wanted to pick it up, she slipped and fell into the water. Your Yonger fished her out. As she spoke, Zhuzi's wife couldn't suppress the smile on her face, and she leaned over to Yi Saiping's ear and whispered, Your eldest nephew and Xiao Xiao are going to get married. Zhuzi's wife had heard something about what happened between Yi Yong and Hu Xiao Xiao.
Ye Kaiping reiset herrebros.
Just by pulling someone out of the water, they had physical contact. This time, Yi Kaiping and Yi Jiner were not in the mood to wash clothes, and hurriedly followed Yi Yong back home. Zhuzi's wife and the 2 boys followed closely behind. After returning home, Yi Yong went back to his room to change clothes. Yi Kaiping and others entered the main room, closed the door, and told Old Lady Yi, Old Man Yi, and Mrs. Du what happened by the river. What did you say? Mrs. Du widened her eyes. This. Zhu Zi's wife smiled and said, "Hey, isn't the marriage between your Yonger and Xiao settled?" After hearing this, old Mrs. Yi felt happy. Although this was a bit unfair, it was indeed a way to solve Yi Yong's marriage. Moreover, this girl was Hu Xiao, who had always had a good impression of Yi Yong. Isn't this double happiness? Mrs. Du raised her eyebrows, feeling a little complicated. Although their family couldn't afford the 20-tael betrothal gift, they would do their best to raise the money. If the marriage was arranged this year, after a year or so, the crops at home would grow, and with the mother-in-law's salary now, they would be able to raise at least 70 or 80 taels, which was already higher than that of an ordinary girl. Is Yonger's mother at home? Outside the house, the voice of Tai Nyo's wife sounded. Xiao's mother is here. Mrs. Du was delighted and quickly opened the door. At home. Please come in. Tai Nyo's wife and Xiao's mother walked into the main room together. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and said, Xiao's mother, please sit down. Kaiping, go and bring up some tea. No need. Xiao's mother smiled a little stiffly. I came here today to thank Yi Yong for saving our Xiao. Mrs. Du smiled and said, Hey, Yonger is still changing clothes, I'll go call him now. No need, sister-in-law. Thanking you is the same. In addition to thanking you, I also hope that everyone promises me that no one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened by the river today. Everyone was stunned, and Mrs. Du frowned slightly. Of course. This matter. It's okay for everyone to know about it. Otherwise, it will not be glorious to get married at that time. Get married? Xiao's mother raised her voice with a fake smile. What's the matter? Does your family have 20 taels? Mrs. Du and old lady Yi were all stunned, and Mrs. Du's face was ashen. Xiao's mother, what do you mean? 20 taels. Of course we don't have it. Of course, our family will never take advantage of something that we shouldn't take. There is not 20 taels of betrothal gift, but there is everything that other girls should have, and Xiao will never be wronged. Xiao's mother said firmly, No, my Xiao is a golden hen that is guaranteed to give birth to a son. Without 20 taels, my Xiao will never marry. My Yonger saved Xiao, and we had physical contact, which was seen by so many people. How can your Xiao get married? We are responsible for her. Responsible? I think you really want to take advantage. A poor guy without 20 taels wants to marry my Xiao? Mrs. Du, old lady Yi and others were all stunned by Xiao's mother. Tinia's wife and Zhuzi's wife were stunned, and the two boys, Yi Xing and Yi Wang, turned pale. What's the matter? Why are you suddenly mute? Are you trying to force a marriage by ruining the girl's reputation? Aren't you being a rogue and bullying us, an orphan and a widow? Xiao's mother started to cry while scolding, her voice sharp and hoarse. Aunt, don't make a fuss. We won't marry Xiao without 20 taels, okay? At this time, Yi Yong pushed the door open. Xiao's mother glared at him. Okay, this is what you said. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened by the river today. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone even if I die. Yi Yong said coldly.
And you?
Xiao's mother looked around at everyone present. Mrs. Du was also furious. I don't want a relative like you, and I will never tell anyone. Words are not enough. Swear. All of you swear to me. Whoever tells others that Hu Xiao fell into the water and was rescued by Yi Yong will be struck by lightning and die with abscesses all over his body. As soon as these words came out, old lady Yi, Mrs. Du, and others all gasped. They were just washing clothes, but they encountered such a mess. The brothers Yi Xing and Yi Wang were only 8 or 9-year-old kids, and they were so scared that they were about to cry. Xiao's mother said anxiously, Why don't you swear?
Quick.
Old man Yi was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Kaiping had already stepped forward and sneered. I won't swear. What can you do to me? You not only will I not swear, I will also go out and tell everyone I meet that Hu Xiao fell into the water today and was rescued by Yi Yong. You dare. Xiao's mother was furious. If this matter got out, how could Xiao get married? Why shouldn't I dare? Yi Kaiping sneered. I would like to ask you, do we owe you money? Do we have to be forced to swear a poisonous oath? Or are you going to give us 1 or 200 taels as hush money? Then why should we keep you silent? Yes, Yeong promised himself that he would never tell anyone even if he died. Daquan's wife also agreed. They are them, and we are us. Yi Kaiping sneered and spread her hands. You need to see your own situation clearly. It's not that you are right just because you speak loudly and act arrogantly. Where do you get the confidence to coerce us? On the contrary, your xiao falling into the water is the biggest handle, and we have been holding it in our hands. Now, it is you who asks us for help, not us who ask you for help. Xiao's mother's face changed drastically. In fact, she knew very well that she was the weaker party, but she was so angry that she couldn't control herself and rushed over to go crazy. Moreover, she subconsciously believed that Yi Yongmu was honest and easy to control. Du was stubborn, old lady Yi was cowardly, and old man Yi had some brains, but was also a little arrogant. Tai Nio and his wife are 2 fools. As long as I take the initiative to calm them down, I can control them. Who would have thought that I actually ignored Yi Kaiping, this variable? She is really worthy of being a wicked woman who dares to break her mother-in-law's leg. She is cunning and mean, and her reputation is well-deserved. Xiao's mother rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth and said, What do you want?
Apologize.
Ye Kaipin frowned.
Yes, apologize. We didn't eat your meal. We don't owe you anything. Tai Nio's wife stepped forward. She felt a little uncomfortable just now. They didn't do anything. Why did they suddenly swear a poisonous oath? Now, after Yi Kaiping said this, she understood. They were confused by Xiao's mother's nonsense. Xiao's mother was so angry that her liver hurt, and she looked at Yi Yong. Yi Yong, are you going to just watch your aunt being bullied by them? You still say you care about my Xiao. Yi Yong frowned. Aunt, if it were me alone, for Xiao's sake, I would endure the beatings even if you do. But my mother, my grandparents, my aunt, and 2 aunts, they have no obligation to suffer for me. I have already made my attitude clear. Even if I die, I will not tell anyone about what happened today. But I can't control my aunt and the others. Will you apologize? Oh, of course. It doesn't matter if you don't. Anyway, I don't have any advantages, I just have a big mouth, and I will nag everyone I see.
Ye Kaipin similet.
Xiao's mother was so angry that she felt dizzy. This time, she really saw her situation clearly. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and said reluctantly, Kaiping. And a few sisters-in-law, today's incident was because I was too worried. After all, this is a major event in Xiao's life, so I was a little anxious and said the wrong thing. Please forgive me.
Then.
Please don't tell anyone about Xiao. Tinia's wife and Juzi's wife snorted, which was considered an agreement. Old Man Yi said in a deep voice, Since your family has no intention of getting married, let's forget about it. Although our family is poor, we will not do such wicked things. Xiao's mother breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Kaiping again. Yi Kaiping sneered. Why don't you leave? Whether this secret can be kept depends on your sincerity. Pray to God more and pray that we won't let it slip. Xiao's mother was so angry that her liver ached again, but there was nothing she could do, so she turned around and fled. After Xiao's mother left, Mrs. Du was so angry that she cursed. What the Hades? Even if I really have 20 taels, I will never get married to such a relative. As she said that, she glanced at Yi Yong. Yi Yong sighed softly and bowed to Tinia's wife and Juzi's wife. 2 aunts, no matter what Xiao's mother said just now. Xiao. She is innocent, this matter must not be told to anyone. Although he couldn't afford to marry Xiao, he couldn't just watch Xiao get ruined. Juzi's wife said, Don't worry, she's still pregnant. Tinia's wife also nodded. Xiao and I have always been good friends, and I won't hurt her. Yi Yong looked at Yi Xing and Yi Wang again. Yi Xing hurriedly said, Brother Yong, we won't say anything. Okay, I believe you. Yi Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He had done his best in this matter. He couldn't just kill people to silence them. Yi Yong said he was tired and turned to leave the hall. Du looked at his back with regret and left with old lady Yi and her husband. Yi Kaiping waved to Yi Xing and his brothers, Come here.
Aunt.
Yi Kaiping took out an oil paper bag from her sleeve pocket and gave each of them a piece of osmanthus candy. Here, 1 piece each. The brothers' eyes lit up when they saw the osmanthus candy. Thank you, Aunt. Keep this secret, and we'll give you candy in the future. Go home quickly. The 2 brothers then ran away happily. Only Yi Kaiping, Zhuzi's wife, Tinia's wife, and Yi Jiner, who had been invisible, were left in the room. Tinia's wife said, "If you ask me, Xiaoxiao's mother is really confused. With so many people seeing it, she will definitely let the cat out of the bag. I'm afraid that after Xiaoxiao gets married in the future, her husband will hear the news and feel uncomfortable, and then it will be difficult for Xiaoxiao." Yi Kaiping. Maybe he doesn't care how Xiaoxiao lives in the future. Zhuzi's wife shook her head. You keep talking about 20 tails. Why don't you go to heaven? When Xiaoxiao's mother returned home, she rushed directly into Hu Xiaoxiao's room. She slapped Hu Xiaoxiao to the ground with one slap. You little girl, are you the one who did it? You used to wash clothes by the willow tree every day, but today you ran to the place where Ye's family soaks cassava to wash. Fortunately, I fell into the water and was fished out by him. I could have fallen into the water any day, but I did it when I asked you to go to the town to see me. Yesterday, Huang the matchmaker came again and said that she had found a marriage for Hu Xiaoxiao. The other party was a carpenter in the town. Not only did he have a house in the town, but he also had a good craft. He earned 1 or 2 taels of silver every month by doing carpentry work. Because he was a single-son family for 5 generations, the carpenter's family was very satisfied when they heard that Hu Xiaoxiao had 7 younger brothers and was guaranteed to give birth to a son. He said he wanted to meet her, and as long as she was not bad-looking and they were compatible, the matter could be settled. When Xiaoxiao's mother heard the conditions, she agreed without thinking. The matchmaker gave a time and said they would meet in 3 days. Who would have thought that the time was just agreed yesterday, and Hu Xiaoxiao had this incident today? When Xiaoxiao's mother saw Hu Xiaoxiao being sent back by Tainyo's wife, dripping wet, she was almost crazy. She locked Hu Xiaoxiao in a room as soon as possible, and then went to Lao Ye's house with Tainyo's wife to make a fuss. If this marriage can't be settled, I won't choose for you any more in the future. No matter who the family is, you will marry whoever gives you 20 taels. Did you hear me? Hu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the ground, covered her red face, glanced at her coldly, and said nothing. Xiaoxiao's mother looked at her daughter like this, and felt a little bit reluctant in her heart. She pursed her lips and said, Xiaoxiao, mother is doing this for your own good. With your conditions, you can marry someone better. Yiyong's family is too poor. They can't give you a good life, nor can they help your brothers. Think about it carefully, mother won't hurt you. After saying that, Xiaoxiao's mother turned and went out, and locked the door. Hu Xiaoxiao sat on the ground, lay on the bed, and closed her eyes. Forget it, it would be a disaster for Yiyong to have a mother-in-law like this. Today's incident would be her last struggle. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Kaiping made dinner, and cooked the braised pork with the pork belly bought today. It smells so good.
Ye davuan şautu dekçitetli.
But when he turned around, he saw that old lady Yi and others all had gloomy faces, and the atmosphere was weird. What's wrong with you? Yi Dequan said. Yi Peng had already eaten a bite of meat, and looked at Yi Kaiping and the others. It's okay. Eat quickly. Old Mrs. Yi forced a smile. Old man Yi changed the subject. The cassava will be able to be unloaded tomorrow. Yes, today is the last day. The next morning, Yi Kaiping and the other 3 set up the stall, as usual. As soon as the ox cart stopped in front of the stall, they saw Auntie Peng setting up the stall and saying, Oh, you are finally here. You don't know, someone wanted to take your place just now. Luckily, I chased him away. Yi Kaiping was startled and smiled. Thank you, sister. Look, that's the guy. Yi Kaiping looked in the direction she pointed and saw 2 people setting up a stall across the street. Yi Kaiping glanced at them, then retracted her gaze and continued to set up the stall with old lady Yi and others. As the sky gradually brightened, regular customers came one after another. Soon, the stall was surrounded by crowds.
Ye Kaipin busiet herself skillfully.
Aunt Peng and her husband thought that with the hula tang, Their porridge would be difficult to sell, so they only made half a bucket of white porridge today and doubled the number of fried dough sticks and steamed buns.
Ulatan.
Fragrant and smooth hula tang. Only 3 cents a bowl. 3 cents for a small bowl, 5 cents for a large bowl. Suddenly, there was a shout from the opposite side. Old lady paused in scooping the soup. Does the opposite side also sell hula tang? The customers who were originally queuing here looked up when they heard the shouting from the opposite side. There is a new hula tang restaurant. And it only costs 3 cents, so cheap. Immediately, most of the customers gathered outside disappeared and ran to the other side. Those gathered in the innermost circle felt embarrassed to leave and smiled at Yi Kaiping. I'll just eat at your stall. But Yi Kaiping was very open-minded. While adding oil and chili to the spicy soup, she said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own preferences. As long as the taste is suitable and it's cheaper over there, I'd go to another stall too." The customers laughed when they heard this. The boss lady is so generous. Yi Kaiping handed the spicy soup to the customers. The newly opened stall over there attracted most of the people. Some were there to get a bargain and some were there to try something new. After finishing all this busy work, old lady Yi looked worried. "Kaiping, what should I do? Most of our business has been taken away. Today is just the first one later. Maybe there will be a second and a third one." Yi Jiner said. Yi Kaiping looked calm. A market without competition is not a market. It's just a small scene, no rush. She was not worried at all. Even in modern times, in the competition full of time-honored brands, her hula tang can stand out, not to mention here. At this time, the uncle who loved their hula tang the most came over from the new stall and whispered, "Boss, you don't know, their soup. Oh my, I just went over and felt their bottom line. Hee, this is what I packed back specially for you to try." The uncle was holding a bowl of hula tang in his hand, from the opposite side. Yi Kaiping choked. This uncle was still the conspicuous bag as always. Last time, in order to drink hula tang, he squatted here before dawn and waited, and now he is a spy for them. "Thank you, uncle," Yi Kaiping said. "Try it quickly. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Yi Kaiping was not afraid of the other party at all, but she could not resist the enthusiasm of the old man. The ingredients of that bowl of spicy soup were similar to theirs, but there was no gluten, the color was a little light, there was more water and less ingredients, especially the meat. It took a long time to find a piece of diced meat. Yi Kaiping scooped it with a spoon, and the soup was not thick enough, and the starch was not enough. Yi Kaiping tasted it and frowned. Yi Jiner also tasted it. "Hey, they didn't add big spices. They don't have our secret recipe." She wanted to say big spices, but she was afraid that others would hear it, so she changed it to a secret recipe. Although she didn't know what big spices were, she was just cautious anyway. Old Lady Yi and Huaner also tasted it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not fragrant. Yi Kaiping said, "Uncle, thank you. By the way, I don't know your last name. My last name is Sue, and I sell shoes in Lure Lane in front.
Oh.
Next time I buy shoes, I will definitely go to your house. Uncle, let me scoop you a big bowl. It's my treat today." "Okay, ha. At this time, the new stall became noisy. A hot-tempered man threw the spoon. "Bah, what the Hades? This is just black fungus, day-lily, and peanut paste. No, it's not even paste. There's no spicy aroma. I bought a large portion, wasting my 5 cents. The customers who had spent money but got the soulless hula tang were already resentful. Now that this man took the lead, they also started to be sarcastic. Others have meat when they scoop, but you? I've been looking for a long time and can't find a single piece of meat. If it doesn't have that rich aroma, it's still called hula tang? It's not authentic at all." The stall owner quickly smiled and said, "Look, there are carrots and peppers. Isn't this hula tang?" The customers choked and said, "Okay, if you insist on explaining it this way." It's not impossible. But other people's spicy food is not the same as the spicy food with chili peppers. The taste is very special. And your chili oil is not delicious. There is only chili peppers, no oil. Oh, there is not even sesame seeds. The customers were full of resentment and regret, and finally realized what it means to get what you pay for. Other people's spicy hot soup is made of real meat, and the chili oil is made of real oil. Thinking of this, those who used to think that the spicy hot soup was a little expensive now think it is worth the money. Those who didn't buy it because of the queue were relieved and hurried back to Yi Caiping's stall. Seeing this, old lady Yi smiled and got busy happily. Although business is back, the stall opposite still has some impact on them. Today's 3 large buckets took half an hour to sell more than yesterday. Yi Caiping stretched. Mom, what time is it now? Yi Caiping doesn't know how to read the shadows of the sun and bamboo poles. Old Mrs. Yi took a look and said, "It's noon, and Bajin is going to take the villagers back this time. Let's wait a little longer. Why don't we find a place to eat? We can ask the fat sister next door to help watch the things." Because the spicy hot soup brought prosperity to the bun stall, Auntie Pang made twice as many buns today as before. This time they were almost all sold out, and there was still a lot of porridge that had not been sold out. Auntie Pang heard it and stepped forward with a smile. "Go ahead, I'll help you watch the things." "Okay, thank you, big sister. The neighbors here call me Pang Hong, you can just call me Pang Jia. My name is Yi Caiping, you can just call me by my name. Oh, by the way, in the future, there may be more copycat spicy hot soups, and our business will be affected. Sister, you shouldn't make so many buns." Auntie Pang also saw the situation today and nodded. "I understand." Yi Caiping dismantled the table and piled it against the wall with wooden barrels and other things. "Let's go."
Hey, Jiner?
"Where's Jiner?" Yi Caiping glanced around and saw old lady Yi and Huaner in front of her, but Yi Jiner was gone. She was so busy just now that she didn't notice Yi Jiner's movements at all. Yi Huaner said, when the spicy soup was almost sold out, she said she wanted to urinate. She must have gone to borrow the toilet from the residents. Old lady Yi frowned. "It's been almost 15 minutes since we closed the stall, and she left before closing the stall. Did she meet a beggar?" As they spoke, both old lady Yi and Yi Huaner's faces changed. Yi Caiping's eyes went dark because what she thought of was not the beetle, but ginseng. Yi Jiner had always been thinking about that ginseng. But things don't always go as planned, and there are always emergencies that prevent her from digging it up. Today is the day when the heroine Li Jiaojiao discovers the ginseng, and it is also the doom of her and Jiner. She originally thought that after selling the spicy soup, she would have a meal in the town and then go shopping. When she returned home, the ginseng would have been dug up by Li Jiaojiao. Jiner would no longer think about it.
Now.
It is obvious that the girl noticed that she was not paying attention to the ginseng, so she ran back to the village on her own initiative. "What's the matter? A girl is missing?" Aunt Pang and her husband Feng Kai hurried over. "It's my Jiner. Did she encounter the beetle?" Old lady Yi was so anxious that she was about to cry.
Yi Huaner was stund.
Her sister was missing. "Hurry up, let's all go look for her," Aunt Pang said. Yi Caiping came back to her senses and said anxiously, "Sister Pang, please take them to look for her. I have to go back to the village." "Go back to the village?" Old Mrs. Yi was puzzled. "Mom, there is a possibility that Jiner secretly ran back to the village. I will explain the reason to you later. I have to find her. You and Sister Pang should also look for her in the town." As she said that, Yi Caiping had already run out.
Caiping.
Before she finished speaking, Yi Caiping had already disappeared. Yi Caiping ran to the place where the ox cart was parked. Yi Bajin was gone, and he was obviously sending the villagers back to the village. Coincidentally, there was an ox cart not far away, and the driver was an old man who seemed to be from the opposite riverside village. Yi Caiping took out a string of money from the space. "Uncle, this is 20 cents, you take me home."
Ah?
The old man was stunned. "No need for so much. 2 cents is enough." "No, just give me 1. Several villagers from Heian village who had already boarded the car were about to curse, but Yi Caiping took out another string of money and stuffed it into one of their hands. "Brothers and sisters, please be kind. I have an urgent matter." The woman who received the money was pleasantly surprised. Okay, whatever you want." The other people got off the car happily to see that there was money to be shared. "Uncle, hurry up. I'm from Qinghe village. Take me directly to Nyoto Mountain. The uncle took the money and was very satisfied, and quickly swung the ox whip. Yi Kaiping was so anxious that her face turned pale. She leaned back in the ox cart, watching the car rushing towards Nyoto Mountain, her thoughts surging. She originally wanted to avoid it, but ended up rushing in that direction. Could it be that they were really doomed? Or was it that even her so-called plot awakening was part of the book? She frowned, and before she knew it, the ox cart was almost at Qinghe village. Uncle, please go into the village, and I'll call someone on the way. Yi Kaiping pointed at the road. Yes, go in from here. The old man followed Yi Kaiping's instructions and soon arrived at the door of old Ye's house. From a distance, Yi Kaiping saw Yi Dequan carrying A and preparing to enter the door. Brother! Yi Dequan turned around and was startled. Hey, Kaiping. Why did you come back alone? We'll talk about it later. Come on, get in the car, and let's go up the mountain. Yi Dequan didn't understand, but he still got in the car obediently. The old man driving the car hurried towards Nyoto Mountain. What's the matter? Yi Dequan asked. Jiner is on the mountain and may be in danger. You have to protect us later. Yi Kaiping said. What? There is danger. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Yi Kaiping nodded, somewhat moved. The book said that only Li Jiaojiao's siblings and their mother and daughter were on the mountain at that time, and Yi Dequan was not on the mountain. Yi Kaiping didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the ox cart stopped at the foot of the mountain. It seems that her plot awakening is not just a part of the book. The brother and sister got off the car and hurried up the mountain. When they were almost at the place where ginseng was found last time, Yi Kaiping saw 3 people standing on the steep from a distance. It was Yi Jiner and a pair of young boys and girls. Yi Jiner said, I discovered this ginseng first. I discovered it a few days ago. Li Jiaojiao raised her eyebrows. It's so funny. Since you found it, why didn't you dig it first? Yi Kaiping's face darkened, and she walked quickly. Jiner.
Yi Jiner, was stund?
She didn't expect her mother to find out that she had returned to the village, and even chased after her. Come home with me first. Yi Kaiping came to her side. I won't. Yi Jiner gritted her teeth, feeling very aggrieved. We were the first to discover this ginseng, but now she has snatched it away. She was unwilling to accept this. Before Yi Kaiping could speak, Li Jiaojiao on the opposite side looked at Yi Kaiping. It turns out to be you. You are the woman who beat Grandma Li and was divorced by Uncle Li in the end. Yi Kaiping raised her eyebrows and also looked at Li Jiaojiao. This is the heroine who lives a beautiful and heroic life by stealing questions and picking up people? Jiaojiao, the name is very heroine-like, and she looks very heroine-like. What kind of beautiful appearance, delicate body, and the kind of pampering by pinching waist. Yi Kaiping said, It seems that you pay a lot of attention to me.
Li Jiaojiao shuka.
Her mother was the one that Uncle Li truly cherished in his heart, the true love that Uncle Li was willing to sacrifice his life to marry. And the woman in front of him was vicious and cruel, and was the abandoned woman that Uncle Li divorced. Now that Yi Kaiping said this, it seemed that they were at a disadvantage. Yi Kaiping didn't want to provoke a conflict with her and pulled Yi Jiner. Let's go.
Mom.
Yi Jiner was unwilling. Yi Kaiping glared. If you don't leave, don't call me Mom. Go wherever you want. Yi Jiner shrank back and nodded when she glared at her. Yi Dequan behind them hurriedly pulled the mother and woman apart, fearing that they would roll down the steep. Let's go home first. Although he didn't know what was going on, his younger sister had said before going up the mountain that there was danger. So all he could think about was bringing his younger sister and niece down the mountain. The 3 of them left the steep step by step. Not until they were far away did Yi Kaiping breathe a sigh of relief and looked back at the figures of Li Jiaojiao and her sister. It seemed that all this could really change. The heavy rock in her heart finally fell, and she felt relaxed and bright. All the way down the mountain, Yi Jiner was a little angry. When I arrived, she had already dug out the ginseng, and she said that the ginseng was 50 years old. Ginseng? 50 years? Yi Dequan was so shocked that he stood there. This must be worth 1 or 200 taels.
Knives.
Yi Kaiping looked back. What Li Jiaojiao said just now is right. Even if we had discovered it a long time ago, but we didn't dig it up, it wouldn't be ours. She dug it first, so it's hers. Although Yi Daquan was reckless, he agreed with this. First come, first served, this is the rule in the mountains. Yi Jiner looked listless and guilty. Mom, I'm sorry. I just couldn't wait any longer. I felt that you didn't seem to care much about this ginseng, so I sneaked back. Sure enough, it was snatched away by someone else. At the end, she felt unwilling again. She looked at Yi Kaiping cautiously. Mom, if we didn't go to sell spicy soup this morning. Yi Kaiping sighed softly. It's not that Mom doesn't care, but that she's too worried. I had a dream a few days ago that we found ginseng on the mountain, and when we were fighting for it, we rolled down the hillside and died.
Yi Jiner was stund.
Look, aren't we fighting for ginseng today? I think, compared with ginseng, our lives are more important. After hearing this, Yi Jiner was relieved. Mom, I understand. Although ginseng is valuable, it is nothing compared to the mother's care. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Okay. It's just ginseng, I don't want as much as you want. As long as there is space, you can buy as much as you want. Yi Jiner and Yi Daquan were both stunned. Why did she make ginseng sound like the weeds on the ground? By the way, Mother just called that girl Li Jiao Jiao.
Is she
the daughter of Li Ziyuan's newly married woman?
Yi Jiner said. Yeah. Y Jineres faz darkened.
Losing the ginseng was already frustrating enough for her. That person turned out to be Li Ziyuan's stepdaughter. Yi Jiner felt even worse. What? Li Ziyuan's stepdaughter. I should have beaten them up if I had known. No, I'll go back and beat them up now. Yi Daquan was about to turn around. Yi Caiping's face darkened, and she grabbed his ear.
Ah.
It hurts. No, little sister, I won't beat you. I won't beat you anymore. At the same time, Li Jiao Jiao took the ginseng and went down the mountain with Li Zimo. Jiao Jiao, you are so lucky. You dug up ginseng as soon as you got up the mountain. Li Zimo said happily. Besides, the ginseng was discovered by that woman first. It's great that we snatched it from them. Li Jiao Jiao smiled, but her brows were tightly knitted together. For some reason, she couldn't be happy, and she felt irritable for a while. She always felt that in addition to ginseng, she should find something else. Li Jiao Jiao was walking, and suddenly she stopped and turned back. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Li Zimo was shocked and chased after her. Li Jiao Jiao ran back to the place where the ginseng was dug, lying on the ground, looking for something. Then, she slid down the hillside and continued to look for it on the ground. No. Why not? Li Zimo looked puzzled. Jiao Jiao, what are you looking for? Li Jiao Jiao was stunned. I don't know. She just felt that there was a void in her heart. In addition to this ginseng, she should get something else more important, right here. I always feel I lost something very important. Li Zimo sighed softly, his eyes gentle. Then let's look for it together. The brother and sister searched up and down the steep, but found nothing valuable except stones and weeds. Li Jiao Jiao was at a loss, feeling empty inside, but had to give up. Dashu Town Old Lady Yi and Yi Huaner were anxiously running around in the stall. Old Lady Yi said, I think we should go to the county to report to the police. Aunt Peng comforted her. Don't worry, Aunt. Didn't Butcher Chen just say that he saw the girl selling spicy soup leaving in your village's ox cart? Yi Huaner said, Butcher Chen is very familiar with Uncle Bajin. He won't make a mistake. Mother has already gone after her. There will be no problem. As she was talking, a shout rang out. From a distance, Yi Bajin was seen driving an ox cart over, with Yi Kaiping, Yi Jiner, and Daquan on the cart. Grandma, it's Mother and Sister. I told you that Mother would definitely find my sister. Yi Huaner said excitedly. The ox cart stopped in front of the stall, and several people got off. Old Mrs. Yi rushed up and grabbed Yi Jiner's ear. You dead girl. Where have you been?
Woo.
It hurts. Disappearing without a word is outrageous. Grandma, I know I was wrong. Yi Kaiping crossed her arms and stood aside, watching Yi Jiner having her ears pulled and her arms twisted. It was time for this girl to be taught a lesson. Yi Bajin was confused. What was going on? When he was about to take the villagers back to the village, Yi Jiner suddenly ran over and said that she had something important to do and had to go home early. After sending the villagers back, he was about to go to the town to pick up Yi Kaiping and saw Yi Kaiping and his sister pulling Yi Jiner over together, saying that they were going to the town. Old lady Yi stopped beating her when she was almost done. Tell me, what's going on? Yi Jiner glanced at Yi Kaiping and Yi Kaiping nodded, then she spoke. No one in the town is willing to lend me land. I just happened to see Uncle Bajin preparing to return to the village, so I just went home. As she spoke, her little face flushed. When going down the mountain, Yi Kaiping had discussed with Jiner and Daquan that they would not mention the ginseng matter and just find an excuse. After all, the value of ginseng is too high, and anyone would be unwilling to see the wealth that is within their grasp lost. It is enough for them to feel uncomfortable themselves, and there is no need to make old lady Yi and others feel uncomfortable with them. What do you want to borrow land for? Yi Bajin was puzzled. Old lady Yi could not react for a while, and Juana leaned over to her ear and whispered, Sister can't borrow the toilet, and she can't hold it anymore. She can't go anywhere. Just go home. Old lady Yi was startled, and touched Jiner's ear with heartache. Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? You got beaten by me in vain. Yi Jiner's face turned red so much that water was about to drip out. Yi Bajin thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking and said with a smile, Brother Daquan, let's move things. Yi Daquan agreed, and the two men began to get busy. Yi Kaiping stuffed a string of money into Aunt Pang's hand. Sister Pang, thank you very much. Otherwise my mother and Juaner would be worried crazy.
And they have wasted so much of your time.
What for? Pang Hong glared at her. Neighbors should help each other. It's meaningless if you give money. Besides, if you want to say thank you, it should be me who thanks you. Otherwise, how could my family's business be so good? Yi Kaiping didn't want to continue stuffing money and smiled and said, How about this? I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Aunt Pang as husband came over. We have something to do later, so we don't need to eat. A simple plain noodles will be enough.
Yi Kaiping nodded.
She was hungry and tired at the moment. She just wanted to eat something quickly so that she could go home and rest.
Mom.
At this time, Yi Juaner pulled her sleeve, her little face red. Can we eat wontons? Yi Kaiping was stunned, her face full of love. All right, then let's eat wontons. Fatty, is it okay? All right. Yi Jiner's eyes lit up. Yi Juaner grinned with joy. She and her sister had never eaten wontons. Grandma always scolded them in the past, saying that wontons were precious things and that they, who were losing money, were not worthy of eating them. In the past, when they went to town, they could only watch others eat with envy. Yi Kaiping turned around and invited Yi Bajin to come together, and Yi Bajin agreed with a silly smile. A group of 8 people came to the wonton stall. Because there were too many people, they were divided into 2 tables. Yi Kaiping and 4 others sat at one table, and Aunt Pang and her husband and Daquan Bajin sat at another table. The owner of the wonton stall glanced at Yi Kaiping. Are you selling hula tang in front?
Yes.
The proprietress was a little annoyed. Ever since the arrival of the spicy soup, fewer people have been eating wontons. But seeing 8 people sitting neatly in front of her, she felt happy again. How big should you want? A small one is 5 cents, a large one is 8 cents. Add noodles, 1 cent more. Give everyone at that table a large one, and add a noodle. We give each person a large one. Soon, the wontons came up. The large one had only 10 in a bowl with only a little meat filling, but the skin was thin and smooth, and the taste was okay. Old Mrs. Yi whispered, It's not as delicious as our spicy soup. Yi Kaiping smiled and gave her a glare. Jiner and Juaner also felt that their spicy soup was not as good as theirs, but they ate it with happiness. They ate the wontons that the girls were not worthy of. When the group returned to Old Ye's house, they saw that the floor was covered with cassava chips. The moisture on the surface had dried, and it seemed that it had been exposed to the sun for a whole morning. Old Man Yi and the first and second wives had just finished their meal and were digesting their food in the main hall. Little sister, why did you come back so late? The meal is warm in the kitchen. I'll serve it to you right away. Yi Erquin jumped up from his chair and said attentively, "No need, we sold out a little late today, so we just had a quick bite in town." Yi Kaiping went back to her room. Old Lady Yi sat in the main room and was too tired to move. Mrs. Du hurriedly served her tea and water, being very filial. Yi Kaiping came out of the room again and gave a string of money to Old Lady Yi. "Mom, wages." "You kid." Old Lady Yi glared at her. "Is it necessary to be so anxious? You can take a rest, and it won't be too late to give it to you when you feel better." Yi Kaiping smiled and said nothing. Mrs. Du's eyes lit up, and she became more attentive to Old Lady Yi and even pounded her legs. She was counting on the old lady to marry her son. Old Man Yi had a smile on his face, and his daughter was becoming more and more filial.
"Sister-in-law."
At this time, Yi Kaiping suddenly called out, "Spread your hands." Mrs. Du looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" She stretched out her hand and spread it out. Yi Kaiping put something in her hand. Du was stunned, and when she looked carefully, it turned out to be one tael of silver. This is one tael? Why did you put the money in my hand?"
Du continued to be confused.
"This is for you." "For me?"
"Yes."
"Sister-in-law, do you remember that we discussed things here the day after I was divorced? We agreed at that time that as long as I gave you 30 taels within 3 months, our previous grievances would be wiped out, and you would have no right to interfere in my marriage. This is the first tael, and the rest will be paid off within 2 months." Du came back to her senses and widened her eyes. "Did we say 30 taels?"
"You did."
Mrs. Du recalled. It seemed to be true. It was agreed that she would get married within 3 months. What did her sister-in-law say? It seemed that she wanted to change the conditions and give money to settle the matter. At that time, she thought her sister-in-law was just talking big, so she never took it to heart. Who would have thought that Yi Kaiping was serious? Besides, the money was in her hands now. This. Are you really going to give me 30 taels? Mrs. Du stammered. That's 30 taels, not 3 taels. Yes, 30 taels. Mrs. Du was dizzy and felt surrounded by great joy. 30 taels. My God, she is going to be a rich woman. Only then did Mrs. Yi come back to her senses from her shock. Yi Daquan said anxiously, No. Little sister, how can we take your money? Mrs. Yi also frowned. It's too much, Kaiping. Mom and Dad, brother, this is what my sister-in-law and I agreed on. I keep my word.
Besides, I owe you this.
Yi Kaiping was firm in her attitude. Although Old Man Yi felt that his daughter had taken on too much responsibility, he was relieved to see that she was so responsible. Old Lady Yi lowered her head and calculated. A bowl of spicy soup cost 5 cents, and she had an idea of how many bowls passed through her hands every day, probably more than 200 bowls, minus the cost. The cost was mainly meat and those medicinal powders. All medicines are very expensive, and the cost is not low. She conservatively estimated that, excluding the cost, her daughter could earn about 500 cents a day. 30 taels, she could earn it back in 2 months. Thinking of it this way, 30 taels seemed okay. The most important thing is that her daughter doesn't have to rush to get married. After a year or so, the fact that her daughter was divorced would be forgotten, and by then she would have a large dowry in hand, and she could marry into any good family she wanted. Old Lady figured it out and nodded. Since it's agreed upon, it's from the old family, so just keep the money. Yi Daquan and Erquin wanted to speak, but were stared at by Old Man Yi.
Ha.
I'm rich. I have hope of finding a daughter-in-law now, and I don't need to rely on you, mother.
Mrs. Du loget d'apili.
Old Lady Yi glared at her. What are you capable of? Let's see if you dare to say anything about Kaiping in the future. You can't interfere in her marriage anymore. Why should I interfere? If she wants to give me 30 taels, let alone limit the time for her to get married, I will be happy even if she lives at home for the rest of her life. After saying that, Mrs. Du turned around and ran away. She was going back to her room to hide the money. Old Lady Yi said, What the Hades, she was massaging my shoulders and legs these days, but now that she has money, she is unfilial. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room laughed. Yi Kaiping looked at Yi Yong. Yonger, the matter between you and Xiao. Old Lady Yi and Old Man Ye's faces changed. After a long while, old man Yi sighed softly. If you really decide on her, then talk to her. Although they don't like Xiaoxiao's mother, it is not easy to meet someone they like. If Yi Yong really set his heart on Xiaoxiao, and now he has the 20 taels of betrothal gift, it is not impossible for him to marry her. Yi Yong pursed his lips. Grandpa, let's talk about this later. I'm going to chop wood. Then he left the house.
Ye kaipin fronet.
Didn't Yi Yong like Yi Xiaoxiao? She was short of money now, but she gave Du 1 tael and a promise at this time, just to stabilize Yi Yong's marriage first. As long as he talked to Xiaoxiao and said that he could get 20 taels within 2 months, wouldn't he be able to marry her? Yi Yong hesitated instead. Yi Kaiping couldn't figure it out, and she didn't have time to think about it now. Her mind was full of making money, and making money. In addition to Du's 30 taels, there were 10 taels of foreign debt, and the space had to be upgraded. Thinking of this, Yi Kaiping said hello to old lady Yi, and then went out with Yi Jiner carrying the wooden barrel. Wei looked at the direction of Du's room with envy. If she had known that she could get 30 taels in this way, she should have made a fuss with her sister-in-law at that time. Yi Jinhua curled her lips. Not bad. Although she was so naughty and bad before, which has made the family penniless. Now that the money has been given, it can be regarded as compensation. At least the eldest brother can get married. As for the second brother. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been sitting in the corner, as usual, expressionless and silent. Yi Jinhua couldn't help but sigh. The second brother was too old, and even if he had money, he had no future in the imperial examinations. Moreover, if the eldest brother gets married, if that person is really Sister Xiaoxiao, the betrothal money must be 20 taels. There is also the wedding banquet, which will cost at least another 7 or 8 taels. These 30 taels were spent in an instant. Moreover, if the younger sister-in-law gave the money, it would be impossible for her to get married within 3 months, and there would be no room for her. If he really gets married, he will have to build another thatched house next to his brother's. It's all about money. Yi Kaiping and her daughter came to the river with 3 large buckets and dishes and washed them together. Many village women who were washing clothes nearby looked over with shining eyes. Now the whole village knows that Yi Kaiping sells hula tang in the town. Some are jealous, but most villagers are still calm. After all, a while ago, Yi Kaiping taught everyone how to eat cassava, which gave the villagers hundreds of kilograms of food at home. Everyone benefited from her, and when they saw her making money, they were at most envious and jealous, and there were not too many extreme reactions. Of course, except for a few exceptions. Hey, Kaiping. Those buckets of yours are for selling hula tang, right? Yes, hula tang, I heard about it too. I looked at it from a distance a few times, and the stall was surrounded by people. I was thinking at the time, who is so powerful that customers have to fight for his products? Who would have thought? I looked through the gap between the people, and it turned out to be Kaiping and you guys. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Sisters, if you want to eat it, tell me in advance and I will save it for you. How can we afford it? It's a precious thing that costs 5 cents a bowl. The woman said, feeling sour in her heart, a bowl of porridge costs only 5 cents. Kaiping, you're going to be rich. Yi Kaiping said, it's not just a bowl of porridge, I put a lot of meat. The lean meat alone costs 20 cents a pound. And the chili oil, you have to put as much oil as possible, and sesame seeds. In addition, there are other seasonings, all of which are expensive things. The women were stunned when they heard it. It seemed that the cost was quite high. One of the women said, what kind of seasoning is that? Yi Kaiping said lightly, they are all commonly eaten.
What commonly eaten?
How much do you put? Yi Jiner on the side got angry. You stupid mother-in-law, why don't I just put all the money in your pocket? Lai Zi's mother jumped up. What's wrong with you, girl? How can you talk to your elders like that? Yi Jiner said with a smile, no one talks like you, Grandma Lai. You keep asking for other people's secret recipes. Grandma Lai was choked, and her face turned red. She looked at Yi Kaiping. Look at your daughter. She has no manners at all. Yi Kaiping answered the question irrelevantly. I'm sorry, Aunt Lai. I can't tell you my secret recipe. Grandma Lai was choked again. The village women next to them were embarrassed. They were so close to Grandma Lai that they seemed to be in cahoots with her, forcing her to tell them the secret recipe. How shameless does one have to be to do this? The village women hurriedly distanced themselves from the matter and said with a smile, "Aunt Lai, you have such a big appetite. This is someone's livelihood skill. How can I tell you casually?" Mrs. Lai was embarrassed and annoyed and threw the wet clothes in her hand into the water. "I'm not trying to do anything. It's just that the same few dishes are always served at home, and no matter how I cook them, they're never tasty. I just want to learn a few more dishes. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You're being so defensive." Yi Kaiping said, "If you want the dishes to taste good, just put more meat, oil, and seasonings." Mrs. Lai screamed, "Don't I know that meat and oil taste good? Doesn't meat cost money? A pound of fat meat costs 25 cents. Lean meat costs 15 cents. Oil is even more expensive. You can't bear to put this in, and you think that's too expensive. If you have the secret recipe of hulatang in your hands, you can make rotten vegetable soup, ha ha." The village women burst into laughter. Lai Posey was so embarrassed that she put the cloves in the basin and turned away.
Yi Jin chuck it.
Yi Kaiping poked her head, but did not scold her. A shameless scoundrel like Lai Posey should be treated harshly and scolded to death. Old Lady Yi was feeding the chickens. In just a few days, the chicks had grown a lot bigger. They were full of energy, chirping and very pleasing to the eye. The chicken feed was brought back by Jinhua, Yinhua, and Yiprung one by one. Jinhua, in particular, would catch grasshoppers whenever she had time and was particularly fond of and caring for the chicks.
Mom.
Wei came in with a broom. Old Lady Yi said, "I'm feeding the chickens. No need to sweep." Wei looked embarrassed. She was not here to sweep the chicken coop. She just felt a little embarrassed and pretended to be here to work. "What's the matter?" Old Mrs. Yi also felt that she was not here to sweep the chicken coop. Wei was worried that, "We haven't divided the family yet, so forget about my younger sister. The income of the first and second rooms must be handed over." "Are you talking about the 30 taels?" Wei lowered her head timidly and said nothing. Old Mrs. Yi sighed softly. "Since the family hasn't divided, the family has to pay for Yonger and Xianer to get married, right?" Wei nodded. "Today your sister-in-law took the money, and Yonger has to pay for the betrothal gifts, clothes, and banquets for his wife. Do the math, will there be any left?" Wei had already calculated it in her mind and shook her head. The main reason was that Xiuxiu's betrothal gift was too high. Otherwise, 15 taels would be enough. So, no matter what, there will be no leftovers from the 30 taels. Does it make a difference whether it comes from her or from me? You know, she has a bad temper, and she will be very happy when she has this money in her hands. Let's make her happy. In this case, the 30 taels are equivalent to being confiscated. Wei understood, but she was still unhappy. If I really marry Xiuxiu, the bride price is too high. Old Mrs. Yi also knew that it was unfair, so she said, "When Pinger marries a wife in the future, no matter whether the bride price is 5 or 6 taels, if it is less than 20 taels, the rest will be given to your second room by the two of us old people. How about it?" Wei was delighted, and her heart finally balanced. "Thank you, Mother." In the room, after Du was happy, she looked at the 1 or 2 taels of silver in her hand and worried. Now the family hasn't divided up yet. If she takes this money, then the family won't have to pay for Yi Yong's wife-in-law. She just did the math. If Yi Yong insisted on marrying Hu Xiuxiu, 30 taels would just be enough. But she wanted to send Yi Xian back to school. "Mother, call us." At this time, Yi Yong, Yi Xian, and Jinhua all came in and closed the door.
Do no dead.
It was a big matter involving 30 taels of money, and she had to find someone to discuss it. Mother was thinking. Du didn't know how to start for a moment, so she could only get straight to the point. "Yonger, well, do you have to marry Xiuxiu? If you don't marry Xiuxiu, 15 or 16 taels will do everything." "No, I won't marry Xiuxiu."
You. What?
Mrs. Du wanted to complain, but Yi Yong said he would not marry. My ears are okay, right? You and Xiuxiu. Mom, Xiuxiu and I have nothing. Leave the money for your second brother to study. Yi Yong really liked Xiuxiu, but the 30 taels can't all be used on him. The second brother and the sister should all have a share. If he marries Xiuxiu, the second brother and the sister will have nothing. Especially the second brother, he should go to study. They can't be wronged for him alone. Yi Jinhua curled her lips. In fact, she was not satisfied with her eldest brother marrying Xiuxiu. Not only did he ask for a sky-high price, but Xiuxiu's mother was also unreasonable. As long as he didn't marry Xiuxiu, their first room would be well off. After the eldest brother got married, the remaining money could be used to send the second brother to school. Yi Xian said lightly, "What's the use? Big brother, I'm not a child of 7 or 8 years old anymore. Even if I am sent to school now, even if I shamelessly go to school with a bunch of kids, it is too late at my age." The Du family and the other two felt sad. Du gritted her teeth and said, "It would be great if I could enter Manhwa Academy." Li Ziyuan said at the beginning that he would recommend you to the academy after he passed the imperial examination.
Now.
How about finding another academy? No recommendation is needed, Yi Jinhua said. Yi Xian shook his head. It's the same everywhere. Even if I get in, how can I pay the tuition? Manhwa Academy is a government-run academy, and it costs 1 tael a month. A privately run one costs 2 taels. How many months can these 30 taels last? And what about pens, ink, paper, and inkstone? These are the most expensive. Besides, I can't get in at all. Xianer, don't listen to that Li Ziyuan, Du said anxiously. Li Ziyuan had taught Yi Xian before, and Li Ziyuan always shook his head and said that Yi Xian was a blockhead and was not good at studying. It's not because of Li Ziyuan but because I really can't do it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have only studied in school for a few years. I haven't been to school for more than 10 years. Why should I go to a college?
But
Hasn't Jinshan been teaching you all the time? Jinshan was a good friend of Yi Xian. He studied in a private school in the county, and he always taught Yi Xian what he had learned. Yi Xian said, "That's different. Jinshan is not a teacher, and I haven't learned anything. With my level, if I really go to school, it will be nothing but a waste of time. Instead of wasting money on me, it's better to let Big Brother marry a girl he likes. I already have regrets, and I can't let Big Brother regret it for the rest of his life." Second brother. Yi Yong's eyes were red. Yi Xian waved his hand. Now is not the time to be humble or hypocritical. There is only so much money. We must think carefully about how to use it, which is the most valuable. I have also thought about my future life. Next year we can reclaim wasteland and plant a few more acres of cassava. In 2 years, I will marry a wife and live a stable life. Yi Yong felt uncomfortable when he heard Yi Xian's words, but he still nodded. He will cultivate the land well to save money for his second brother to marry a wife, and also save money for his sister's dowry. Although Mrs. Du is unwilling that her son would be completely out of the imperial examination, what he said was not without reason. There is nothing wrong with farming well and living a stable life. Okay, since everything has been decided, then, Mrs. Du said, glancing at Yi Yong, talk to Xiuxiu and tell her that we will get the betrothal money within 2 months, but you can't get married. She hated Xiuxiu's mother, but she couldn't let her son regret it for the rest of his life. Hu Xiuxiu was chopping pig grass at home. Hu Xiaoxi walked over quietly and lowered his voice. Sister, Brother Yong said that he is waiting for you at the place where he collects firewood on the mountain. Hu Xiuxiu paused with the hatchet in her hand and whispered, Go tell him that we don't want to meet again. She struggled and even fell into the water. She thought that physical contact would make things happen, but her mother still made a fuss. If she took the initiative to spread the news of falling into the water, she was afraid that her mother would go all out and sell her out. She was going to see the carpenter in the town the day after tomorrow, and she had to break up with Yi Yong completely. Hu Xiaoxi looked lonely and could only run out. But after a while, she ran back. Brother Yong said, If you don't come, he will come to find you. He's crazy. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth. The sound was too loud. Mother was making clothes in the room. After thinking about it, Hu Xiuxiu chopped the hatchet on the wooden stake. Xiaoxi, you cut grass for the pigs, and I'll go collect firewood. Only by talking clearly face to face can they really break up. No, I'll go with you. I'll ask my eldest brother to cut grass for the pigs. After Hu Xiaoxi finished speaking, he rushed into the room, left his brother to cut grass for the pigs, and chased after Hu Xiaoxiu, going up the mountain together. Hu Xiaoxiu came to the place where they usually collected firewood together. Yiyong was chopping wood. Hu Xiaoxiu walked over and was talking when Yiyong told her everything. What did you say? Will you collect enough money for the bride price within 2 months? Hu Xiaoxiu was stunned.
Yes.
This is what my aunt promised us, saying it is compensation for us. After experiencing what happened during this period of time, whether it was digging cassava or selling spicy soup, my aunt became more and more reliable. Yiyong also looked at Yi Kaiping differently and believed in her more and more. After Hu Xiaoxiu was happy, she felt a little sad. My mother won't believe this. Unless the 20 taels are placed in front of her now. Besides, the day after tomorrow I will go to the town to see. If the carpenter likes it, the marriage will be settled. Yiyong's face changed. What should I do? Hu Xiaoxiu was at a loss for a moment. Hu Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. How about Brother Yong? Take your sister out to hide for a while? No. Yiyong refused without thinking. Those who run away become concubines, and those who run away secretly become lowly. Even if we come back in the future, our reputation will be ruined. Especially Xiaoxiu as a woman, she has to bear thousands of times more than men. Hu Xiaoxiu gritted her teeth. What should I do? How about I'll find the carpenter and tell him clearly that I feel. No. I've heard that the carpenter is narrow-minded. If I say this to him and lose his face, he will tell the matchmaker or my mother about this, and my mother will sell me out. How about delay it? Just delay it for 2 months, and we'll collect enough money, and then threaten your mother with the incident of falling into the water. With 20 taels, she will agree to our marriage.
Yiyong said.
The question is, how to delay? I have a way. Hu Xiaoxi's eyes rolled and he smiled. Sister, you give me 20 cents and I guarantee that the carpenter will postpone the appointment for 2 months. Hu Xiaoxiu frowned. What method? Give me the money first. You will know tomorrow. Seeing that he was keeping her in suspense, Hu Xiaoxiu was so anxious that she wanted to hit him. But among the brothers, Xiaoxi was the smartest and cleverest. Hu Xiaoxiu nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you when I get home. Hu Xiaoxiu still had some private memories. After Hu Xiaoxiu and Yiyong talked it out, they felt that the sky was clear. One of them chopped wood and the other bundled wood, with smiles on their faces. The next morning, 4:00 in the morning, Yi Kaiping and Old Lady Yi were getting ready to get up and busy in the kitchen. Old Lady Yi said, There was one more Hu La Tang restaurant yesterday, which caused us to sell for an extra hour. How much should we make today? Yi Kaiping thought for a while. Make 1 less bucket? Old Mrs. Yi hesitated. If 1 less bucket, I'm afraid it won't be enough to sell. If it's not enough to sell, just take a break. After the spicy soup was ready, the 4 of them took the ox cart to the town again. Sure enough, there were 4 more spicy soup stalls today, and the prices were uneven. Some were 3 cents for a small bowl, and some were 4 cents. Anyway, they were cheaper than theirs. This is a price war.
Yi Kaiping laughed.
If you want to fight a price war, the quality must be the same. If you don't have the strength, it's useless to follow the trend. However, although those stores were just for show, they still took away some customers. After all, everyone wants to be cheap and try new things. Thinking, if the spicy soup in yesterday's store didn't work, maybe the others would. I was a penny short, so I naturally wanted to try it. Of the 4 new stalls, one actually had quite a lot of customers, selling a small bowl for 4 cents. Uncle Sue was acting as a spy for them again, buying from the stall with the most customers. Yi Kaiping tasted it and nodded. This stall actually added pepper, which was the most important flavor of Hu La Tang. But it was still far behind theirs. Although the business was somewhat affected, the 2 large buckets of Hu La Tang were still sold out within 3 hours. Customers who didn't get to taste Hu La Tang were disappointed and could only try other stalls. Old Lady Yi said, It's selling quite fast. I should have made half a bucket earlier. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Let's do some hunger marketing and let customers try other stalls and compare. The four were packing up their stalls when a short, fat, middle-aged man came over one by one. Smiling, "Boss, your hula tang is really delicious. My surname is Lin, and I work at Baiwelu." Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "We know Baiwelu, the most popular restaurant in Dashu town." Shopkeeper Lin laughed. "Your spicy soup is quite good. We at Baiwelu are quite interested in it. How about we cooperate?" Yi Kaiping raised her eyebrows. "How to cooperate?"
Well,
"Can you sell us your recipe?" Shopkeeper Lin said, "Of course, after buying the recipe, you can continue to set up the stall. I promise that our family will only start selling afternoon. In this way, you sell in the morning market and we sell in the afternoon and evening markets, and there is no conflict." "Sorry, I don't want to sell it." Yi Kaiping refused without thinking. Shopkeeper Lin frowned. "Wait, don't rush to refuse. I haven't given a price yet. I offer 50 taels." Yi Kaiping almost spit out tea. Yi Kaiping said, "Shopkeeper, you want to buy a house because of our business, right? You are also in the catering business. Don't you think we can earn 50 taels?" Yi Kaiping said, "I have a better plan. How about this? We make hula tang and deliver it to your restaurant every day. We will make as much as you need." Shopkeeper Lin frowned. There were other merchants who supplied them with food in this way. But they had more than one Baiwelu in the town, and there were more than 20 branches in other counties and cities. He wanted to make hula tang a specialty of Baiwelu. If this was successful, he would not only get generous rewards, but he might even be promoted to become the chief shopkeeper of the entire Yuan County. Even if Yi Kaiping could supply them, it would only be limited to Dashu town with limited profits. Yi Kaiping said, "Shopkeeper, what do you think?" Shopkeeper Lin smiled and said, "Young lady, why don't we go to Baiwelu for a meal and sit down and have a good chat?" Yi Kaiping was also a veteran in the business world. He knew his routine and pointed out directly, "Are we going to discuss supply or recipes? If it's supply, you can sit here and talk. If it's recipes, forget it. I won't sell it to you no matter how much it costs." The smile on Shopkeeper Lin's face froze. With just a few words, he knew that the woman in front of him was not easy to fool. He frowned. "Young lady, I'll give you 100 taels." For ordinary farmers, 100 taels was a huge sum of money that they dared not even think about and could never earn in their entire lives. Old Lady Yi and Gina Huaner had already taken a breath and couldn't help being tempted. Shopkeeper Lin noticed the change in the expressions of the three people, and his eyes flashed slightly. "We can sign a contract. After buying the prescription, we will only sell it in the lunch and evening markets, and you can set up a stall in the morning market. But after selling the prescription to us, you can't sell it to others." Old Lady Ye's heart was surging when she heard this. If they could continue to set up a stall, they could continue to make money. If they sold the prescription, wouldn't the 100 taels be equivalent to giving it away for free? She secretly pulled Yi Kaiping's sleeve. Yi Kaiping slapped her hand away and looked at Shopkeeper Lin. "I'm sorry, I can't sell the house." Shopkeeper Lin couldn't laugh anymore. "The price can be negotiated, or you make an offer. I won't sell it even at 10,000 taels." Shopkeeper Lin choked. 10,000 taels? His bottom line is 300 taels. And what did she just say? She won't sell it even for 10,000? Why is she so proud? Shopkeeper Lin is a respectable person in the town. Now he is humiliated by a small vendor. No matter how good his temper is, he can't stand it. We don't have to have the recipe. There are many chefs with keen taste buds in Baiwelu. What recipe can't they taste? By then, Baiwelu will develop a better recipe, and your business will also be affected. Don't regret it then. Old Lady Yi was a little scared and looked at Yi Kaiping. Yi Kaiping looked calm. "If I am really shocked by your new recipe, I will admit defeat with a clear conscience." Shopkeeper Lin didn't expect this young lady to be so stubborn, and he walked away in a huff. It's just a spicy soup. He didn't believe that they, as a dignified Baiwelu, couldn't develop their own recipe. Old Lady Yi looked worried. "Kaiping, that's 100 taels. If you have this 100 taels, you will become a wealthy man. And we can continue to set up a stall and earn hundreds of coins a day." Yi Kaiping said, Selling a house contract is not that simple, there must be a lot of restrictions. Even if I continue to set up a stall, I can only do it in Dashu town. I can't open a store or leave the town, then I really can only set up a stall. Old Mrs. Yi didn't understand. Setting up a stall is also very good, business is so good. Yi Huaner said softly, Grandma, if Baiwelu also sells hula tang, then customers will have a choice. In the past, customers would come in the morning to drink our soup. In the future, Baiwelu also sells it, and customers will think that they don't have to eat it in the morning, and it will also be fine at noon or in the evening. Customers will take half. Yi Kaiping was startled and looked at Yi Huaner. The girl was only 9 years old, yet she was so sharp at such a young age. Old Lady Yi seemed to understand, but still sighed. That's what you said. But setting up a stall is not a long-term solution. Look at the current situation. Maybe one day you won't be able to sell anything. But 100 taels is different. That's real money in your hands. After selling the recipe, if there is less business, then sell less and you can relax a little. Seeing Old Lady Ye's regretful look, Yi Kaiping didn't blame her. How far-sighted can you expect an ordinary village woman to be? Yi Kaiping said, This matter has been decided, and the house will not be sold. After the spicy soup, I have other arrangements. After listening to this, old Mrs. Yi regretted saying too much. Both the business and the recipe belonged to her daughter, and she shouldn't interfere too much. Besides, her daughter was becoming more and more opinionated and successful, so she just had to listen to her. There were only 2 buckets of spicy soup today, and it was not yet noon when they were sold out, so Yi Kaiping asked Bajin to take them back. After entering the village, Yi Kaiping heard the villagers on the roadside discussing one thing. It was said that Li Xiaotsai from Lijia village went up the mountain to dig ginseng the day after his stepdaughter came into the house, shocking several nearby villages. The ginseng is at least 60 years old and was sold for 200 taels of silver.
Wow.
So amazing! How can she be so lucky? I heard that even the most cunning Mrs. Li rubbed the step-granddaughter's face and praised her as a little lucky star. These 2 grandparents and granddaughter are so close. When Kaiping was at the Li family before, she was never nice to her 2 granddaughters. She suddenly stopped talking. Yi Bajin was driving a bullock cart passing by, and Yi Kaiping and others were on the cart. Those who were talking excitedly just now all looked at Yi Kaiping and her daughter with sympathy. Back then, Kaiping was also the most beautiful girl in the area, and she married there with a clean record. But she was despised and divorced. The 2 daughters were also from the Li family, but they were not treated well. The one that Li Xiaotsai married later was not only married before, but also had 2 burdens, but was treated like a treasure. Alas, comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. Until the bullock cart went away, the ants started chattering again, their words full of sympathy. But there was a discordant voice. Even if Li Xiaotsai's new daughter-in-law has been married before, she is still a lady from a wealthy family. Those 2 burdens are even more promising. The boy is a good candidate for studying, and the girl is a lucky star. They have earned 200 taels of silver for the family as soon as they got married. If it were me, I would love them too. Kaiping is also promising. The hula tang business is so good. An ant retorted. No matter how good the business is, how much can you earn? The cost is so high, and the meat and oil are put in as if they are free so that it tastes good. If you can earn dozens of coins a day, you will be very lucky. Even if you work for 100 years, you can't earn 200 taels of silver. So, the stepdaughter of the Li family is still promising. When the ants who defended Yi Kaiping heard this, they couldn't refute it. It has to be said that the old Li family is really going to take off. With fame and wealth, it is really getting more and more prosperous. Hu family. When matchmaker Huang walked in, Xiao Xiao's mother was surprised. The 2 sat down in the main hall, and matchmaker Huang said, Carpenter Kai said that the meeting time will be postponed for 3 months. What? Xiaoxianyang had a bad feeling from the beginning, and it turned out to be true. She said anxiously, Why is it postponed? What a coincidence. Carpenter Kai almost fell down when he went out this morning, and a monk happened to pass by and said that he could not get married within 3 months, otherwise there would be a bloody disaster. It is better to believe it than not. The Kai family decided to postpone the marriage. Xiaoxianyang, just wait a while. Xiaoxianyang was reluctant and asked suspiciously, Aunt, tell me the truth, is Carpenter Kai dissatisfied with my Xiaoxi and is looking at other girls? Well, he and Xiaoxianyang haven't settled down yet. If he looks at other girls, what's wrong with looking at your Xiaoxi together and then slowly choosing? Why bother to find such an excuse to postpone it for 3 months? Xiaoxianyang thought about it, and it was true. Not to mention that they haven't seen each other yet. Even if they have seen each other, and the other party says he needs to think about it, it's the same as waiting. I've already told you, I'll come back in 3 months. Matchmaker, Huang stood up. Xiaoxio's mother said anxiously, We have time anyway, matchmaker. Why don't you find a few more for Xiaoxio? If the carpenter doesn't like her after 3 months, then we will have wasted our time in vain. Matchmaker Huang's mouth twitched, and she wanted to curse. God knows how long she has been looking for a sucker who is willing to give 20 taels of betrothal gifts. But her professional ethics made her smile. Haha, you can rest assured. Carpenter Kai has been a single man for 5 generations, and he just wants to find someone like Xiaoxio who is easy to give birth to. His family is not short of money. Xiaoxio's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said a lot of nice things before sending the person out. Hu Xiaoxio, who was hiding in the corner, glared at Hu Xiaoxi. Where did you find this monk, kid? That's an old ruffian from Heian village, a bald man. I gave him 20 cents and asked him to pretend to be a monk and fooled Carpenter Kai. Hu Xiaoxio chuckled and poked Xiaoxi's head lovingly. During these 3 months, her mother was destined to live in anxiety. 2 months later, Brother Yong collected enough betrothal gifts, and as long as he put 20 taels in front of her mother, how could her mother not agree? The 4 new hula tang stalls in the town persisted for 4 or 5 days, and 3 of them went bankrupt. Then 2 more were opened, and they went bankrupt within a few days. In the end, only one was left, which was the one that knew how to use pepper. They made a bucket of soup a day, but only sold half a bucket. It was half dead, and I was afraid it was losing money. Yi Saiping's business began to be affected, and then the customers came back. They made 3 buckets a day steadily, and they were sold out in 3 hours, and they could always return to the village before noon. Baiwela shopkeeper Lin put 5 bowls of hula tang in front of him. He hired someone to buy them from Yi Kaiping. After drinking the soup, the chef and 2 kitchen assistants of Baiwelu were thoughtful. The chef said, I have never tasted such a fragrance. It is very special, different from the ordinary sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. I only tasted the most prominent flavor, which is pepper. The flavor is too strong, and his wife was sick and occasionally used pepper. Pepper is a medicine and can only be bought in a pharmacy, said the chef. Medicine? Shopkeeper Lin thought of something, and his eyes flashed. This morning, the town was as lively as ever. Li Jiaojiao and Li Zimo got off the ox cart, and a little boy of 7 or 8 years old chased after them. Sister Jiaojiao, what are you doing in town? Li Gohua asked attentively. Buy some things. Li Jiaojiao smiled. Buy a silver hairpin for my mother, a set of 4 treasures for my father, and a piece of flowered cloth for my grandmother. Li Jiaojiao had 200 taels in her hand, and the whole village knew it. The Li family was proud of their fame and were not afraid of others' thoughts, so they did not hide it. Sister Jiaojia is the best daughter and granddaughter in the world. Li Jiaojiao glared at him, but her heart was full of happiness. Although her father and grandmother were both stepchildren, they were thousands of times better than her scumbag biological grandmother. She received their love for her. As long as they were good to her, she would repay them 1,000 times. Li Gohua kept praising her, and Li Jiaojiao's ears were buzzing. A candied Haas seller happened to pass by, so he bought a string and stuffed it into Li Gohua's hand. You keep chattering, it's so noisy. Here, that's enough to fill your mouth. Li Gohua was stunned, and then his heart was filled with warmth. Sister Jiaojiao is the best to me. You're so talkative. Jiaojiao, I heard that there is a new food in town called spicy soup. Shall we go and try it? Li Zimo said. Okay. The three of them came to the stall selling hula tang, only to see that it was surrounded by a crowd of people. They were expectant for a while, but the next second, Li Zimo's face changed. Jiao Jiao. The one selling hula tang. Is she the Yi? Li Jiao Jiao took a closer look, and it was really her. Li Guohua also recognized the person. He was as disgusted as he was expecting just now. Humph, it's just selling hula tang. What's the big deal? No matter how much she sells, she's not as good as my sister Jiao Jiao, who made 200 taels by digging ginseng. Sho, Li Zimo covered his mouth. This is not a village. The town has a complicated population, and wealth should not be shown off. Li Guohua was startled. I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly. Anyway, Sister Jiao Jiao is the best. No one can compare to her. Sister Jiao Jiao, let's not eat at her house. Let's eat at someone else's. Li Zimo also said, Jiao Jiao, let's go. Li Jiao Jiao didn't think that she had any deep hatred with Yi, but the embarrassment was real. Why bother to go over and make herself unhappy? When Li Jiao Jiao turned around, she was suddenly stunned and stared at Yi Kaiping blankly. What's wrong?
Li Zimo said.
That jade pendant. Li Jiao Jiao was deeply attracted by the jade pendant hanging on Yi Kaiping's neck. Li Zimo followed her line of sight and saw that Yi did seem to be wearing a piece of jade around her neck, but he couldn't see clearly what kind it was. What jade pendant? I can't even see it clearly. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't see it clearly either, but for some reason, she was deeply attracted to it. A special desire arose in her heart. It was very strange. She just felt that the jade should be hers. Jiao Jiao? Li Zimo saw that something was wrong with her and was a little anxious. Sister Jiao Jiao, let's go quickly so that the woman won't see us and think we are interested in her stinky soup. Li Jiao Jiao came back to her senses. She didn't know what happened to her. Guohua kept pulling her, and she could only be dragged away by them hesitantly. Yi Kaiping and the other three had already discovered Li Jiao Jiao and her gang. Yi Jiner's face darkened. They are sensible. If they really come over, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Kaiping knocked her on the head. If they don't bother us, we shouldn't pay attention to them. As she was speaking, a slightly fat middle-aged man came forward. He was the shopkeeper Fong of the drugstore. Today's soup is still as delicious as before.
Thank you.
Yi Kaiping smiled. Shopkeeper Fong suddenly remembered something. By the way, young lady, I want to tell you something. Do you recognize shopkeeper Lin from Baiwelu? Yi Kaiping was slightly startled. Yes. He wanted to buy my prescription last time. He asked me to taste it for him yesterday. I bought the spicy soup from your house and asked me to taste what medicines are in it. Shopkeeper Fong shook his head and said, I didn't agree. I don't want to get involved in such a mess. But he should have hired a lot of doctors.
Thank you.
Today's spicy soup is free. Shopkeeper Fong waved his hands and said, I just mentioned it casually. I'm not asking for anything. Finally, he insisted on paying the money. Because of Manager Fong's tattoo, old lady Yi was worried all the way on the way back. She was already frightened by those imitators a while ago, and now a behemoth like Baiwelu has come out in person. Who knows what the result will be? Old lady Yi couldn't help but look at Yi Kaiping, but saw her talking to two maids, not knowing what they were talking about, but laughing happily. Well, her daughter has a plan, so she didn't say much. After returning home, Yi Kaiping went into the room as soon as possible, closed the door, and started to count. Adding what she earned today, minus some wages, fares, and other expenses, she only had 15 taels in her hand. Yi Kaiping has made a decision. After she left the room, she went to the kitchen and started making hula tang. After a while, the aroma of hula tang wafted out. Old Mrs. Yi came over following the smell. Are you having spicy soup for lunch?
No.
Yi Kaiping smiled, then found 3 large ceramic bowls and poured the spicy soup into them. Let's go find the village head uncle. Old Mrs. Yi thought about it and understood and smiled. That's right, it's time to return it. Yi Kaiping carried a bowl of spicy soup and went to the village head's house with old Mrs. Yi. When they arrived, Yi Lijing's family of 5 were having dinner. Oh, the old sister-in-law and Kaiping are here. Sit down and eat together. The village head's wife stood up quickly.
No, we will eat in a while.
Old Mrs. Yi smiled and declined. Yi Kaiping came forward with a spicy hot soup. Everyone knows that I've been selling spicy hot soup for a while, but no one has invited you guys to have it. I made a pot specially for you guys to try. Yi Lijing wanted to say something polite, but he was stunned and couldn't say anything. He just smiled innocently. Oh, this.
Ha!
The head's wife laughed so hard that her teeth were showing. Then we won't be so formal with you. Yi Bajin and Bajin's wife were so happy that they could only grin. The 8-year-old Yi Fubao was almost drooling because of a smell, but he was very well behaved and didn't dare to move. After Yi Kaiping put the spicy hot soup on the table, she took out 5 taels of silver and stuffed it into the hands of the head's wife. This is the 5 taels of silver that our family owes, and we finally got it together today. Yi Lijing was stunned. This. Thinking of what Yi Kaiping had done during this period, digging cassava and doing business, and hearing from Bajin that her business was booming. Yi Lijing stopped saying polite words and said with a smile, "Then I will accept it. Kaiping is becoming more and more promising. It's all thanks to the tolerance of my parents, brothers and sisters-in-law, and the help of you, Uncle Lijing." Yi Bajin felt unworthy. Sister Kaiping has paid back so much money. I can't charge for the hula tang anymore in the future. Yi Lijing and his wife, Bajin's wife. Yi Kaiping laughed angrily. What a fool. It's my duty to pay back the money, but you still have to pay for the delivery. One thing is one thing. I have something to tell you later. Let's go back first. Yi Bajin was confused. What did he want to do with him? Yi Kaiping and his wife said a few words to the Lijing and his wife, and then left. When they got home, they brought another pot of hula tang to Dr. Zhao's house. Dr. Zhao was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling when he got back the 2 taels of debt. Who would have thought that the old Yi family had paid off the debt in just over half a month? After tasting the spicy soup, Yi Caiping's eyes widened. Your spicy soup is amazing. It's good for people's health. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, yes, it warms the middle and dispels cold, especially suitable for people with cold stomach and body. After returning from Dr. Zhao, she went to Uncle Ye's house. Uncle Ye's spicy soup is the largest pot because there are many people. Uncle Yi has 4 children, a daughter and 3 sons. The daughter is married, and the 3 sons are named Sanquan, Sichuan, and Wuchuan. They are ranked after Daquan and Erquan. Sanquan is Yi Caiping's cousin, and Sichuan and Wuchuan are cousins. As soon as Yi Kaiping entered the door and put down the spicy soup, she was surrounded by a group of children cooing. The cooing made Yi Caiping's head buzzing, and she thought she had entered a pigeon house. He quickly took out the candy he had prepared in advance. Come, line up and share the candy. Yi Xing, Yi Wang, Yi Feng, take it. These are Yi Sanchuan's children, 10, 8, and 6 years old. Yi Ji, Yi Xiang, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chao. These are yours. These are Yi Sichuan's children. They are 8, 7, 5, and 2 years old. Fortunately, Yi Wuchuan is not married yet, otherwise it would be even more lively. After distributing the candy, Yi Kaiping finally got away from the group of children. Seeing a group of children laughing and shouting while eating candy, she couldn't help but smile. After paying the money and leaving Uncle Ye's house, Yi Kaiping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is really a relief to be debt-free. When the mother and daughter returned home, Wei had already cooked the meal. Today they had brown rice with cassava chips and pickled vegetables, chili oil, and stir-fried cabbage. Although Yi Kaiping made money and old lady Yi also had income, the food at home was still so light. Yi Kaiping would occasionally buy some meat to satisfy her hunger. Yi Daquan and others were already very satisfied with this kind of life. After dinner, Yi Kaiping said, Mom and Dad, big brother and second brother, I have something to discuss with you today. Old Mrs. Yi paused while picking her teeth. Could it be that her daughter had thought it through and wanted to sell the family? Everyone in the family had heard old Mrs. Yi nagging about Bai Weilu, and they all straightened their backs. Mrs. Du said, What's the matter, little sister? Have you considered selling the family? That's right, if you have 100 taels in hand, you don't even need to set up a stall. Mrs. Wei looked at Yi Kaiping with envy. 100 taels. With this money, you don't have to work for the rest of your life.
No.
Yi Kaiping smiled and said, I want to make a few more buckets of this spicy soup every day. Old Mrs. Yi was startled. This.
No.
3 buckets a day is just right. At most, we can make 1 more bucket. Too much can't be eaten in the town. Not in the town. I want to set up a stall in the county town. County town? Everyone in the Yi family looked at her, and old man Yi nodded. Moving to the county town is not a bad idea. After all, there is Baiwelu in the town. It's not because of Baiwelu. What I mean is to set up stalls at both ends, continue to set up the one in the town, and then set up another stall in the county town. Old Mrs. Yi and her husband looked at each other, and it would be good to earn more before the soup from Baiwelu comes out. Yi Dequan said, but there are not enough people. So I want to ask my eldest brother and second brother to help, just like mother, 30 cents a day. As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei's eyes lit up at the same time. Little sister, are you serious? Wei was so excited that her voice stuttered. Du felt it was unreal, and her heart was pounding. God knows how much she envied old Lady Yi, who had 30 cents every day. Although she knew that the money would eventually be spent on them. But it was different from actually holding it in her own hands. Now, her husband also needs to be paid. Yi Dequan said anxiously, little sister. 30 cents is too much, just give 10 cents a day. Yi Dequan was unwilling to take money from Yi Kaiping. He helped his little sister. Why should he take money? The little sister has paid too much for the family during this period of time. She got cassava and paid her mother. The family can have enough food now because of the little sister. Yi Dequan was heartbroken. He didn't like to see the little sister pay. He only liked to pay for the little sister. But he also understood Yi Kaiping's recent personality. If he didn't take it, she would definitely be unhappy.
So he said 10 cents.
Yi Erquin said, we used to carry big bags and only earn 20 a day. Now we only set up a stall for half a day. How can we earn 31?
10 is just right.
Mother earns 31 because it is mostly for my younger sister, who is filial to her. Old Mrs. Yi and her husband were afraid that Yi Kaiping would be burdened too much, so they agreed with their 2 sons. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei looked at Yi Kaiping nervously. The two were very conflicted. Of course, they wanted a higher salary, but what the brothers Yi Dequan said was not unreasonable. It was indeed quite guilty to earn 31 for half a day. Yi Kaiping thought about it and said, how about this, since you don't have to make soup, I will reduce it a little, 21 a day. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Du said anxiously, my younger sister is right, it's 21. She was already very satisfied with 21. Yi Dequan wanted to refute it, but then he thought, 21 is also fine. Then, he can spend more on his younger sister. This wage. Mrs. Du looked at old Lady Yi expectantly. Mrs. Wei also looked over, her eyes full of hope. Okay, since both of you have this wage, just pay 10 cents a day. Old Lady Yi said. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei were excited and said in unison, thank you, Mother. In the past, no matter what money they earned, they had to hand it in. Now they only have to pay half, which is already very good. Let's go out to work and the farm work at home, said Yi Erquin. Old Man Yi said, the wheat and cassava have been planted, and the rest is watering and weeding, which is nothing to do. Yi Xian said, Dad, second uncle, you can just help my aunt with peace of mind and leave the fields at home to me and my eldest brother. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Kaiping. He always wanted to study and take the path of imperial examinations and felt that his aunt had ruined his future. He used to resent her, but he saw the changes in his aunt during this period. She had really changed. It's not about forgiveness or not, but the reality is there, and he has to let it go. The last time his mother talked to him and his sister, he told his eldest brother that he just wanted to farm well and live a stable life. He also said that he had no talent or hope. At that time, he just wanted to comfort his eldest brother. But in the dead of night, he recalled what he had said, and suddenly he felt relieved. That's it, persistence is really tiring. Letting go makes people calm and peaceful. Now, he just wants to farm well and live a down-to-earth life. Seeing Yi Xian take the initiative to say such words, Mrs. Yi and her husband were relieved and smiles on their faces. Xianer finally came out and let it go. Seeing that her nephew finally forgave her, Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded at him. After working so hard for so long, she finally won his trust. Xianer, wait. Your aunt will find a husband for you next month. The family discussed it lively for a while and then settled the matter. In the evening, Yi Bajin brought meat and Yi Kaiping discussed with him about setting up a stall in the county town. Yi Bajin agreed, without thinking. Considering that Yi Bajin would have to make one more trip to the county town and would not be able to pick up passengers in the afternoon, Yi Kaiping decided to increase the fare by 10 cents, but Yi Bajin waved his hand. I will only pick you up twice. 20 cents a day is already high enough. How can I increase the price? Besides, Sister Kaiping also knows that my Fubao has a bad stomach, but after drinking hula tang today, he felt much better. I asked Dr. Zhao, and he said that this soup is good for Fubao's health. He used to have a bowl of white porridge every day, but now he has changed to a bowl of hula tang. What I mean is, the fare doesn't need to be increased anymore. Sister Kaiping will leave a bowl of hula tang for my Fubao every day, and the fare has been increased. Yi Kaiping thought about it and said, okay, but I have to increase the fare by 3 cents. So it's settled, 23 cents a day, plus a bowl of hula tang. Yi Bajin couldn't refuse anymore and smiled awkwardly and agreed. Sister Kaiping, when are you going to sell it in the county? 3 days later, go to the county to buy some ingredients tomorrow. She had almost used up all the spices and needed to get another batch of goods as well as black fungus. The next day at noon, after closing the stall, Yi Kaiping took her 2 daughters and went to the county town with Yi Bajin. Yuan County is very large, with more than 10 medicine shops alone. Yi Kaiping and Gina Huan are split into 3 groups, buying one kind of ingredient from each medicine shop. They also added 2 cents to ask the store to grind all the spices into powder. Just these spices cost a full 5 taels. Then there were dried vegetables such as black fungus, as well as wooden barrels, tables, and stools. Because of the experience, it was quick to buy them. Fortunately, the stall earned 1 tael and 2 cents that day, otherwise it would not be enough. Everything is ready, just waiting to open the stall tomorrow. Since returning from the town last time, Li Jiaojiao has been a little dazed. These days, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. As long as she closed her eyes, she would think of the jade pendant that Yi Kaiping was wearing. As soon as Li Zimo entered the house, he saw Li Jiaojiao sitting in the courtyard in a daze, and couldn't help but worry. Jiaojiao, why is she so listless these days? Li Jiaojiao's expression was tense. Brother, do you still remember the time when we ate hula tang in town? That time?
Ha, don't mention it.
Li Zimo looked disgusted. After they took Li Jiaojiao away that time, they went to another restaurant to eat hula tang. The result was disappointing. The taste was mediocre.
I don't know why it was praised to the sky. No. Didn't we run into Yi?
I told you that she was wearing a piece of jade. I like that jade. Li Zimo finally remembered. What makes you miss it so much? Could it be a good thing? He became excited as he spoke. Are you talking about the jade plate engraved with endless? A gentle voice sounded, and a high-spirited man walked over. It was Li Ziyuan. That was given to her by a fortune teller on the street. It's cheap. The quality of that jade is almost the same as stone. No one would pick it up if it was thrown on the street. Yi said with a look of disgust, and she only wore that kind of cheap jade. No, Dad, I like that jade. Li Jiaojiao said anxiously. It was a very strange feeling. She always felt that her future in life depended on that jade. Without it, she would be trapped in mud and swamps all her life. That feeling was very strange, inexplicable, and it was going to torture her crazy. She had to get it. Li Jiaojiao made up her mind and stood up. I'll buy that jade. Li Zimo agreed without thinking. Buy it if you want, brother supports you. A year ago, Jiaojiao's temperament changed drastically after she woke up from falling into the water, and she always did some inexplicable things. At first they didn't understand, but later they found that all the decisions Jiaojiao made were right. Not only did they avoid crises again and again, but they also dragged the Jia Nai family into Hades. So Li Zimo and his mother had absolute trust in Li Jiaojiao and would support her unconditionally no matter how outrageous and inexplicable it was. Li Jiaojiao smiled sweetly. "Thank you, brother." But Li Ziyuan laughed when he heard it. "Why do you need to buy it? Just say a word, and she will send it over." Then he called out, "Gowa."
Gowa.
Li Gowa lived next door, and when he heard the voice, he ran over quickly, grinning. "Uncle Xiaocai is looking for me? Go find Yi in Qinghe village, and ask her to send the jade she often wears."
Jade?
Why did Uncle Ziyuan ask her for jade? You're too talkative. It's your sister Jiao Jiao, who thinks it looks good, okay? Yeah, it's your sister Jiao Jiao, who wants it? Why didn't you say it earlier? I'll go right away. As he spoke, the little figure had already run out and disappeared in a short while. Li Ziyuan laughed and scolded. "You little rascal, you always called me Uncle Xiaocai in front and Uncle Xiaocai behind, but now that Jiao Jiao is here, you've become Sister Jiao Jiao, and you don't even recognize me." Li Jiaojiao and her brother and sister laughed. Li Gowa whistled and hopped along the mountain road. Soon, they arrived at Qinghe village. Li Gowa walked into the village and asked everyone he met, "Where does he live?" The aunt who was asked the way said, "There are many Yes here. Which one are you looking for?" Li Gowa said proudly, "Looking for the one divorced by Li Xiaocai." The aunt was disgusted with Li Gowa after hearing this, but she didn't want to offend the scholar's family, so she pointed the way. "Go forward, turn right when you see a big banyan tree, and it's the third house." Yi Kaiping was hanging clothes in the yard, humming a song in a good mood. "Yi, come out." A shrill child's voice sounded. Yi Kaiping was startled and turned around, only to see a dark and thin boy of about 8 or 9 years old standing at the door with an arrogant look. "Li Gowa?" Yi Kaiping recognized him. He was Li Ziyuan's neighbor and also Li Ziyuan's nephew, who lived 2 rooms away from him. What was he doing here? Yi Kaiping didn't bother to pay attention to him and pretended not to hear him. "Hey, I'm calling you." Li Gowa was annoyed. The rag and bone guy who was divorced by his uncle, the scholar, actually ignored him. Where did this rascal come from, yelling here? Yi Dequan walked out of the room and frowned when he saw Gowa. "Aren't you the neighbor of that beastly Ziyuan? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to look for Mrs. Yi." Li Gowa was overshadowed by Yi Dequan's tall figure. He was a little timid at first, but when he thought that he was here on the orders of Uncle Xiaocai and Sister Jiao Jiao, he straightened his back immediately with a proud look on his face. Yi Dequan's face sank, but regardless of whether his back was straight or not, he slapped him with a big bag. "You uneducated rascal, did you call me Mrs. Yi?" Li Gowa was beaten and rolled to the ground, howling in pain. Yi Kaiping looked at his rolling figure and smiled coldly. Although the original owner did not treat her natal family as human beings, she had nothing to say about her husband's family. Not only did she serve her husband and mother-in-law like a servant, but she also loved everyone in her family and treated them sincerely as long as they were relatives and friends that Li Ziyuan cared about. Li Gowa had been liked by Li Ziyuan since he was a child, so the original owner loved Li Gowa very much. Whenever there was something left at home, it would be stuffed into Li Gowa's hands first, and the 2 daughters could only watch helplessly. A few years ago, he fell into an icy lake and almost died. Even his parents gave up on him. It was the original owner who covered him for a night, and he survived. As a result, now people call him Yi and work hard for Li Jiaojiao. "What are you doing here?" Yi Kaiping said coldly. Li Gowa jumped up from the ground and wiped the mud off his face. "Do you think I want to come? I tell you, it's Uncle Xiaocai who wants to see you for something." Why call Uncle Xiaocai instead of Uncle Ziyuan, as if Li Ziyuan is the only scholar in the world? After saying this, Li Gowa looked proud, waiting to see Saiping's excitement and eagerness, but what he got was Yi Saiping's look of disgust. "Why are you looking for me? I don't want to have anything to do with shoot." Li Gowa couldn't believe it. No one knew better than him how much he cared about Uncle Ziyuan. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yi Kaiping for a moment, so he had to complete the task of passing on the message. "Uncle Xiaocai said that he asked you to send the jade you often wear over."
Jade?
Yi Kaiping was stunned. Seeing her expression change, Li Guohua hurriedly said, "Yes. Why don't you give it to me? Get out. What the Hades?" Li Guohua choked and wanted to say something, but Yi Dequan had already stepped forward with his finger bones pinched. Li Guohua was so scared that he turned around and ran away. "You rascal!" He ran fast, otherwise I would have broken his dog legs. Yi Dequan roared at his back. Yi Kaiping touched the jade token on her neck, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips. She noticed it the last time she saw Li Jiaojiao in the town. Li Jiaojiao has set her eyes on her jade token. No, it should be said that she has set her eyes on her space. It's a pity that the space has long recognized its master and merged with her soul. The jade token is now just an empty shell. But even so, this jade token cannot be given to her. Who knows if this destined heroine will suddenly trigger something. However, Li Jiaojiao's personality is extremely paranoid. As long as she wants to do something, she must do it, and what she wants, she must get it. The main point is that she can do whatever she wants after rebirth. She has to be prepared. Li Guohua returned to the Li family and poured out all the things about Qinghe village. Li Jiaojiao and her brother looked at each other, full of confusion. Li Ziyuan's face was full of disbelief. Impossible, that Yi. Since the beginning, Yi would kneel or stand when he asked her to. As long as he gave her an unhappy look, she would be uneasy and try to please him carefully. Now, he has sent someone to ask her for the jade, and she dares not to give it to him? Li Jiaojiao frowned slightly. I'd better go there and spend 100 or 200 coins. I can always buy it. No need. Li Ziyuan thought about it, then snorted and laughed. You're so smart, Yi. You actually got smarter. She doesn't want to give the jade to Guohua, but she wants me to come to her in person. Humph. Give her face? She even wants me to see her in person. Li Jiaojiao said anxiously. But, Jiaojiao, don't worry. As long as you ignore her for a few days, she will be anxious, and then she will give it to me and beg me to accept it. Li Jiaojiao thought about it and realized that, indeed, Yi was a shameless and evil woman, and she should not be given too much face. As long as her father was around, she would be able to get the jade in a few days. Ouch. It hurts so much. Guohua suddenly rolled to the ground. Guohua, what's wrong with you? Li Jiaojiao was startled. Just now in Qinghe village, the eldest brother of that shrew punched me. When Li Jiaojiao and the other two heard it, they surrounded him and asked questions. Where does it hurt? It hurts here. It hurts there too. And this. Guohua rolled on the ground and acted like a spoiled child. I see that you are very tough, but you just want to trick me into blowing you. Li Jiaojiao felt distressed and angry and made a mess, causing everyone in the room to laugh. Tomorrow they will go to the county to set up a stall, and the Yi family is very nervous. In the evening, when Yi Kaiping was pickling dried vegetables, old lady Yi said, "How many buckets will be made in the county?" After all, it was the first time, so old lady Yi was a little worried. At that time, the stall in the small town only made 1 bucket to test the waters. Yi Kaiping thought for a while. There are many people in the county town. We can take a risk and make 3 buckets. Old lady Yi hurriedly started to soak the dried vegetables. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning, 6 large buckets of hu la tang were loaded onto the car, and the number of tables, stools, and bowls was doubled. Because it was too heavy, Yi Kaiping and others could not take the car again, so they could only follow the ox cart and walk out. When they arrived in the town, they unloaded the 3 buckets of soup. Yi Kaiping, Yi Dequan, and Huaner got on the ox cart and went to the county town together. The stall in Dashu town was handed over to old lady Yi, Yi Erquin, and Yi Jiner. There was no need to worry about not having enough people. There were 4 people before, and after they became familiar with the work, one of them was actually redundant. Now 3 people are just right. Yi Kaiping and others came to the county town and searched for a long time before they found a corner where the flow of people was not too busy. Yi Dequan was a little worried. Yi Kaiping said, "It's good to find a location. Brother, you will just be responsible for holding the bowls and scooping the soup, and leave the rest to me and Huaner. Yi Daquan rubbed his hands nervously. Okay. Yi Bajin helped to put the things in place and prepare to leave. I will pick you up on time at 13:30. In the town, it is fixed that the soup will be sold out before noon. It is still unknown what the situation is in the county, so we can only pick it up in the afternoon. Old Mrs. Yu will also wait in the town until that time and have noodles or buns for lunch. After Yi Bajin left, the sky was bright and more people were walking. Yi Kaiping and her daughter immediately shouted at the top of their voices, Hula Tang.
Ulatan.
A small bowl costs 5 cents, a large bowl costs 8 cents, and it can be sour or spicy.
What is hula tang?
The pedestrians stopped. Oh, there is actually hula tang for sale in the county. Someone who had eaten it before, an aunt, came up. I ate it in Dashu town when I went back to my mother's house last time. At that time, I thought it would be great if it was also sold in the county town. It's really interesting, haha. However, is this soup authentic? I remember there are a few in the town, but they are not delicious at all. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Authentic. It was first sold in my family, the one next to the big tree on West Street. The aunt took a closer look and said, Oh, it's really you, sister. You are so pretty, I recognize you. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Do you want a big bowl or a small bowl? And do you want it spicy? A big bowl, with lots of chili oil and some vinegar. Okay. While Yi Kaiping was seasoning, a curious passerby asked the aunt, Is it delicious? 5 cents, isn't it too expensive? It's delicious. It's a little expensive, but the taste is really amazing. It's better than wontons.
Try it.
If it's not delicious, I'll take my head off and let you sit on it. The passers-by were intrigued by the aunt's words. Besides, people in the county town were generally well off, so they didn't care and sat down to try the new food. Soon, the stall became lively. Because it was the first day and the location was remote, only half a bucket was left by noon. That half bucket was already cold, and Yi Kaiping didn't plan to continue selling. For lunch, she just bought some fried dough sticks and sesame cakes and ate them with spicy soup. At 2:15 p.m., Yi Bajin came to pick them up on time. When they returned to the town, Old Lady Yi looked at the half bucket of spicy soup left and felt distressed. Yi Kaiping said, The weather is getting colder and colder, and the soup won't go bad. You can take it home for dinner. Everyone loaded the things onto the ox cart one by one. Because there were 3 grown men, Yi Kaiping and the others didn't have to do anything. Jeaner, you're selling by yourselves today. Are you used to it? Yi Kaiping said.
Yeah.
Yi Jeaner giggled. By the way, someone wants to buy our recipe again today. As she said that, she patted her chest. Mom said that the recipe cannot be sold. That person was so shameless that he said it was okay not to sell it, and asked if I could supply him with some goods. I immediately refused. It was wishful thinking. Yi Kaiping nodded at first, but was petrified at last. Why did you refuse? Supplying goods is good. Yi Jeaner was stunned. If we supply them, won't our business be affected? Then sell less. Yi Kaiping poked her head. Do you remember who wants the goods? It seems to be Shunkalu. Yi Erquin turned around and answered. Yi Kaiping said, Mom, big brother and second brother, you go home with Bajin first, Jeaner, and I will go to Shunkalu to take a look. We will find a car to go back later. She wanted to take her 2 daughters to broaden their horizons, especially Jeaner. Although she was the elder sister, she was a little stubborn and should learn more. Of course, she also wanted to train her 2 brothers, but a group of people going there all at once seemed a little scary. She would take them next time if she had the chance. Shunkalu, when Yi Kaiping and the other 2 entered the door, they saw the shopkeeper fiddling with an abacus with a sad face. Shopkeeper. Yi Kaiping came over. I sell hula tang over on West Street. Shopkeeper Chi looked up suddenly. His eyes lit up. It's Boss Yi, come on, have a seat. Shopkeeper Chi had been observing the hula tang stall for a long time, and he had already found out that Yi Kaiping was from Qinghe village, and her last name was Yi. Today he went to buy a house but failed, and he didn't get the goods he wanted, so he was a little discouraged. This time when he saw Yi Kaiping, he was pleasantly surprised and quickly gestured to let Yi Kaiping and the other 2 sit by the window. My last name is Chi, Sister Yi is here. I went to the county town to set up a stall today and only found out about the shopkeeper when I came back. Are you planning to sell hula tang? Yes, yes. Shopkeeper Chi nodded quickly. He knew that the recipe was not available for purchase because he heard that Bai Weilu also wanted it but failed to buy it. He said in the morning that he wanted to buy the house but just wanted to give it a try. Now that Yi Kaiping came to the door, it was impossible for her to give her the recipe, but only to supply the goods. How many barrels do you want? Yi Kaiping said. Shopkeeper Chi hesitated. To be honest, I bought this restaurant. It has been running for 2 months, but the business is not satisfactory. I don't need too much. Can I try 1 barrel every day?
Ye Kaiping nodded. Okay.
Shopkeeper Chi rubbed his hands happily. Then the price. Our small bowl is 5 cents, and a barrel can hold at least 120 bowls. A barrel is 600 cents. I can supply you with a barrel for 500 cents. Shopkeeper Chi thought about it. He only made 100 coins from 1 bucket. But as long as he didn't lose money, it would be fine. Because the business of Shunkalu was not good, selling hula tang was to boost popularity. In addition to hula tang, customers would order something else. Just like the breakfast stall next to the hula tang, the sales volume was 2 or 3 times higher than before because of the boost from the hula tang. Shopkeeper Chi nodded without thinking. Okay. By the way, do you want to sell in the morning or at noon? Shopkeeper Chi had already thought about it. Sell at the lunch market first. Yi Kaiping was already selling at the morning market, and he was afraid that he couldn't grab it. He couldn't afford to lose. Shopkeeper Chi walked to the counter and took out 1 tael and 5 coins. This is the payment for the goods. Order for 3 days first.
Okay.
I will deliver the hula tang before noon. The two discussed some more details and finalized the matter. They tacitly did not talk about signing a contract. Now Manager Chi just wanted to try selling. If it didn't sell well, he would not place any more orders. After leaving Shunkalu, the mother and daughter walked on the street. Yi Jiner frowned. Mom, my sister said last time that if people knew that there were other places to eat hula tang at noon, some customers would not get up early to eat at our house.
I see what you mean, Mom.
If he wants more, we will supply him with more than 1 bucket. In this way, our business, although we are also selling to him, we will earn 100 coins less. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, if he sells well, other restaurants will ask us for goods. The stall business will definitely be affected. Then we won't set up a stall, just supply them with goods. We will earn 100 coins less, but we don't have to set up a stall. Small profits but quick turnover. We will earn more. Yi Jiner was stunned. I seem to understand a little. Yi Huaner chuckled. Sister is so stupid. I understood it a long time ago. You little girl, you are the only smart one. Yi Jiner glared at her, and the two sisters quarreled. Yi Kaiping looked at them with a smile and came to the place where the ox carts were parked. Sure enough, there were ox carts from other villages. Yi Kaiping gave 6 cents and hurried to the village. The cold wind was blowing all the way, and Yi Jiner and her sister were so cold that they hugged their shoulders. Yi Kaiping looked at their thin clothes and thought it was time to make some clothes for them. Because the goods had to be delivered to Shunkalu before noon, Yi Kaiping had to adjust the time of setting up the stall and the delivery staff. After returning home, Yi Kaiping discussed with Old Lady Yi and Daquan and Erquin. Yi Kaiping originally thought about making an extra bucket in the morning and sending it to Shunkalu and setting up the stall. But in the end, she gave up. If it is made too early, even if it is kept warm, the taste and flavor will deteriorate after being left for a long time, so it still has to be made now. Old Lady Yi said, the stalls in the town can be closed at 9:30. Then we can go home and make another bucket and have Bajin delivered to Shunkalu. I'll ask Bajin Duo to come and pick you up this afternoon. Yi Kaiping said with a smile, it's too hasty. The stalls in the town will sell 1 less bucket starting tomorrow, and they will be closed before 9 o'clock. As long as Shunkalu sells well, money will come naturally. Old Mrs. Yi and Daquan brothers were shocked. How much money would they lose? Yi Jiner explained Yi Kaiping's theory. The mother and her 2 children were confused, but Yi Kaiping said that they could make money, so they could make money. Anyway, they just listened to her. Yi Kaiping thought for a while and said, Mom, you and my brother can go to the county town tomorrow. I will take care of the town and Shunkalu. Okay. In order to attract business, Shunkalu hung a sign at the door as soon as Yi Kaiping left. It said that starting tomorrow, hula tang would be provided at lunch. A passerby happened to pass by and shook his head when he saw the sign. Another imitator. Now, even the last imitator has gone bankrupt, and someone dares to imitate. Don't try it, otherwise it will be a waste of money. From Baiwelu, I can look forward to it. Shopkeeper Chi, who had just turned around, sighed softly. Although he was confident in the hula tang, he was also afraid that he would not be able to adapt to the local climate after leaving that stall. The next day, Yi Kaiping, Erquin, and Jeaner were in the small town. Old Lady Yi, Dequan, and Huaner went to the county town. There were only 2 buckets in the small town today, and they were sold out in a short while. Many customers who didn't get to eat it were disappointed. I came early enough. Why is it still sold out? I remember there was a big bucket at this time before. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, There will be more at noon, at Shunkalu. The goods over there are supplied by our family.
Huh?
I saw a sign hanging at Shunkalu yesterday. I thought they were imitating it, but it turned out to be yours. Yes, you don't have to come here so early in the future. You can eat at Shunkalu later. The customer was very happy. He bought a few steamed buns from Aunt Pang and left. Whenever a regular customer came, Yi Kaiping would repeat what she had said. After all the items were put on the ox cart, half of the regular customers knew about it. It was almost noon, and Yi Kaiping and Yi Erquin delivered the goods on time. Shopkeeper Chi thought of the reactions of passers-by when they saw the sign yesterday, and he was very worried. If business didn't pick up this time, he would not be able to run this store. I heard that the spicy soup from West Street can also be eaten here. Is it true? At this time, a man came over, holding a little girl in his arms, and next to him was a woman holding a little boy. Manager Chi's eyes lit up. Yes, the soup has just been served, and it's hot. The man and the woman smiled at each other. This restaurant is quite spacious. It's much more comfortable than sitting in a stall. Let's go in and eat. Dad, I want to fill your dough sticks with spicy soup. I want scrambled eggs. I'll give you the order right away. After the first customer, the second one came. Soon, the originally deserted lobby was half full. In just 1 hour, the spicy soup was sold out. But since the customers were already here, there was no reason for them to turn around and leave, so they sat down to have lunch. Shopkeeper Chi was grinning from ear to ear. What made him happiest was that the customers said that they didn't expect the food in this restaurant to be so delicious. They didn't know it before and would come often in the future. After lunch, Shopkeeper Chi immediately hired a donkey cart and went to Qinghe village. He readily signed a contract with Yi Kaiping for 4 barrels a day, 2 barrels each for lunch and dinner, for 3 months. After Shopkeeper Chi left, Yi Kaiping looked at the first contract she had in this world and was very satisfied. Old Lady Yi and others also came back from the county town. All 3 barrels pulled out today were sold out, and there were still some that were not enough. Baiwela Shunkala's business improved because of hula tang, and soon it reached the ears of Shopkeeper Lin. Since the last time Shopkeeper Lin asked the doctor to taste, he finally tasted out 9 kinds of medicine. As for the proportion, sorry, I can't taste it at all. How much to put? You can figure it out and decide it yourself. Shopkeeper Lin had no other choice. It was impossible to make the taste exactly the same by developing it yourself. Shopkeeper, this is the 10th version we have made, you try it. The chef was a little impatient. He was almost marinated by spices these days. Shopkeeper Lin took 2 waiters and took a spoon to try a bite. Shopkeeper Lin felt that there was no difference from the previous versions. The waiter's eyes lit up. Although it is different, I think ours tastes better. Really? Shopkeeper Lin was delighted. To be honest, he was almost numb from tasting these days and couldn't tell whether it was delicious or not. Since the waiter said it was delicious, it should be good. Besides, he didn't have time to adjust it again, so he decided. Let's go with this version. Schwanzi, hang up the sign. The sign said that Baiwelu's homemade spicy soup with a new recipe will be available at the morning market tomorrow and will be available in limited quantities at noon and evening. When pedestrians saw the announcement, they all stopped and became interested. Baiwelu is a time-honored brand with good dishes, which made people look forward to it. When Manager Chi heard about this, his face turned pale. He had finally accumulated some customers, and they would not be snatched away by Baiwelu, right? But the result was unexpected. The next day, Baiwelu was crowded, and the customers left shaking their heads after tasting it. Because there were many people trying it at the morning market, it was sold out, but it was sold out at the lunch market. Less than half of the soup was sold. By the evening market, only a quarter of the soup was sold. The so-called new flavor of Baiwelu did not impact Shunkalu. On the contrary, with the comparison, Shunkalu's business was better. Seeing this, shopkeeper Chi was very happy. The next morning, because of the choice of Shunkalu's lunch and dinner, Yi Caiping's stall was not as prosperous as before. In the past, 3 buckets were sold in 3 hours, but now 2 buckets are sold in 3 hours. Customers are not in a hurry if they can't eat it. They can wait until lunch and dinner to eat at Shunkalu. Shopkeeper Chi came over with 2 boxes of snacks and smiled. Sister Yi, thank you so much. Now in the lunch and dinner markets, in addition to the popularity of hula tang, my dishes have also been popular. Now everyone knows that my dishes are delicious. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. Yi Caiping smiled and said, the reason why your restaurant can be successful is not only because of the signature hula tang, but also because your dishes are delicious. Shopkeeper Chi laughed. You should also come to my house to try it when you have time.
Okay. Well.
Shopkeeper Chi rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, I see that Big Sister only sells 2 buckets a day. How about sell me these 2 buckets in the morning? This way, Big Sister, you can be more relaxed. I thought Yi Caiping would hesitate, but she smiled and nodded. Okay. I won't set up a stall if I supply you 2 buckets in the morning. Shopkeeper Chi was excited. Thank you, ha. By the way, Big Sister, how many more are you going to supply later? Her tone was a little worried. Yi Caiping smiled and said, 1 in the morning market and 2 in the afternoon and evening markets. I can't supply more. Shopkeeper Chi breathed a sigh of relief, chatted for a while, and then left happily. As soon as he left, 2 people came in. One was a young man in his early 20s, and the other was a little old man in his 50s. Boss Yi, I'm from Ditsayan. I'm from Daxing Restaurant. I heard that you supply goods to Shunkalu. Can you supply some to us too? Yi Caiping nodded, and the 3 of them sat down and talked for a while, and agreed to only supply lunch and meal services to the 2 of them. After the 2 of them left, Fat Sister came over with a look of regret on her face. Sister Caiping, you won't be setting up stalls in the future? Yes, I will only deliver goods to the 3 of them in the future. Fat Sister was reluctant to let her go. She was also a little envious and confused. If Yi Caiping left, wouldn't her family's business be back to square one? Fat Sister said embarrassedly, well, sister, can you give me a bucket? I'll give them whatever price they give me. Yi Caiping smiled. I just promised to only give them 2 buckets at the morning market at Shunkalu, and I wanted to give you the remaining bucket. I can't make any more. Thank you, Sister Caiping. Fat Sister grabbed her hand excitedly. Yi Caiping still had half a bucket left in her hand. Every time a customer came, Yi Caiping would explain that she would not be setting up the stall today and that Fat Sister would sell it here. The customer looked regretful and reluctant. After all, it is always disappointing to suddenly close the stall that you have eaten at for so long. After selling the last half bucket, Yi Caiping packed up her things and left with Yi Erquin and Yi Jiner in a bullock cart. Looking at the stall that was gradually submerged in the crowd, Yi Caiping felt reluctant and relieved, and smiled faintly. The first stage of her career is completed. On the bullock cart, Yi Erquin looked lonely. He had only been setting up the stall for a few days, and it was gone just like that. Little sister, won't we set up stalls anymore in the future? Yi Erquin said a little sadly. All the products have been distributed. We don't have to run around every day. Yi Caiping looked at him and smiled. Don't worry, brother. Even if you don't set up a stall, there will still be plenty of work waiting for you. I'll trouble you to deliver the goods every morning, noon, and evening. Yi Erquin was delighted and patted his chest. Okay, leave it to me. After returning home, Yi Kaiping closed the door and counted the numbers with Yi Jiner. Yi Jiner counted on her fingers. Shun Kalu has 2 buckets each for the morning, afternoon, and evening, a total of 6 buckets. Daxing restaurant is the same as Datsayan, 2 barrels at noon and 1 barrel at night. A total of 6 barrels. Fat sister eats 1 bucket in the morning. That adds up to 13 buckets a day. After deducting the cost, she earns 300 coins per bucket, and her daily income is. Yi Kaiping said, "It's 3 taels and 9 cents. Yi Jiner nodded. By the way, is it still on display in the county town? Set up. Yi Kaiping wanted to keep the stall in the county town. One is to promote her spicy soup and prepare for her workshop. The second is to train Daquan Erquin and the 2 girls, let them interact with more people from outside and broaden their horizons. Add to that the 1 tael and 2 chien that the county town brings in every day." Yi Jiner took a breath, then mother would have 5 taels and 1 chien a day. That's 100 a month. 153 taels, said Yi Kaiping. This is incredible. I earn over 100 taels a month. Oh my God. Last time, the man who bought the house was only willing to pay 100 taels. We earned it back this month, and even 53 taels more. Yi Jiner jumped up and down excitedly and laughed. Last time, Li Jiaojiao dug a ginseng and sold it for 200 taels. Everyone was envious and said that the Li family had become a wealthy family. But that 200 taels only happened once. But my family makes 153 taels every month. Yi Kaiping was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Don't jump. Isn't it here yet? It will start from tomorrow."
But
Yi Jiner suddenly thought of something and looked a little worried. With so many hulatangs suddenly appearing in town, can we sell them all? Will customers get tired of them? Yi Kaiping said, "No. I get tired of this today, so I want to eat that. It's just like eating. Will you get tired of it?"
no.
"I just got tired of it recently and will want to eat it again after a while." Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. Besides, there are more than a dozen restaurants in the town and countless small vendors, and they have all survived, proving that there is an adequate source of customers and the market can absorb them. In the afternoon, Old Lady Yi and others came back from the county town. They were a little disappointed to hear that there were no more stalls in the town. But I was pleasantly surprised to find out that I could sell more and earn more without setting up a stall. Yi Kaiping had to replan the route and assign tasks. When I get up in the morning, I make 6 buckets, 3 buckets for the small town and 3 buckets for the county town. Make 6 buckets before lunch and 4 buckets in the evening. Early in the morning, when Yi Bajin sent someone to set up a stall in the county town, he also delivered goods to the town. After returning to the village, he would take the villagers to the town at 7 o'clock, and the county town would close its stall around 9 o'clock. He would then set out from the town to the county town and pick up the people back to the village. Then he pulled the 6 large barrels of lunch market to deliver the goods, and after delivering the goods, he took the villagers back home. Make a delivery in the evening. After Yi Kaiping sorted out the route, she was a little stunned. This Bajin was too busy, running all day long. After Yi Kaiping told Yi Bajin about the delivery route, Yi Bajin scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal for me to run, but I'm a little tired." Yi Kaiping laughed. "This time your wages must be raised to 30 when to compensate your cow." Thinking about having to run so many times and carry so many things, Yi Bajin finally felt that he deserved it. "Okay, thank you, Sister Kaiping. But my Fubao's spicy soup. It's just a bowl of spicy soup, just like now. Make it every day and save it for him. Just tell Andy not to forget to serve it." Yi Bajin grinned, so happy that he didn't know what to say. Yi Kaiping said, "But, Bajin, you can earn 30 won a day now, so you don't have to work so hard to attract villagers anymore, right? Not every villager is willing to ride in an ox cart. Even on the busiest morning, there may be only 5 or 6 people on a trip, and sometimes the cart may even be empty." Yi Bajin said anxiously, No. Although not everyone is willing to spend this money, There must be a bullock cart in and out of our village, and there will always be people who want to ride in a cart. Yi Bajin couldn't describe the feeling. It was not just for the sake of earning some money, but he felt that it was a responsibility.
Ye kaipin un der stod. Okay.
When you make some money, buy a bullock cart. It will be more convenient to transport things. Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. After arranging the ox carts, the only things left are the delivery people and the stall owners. She and old lady Yi stopped setting up the stall and were responsible for making soup at home. Let one of Yi Daquan and Erquin take Jeaner and her sisters to the stall. As for delivery, whichever of Daquan or Erquin is not at the stall will deliver the goods. Occasionally, she can also set up a stall, and everyone can take turns and have some time to rest. As for wages, Mrs. Yi did not raise the wages, but Daquan and Erquin both raised the wages by 5 cents to 25 cents a day. The reason why Yi Bajin charged 30 cents for a bowl of spicy soup was because he not only delivered the goods, running back and forth 3 times a day, but also provided both the car and the cow. After the arrangement was clear, Yi Kaiping heaved a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow, she officially delivered the goods to the other 2 restaurants and Fatty Sister, and the next day, Yi Kaiping went to the town to purchase. I bought 100 kilograms of black fungus, day lily, etc. at one time, and also bought 2 large iron pots, which can make a large bucket of food at a time. Fortunately, when the house was built, a large kitchen was specially built. Otherwise, with the workload today, it would be impossible to handle it. At this time, Yi Peng and Inhua came in, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Yi Kaiping walked over and stuffed 12 cents into their pockets. Yi Peng was startled. Why did my aunt give me money? Yi Kaiping said, I will need 6 bundles of firewood a day, and each bundle costs 2 won, so I will give you 12 won. Yi Peng was stunned and waved his hands quickly. No, Grandma will beat me to death. How can I charge money for the firewood used at home? We all use firewood at home, but making hula tang is a business. 2 buckets of soup require 1 bundle of firewood. This is the fuel fee, and it should be paid. Otherwise, 2 children carrying 2 bundles of firewood a day would be enough for the family. Now I am in the hula tang business, and I have to use 8 bundles a day. I work so hard, but it is still not enough to make the hula tang. Old Man Yu was idle at the moment, smoking a water pipe at the door of the main hall. Your aunt gave it to you, just keep it. He also learned this when Yi Kaiping paid Daquan and Erquin their wages. For some matters, you have to distinguish between public and private, and you have to ask for your wages when they are due, otherwise there will be a fuss, and it won't be clear. Yi Peng and Inhua were delighted, but the next moment, Yi Peng frowned again. But we can't pick up 6 bundles a day. Inhua said, we have to cover the grasshoppers in the morning, otherwise the chickens will starve. We also have to catch grasshoppers when we see them while chopping wood. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Inhua, go ask your sister and Yonger and Xiener if they have time to chop wood. Inhua ran out in a flash. This time, Yi Yong and Yi Xian were weeding in the fields. Soon Inhua came back. My elder and second brothers said they would not cut the chickens, and my sister didn't cut them either. She only had the chicks in her mind, and apart from cooking and washing clothes, she was catching bugs and covering grasshoppers. Then go find Yi Xing and Yi Wang. If they are not available, find someone else. Anyway, I need 6 bundles a day. I will give you the 12 cents to distribute. Inhua felt trusted, smiled sweetly, responded, and ran out. After a while, Yi Xing and Yi Wang followed Inhua back, each carrying a bundle of firewood. Yi Peng felt somewhat curious and proud, and felt like a big shopkeeper, so he gave 2 cents to each person. Yi Kaiping thought of the 2 boxes of snacks that Manager Chi sent her yesterday, 1 box of peanut crisps and the other box of osmanthus crisps. Yi Kaiping then gave the box of peanut crisps to Yi Xing and his brother. Take it home and give it to your grandparents. Thank you, Aunt. The brothers' eyes lit up, and then Peanut Crisp couldn't wait to leave. Inhua watched eagerly. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, there are more. I was too busy yesterday and forgot about it. I'll give you 2 pieces to try. Inhua swallowed her saliva and said, my elder and second brothers are still working in the fields. Let's eat together after dinner. Okay. Yi Kaiping touched her head. Inhua was really well behaved. The next day, Yi Kaiping, an old lady, got up early and started a new life. After Yi Erquin delivered the goods, he could get the money directly back. Yi Kaiping agreed with the 3 restaurants and Fat Sister that the payment method would be cash on delivery and settlement on the spot. In just 2 days, Yi Kaiping earned 10 taels and 2 cents. This was just the beginning, and the money would roll in every day. Adding the proceeds from setting up the stall a few days ago, I had a total of 18 taels in my hand. Yi Kaiping opened the system panel, and a long-lost mechanical sound rang out. "Host, you are back. If you want to obtain trading permissions, please upgrade the space." Yi Kaiping nodded slightly and immediately pressed the upgrade button. "It costs 10 taels to upgrade the space. Do you want to upgrade?" Yi Kaiping pressed the yes button. The space is being upgraded. 1%, 2%. 100%. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. The storage space has increased tenfold, which is 1 cubic meter. The number of transactions is 3 times, and the upper limit is 20 taels. Yi Kaiping said, "Being a host is different. You actually told me the number of transactions. The host has the right to know." Yi Kaiping's eyes widened. "You can actually answer." But the system didn't respond, and Yi Kaiping began to understand. This system is not fully intelligent, but a triggered NPC. It will only respond when asked keywords that need explanation. Yi Kaiping said again, "No, I traded 4 times before I upgraded. How come I only traded 3 times after I upgraded?" After each upgrade of the system, you can only trade 3 times. When the host is still a customer, the extra time is for experience. Yi Kaiping frowned. "That's true, but your transaction limit is only 20 taels, which is too stingy." 20 taels is not stingy. This system exists to give the host an extra layer of security in his pastoral life, not to allow the host to trade and win without doing anything. Yi Kaiping's mouth twitched slightly. This system is not very smart and is full of loopholes. Even if you only have 20 taels, you can still make money by reselling. For example, you spend 10 taels to buy a mountain ginseng in the system, and then you can sell it for 200 taels outside. In the book, didn't Li Jiaojiao rely on this skill to sell 2 ginsengs every month, making a profit of 400 taels, and then she could just sit at home and wait for death every day. Later, he picked up the regent, the duke's wife, and the miracle doctor. Throughout the entire article, I never saw her grow a single blade of grass or earn a penny on her own. After all, I've been digging cassava for so long, getting up early and working at the stall late. These 20 taels of credit and 3 trading opportunities should not be wasted. After thinking about it, Yi Kaiping gave a wicked smile and clicked on the page. The host has chosen a small transparent glass vase. The price is 10 coins each. Would you like to buy it?
Purchase.
After a while, there was a glass bottle in her space, which was well made. After Yi Kaiping finished preparing the spicy soup for lunch, she went up the mountain carrying a backpack. After walking around the mountain, we arrived at the entrance of the village. After waiting for a while, I saw an ox cart from another village passing by and got on it. Instead of going to a small town or a county town, he went directly to the provincial capital and found a shop selling vases and porcelain. Yi Kaiping put the glass bottle on the table and said, "Boss, I dug this up in the mountains." The shopkeeper looked at the bottle and his eyes widened. "Oh my God, this is a glass bottle. How come it is so transparent?" As he spoke, he called over a few craftsmen who made porcelain, glass, and the like, and started a chattering discussion. Yi Kaiping sat aside and waited slowly. After a long while, the shopkeeper finally said, "Where did you get this bottle, young lady?" "In Baishur town on the back mountain of Dainyu village." Yi Kaiping made up a place at random. "How much do you want for this bottle, young lady?" Yi Kaiping said, "Shopkeeper, give me a price." The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed. "This one. Although it's very transparent, it's a bit shabby. I can only give you 100 taels." As he said this, he looked at Yi Kaiping with trepidation. Yi Kaiping knew how great an impact this bottle had on people of that era, and its value was far more than 100 taels. But a glass bottle worth 10 coins was sold for 100 taels. Yi Kaiping felt a little embarrassed and nodded. "Okay." The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing that Yi Kaiping looked at him as if he were an enemy, he immediately took out a silver note and put the bottle away. Yi Kaiping looked at the shopkeeper as if he was a big enemy, took the money, and left immediately. On the way home, Yi Kaiping spent 300 coins in the space and bought 100 kilograms of white rice. When she arrived at the door of her house, Yi Kaiping took out 50 kilograms of rice, packed it in a sack that she had prepared in advance, and dragged it into the house. Old Mrs. Yi, who was preparing to make spicy soup, exclaimed, "Why did Kaiping buy so much rice?"
Eat.
50 kilograms is enough for our family to eat for a month. Yi Kaiping dragged the rice into the kitchen, put it down, and took a deep breath. We are already very lucky to have brown rice and cassava every day. White rice is too expensive. 50 kilograms costs 1 tael of silver. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "It's just 1 or 2 taels." Old Lady Yi gave her a glare, stepped forward and whispered, "You silly girl, I know you earn a lot, but you can't waste it like this. Mom, I will be 30 next year, not a maid anymore." Yi Kaiping was speechless. "I don't care how old you are. Even if you are in your 70s or 80s, you are still a girl in front of your parents." Yi Kaiping didn't know why, but she was suddenly a little touched. She whispered, "Mom, I can earn more than 100 yuan a month. What's a tael of silver?" Old Mrs. Ye's eyes widened. She knew that Yi Kaiping earned a lot, but she only thought that she earned 1 tael a day, and 30 taels a month was the best she could earn. Who would have thought that her daughter actually said she earned 100 taels a month? Old Mrs. Yi was so frightened that she almost jumped up, and then she belatedly covered Yi Kaiping's mouth. "Hush, stop talking. Don't show off your wealth. Don't tell anyone how much you earn, not even your father or your older brothers." Yi Kaiping nodded. Old Lady Yi then let go. "But even if you earn a lot, you can't be so wasteful. If we want to eat, we can buy it ourselves. I now earn 30 cents a day. You'd be willing to spend money if you didn't." Old Mrs. Yi wants to hit someone. Yi Kaiping said angrily, "Okay, mother, this is my filial piety to you and father." Only then did old Mrs. Yi pour the rice into the wooden barrel with a smile on her face. In the evening, the Yi family ate white rice after a long time. Yi Peng also caught 2 big grass carps in the river and cooked some braised fish fillets. The family members were eating so much that their mouths were almost greasy. Li Jiaojia had been waiting for several days, but Yi Kaiping did not take the initiative to bring the jade to her door. She was sitting in the room sulking when suddenly Mrs. Li's laughter was heard outside. Mrs. Li was wearing a purple flowery dress, and Go-Wa's mother followed behind her. "Aunt, your dress is so beautiful. It's the only one of its kind in our village. Not only is the color bright, but it's also embroidered with flowers. It's all my daughter Jiao Jiao's filial piety to me." The dog's mother immediately praised him highly. "No wonder my dog always calls me Sister Jiao Jiao every day. He is indeed a filial son." Mrs. Li was flattered to the point of being flattered. After Go-Wa's mother left, Mrs. Li was still not satisfied. After wearing this dress, Mrs. Li felt like she was also a lady of a wealthy family. "Ever since my son married Zhang Xuanyang, life has become more and more beautiful. Not only did his son achieve honor, but his granddaughter also dug up ginseng and earned 200 taels of silver for the family. The granddaughter was also extremely filial and bought her flowery cloth to make new clothes." Mrs. Li felt that her current life was like heaven. "I happened to see Li Jiaojiao's window open, so I walked over and said, 'Jiao Jiao, do you think I look pretty in this dress?' 'Yeah, beautiful.'
Li Jiaojiao prijsa sincerelli.
'It would be nice if I had another hairpin.' Mrs. Li's words were full of hints. 'Like your mother's hairpin, I like it very much, and it has flowers on the top.' Li Jiaojiao smiled and said, 'It's just a silver hairpin. I'll buy it for you tomorrow.' Mrs. Li was pleasantly surprised and grabbed Li Jiaojiao's hand. 'Look, this is your granddaughter.' Having said that, he ran out of the door, showing off to everyone he met, and saying that his granddaughter would give him a silver hairpin as a gift in the next few days. At noon, Li Zimo came back from the academy and hurried into Li Jiaojiao's room. "Jiao Jiao, do you want to buy a silver hairpin for Grandma? The last time I bought one, it cost 7 taels." Li Jiaojiao didn't care. "It's just 7 taels." Li Zimo choked and whispered, "Even if you have 200 taels in your hand, you can't spend it like this. Last time I spent 20 taels on gifts for my family. I still have to pay for repairs every month, 2 taels a month, as well as pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. You often buy meat to eat. How much do you have left now?" "The 200 taels haven't been touched yet, don't worry." When she left the Sun family, she planned to sell all the fields and houses of the Sun family, and also sold her 3 cousins and 2 cousins to Rinyazi, getting more than 70 taels. "I spent 30 taels to buy a dowry for Zhang Xuanyang, and spent another 20 taels a few days ago. There is only a little more than 20 taels left, plus 200 taels, the total is 220 taels. "That's what you say, but you are so lavish that you don't even know how to spend it." Li Zimo took a breath, and he had only spent more than 50 taels after starting the business for more than a month. If this continues, how long can that money last? "Don't worry, brother, anyway. The money will always come." Li Zimo choked. "Where are you coming from?"
Li Jiao.
"Anyway, the money will come naturally. Just like when I dug up ginseng. Aren't you worried about how to make money after spending the 70 taels? Now, don't you just dig up ginseng?" Li Zimo thought about it. That was the truth, but wasn't this waiting for good luck? But looking at Li Jiaojiao's charming and confident expression, he couldn't say anything to refute. Li Jiaojiao is indeed very confident. This kind of confidence is very strange. Anyway, it is full of confidence in her chest. She always feels that she can continue to have it after spending the money. That's how fate has it. Yes, that is a sense of fate. The piece of jade suddenly flashed in her mind, and she became a little irritated. Thinking about it, she rushed out of the room and came to Li Ziyuan's room. Li Ziyuan was reading a book and raised his head. "Dad, why hasn't that piece of jade been delivered yet?" Li Ziyuan choked and was afraid to see Li Jiaojiao. It just feels like a slap in the face. He vowed that Yi Kaiping would take the initiative to deliver it, but after waiting for so many days, there was no movement at all. Li Ziyuan quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, she will definitely come after a few more days." Yes, it will definitely come. Why shouldn't she come? How could she let him go? But she was smarter now. It must be the Yi family who gave her advice and advised her to calm down and wait for him to take the initiative. Oh, he, a dignified Li Xiaozai, actually came to visit him because he wanted to condescend him? Beautiful thought. Just wait. Based on his understanding of her, she won't be able to hold on any longer in a few days. "Uncle Xiaozai." Li Gowa ran in. "The bullock cart is here." Li Ziyuan stood up and said gently to Li Jiaojiao, "Don't worry, Jiaojiao. You still can't trust me?" Li Jiaojiao opened her lips and finally nodded. Jiaojiao naturally believes in Dad, but Dad has to give me some time. Within 3 days. If I still can't get the jade in 3 days, I will go finer. I have to tell Mom. Li Ziyuan was startled. "Don't. You know your mother's temper. If you know that I have contact with Yi, why don't you be angry with me?" Li Jiaojiao pouted. "It's good if you know. In order not to make my mother angry, you must get the jade within 3 days, otherwise you will regret it." Li Ziyuan felt helpless and pampered when he thought of his wife's annoying little temper. She is the most noble and arrogant, and she cannot tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes. In order to get her to agree to marry him, he tried his best to get her reluctant nod. She would never tolerate contact between herself and Yi. In her eyes, that's dirty. "Uncle Xiaozai, hurry up," Gowa urged. Jiaojiao, my father and his classmates, went to Fuqing to visit a respected old master. They won't come back until noon tomorrow. You must not tell your mother about Jade. Huh, okay. Yuen County in the early morning, the town was very lively, and 3 carriages slowly parked on the roadside. Li Ziyuan and 8 or 9 classmates got off the carriage. I didn't expect Master Chin to be so kind. Not only did he let us have a meal, but he also let us stay overnight. Those 8 or 9 people were walking on the street, chatting happily. That's right. The handsome man walking at the front struck the tiger's mouth with a folding fan in his hand. Can we eat spicy soup at this time? Yes, you can eat it. Ha ha ha. The eyes of the students behind him lit up. whose spicy soup has been on display in the county town for half a month, and it became popular in the county town as soon as it appeared. It's a pity that they have to rush to the early morning class every day, and by the time the school is over, they have already sold out. If you want to eat it, you can only ask your family to buy it and keep it, or wait for a rest. It's still early. Go there now, and maybe you can get in line.
Walk.
The 8 or 9 people went to the spicy soup stall with great interest. Li Ziyuan, who was walking at the far side, had a dark face. Whose spicy soup? Isn't it the stall of that witch Yes? He knew how popular the hot and spicy soup was, and all the classmates in school who had eaten it were praising it. But after Jiao Jiao and Zimo tasted it, they told him that it tasted terrible, and somehow they were blown away. He has been eating Ye's food for 14 years, and he can only describe it as mediocre. The spicy soup is delicious only if it is delicious. That witch of the Yi family is still waiting for him to come to her door. This time when he goes to the hot and spicy soup stall, doesn't it mean that she will be delivered to her door? Doesn't this make her so beautiful? Li Ziyuan stepped forward and said with a smile, "What's so delicious about spicy soup? It's just a market snack. It can't compare with the gold and silver porridge at Ryulu. Let's go to Ryulu." The students frowned and were unhappy. Oh, I wonder which rich gentry Brother Ziyuan is the master of, but he doesn't even look down on street snacks. Lu Gaosheng, a poor scholar from a humble background, said, "We all think it tastes good, but Brother Ziyuan doesn't think it tastes good. Brother Ziyuan should look for his own reasons, whether there is something wrong with his taste." Scholar Qian Hai said. The leading man looked at Li Ziyuan and said gently, "We all want to eat spicy soup. If Brother Ziyuan doesn't like it, you can go back first." Li Ziyuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly smiled and said, No, I want to eat it too, but I've eaten a bit too much recently, so I wanted to change my taste." The man smiled and said nothing more. When the students behind saw this, they didn't dare to say anything. Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. This man's name is Zheng Nian, and he is the brother-in-law of the local county magistrate. With this identity, Zheng Nian can walk sideways in Yuan County. But Zheng Nian has a gentle personality, noble conduct, and never does evil things. Moreover, he is also talented. He was selected as a scholar at the age of 20, and he is still the leader of the case. It's a pity that I got seriously ill in recent years. Otherwise, I would have been successful now. Because of his high status and outstanding talents, Zheng Nian was the #1 student in their Manhwa Academy. "You have to walk quickly, otherwise you won't be able to eat," Qian Hai said. "It's a pity that it's only available in the morning. It would be better if we could also eat it in the evening," Zheng Nian said. Li Ziyuan was startled and suddenly had an idea. This is not easy. If Brother Zheng likes it, I will turn around and give the recipe to Brother Zheng, and you can eat it whenever you want. As soon as these words came out, all the students stunned. They all know how popular this spicy soup is. Several restaurants wanted to buy rice, but they couldn't. Li Ziyuan was just an ordinary student. How could he just give away prescriptions? Zheng Nian looked surprised. "Brother Li, why did you say this?" Li Ziyuan thought for a while before saying, "To be honest, the person who set up the stall is an acquaintance of mine. He just wanted a recipe. It only took a few words." Lu Gaosheng and other students were shocked. Qian Hai mocked. "Humph, Brother Li, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? This recipe is very valuable. What kind of acquaintance can you ask for his recipe for a living just by saying one word?" Lu Gaosheng, "Be careful of the strong wind, and your tongue might get blown off." Li Ziyuan glanced at the two of them and sneered, "Just wait and see. Just because I don't have the ability doesn't mean others don't have it." Zheng Nian disagreed. "Why take away other people's means of livelihood? I don't want any prescription. I just want a sigh." Li Ziyuan smiled and said, "Brother Zheng, you are welcome. I gave you the recipe just so that you can have fresh hot soup at any time without having to wait early in the morning. As long as you don't make the recipe public, it won't be a means of stealing people's livelihood." Zheng Nian thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Li Ziyuan continued, "Brother Zheng, don't worry. It's just a small matter. The other party won't find it difficult." Seeing that Li Ziyuan spoke so easily, Zheng Nian smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, brotherly. Li Ziyuan was secretly excited when he received Zheng Nian's thanks. It's a small matter. Let's go and eat spicy soup now. Although he was already a scholar, people in the academy said that he was lucky to pass the exam. Humph, a bunch of shady villains who can't stand others doing well. In the past, Zheng Nian was not familiar with him, not even an acquaintance. It was not until he passed the imperial examination that he was able to attend some of Zheng Nian's small gatherings. But he remains a marginal figure. As long as he presents this recipe to Zheng Nian, he can officially enter Zheng Nian's circle. By then, not to mention gatherings among scholars, even gatherings among successful candidates will be possible. In addition, you can also make friends with the upper-class nobles in Yuan County. These connections will be of great benefit to his scientific research career. Besides, given Zheng Nian's style of doing things, even if he got the recipe, he would not make it public. Hu La Tang is so popular, this recipe might be able to sell for several hundred taels. Thinking of this, Li Ziyuan's chest felt a little hot. He was not worried at all about not being able to get the recipe, because the stall was run by the Yi family. Forget it, for Zheng Nian's sake, he should go and see her in person. When he passed by, Yi would rush over crying. As long as you move your mouth, she will take the initiative to offer you the secret recipe. Also, take that piece of jade with you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was not afraid that you would tell others that she was his ex-wife. As soon as she opened her mouth, he would glare at her, and she would shut up. Li Ziyuan at least knew that asking his ex-wife for a prescription was not a glorious thing. Lu Gaosheng and Qian Hai looked at Li Ziyuan's confident look and couldn't help but snort coldly. This time, Li Ziyuan, the hypocrite, succeeded. Soon, Li Ziyuan and his group arrived at the Hu La Tang stall in a mighty manner. From a distance, you can see that the stall is full of people and there is a long queue. Yi is not here. Li Ziyuan was startled, and saw that the people setting up the stall were Yi Erquin and 2 pretty girls. That is, Zhao Di and Lady? Li Ziyuan finally recognized it. He remembered that Zhao Di was very thin and dark, like a piece of firewood, but now she is getting more and more beautiful. Then he thought, this is Li Ziyuan's child. How could it be ugly? It would be easier if it was Zhao Di or a lady. The 2 girls are so weak that they tremble when he raises his voice. When he asks them to write down the secret recipe, won't they obey? As for Yi Erquin, he was even more stupid. Although Yi Dequan's brain isn't very good, he has a bad temper and he'll punch when he can't figure something out. Yi Erquin is just a fool. When something happens, he just stands there stupidly. There are so many people, let's line up quickly, said Lu Gaosheng. Li Ziyuan acted like a host. YQ. I'll just ask them to take it for us. We also need them to clear a table. Brother Zheng, you guys wait here for a while. Zheng Nian, Qian Hai and others nodded and watched Li Ziyuan walk step by step to the stall. Yi Erquin scooped up a bowl of soup. Yi Jiner took it, added oil and chili according to the customer's request, and Huaner collected the money. Proceeding in an orderly manner, Li Ziyuan walked in front of Yi Jiner. Yi Jiner and her sister were stunned for a moment. Disgust flashed in their eyes, but they pretended not to see it and continued to work without stopping. Li Ziyuan was a little surprised when he saw that they glanced at him and then became silent. Zheng Nian and others are watching. Li Ziyuan glanced back and stared at Yi Jiner. Zhao Di. Yi Jiner clapped her hands on the table and shouted, "Who is Zhao Di?" "My name is Yi Jiner. Besides, who are you?" Li Ziyuan was confused. Is this his daughter, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly? Li Ziyuan saw that something was wrong, but he had just vowed that getting the prescription was just a matter of words. Zheng Nian and the others were still watching over there. Li Ziyuan's face darkened. Zhao Di, how can you talk to your father like this? Then how do you want me to talk to you? Should I give you a slap first? Yi Jiner stared at him mockingly.
What's going on?
The customers who were waiting for the spicy soup were no longer in a hurry and all gathered around to watch the fun. Zheng Nian and the others looked at each other and hurried forward. Brother Ziyuan, what happened? Li Ziyuan's face changed and he quickly smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. She was just too busy, so she spoke a little loudly. Qian Hai's eyes sparkled, and he said with a smile, Why are you arguing? Brother Yuan, didn't you say that the boss is an acquaintance of yours? Lu Gaosheng quickly added fuel to the fire. They are so familiar with each other that I will give you the recipe just by saying something casually. Prescription? Yi Jiner widened her eyes, stared at Li Ziyuan and sneered. How dare you ask for my prescription? As soon as these words came out, everyone present burst into laughter. Several restaurants want the recipe, and each one offers a higher price than the other, but they won't sell it to you. This person came out of nowhere and left with just one word. Even his classmates stared at him mockingly. Li Ziyuan blushed and became angry. No, I am not someone who came out of nowhere. I am an acquaintance of theirs.
Who knows you?
I don't know you, get out. Yi Jiner said viciously.
Uffed.
Qian Hai laughed. Brother Yuan, I've already told you that I'm not familiar with you. Are you suffering from amnesia? If you want to coax me into giving you the prescription, you should come up with a better excuse. Besides, even if we're acquaintances, why would I give you the prescription? Zheng Nian's face darkened. Brother Yuan, what's going on? Li Ziyuan's face flushed red, and he said anxiously, No, we are really acquaintances. More than acquaintances. In fact, they are my daughters. Li Xiaodi and Li Lady. Then he stared at Yi Jiner again. You stupid girl, I am your biological father, and you actually said you don't know me? You are such an unfilial thing. Your last name is Li, and mine is Yi. Can you be my father? What evidence do you have to prove that I am your daughter? Is my name on your household registration book?
Li Ziyuan shuka.
Zheng Nian and others frowned. Li Ziyuan said angrily, Even with your name, you are still my daughter. Then he turned around and explained to Zheng Nian, Brother Zheng, they are really my daughters. I swear to heaven, if I lie, I will be struck by lightning. The reason why they are named Yi is because my ex-wife, Yi, beat my mother-in-law and even broke my mother's leg. I tolerated her for many years, but in a rage, I divorced her. These two girls insisted on following Yi, and I had no choice but to let them go with Yi. Originally, when they were at home, they were quite well behaved and sensible. Who would have thought that they would become so vicious after being away from home for only 1 or 2 months? Even when they saw their biological father. As he spoke, he shook his head, looking very shocked. Zhao Di, Lai Di, no matter what, I am your biological father. Why do you have to look at me with such wrath and speak ill of me? As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers looked at Yi Jiner and her sister with disapproval. Zheng Nian and others also looked thoughtful, thinking that Yi Jiner and her sister were going too far. Yi Jiner's face changed slightly. As long as the word filial piety was mentioned, it seemed that everything she said was wrong. Yi Erquin was even more confused. In this situation, he really didn't know what to do. Woo-woo. Yi Huaner suddenly fell to her knees, covering her mouth and crying. Dad, why did you do this? Let's not talk about whether my mother beat my grandmother. Even if she did, you divorced her. What else do you want? She died to prove her integrity, and she almost died. She is also carrying the vicious reputation of beating her mother-in-law. You said we had to go with her. Then tell me, why do we have to go with such an evil woman? Is it that the scholar's daughter is not attractive, or is it that the reputation of the evil woman is too good? When everyone heard this, they all agreed. It was reasonable for him to leave the daughter of a scholar and choose to follow an abandoned woman with a ruined reputation. No matter how you think about it, it's strange. The crowd couldn't help but talk about it. Even if Mom was divorced, as long as she followed her father, the scholar, she could still live a good life. They insisted on leaving, which means they couldn't live with their father, the scholar, anymore. My own mother is a divorced woman. It will be so difficult to get married in the future. Alas. I would rather bear such a bad reputation than leave. Tsk, it's hard to put it into words. Zheng Nian and others also looked at Li Ziyuan meaningfully.
No.
Li Ziyuan wanted to argue, but his identity as a scholar was the best proof.
Dad.
We didn't want to leave. You forced us to leave. Yi Huaner burst into tears. The little girl, who was about 11 or 12 years old, was petite and fragile, and her crying like this made her even more pitiful. Nonsense. Li Ziyuan's face changed. When did I force you to leave? You forced us to leave, didn't you? Yi Jin's eyes turned red. When Mom came back to ask for us, you refused to let us go. Yi Huan said. When my mother saw this, she thought that we would have a better life if we stayed in the Li family, so she gave up. She also praised my father for being a scholar and a noble man, and she would definitely marry her daughter off generously in the future. She also said that she would always keep an eye on us, and if we were ever sold by our mother, she would report us to the authorities. When you heard that, you knew you couldn't sell us, and you didn't want to give us a high dowry, so you didn't want us anymore. You let us go with Mother. Many people in Lijia village and Qinghe village are watching this matter. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask and check. Everyone present was stunned and stared at Li Ziyuan with contempt. Let's not talk about what kind of person his ex-wife was, but there was nothing wrong with what she did later. She always paid attention to her daughter and wanted her to marry well. If Mr. Li didn't want to sell his daughters, why would he let his 2 daughters leave just because of this? Isn't it because when they see that the sale cannot be made, they still want a high marriage and are reluctant to give a dowry? Qian Hai. Pa, you usually act so noble, but you are just like this. Lu Gaoxing looked at Li Ziyuan and shook his head. Even if she is a maid, she is still my own daughter. Brother Ziyuan, you are a scholar after all. How can you have the idea of selling your daughter?
No.
I didn't. Li Ziyuan wanted to die. Although these were all the dirtiest thoughts in his heart, how could they be revealed? Li Ziyuan could only keep explaining. Brother Zheng, you have to believe me. This is all nonsense. The reason why they followed Yes was because they were bewitched by Yes, not because I am an incompetent father. Just assume that we were bewitched by our mother. Yi Huaner smiled bitterly and shook her head, her face full of despair. Whatever you say, father, that's what it is. Your daughter will just bear with it. Let's not talk about the past. Since we signed the severance agreement, we are no longer father and daughter, and we have no relationship anymore. But hu la tang is a recipe that Mom worked hard to develop after she returned to her parents' home. It's the skill that we rely on to make a living. Dad, you come over here and ask us for the recipe right away. Do you have the nerve to do that? V divorced Mom and kicked her out of the house, and she didn't take anything from the Li family. And you, Dad, actually asked for the recipe she developed. You come over here, as if it's your duty, and ask your divorced wife for something. Do you have the nerve to do that? Yi Huaner stared at him intently, changing her sentences and repeating things like divorce and take my ex-wife's things. Oh my God. Everyone present looked at Li Ziyuan in shock, especially his classmates Zheng Nian and Lu Gaoxing. Compared to selling his daughter, asking his divorced ex-wife for the prescription is more shameless and shocking. Especially when it comes to asking for the recipe, Li Ziyuan can't deny it even if he wants to. Just now he was very proud and said that he could get it as long as he asked. Qian Hai said. This acquaintance turned out to be his ex-wife, who was divorced by him, said Lu Gaoxing. And when he confronted his 2 daughters just now, his words were full of disgust and hatred for his ex-wife. He divorced his ex-wife, whom he disliked. But he still came to ask for her things with a smug look on his face. And it wasn't just a few pennies worth of stuff. It was her recipe for making a living. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Anyway, this is my first time seeing you. Me too. Lu Gaoxing and other classmates discussed with each other in high voices, completely nailing Li Ziyuan to the pillar of shame.
No.
Li Ziyuan wanted to explain. But along the way, the words he had said and the expression on his face that was like presenting a treasure were fresh out of the box and were still hot. They all flooded into his mind, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't even speak. Zheng Nian stared at him coldly. I didn't expect Brother Li to be such a person. Fortunately, these 2 girls told the story. If you really got the prescription, humph, then I'm afraid that even my reputation will be affected by you. Having said that, he turned away.
No.
That's not the case. Brother Zheng, you have to listen to my explanation. Li Ziyuan hurriedly chased after him. Give me a chance to explain. There is something behind this. 3 days. No, I can prove it to you tomorrow. He wanted to chase after him, but was pushed back by Qian Hai, who was walking up to him. 8 or 9 classmates glanced at him with contempt and left with laughter. There was a loud in Li Jizi's head, and his vision went dark. It's over. It's all over. Not only would he offend Jing Mian, but his own painstakingly built noble image would also be ruined. He knew that before tomorrow, the whole academy would be filled with rumors about him. Thinking of this, his eyes were about to burst, and he pointed at Yi Huaner and Yi Jiner. You two rascals.
Whose rascals are we?
Your rascals. Yi Jiner stared at him. What did we do wrong? What did we say wrong? Did you divorce my mother? Have we severed our relationship? Are you shameless enough to ask for the recipe for your ex-wife?
Pucci.
The customers had not yet evacuated and gathered together to watch the fun. Li Ziyuan was so angry that his eyes went dark. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, very good. Is this how you taught her daughter? Humph, I'll find her when I get back. I'll see if she doesn't beat you to death. Not only Yi Jiner and her sister, but everyone present was stunned. What was he just saying? What he meant was that he was going to complain to his ex-wife, whom he divorced. Li Ziyuan also noticed those looks and shouted coldly, What do you know? Yi Jiner was impatient. Get lost. With a splash, a bowl of spicy soup was poured over his head, covering Li Ziyuan's head and face. Li Ziyuan was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but was held back. Yi Erquin rushed forward to protect his 2 nieces. Li Ziyuan couldn't bear the scolding anymore and fled. Okay, stop crying, little girl. Several aunts handed Yi Huaner handkerchiefs. Yi Huaner hiccuped and said, Thank you, uncles and aunts. Hiccups, we can't do business today. We still have half a bucket of spicy soup left, so I'll give it to you aunts and uncles. Thank you for your help just now. The onlookers felt even more heartbroken after hearing this. How could such a well-behaved and sensible girl have such a scumbag father? Li Jiaojiao leaned on the bed, staring blankly at a woman. The woman was in her early 30s, with a pretty face, gentle eyes, and a calm expression. Have you seen enough? Zhang Xuanyang smiled and gave Li Jiaojiao a glare. Not enough. I want to look after my mother for the rest of my life. Li Jiaojiao simply rushed over, hugged her neck, and smiled sweetly. The tragic death of my mother in my previous life is still vivid in my mind. The daily life in this life, as peaceful as water, is particularly precious. At this moment, the door was pushed open with and Li Ziyuan walked in a disheveled manner. The mother and daughter were shocked. Li Jiaojiao stood up and asked, Dad, why are you like this? His father has always been a gentle and refined man. He had never been in such a miserable state. Li Ziyuan's face changed drastically. The incident in the county town was really embarrassing. He could only say, I fell down. I'll change my clothes. I have something to go out for. Li Jiaojiao sniffed. No, this is. How did you fall like this? Zhang Xuanyang frowned. Seeing Zhang Xuanyang, Li Ziyuan's anger instantly disappeared, and he said gently, It's just. I stepped on a rock and fell on the porridge stall. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. Zhang Xuanyang hummed calmly and pointed to the closet. Then change your clothes quickly. After saying that, he turned and left the house. Li Ziyuan looked at her back with a look of satisfaction and touching. Xuanyang cared about him more and more. When he thought of Yi Kaiping and her daughter, his eyes were filled with anger again. Dad, you are lying. You didn't fall. You went to find Yez. You smell like spicy soup. Li Jiaojiao didn't leave yet and stared at him closely. Li Ziyuan's face changed and he said anxiously, Don't tell anyone. Your mother will be angry if she finds out. Then tell me what happened, or I'll tell Mom. Li Ziyuan had no choice but to pull her into the room and tell her everything that happened in the county. Well, how can there be such an unfilial person in the world? Li Jiaojiao clenched her fists tightly, her eyes wide open and bloodshot. If this matter is not settled, Dad's reputation will be ruined, and it might even affect the imperial examinations. Don't worry, I can solve this problem immediately. Li Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, Those two evildoers must have been corrupted by the Yi family, which is why they became like this. I'm going to find Yi now and ask her how she taught her daughter. And by the way, get your jade back. I'll go too, Li Jiaojiao said coldly.
But
Li Ziyuan was afraid that she would complain again, so he could only agree. You go out first, I'll change my clothes and come back. Li Jiaojiao went out and waited at the door. The Li family's home is right at the entrance of the village, and you can see the main road. From afar, they saw an ox cart slowly approaching, and on the cart were the sisters Yi Erquin and Yi Jiner. Li Jiaojiao had a sinister look on her face. After her rebirth, she said that she would protect all those who loved her. They actually brought shame upon my father and made him lose all face. I will not let them go. Thinking of this, she took out a slingshot from her arms, picked up a sharp pebble, and shot it fiercely.
Ah!
Old Neo, what are you doing? Yi Bajin, who was driving the cart, yelled. The ox pulling the cart suddenly ran away. The spicy soup for lunch is ready. Yi Kaiping stood at the door and looked around. For some reason, she felt a little uneasy. Why haven't you come back yet at this time? Old Mrs. Yi walked up to Yi Kaiping, her eyes full of worry. After the Hu La Tang in the town was distributed, Yi Kaiping made the agreement with everyone. People who set up stalls in the county town must return home before noon, even if they have not sold all their goods, otherwise the goods will not be delivered at noon. In the past, this time would have arrived long ago. Oh, I heard the sound. Old Mrs. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Sure enough, Yi Bajin driving an ox cart soon appeared around the corner and walked towards the side. When the ox cart stopped, Yi Kaiping and her daughter came forward and asked, Why are you so late today? Yi Jiner looked tired. Well, something happened today. As he spoke, he carefully put one foot down and walked with a limp. Why are you all injured? Yi Kaiping was shocked and hurriedly supported Yi Jiner. I don't know what happened to the black cow, but it suddenly ran away halfway through the journey. In the end, both the cow and the cart rolled down the grass. Yi Bajin said stutteringly, looking apologetic. Yi Erquin said listlessly, A wooden barrel rolled away somewhere. We searched for it for a long time but couldn't find it. Old Lady Yi took a deep breath and held Yi Huaner and Yi Erquin's hands tightly. What's the big deal? As long as the person is okay, it's good. Hurry. Let's go into the house first. Yi Kaiping helped Yi Jiner into the courtyard. Yi Peng was chopping wood in the yard. When he saw Yi Jiner being carried in, his face changed and he asked nervously, How did cousin Jiner get hurt?
Falling. Yi Jiner smilet weakly.
Punger, go and invite Dr. Zhao quickly.
Yi Kaiping urget.
Yi Peng didn't dare to ask more questions. He threw down the hatchet and ran out. After Yi Kaiping and others entered the main room, Old Man Yi and the first and second wives came over after hearing the noise. They were shocked when they saw the three wounded men. Wei and Yinhua came to Yi Erquin with red eyes. After a while, Dr. Zhao arrived. After the examination, Dr. Zhao said, Jean has a sprained ligament and Huan has a scalp injury. Erquin's bump is also fine. Apply cold water first, then switch to hot compresses after a day. Do it 6 or 7 times a day, and it will go away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Kaiping said, By the way, Bajin should come up and take a look, as well as your cow. Yi Bajin was pushed to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao examined Bajin and the cow and said, Bajin is lucky, he has no injuries at all, just like your cow. After Dr. Zhao left, Yi Kaiping finally felt relieved. Yi Bajin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not catching the right bus. Yi Jiner said anxiously, Don't blame Uncle Bajin. Humph, I know it must be Li Ziyuan who did it. Otherwise, why would we fall anywhere else but when we passed by Lijia village? What's going on? Yi Kaiping frowned when she saw that there was something else behind their words. Yi Jiner did not hide anything and told him everything that happened in the county. I've never seen such a shameless person. Yi Jiner said, Luckily he ran fast, otherwise I would have poured a bucket of soup over him from head to toe, and added chili. Yi Caiping's face became darker and darker. She had already stopped provoking them, but they still came to her door. Little sister. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it all at that time. Yi Erquin was almost crying. Yi Kaiping said in a gentle voice, I don't know what kind of temper my second brother has. He can't speak when he's anxious. If he takes action, you will definitely not stand idly by. Yi Huaner said, When I fell off the ox cart, luckily my second uncle held me and my sister, otherwise we would have had a big bump on our heads. Yi Kaiping smiled slightly. They are all great. Jiner is brave, Huaner is smart, and the second brother is reliable. After receiving Yi Kaiping's praise, Yi Erquin's guilt was relieved a little. I'm going to beat that Li Guy to death right now. Yi Dequan rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush out. Yi Kaiping stopped him and said, Stop, the ox cart overturned. Do you have evidence to prove that it was the Li family who did it? I will do it even if there is no evidence. Yi Dequan was on the verge of going crazy. Okay, save your anger. You'll have something to express later. But be obedient. If you go now, you will ruin my plan. Yi Dequan then shut up, but his anger still continued to bubble out. Mrs. Du pinched his flesh from behind, causing his eyes to almost pop out. Yi Kaiping stood up and said, Bajin, please deliver the lunch market goods to the town first. Yonger, you can go with your uncle Bajin today. It's not that I don't trust you, Bajin, but the Hula Tang needs manpower to carry it up and down. She knew that Li Ziyuan would come to kill them soon, so her eldest brother had to stay at home to keep the peace. Yi Bajin and Yi Yong drove a ox cart, carrying Hula Tang, out of the village. From a distance, they saw an ox cart pulling Li Ziyuan and Li Jiaojiao, brother and sister, towards the side. Yi Bajin and Yi Yong's faces changed immediately, but they calmed down when they thought about their mission, and Yi Kaiping was there to deal with it. Li Ziyuan also saw the two of them, but he only glanced at them and didn't even bother to give them another look. He was used to being superior in front of the Yi family. Two ox carts passed each other without saying a word, but the atmosphere was full of tension. After walking for a while, the ox cart stopped at the entrance of Qinghe village. It was lunchtime, and the villagers had all gone home. Seeing Li Ziyuan and the other two walking into the village, the villagers were secretly surprised and whispered, Isn't this Mr. Li? He divorced the girl from our village. How dare he come here? These two young people are his stepson and stepdaughter, right? The little girl is the one who dug up the ginseng. Humph, their Lijia village is on the other side of the river. Instead of going to the mountains near their own village, they ran 10 miles to come to our nearby Nyoto mountain to dig ginseng. She actually managed to dig ginseng.
How shameless she is.
Li Jiaojiao glanced coldly at the old woman who was speaking. Haha, she's just lucky, so what? At that time, she just wanted to go up the mountain for a walk, but somehow she walked further and further and came to Nyoto mountain. Finally, she dug up ginseng. I can only say that it's all fate. Li Jiaojiao is lucky. Since her rebirth, Li Jiaojiao felt that she was different from others. She had great luck and great opportunities, otherwise, how could she have been reborn? Ginseng is her first luck and opportunity. As for the second time, she thought it was that piece of jade. Otherwise, why would I always be attracted to it? Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed across Li Jiaojiao's eyes. Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of old Ye's house. The villagers were even more shocked when they saw that Li Ziyuan actually came to visit the Yi family. Didn't Li Xiaocai and Kaiping already part ways? Why did he come to my house today with his stepson and stepdaughter? What did he want to do? The villagers thought there was going to be something interesting to watch and gathered around. In order to be the first to eat the watermelons, Mrs. Zhao from next door even climbed up a tree. Li Ziyuan glanced at the villagers who were watching with disgust. What a bunch of fools. But he knew he couldn't drive them away, so he could only let them watch. Li Ziyuan knocked on the door heavily. Yi, please open the door for me. I have something to talk to you about. I just knocked once, and the door opened with a creak. Li Ziyuan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. But the angry words stopped as soon as they reached his throat. I saw Yi Kaiping, Yi Jiner, Yi Huaner, Yi Dequan. Except for Yi Yong who went out, 13 people came out one after another and stood neatly in front of Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan was stunned by the situation and said with a sullen face, Yi, what are you doing? Yi Saiping's lips curled up with a hint of coldness. Didn't you knock on the door? Li Ziyuan choked, feeling that the atmosphere was a little off, so he put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, You knew I was coming, but why didn't you invite us in? I have something to tell you. After what happened in the county, he realized more clearly that it was not honorable to ask for the prescription in public, so he wanted to discuss it in private. He had to teach Yi a lesson and make her discipline the two evil creatures she gave birth to. Also, in order to compensate him, she had to give him the jade and the recipe and go to the county town with him to explain everything to his classmates. She said that the recipe was not developed by her, but was developed by them together when they were at the Li family. He is half of the recipe, so this way his image can be restored.
He is confident about this.
Because he knew how much she loved him. In the past, whenever the two rebellious girls poured him water for washing his feet that was a little cold, Yi would beat and scold them. In Ye's heart, she always comes first, and is her god. He asked her to kneel, and she didn't dare to stand. In front of him, she was as humble as a dog. When she finds out what those two rebellious girls did to him in the county town, she will beat them to a pulp. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yi Jiner and her sister sarcastically. As for the evil people in the county, he doesn't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of them. Please come in. Are you worthy?
Asudens nae interrupta Li Ziyuan, esa tuuts.
Li Ziyuan was stunned for a moment and found that the person who spoke was Yi Kaiping. Just now he was still immersed in the thought of Yi Kaiping crippling Yi Jiner and her sister for him. Yi Saiping's voice was like a bucket of cold water, which made him completely stunned.
How could she talk to him like that?
By the way, when was the last time you spoke to her? It seemed like after she divorced her wife, she came to ask for those two money-losing goods. At that time, Yi's attitude was a little strange. But at that time he was immersed in the joy of Shui Nyang's agreement to the marriage, and his mind was full of Shui Nyang, so he had no time to pay attention to Yi. I just thought she was acting crazy because she was stimulated. Whether it was robbing two money-losing goods that day or going crazy and talking nonsense, they were just clumsy ways to attract his attention. After a while, she found that it was ineffective and naturally changed back to normal.
But now,
it has been more than 2 months. Why does she still seem to be going crazy? Li Ziyuan immediately frowned and said coldly, Yi, stop playing crazy and stupid. Your tricks are really clumsy. Yi Kaiping sneered what you said. Do you think you are so charming that I still miss you? Li Ziyuan's face changed. What did she mean? What does feel mean? She is. But the deep disgust in her eyes didn't seem fake. Li Ziyuan was confused. Did she really not care about him anymore?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Humph. He didn't believe she could let him go. Just pretend.
What do you want from me?
If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Kaiping knew the purpose of his visit, but she still teased him again and again.
Li Ziyuan shuka.
How could he talk about this here? Let's talk inside. What can't be said in public? Why do you have to go inside?
Yes.
Mrs. Zhao on the tree was the most excited and screamed. Li Ziyuan's face turned pale and blue. If he didn't go into the house, how could he say, You are so timid. I will do you a favor and speak for you. Yi Jiner came out and sneered. Everyone knows that my mother was divorced by him. Since we have already separated, let's just go our separate ways and not bother each other. But today we were selling spicy soup in the county town, and he came over with a few classmates and suddenly asked for our recipe to curry favor with his classmates. We didn't want to give it to him and explained why. He and my mother had nothing to do with each other, but he actually asked for the recipe she developed. Fortunately, his classmates were all sensible. Not only did they not help the evildoers, they also spit on him severely. Yi Jiner kept talking, and before Li Ziyuan could stop her, she had already told the whole story. Soon, Li Ziyuan received the same kind of contemptuous looks as those in the county. How shameless! He calls himself a scholar. Zhuzi's wife mocked. Why did he come here so brazenly? Yi Jiner, he said he was going to find my mother and ask her to teach us a lesson for him. Yi Huaner, he actually thinks my mother will teach us a lesson for him. The villagers were stunned. What kind of brain circuit was this? Li Jiaojiao and her brother's faces turned black from the mocking stares. Li Jiaojiao said anxiously in a low voice, "Dad, didn't you say when you came here that there was a way to get her to clarify things for you? What is the way? Tell me now."
Li Ziyuan shuka.
His solution was, "Go inside and talk." But what he never expected was that Yi Shi was unwilling to enter the house. "Wanna know? Why not let me tell you?" Yi Kaiping glanced at Li Jiaojiao. "Your father's so-called good method is to control me. He thinks I still miss him. As long as he flirts with me, I will be completely fascinated by him. Not only will I take the initiative to give him the prescription, I will even go to the academy to clarify for him and save his reputation." Oh my God! The villagers were all shocked. How could he have such an idea? Li Ziyuan's face changed drastically. How did she know? No, even if she knew, so what? Yi should be such a person. Why shouldn't she? Yi Kaiping saw through his thoughts and stared at Li Ziyuan. "Why shouldn't I spoil you, right? Why, you came here with such a threatening attitude, and the only thing you rely on is your self-righteous attachment to me." I'm dying of laughter. After saying this, her face darkened and her voice became cold. "You are greedy and have reaped the consequences. You deserve to be the laughingstock of your classmates." Li Ziyuan's face flushed red. How could this happen? To put it bluntly, isn't this just an attempt to take advantage of my sister-in-law's feelings? Mrs. Du roared behind him. "You divorced her and married a new wife. You are a grown man, but you still want to use your feelings to deceive and exploit your ex-wife. How can you be so mean?" The villagers were stunned and looked at her with contempt. It's pitiful enough that Kaiping was divorced, but he actually did this kind of thing. He wants to eat her up and leave her with nothing left. Bah, you call yourself a scholar, but I think you look more like a beast. Don't insult the beasts. When beasts eat people, they at least spit out the bones. He didn't even let go of the bone residue. Li Ziyuan felt dizzy and felt so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. But I couldn't die or faint. This shouldn't be the case. It should be.
Yeah.
Stop slandering me. I came here. Li Ziyuan tried to save his dignity, to teach those two disrespectful girls a lesson. As for the county town, I'll ask them for the prescription. Thinking about what happened in the county, Li Ziyuan wanted to die again. If this matter cannot be accomplished today, he won't have to go back to the academy. That's because I also have a share of the recipe. We developed this spicy soup together. It's only natural for me to ask you for the recipe. Li Ziyuan was completely shameless and started to act unreasonably. Yi Kaiping laughed. "Oh, since we developed it together, you can just give the recipe to your classmates. Why bother Jeaner and her sister when we are in the county?"
Li Ziyuan shuka.
The villagers looked at him with more and more contempt. "Do you think we are fools? You said you have a share, so you have a share? If you ask me, there's also a share for me because I live next door." Mrs. Zhao on the tree pouted. She was so craving for the hula tang recipe that she almost rolled on the ground. But even if she was so greedy, she didn't have the nerve to say that she had a share. Who would have thought that this Mr. Li was even more shameless than her? Shame on you. Get out of Qinghe village. A piece of mud was thrown onto Li Ziyuan's face with a. It was Yi Xing in the crowd. With Yi Xing taking the lead, several kids also picked up mud and threw it at Li Ziyuan. Shame on you. You see someone else is making money, and you come to steal the recipe. Shameless. He divorced our Yi family's aunt, married a new wife, and still wants to deceive people. Shameless. Li Ziyuan was thrown down and screamed loudly. He got up and was about to go crazy. Suddenly, a roar exploded. "Get out of the way." Then, with a splash, a bucket of manure was poured towards Li Ziyuan, soaking him from head to toe, and the choking stench spread instantly.
Oh my God.
The villagers who were watching immediately jumped back a few steps, but the person in the front still had his shoes splashed by the fascinating golden juice, and he couldn't help but curse. "De Quan Yu percent Yuanat."
Ha ha ha.
But as he was cursing, he started laughing because Li Ziyuan's ending was so satisfying. Li Ziyuan was drenched all over his head and face, with something unspeakable hanging on his face.
Ugh. Ugh.
Yi Kaiping, Yi Jiner, and others all gasped and turned to look at Yi Dequan. Yi Dequan was still holding a smelly, empty bucket. Seeing Yi Kaiping looking over, he was afraid that she would scold him, so he scratched his head and laughed. I saw that he didn't seem to be in high spirits, so I poured him something to cheer him up. Yi Kaiping and everyone in the Yi family looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. She originally wanted to beat Li Ziyuan up, but now… forget it, it's dirty.
Dad, how are you?
Everyone stayed away, and Li Zimo also retreated 10 feet away. But Li Jiaojiao, a cute and lovely girl, didn't mind the dirtiness, and rushed over to pat Li Ziyuan on the back. Li Jiaojiao's fearless spirit was even admired by Yi Kaiping. She is truly worthy of being the heroine. Yi Kaiping curled her lips sarcastically. Li Jiaojiao, he is not your biological father. You have seen everything he did with your own eyes. Is it worth it for you to protect such a dirty and despicable person? Li Jiaojiao suddenly raised her head, her eyes red. No matter what kind of person he is, as long as he is good to me, he is a good person. He is my father. Yi Kaiping nodded, not surprised at her answer. After all, it is written in the book that Li Jiaojiao is not a purely good person. Her main character is both good and evil, and she protects her own people. But if one is both good and evil, can he not distinguish right from wrong? Yi Kaiping shook her head. What she just said did not mean that she really wanted to change Li Jiaojiao or persuade her to be a good person. Instead, he buried a thorn in Li Jiaojiao's heart. Without space, money, or a superior living environment, she will look forward to their future life. Get out of here, Yi Dequan yelled. Are you not eating enough? Do you want me to pour another bucket of water on you? Li Ziyuan and Li Jiaojiao shuddered. Li Zimo didn't care about the dirt anymore. He held his breath and rushed over to pull the two of them. Let's go home first. Li Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and said, Wait, I have something to say. Li Jiaojiao stared at the jade on Yi Caiping's neck. She knew that if she couldn't get it today, it would be even more difficult in the future. Yi, I know it was my father's fault, but he was just wrong. Now that he has been made like this by you, we are even. Let's write off the grudge between the two families. Do you have any manners? Did you call me Yi?
Yi Dequan shouted coldly.
She is the daughter of a scholar, but she has no manners at all. The villagers looked at Li Jiaojiao with contempt. Li Jiaojiao's face changed slightly, and she took a deep breath to suppress her hatred. Yes, I'm sorry. I just made a slip of the tongue, Annie. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. How about we end the feud between our two families here? Yi Kaiping sneered. You make it sound like we were the ones who started the trouble. As long as you don't make trouble again, we won't bother to find you. Li Jiaojiao forced a smile. Actually, to be honest, we don't have any deep hatred, so let's just let this matter pass. I have something I would like to ask you to do for me. I want to buy the jade on your neck. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. Li Jiaojiao went through so much trouble just to buy Yi Caiping's jade. Is that piece of jade a good thing? The villagers all looked at Yi Caiping's neck at the same time, and there was indeed a jade plaque hanging on it. Many people have seen Yi Caiping's jade. She has been wearing it since she was a child. It is not a rare item. The quality of jade is only slightly better than stone. If you pick up a piece from the river and polish it, it might be better than stone. Li Jiaojiao actually said she wanted to buy something like this. Li Jiaojiao also noticed the inquiring eyes around her and immediately explained, the reason why I like that jade is because it looks very much like the one I had when I was a child. When I was a child, I also had an identical piece of jade, which was given to me by my biological father. He has been dead for many years. I want to buy this jade just as a thought. As he said this, he looked at Yi Kaiping expectantly. So that's how it was. The villagers didn't think much about it. How about 50 cents? Li Jiaojiao asked. Yi Dequan said angrily. Aunt, please name a price. 100 or 200 is fine. Li Jiaojiao said anxiously. This piece of jade is not valuable, but for me, it is a thought. Yi Dequan said. It is a thought for you, and it is also a thought for my little sister. She has worn it since she was a child, and she has feelings for it. So how can I sell it to you? Old Mrs. E frowned and said, "This is the piece jade given to her by the fortune teller. How can she leave it? Forget it." Li Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Kaiping. "Auntie, I can sell it to you." Yi Kaiping's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up. "But you are too insincere. You want to send away a beggar with 1 or 200 coins. I won't sell it to you for less than 200 taels."
What?
Not only Li Jiaojiao, but even Yi Dequan and others gasped. Li Zimo cursed. "Aunt Yi, isn't this too much? 200 taels? We farmers can't save up this much money in our lifetime. Besides, I don't know how many gold hairpins and fine jades I could buy with this money. Is this ordinary jade worth it?" Yi Kaiping said calmly, "If you think it's not worth it, then don't buy it. I think it's worth it anyway. Besides, other people can't earn 200 taels in their entire lives, but you are so capable. Haven't you earned it a long time ago?" The villagers looked at the two of them. Yes, the Li brothers and sisters did dig up ginseng. Everyone knew that she sold it for 200 taels. Li Jiaojiao's face turned pale and blue. This was because he had calculated the money in her pocket. "Jiaojiao, ignore her."
Ugh.
Li Ziyuan vomited as he spoke. "Jiaojiao, let's go," Li Zimo said anxiously. Those 200 taels were almost all their property. How could a broken jade be worth it? Isn't this just a scam? Li Jiaojiao stared at Yi Kaiping's jade, that inexplicable attraction. No, it's not wrong. This is her second chance and luck. As long as she gets it, she won't have to worry about money anymore. This feeling was very strange, but it kept lingering in her mind, constantly urging her to buy the jade. Li Jiaojiao struggled for a while, and when she looked up again, her eyes became extremely firm. "Okay, 200 taels, I'll buy it." "Jiaojiao, you're crazy."
Li Zimu's kramat.
Li Ziyuan didn't care about vomiting anymore. He looked at her. "Jiao. Dad, brother, believe me." Li Zimo was stunned when he saw her determined expression and recalled the decisions Li Jiaojiao had made during this period. "Yes, as long as it is my sister who makes the decision, she must have her reasons, and it cannot be wrong. You shouldn't stop it." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Li Ziyuan felt it was not worth it. The broken jade should have been given to him without spending a penny.
Why?
But since he had caused such an embarrassing incident, no one dared to say anything more. "Okay."
I'm tricked.
"Little sister, please don't. I always feel something is weird." Yi Dequan said suspiciously, "It's impossible to sell something you can pick up by the river for 200 taels. I know there is something fishy going on."
Dequan is right.
"And this is a piece jade. It is for protection and cannot be sold." Old Mrs. Yi also stopped him. "Why can't I sell it? It's just a piece of jade. I'm fine without it." Yi Kaiping lowered her voice. "That's 200 taels. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect that she would agree. These idiots are almost extinct. We must cherish them. A piece of broken jade for 200 taels, a big profit." Her voice was not very low, and Li Jiaojiao could hear it clearly. "Look at Ye's greedy face, haha." Li Jiaojiao felt both contempt and regret. "If I had known I shouldn't have agreed so quickly, I should have offered 50 taels. Maybe he would have been willing to sell it. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If I change my mind, Ye's stubborn personality will definitely not allow me to agree. Now she just wants to get the jade as soon as possible. And have you discussed it? Hurry up." "Okay." Yi Kaiping immediately took off the jade pendant from her neck. The moment it fell into her palm, the jade token was quickly retracted into space, and a fake one appeared in her hand at the same time. Although the space has recognized its owner and the jade token has become an empty shell, it is impossible to give it to Li Jiaojiao. When she learned that Li Jiaojiao had set her sights on her jade token, she was prepared. The last time she went to Qingfu, after she sold the bottles, she found an old jade craftsman and asked him to polish and carve the jade plaque. The quality of the jade for the jade pendant is very poor. It is not easy to find a similar one. You can get a lot of them for 50 cents. The expensive ones were imitations and antique ones, which cost her 5 taels of silver. Until now, Yi Kaiping still remembers the way the old jade craftsman looked at her, as if she were a fool. Originally, she hadn't thought of using the imitation jade Pit Li Jiaojiao had. He just wanted to smash the imitation jade to pieces when Li Jiaojiao came to ask for the jade, so as to put Li Jiaojiao off from thinking about it. Unexpectedly, Li Ziyuan actually took the initiative to provoke them. And Li Jiaojiao. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Li Jiaojiao who caused the ox cart to overturn. A cold look flashed across Yi Caiping's eyes. It was not just Li Jiaojiao who was vindictive. So, is Yi Kaiping? Yi Kaiping picked up the imitation jade and said, Li Jiaojiao, I have to make it clear to you before the transaction. We all know how much this jade is worth. It is not valuable for itself, but for the feelings we have for it. You can't buy it home and then feel you've lost out and come back to complain. Fellow villagers, please be my witnesses. As he spoke, he raised the jade in his hand. Li Jiaojiao was almost dying of anxiety, her hands clenched tightly. Don't worry, Li Jiaojiao, will keep my word. Okay, take it. Then he walked over. Yi Kaiping took the banknote, and Li Jiaojiao immediately snatched the jade away with an excited look on her face. She was also a cautious person. She handed the jade to Li Ziyuan and said, Dad, take a look and see if this is it. Li Ziyuan was almost suffocated by himself. He glanced at him and said, yes, yes, yes. Putting aside his current condition, even if he was fine, he only remembered that the jade token was white, slightly yellowed, and had the word endless engraved on it. How could he remember anything else? Li Jiaojiao also felt that it couldn't be fake. She had proposed buying the jade at the last minute. Before that, Yi had been wearing it all the time. She didn't know the real purpose of her visit. Even if she really wanted to fake it, it was too late. Yi Kaiping put the money away and said, The money and goods have been paid. Why don't you leave quickly? Li Jiaojiao quickly put the jade pendant around her neck, supported Li Ziyuan, and left amid boos. After the 3 members of the Li family left, the villagers immediately covered their noses and dispersed. If it weren't for the show, who would want to smell this shoot? It took Yi Caiping's family a full hour to clean the door. Then I spent another half an hour taking a shower and changing clothes. The men were more convenient and went straight to the river to wash and have not returned yet. In the main room, old lady Yi sighed. Although it was sold for 200 taels, it was a piece jade. Alas. Yi Kaiping would not tell her that it was fake. She just needed to know it herself. I'm fine, mother. If you really worried, why don't you find a temple or a Taoist temple and ask for another one for me? Yes, why didn't I think of that? You can ask for another one. Old Mrs. Ye's eyes lit up. I'll make a profit from those 200 taels. Yi Kaiping looked at Mrs. Du and said, Now I have the money. I will go to the bank tomorrow to exchange it for silver and return it to my sister-in-law immediately. She had been rich for a long time. She made 100 taels from selling bottles a few days ago. But the money she earned from her business was less than 30 taels, so it was not easy to take it out. Really? Mrs. Du was very excited. Soon she would have 30 taels. Then I have to find a wife for Younger as soon as possible. At this time, Old Man Yi and the other men, including Daquan and Erquin, came back from the river, wearing their tattered coats and sang, The river is freezing cold. Yi Kaiping looked at their tattered clothes and said, The weather is getting colder. It's time to buy some cloth and make some clothes. I had this idea a few days ago, but I was so busy that I forgot. Yi Daquan said, No need, the clothes are still warm. Of course, it's not necessary. I see it's leaking. Yi Kaiping laughed. I'll go to town tomorrow and make 2 sets of clothes for everyone. Sisters Jinhua, Yinhua, and Jiner's eyes all lit up. There is no woman who doesn't love clothes. Wei asked with anticipation and timidity, Are you sending it to us, little sister? Yes, Yi Kaiping smiled. My parents and my elder and second brothers used to buy me cloth every year. Now I also buy clothes for you, my parents and my brother and sister-in-law. Yi Daquan was originally reluctant to let Yi Kaiping spend money and wanted to refuse, but he swallowed the words back. For some reason, he suddenly felt that he was spoiled by his little sister. Old Mrs. Yi and her husband were also very touched and felt a little sorry for the money, But when they thought that Kaiping had just earned 200 taels, they didn't feel so sorry anymore. "Let's go to town to buy clothes together tomorrow," said Yi Kaiping. Old Man Yi smiled and said, "You women can go, we men won't go."
Good.
Yi Jiner looked worried. "We're going to set up a stall tomorrow." Yi Kaiping said, "Let's not put it up for now. Let's take a rest for 3 days." Old Lady Yi said, "The county town can rest, but the business in the town cannot stop. Tomorrow you can take your 2 sisters-in-law and the girl with you, and I will make the soup. Jiner can't go, so stay at home and recover from your injuries. Be it seasoning or controlling the heat, Grandma Yi can now perfectly replicate Yi Caiping's cooking skills. Then I'll trouble you, Mother." Yi Jiner pursed her lips with regret. Alas, it shouldn't have been hurt earlier or later, but it had to hurt now. The Yi family was in a happy mood, but the Li family was in chaos. After Li Ziyuan and his 3 companions escaped from Qinghe village, they wanted to get on the car and go home. The man driving the ox cart covered his nose and refused to let him get on the cart, asking him to wash the chute off his body first. Li Ziyuan had been proud for half his life and had never suffered such humiliation, but the feces on his body were indeed very stinking. Li Ziyuan had no choice but to jump into the river to wash his dirty clothes. Soaking in the cold river water, Li Ziyuan's eyes were full of resentment. It was not until this moment that he really saw clearly that Yi had actually let him go. Li Ziyuan felt humiliated. He should abandon her and divorce her. But she still couldn't forget him and looked forward to returning to him every day. That was a problem. That witch, what right did she have to? Humph.
Witch.
A crude peasant woman who can't recognize gold and jade. When Li Ziyuan passes the imperial examination, becomes a jiren and then a jinshi, and is granted a title of nobility and appointed as a prime minister, she will regret it. He would return the humiliation he suffered today to her 1,000 times. After returning home, Li Ziyuan went to the bathroom and washed 5 times before he washed away the odor on his body. Li Ziyuan just returned to his room and saw Mrs. Li rushing over like a cannonball. Are they telling the truth? You spent 200 taels to buy a piece of broken jade? Or was it the cheap piece that Yezwich brought? Li Ziyuan's face turned pale. How could this news spread so quickly? In just 1 hour, the news reached my mother's ears. At this time, Li Jiaojiao and Li Zimo came over after hearing the sound. Li Jiaojiao sighed softly and said gently, "Grandma, don't get excited. Dad didn't buy the jade. I bought it. I have my own use for the jade. Don't be upset." Mrs. Li was stunned and her eyes widened. "What did you say? Is there any difference? Didn't we both spend 200 taels to buy a piece of broken jade? Besides, I heard that the money was taken from you. So you have been keeping the 200 taels all along? What's going on?" Our Li family's wealth was actually taken by a little girl. This is outrageous. The reason why Mrs. Li accepted Zhang Xuanyang and the other 2 so quickly was because Zhang Xuanyang was the daughter of the rich man Zhang. Mr. Zhang was the richest family in Lijia village, the kind that everyone in the village wanted to curry favor with. More than 10 years ago, Mrs. Li had dreamed of having Zhang Xuanyang as her daughter-in-law, but was ruthlessly rejected, leaving her with regret. So, even though Zhang Xuanyang was marrying for the 2nd time, Mrs. Li did not despise her. She was happy with it and felt that she had finally married the daughter of the rich Zhang family, which was a proud thing. Secondly, Li Ziyuan secretly told her that Li Zimo and Li Jiaojiao were his own flesh and blood, and that the man's surnamed son was cuckolded by him. When Mrs. Li heard this, how could she not be happy, especially when she saw a grandson like Li Zimo? She loved him so much. Because of her love for Li Jiaojiao. Even though she was a maid, she was also very much loved by her. Moreover, Li Jiaojiao is not only sweet-mouthed, but also dug up ginseng, bought her cloth and shoes, and even said yesterday that she would buy her a silver hairpin. How could Mrs. Li not like her? But no matter how much she liked Zhang Xuanyang and her son, she couldn't accept that Li Jiaojiao took the money. And it's such a huge sum of money. The family's money had always been managed by Li Ziyuan. So when Li Jiaojiao dug up ginseng and sold it for 200 taels, she naturally thought that the money had been handed over to Li Ziyuan. Now it seems that not only has the money not been handed over, but perhaps all of the Li family's assets are controlled by this mother and her 2 sons. Mrs. Li revealed the truth. Although Li Jiaojiao only cared about her own money, all the money of the Li family was handed over to Zhang Xuanyang by Li Ziyuan. Huan, tell me clearly, has the 200 taels always been in the possession of this loser? And what about the money at home? Did you give it all to her? Li Ziyuan's face darkened. Li Jiaojiao couldn't believe that the always kind-hearted Mrs. Li would say such a thing. Her face turned cold. Of course I keep the money I earn myself. My mother keeps my father's money. What's wrong with that? My mother is the mistress of the family, so it's natural for her to manage the money. Mrs. Li's eyes went dark. This is outrageous. Whose money isn't taken by the elderly? I let Ziyuan take it because he spends a lot and needs it for both going out and coming in. Whose young woman takes care of money as soon as she gets married? Besides, you spent money recklessly. That was 200 taels and you actually bought a piece of broken jade? You even sent me some cloth last time, so you used our Li family's money? You're a money loser. As he said this, he raised his hand. Li Jiaojiao's eyes narrowed, and she pushed her away.
Ouch.
Mrs. Li fell to the ground and pointed at her. You. Jiaojiao, are you okay? Jiaojiao. 2 shouts rang out at the same time. Li Zimo and Li Ziyuan rushed over and looked at Li Jiaojiao with concern. Are you hurt? Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li was almost bursting with anger. She let out a loud cry, then sat on the ground, slapping her thigh and crying. This is so unfair. The granddaughter hit her grandmother, and she was protected after the beating. Unfilial thing, mother. Li Ziyuan roared. Mrs. Li's cries and curses were choked in her throat. She looked up and saw Li Ziyuan looking down at her grimly. I'm already annoyed enough. Can you please stop making trouble? I'm here to make it clear to you. Xuanyang is the person I love the most. Jiaojiao and Zimo are also my most beloved children. If anyone dares to bully them, I will never forgive her. Mrs. Li was stunned for a moment. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. And more. Li Ziyuan continued, from now on, Xuanyang will keep all the money in the family. If you don't like it, we will move out. If you are still not satisfied, I will marry into the Zhang family, and from now on, we will have no relationship anymore. Dad. Li Jiaojiao and Li Zimo looked at him with touched expressions. She always knew that her father would not let them suffer any injustice. Who would have thought that not only would he not let them suffer any injustice, but he would also protect them so much. Mrs. Li's head was buzzing. She never expected him to say such words. She felt angry and sad. The son whom she cherished so dearly actually treated her like this. Mrs. Li cried and turned around and ran out. This was no big deal. In the past, Yishir never dared to say a word back, and even those 2 little girls let her beat and scold them. Li Ziyuan looked at Li Jiaojiao. You weren't hit by her just now, were you?
No, Bugu.
Dad loves me the most. Li Jiaojiao said, then threw herself into his arms and started crying. Since she was born, no one has ever been so kind to her except her mother and brother. Even their biological father was a gambler. Whenever he was unhappy, he would beat and scold them. Li Ziyuan smiled and patted her little head, saying gently, Okay. Don't worry, as long as I, Li Ziyuan, am here, I won't let anyone bully you. Li Jiaojiao nodded while sobbing. At this time, Zhang Xuanyang walked in with a cold face. He glanced at the 3 of them, opened the closet without saying a word, and took out the clothes one by one. Xuanyang, what are you doing? Li Ziyuan was stunned. Zhang Xuanyang glanced at him coldly. I know everything, and you actually went to find Yi. What did you say when you proposed marriage? You said you would never have anything to do with the Yi family again, and that I was the only one in your heart and eyes. You are breaking your oath now. What do you think of me, Zhang Xuanyang? Then he smiled coldly. If Jiaojiao and Zimo hadn't liked you and kept persuading me, I wouldn't have married you. Li Ziyuan was anxious. Xuanyang, I have my reasons. Zhang Xuanyang didn't listen. One of them threw the clothes away, while the other picked them up and put them back in the closet. Finally, Zhang Xuanyang was tired and sat down on the chair, turned her head, and wiped her tears. Li Jiaojiao then said, Don't be angry, Mom. It's not that Dad wants to find that Yi. It's that I like Ye's jade and forced Dad to buy it. And that rascal born by Yi actually ruined Dad's reputation in the county. We went to ask for an explanation. We didn't say anything, because we were afraid that Mom would worry. Having said that, he recounted what had happened. Li Ziyuan coaxed her for another half an hour, making her kneel and swear an oath, before Zhang Xuanyang curled her lips and smiled. Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Xuanyang's temper was really difficult to deal with, but he just loved her so much that he couldn't help himself. In fact, Zhang Xuanyang was not angry at all. But Li Ziyuan had sworn to her before that he would never see Yi again. But the incident in Qinghe village was known to everyone, and she couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Of course, she also knew that Li Ziyuan was looking for Yi not to reunite, but to settle accounts. But if she didn't make trouble with Li Ziyuan, wouldn't it seem that she had no temper? Her pride would not allow her to give up, so she deliberately lost her temper and made a small fuss. Zhang Xuanyang snorted. I'm not an unreasonable person. Before you go to settle the score with her, tell me first. I can't stop you. Li Ziyuan was stunned and felt flattered. I didn't expect that Xuanyang, who has always been arrogant and cold, also has such a considerate side. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met her. He was 13 years old that year, just an ordinary farm boy in the village. One day, a family from outsiders suddenly moved into the village. Their surname was Zhang. It is said that the Zhang family owns 50 acres of land, 30 pigs, 2 cows, and 3 servants. They also have a shop in the county and are very wealthy. The big blue brick and tile house was very tall and was divided into 2 parts. Once the door was closed, their sight was blocked, and inside was hidden wealth that they could never reach. The entire Zhang family is shrouded in a mysterious and noble veil. The first time Li Ziyuan met Zhang Xuanyang was one afternoon. I still remember that the Zhang family's door was wide open and a 12-year-old girl walked out. She was wearing an exquisite and gorgeous pink dress and a pearl flower on her head. Her pretty and delicate face was slightly tilted up, with the afterglow shining on it, looking proud and cold. She shook her handkerchief and walked out of the door. There was a little maid following behind him, and the master and servant walked one after the other, with an indescribable grandeur. The little girl walking on the village road was the most beautiful scenery and picture he had ever seen. At that moment, he was stunned, and several boys from the same village who were with him all stared at her in a daze. But the next moment, something happened that shocked him even more. Because her maid called her. Guess what the maid called her? The maid actually called her Miss. Miss, what beautiful and wonderful words. He had read some picture books about talented men and beautiful women before, and they always mentioned rich young ladies. Now he actually met someone who could be called a lady. She was so noble and beautiful, as high above him as the moon in the sky and the sun in the clouds. She was so far away that he could only worship her. She is the maid's daughter, the Zhang family's daughter, and the entire Lijia village's daughter. Everyone who saw her addressed her as Miss. She is the goddess in the dreams of all the young men in the village, and no one is not fascinated by her. Li Ziyuan was the same, madly infatuated with her. She was arrogant and aloof, and never spoke a word to them. He knew that she looked down on them, but he was happy to be looked down upon by her. When he was 16, he even proposed to the Zhang family, without knowing his place, but in the end, the matchmaker he hired couldn't even get into the Zhang family's door. Later she got married and disappeared from his sight forever. After despair, he could only accept his fate. In the end, he needed someone to serve him. So, he had to marry Yi reluctantly. But his heart always kept that little girl, his lady, his goddess. A few years ago, he learned that she was not living well after marriage, and her husband's family had fallen into decline. The little girl in his heart lived a life worse than pigs and dogs, which was like a stab in his heart. He rushed over like a madman and kept helping her. Later, she finally got rid of the Sun family, and it happened that at that time, he passed the imperial examination and became a scholar. This is really a double blessing. He thought this was God's blessing. It finally gave him the confidence to ask her to marry him. He was even a little secretly happy. Fortunately, she was married. Otherwise, he would never be worthy of her and would never have the chance to marry her. After the marriage, his young lady was back. So proud, noble and cold, and with a little temper that he only discovered later. All so charming and lovely. As if she heard his inner voice, Zhang Xuanyang's gentle voice rang in his ears. Ziyuan, before Fuda Mountain, I never knew you existed. Fuda Mountain was the place where he helped her for the first time. Li Ziyuan said anxiously, I know that there are too many people obsessed with you. How can you know such a small me? Xuanyang, I know you don't love me, and you don't care about me. As long as you stay with me, that will be my greatest happiness. Zhang Xuanyang raised the corner of her lips. Who said that? Actually, I still care about you a little. After all, you have helped me so much. Jiao Jiao and Zimo also like you, and we are still husband and wife. Li Ziyuan was secretly disappointed. Only the bond between husband and wife. However, he was already very satisfied with these. How could he, an ordinary mortal, expect the love of a goddess? Li Ziyuan felt infatuated and passionate, and picked up Zhang Xuanyang and walked towards the bed. What are you doing in broad daylight? Zhang Xuanyang was angry and annoyed.
Perform the husband-wife ceremony.
Li Jiaojiao and Li Zimo had left long ago, leaving only the two of them in the room, still having a passionate time. Li Jiaojiao returned to the room and looked at the jade quietly. What's going on? I always feel that I'm not that attracted to her anymore. Wear it first, and believe that her opportunity will come in a few days. She put on the jade pendant with great care and looked through the window towards the direction of Qinghe village. The two families keep to themselves and write off all grudges? How is that possible? Although her father was wrong in today's incident, it was just a momentary mistake. After all, Li Zhaodi and her sister are my father's biological daughters. If they don't want to give the prescription, they can just deal with the group of scholars first and then talk to my father in private. They are not unreasonable people. Why be so aggressive and make a big fuss, ruining Dad's reputation? This matter may even affect my father's scientific examination, which is a major event that can ruin a person's life. Even strangers can't do such a thing. Those two sisters are biological daughters. How could they be so cruel? And that Yi, when she was digging ginseng last time, she thought she was a sensible person. Unexpectedly, he was also a confused person. Not only did he not teach the sisters a lesson, he also helped them deal with them. In the end, he cheated her out of 200 taels. Humph. She won't let this account go just like that. When she becomes rich and powerful, she will crush the Yi family into mud. The next day, it was noon. Yi Kaiping, Du Shi, Wei Shi, Jinhua Yinhua, Jina Huana stood in a neat line at the intersection waiting for the ox cart. Sister, are your legs okay?
Yi Huaner said.
Yi Jiner moved her legs. It's fine, just a little bit painful, but it's fine. Yi Kaiping glared at her. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming.
Mom.
Yi Jiner pulled her sleeve with a smile. This is about picking out fabrics and buying clothes. I must go. God knows how attractive shopping for clothes is to a girl. And her legs are really much better, only slightly painful. Soon, Yi Bajin's ox cart drove over, with Yi Dequan still sitting on it. I just came back from the town and just delivered the spicy soup there. Sister Kaiping, are you going into town and doing some shopping? Seeing that no one in the village was riding in a bullock cart anymore, Yi Bajin smiled and said, Hurry up and get on the cart. Yi Dequan waved at the ox cart that was going away. He couldn't go because he had to fetch water for his mother to make soup. The ox cart soon arrived at the town. After the 7 people got off the bus, Yi Kaiping gave Ba Jin 14 cents for the fare. Yi Bajin knew Yi Caiping's character, and that she had always been clear about the distinction between public and private matters, so he had no choice but to accept it with a smile. Bajin, you can go back to the village first. When you finish delivering the spicy soup for lunch, come back to pick us up.
No.
We have time anyway, so I'll go with you. I'll move whatever you bought onto the bullock cart. When the time is up, if you want to go back early, we can go back together. If you want to go back later, I'll go first. Yi Caiping thought this was a good idea, but aren't you afraid of losing your ox cart if you park it here? Don't worry, there's a car dealership just around the corner. I'll park my car there, and there'll be waiters feeding and watching the car. I can put my stuff in there, and it won't get lost. As they were old acquaintances, Yi Caiping did not hesitate to be polite with him. Thank you for your help. Hey, it's just a small matter. Yi Bajin led the cow away and came back after a while. The group walked happily in the town. Although Yi Caiping had been setting up a stall in the town for a long time, this was her first time going shopping in the true sense since she came here, not for purchasing nor for doing business. I feel extremely relaxed. The same goes for Dusher, Weisher, Jinhua, and Inhua. I never dared to go shopping before, and even if I did, I had no money to buy anything. I always felt tense when walking on the street. I have never felt more comfortable than now. Where are we going first? Yi Jiner said. Let's have breakfast first. By the way, let's go to Fatty's place to eat. The group came to Fat Sister's stall. The stall is already full of people, which shows how good the business is. It's Miss Caiping. Fatty wiped her hands on her apron and came over. Are you going to the market? Yes, I came to see you. How's business? Thanks to you, it's all good. Fatty held her hand and said in a coquettish voice, It's all over the place. In the county, Mr. Li actually asked you for the recipe for hula tang. How dare he be so shameless? I just realized that you are the evil woman who was divorced by the scholar. I've heard about the case of the scholar from Lijia village divorcing his wife before. At that time, everyone said you deserved it. Now I see, bah. Given the scholar's character, I can tell there's something fishy going on. Otherwise, how could he divorce his wife and marry a new one within a month? Also, we've been together for so long, sister. You're so honest and sincere. How could you be that kind of person? They must have been throwing dirty water on you. Yi Caiping looked hurt. Thank you for your understanding, Fatty. I won't talk about the past anymore. Fatty was full of pity. I understand. Oh, I forgot that you guys are still standing. Just then, a table of people finished eating and left. Fatty immediately stepped forward to clean up the table. Sit here. After they sat down, the fat sister said with a smile, Would you like a bowl of spicy soup each? Hey, it's only half sold. It's still fresh.
Ugh. Je viner kovrut her maut refrigiveli.
Fat sister. Yi Caiping glared at her, and Yi Jiner looked aggrieved. I have been eating. Recently.
Yi huanea chucket.
We make hula tang at home. We drink a bowl of it every morning. Sometimes it's leftover and cold, but we don't want to waste it, so we have to drink another bowl. I keep smelling it while I'm working. I can't stand smelling any delicacies like this every day. Not only Yi Jiner, but even Yi Huaner shuddered when she heard it. Yi Bajin, Dusher, and others all laughed. Yi Caiping said, We won't have spicy soup. Let's have a bowl of porridge each, 2 meat buns each, and dumplings? Have 2 baskets, please. There are 10 dumplings in a basket. Okay. It's too much. How can we spend money like this? Mrs. Du felt distressed when she heard it. Not too much, just make sure to eat enough. Since we're going to the market to buy things, we have to be happy and not always think about money. Yi Caiping said. Mrs. Du thought of the 200 taels that Yi Caiping had given her. Well, she could indeed not feel so sorry for a while. After breakfast, Yi Caiping wanted to pay the bill, but Fatty held her hand. Okay, this meal is for you guys. Can. Next time I go to the county town, you can invite me back if you see me. Okay.
Ye Caiping respondet redile.
If she pushed it further, it would seem unfamiliar. After breakfast, Yi Caiping came to Jixiang cloth shop. This is the most comprehensive cloth shop in town, and the prices are quite reasonable. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei, mother and daughter, walked in nervously. They had never dared to enter such a large cloth shop before. The shopkeeper was a well-maintained woman in her late 40s. Her last name was Yao. When shopkeeper Yao saw a group of people coming, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Dear guests, what kind of materials do you want to buy?" As he spoke, he looked at the clothes of several people. Their clothes were all very shabby, made of coarse cloth and patched up with patches. It was obvious that they didn't spend much. Even so, she still had to entertain him politely. Even if he only bought 1 foot of coarse cloth, he was still a customer. When her eyes fell on Yi Kaiping, her eyes lit up. "Isn't this Madame Yi? She used to sell spicy soup on West Street. My son would go there early every morning to eat it and often bring it to me." "Yes, it's me."
Yi Kaiping similet.
Shopkeeper Yao was a man of good sense. "Mrs. Yi brought her family here to buy cloth for clothing? Let's see what materials to choose." Yi Kaiping didn't know much about ancient materials, and the original owner's memory was a little vague. She was too lazy to look through her memories and turned around and said, "Sister-in-law, what do you want to buy?" Mrs. Du said ordinary coarse cloth will do. "But Yomer wants to propose marriage, so we need to buy some good material. Can we have 10 feet of cotton cloth?" 10 feet of cloth is just enough to make a set of clothes and pants. Wei heard this and immediately said, "Also, by 10 feet of cotton cloth for Pinger, he will have to propose marriage in 2 years. Yi Kaiping smiled and sighed, saying that she shouldn't have asked them. He turned around and said to shopkeeper Yao, "Shopkeeper, what kind of cloth do ordinary people in this town wear?" Shopkeeper Yao saw that Yi Kaiping was willing to spend money on her family and said with a smile, "The poor wear coarse cloth and ordinary people wear cotton cloth. This cotton cloth is 40 won per foot." Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei gasped. Ordinary coarse cloth was only 20 won per foot, and dyed cloth was only 25 won. How many feet is a piece of cloth? 1 piece of cloth is 40 feet, which is 1 tael and 6 coins. It can make 4 sets of clothes for a man. Yi Kaiping said, "Then give me 4 rolls of cotton cloth." "Sister-in-law, you can pick out the colors. Pick 2 rolls of bright colors and 2 rolls of dark colors. All the family members can use them." Shopkeeper Yao smiled and said, "Yes, it can be used by both men and women." Both Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei were stunned. This was cotton cloth, and 1 piece cost 1 tael and 6 cents. Wouldn't 4 horses cost 6 taels and 4 cents? Also, can they wear cotton? Mrs. Du said, "Cotton cloth is very expensive, and it is not convenient to wear while working." Yi Kaiping said, "You can wear old clothes when you work, and wearing cotton cloth will make you look good." Mrs. Du thought that she didn't even have a decent piece of clothing, so she couldn't refuse and accepted it with a smile. Wei was also very happy and smiled without saying a word. Jinhua and Inhua's eyes lit up. They had never worn cotton clothes in their lives. Du and Wei hurried to choose the colors. Unlike coarse cloth, cotton cloth is available in colors, but there are not many choices. Finally, I chose a dark blue, a gray, and a beige one. When they were about to pick the last horse, Jinhua and Inhua looked at the Du family with tears in their eyes. Jinhua, "Mom, Auntie, please pick a pink one."
Inhua, pink, right.
Every girl has a pink dream. They usually wore coarse, gray cloth. Every time they went to the town to sell firewood, they were extremely envious when they saw the little girls in pink clothes. Yi Jiner also looked at Mrs. Du eagerly. 1 piece of cloth can make 4 sets of clothes. The 4 of us can make a set of pink clothes together. When Mrs. Du heard this, she looked at Mrs. Wei and nodded. Okay. The 4 girls cheered. Yi Kaiping was amused and stepped forward and said, "Although I said to buy 4 pieces of cloth, I didn't stipulate that you must buy them one by one. You can buy whatever color you like." The 4 girls' eyes lit up. Mrs. Du said anxiously, "We can't tear them apart. The bigger the cloth, the easier it is to cut. Besides, you are small, so if we save some, we might even have 2 extra sets." The 4 sisters looked educated and immediately gave up the idea of tearing the cloth apart. Yi Kaiping watched them making a fuss with a smile. It was not a big deal. As long as they were happy, that was enough. Yi Kaiping walked over to Jinhua. "Jinhua, last time I asked you to testify about the cassava incident. You got scolded for nothing. You were wronged in this matter. Didn't I say at the time that I would buy cloth to make you a new set of clothes when I made money? Yi Jinhua also remembered. She didn't believe it at the time. But she always remembered it, but just didn't take it to heart. Who would have thought that I would actually make clothes for myself now? Yi Jinhua was happy, but she had a twisted personality, so she spoke awkwardly. Thank you, Aunt. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, No, I mean you pick another one. Jinhua was startled. I already have one. That's different. Let's keep it to ourselves. This is something that everyone has. Since we're going to compensate you, you naturally have an extra set. Jinhua's eyes lit up and she felt a little touched. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time someone took a promise to her so seriously. Is it cotton too?
Certainly.
Wei and Yinhua looked at her with envy. Mrs. Du was happy, but also a little embarrassed. After all, she had already spent so much money today, and now she had to take another set. Yi Kaiping urged, Pick one quickly. Jinhua looked around with great joy and finally chose a rouge-colored one and asked the shopkeeper to cut it into 10 feet long. Yi Kaiping didn't like the colors chosen by Mrs. Du, so she picked out a light apricot color and a water green color and asked for 10 feet of each. Then I thought that it would be better to have piping on the collars and sleeves of my clothes, so I ordered another 10 feet of white ones. After choosing the cotton cloth, Yi Kaiping asked manager Yao to take 5 pieces of coarse cloth, 3 pieces of gray, and 2 pieces of light brown, to give each family member a set of coarse cloth clothes. Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei were stunned. Mrs. Du said, This is too much. They have to be washed and replaced. The clothes of the family members are all torn and need to be replaced. Yi Kaiping said with a smile. She originally wanted to give each family member 2 sets of coarse cloth clothes and 1 set of cotton clothes. But considering that I wouldn't be able to make it even if I bought it, I had to give up. After thinking about it, Yi Kaiping picked out another piece of lake blue cotton cloth and asked the shopkeeper to divide it into 4 parts, each part being 10 feet long. Shopkeeper Yao was so happy that his mouth almost reached his ears. After wrapping it, he used the abacus to make a clacking sound. Mrs. Yi is really filial and caring for her family. It's hard to find such a good sister-in-law. Thank you for 13 taels and 6 cents. What a big customer. Other people buy cloth by the feet, but Madame Yi buys it by the piece. Yi Kaiping also expressed her helplessness about this matter. There is no other way. There are too many people in the family. If we only buy these, we conservatively estimate that each person needs 2 sets. Is it too much? Not much. Can you help me take it to the car dealership in front? Yi Bajin hurried in and asked the waiter, holding the cloth, to follow him. After leaving the cloth shop, the group went to Lua Lane. Yi Kaiping walked into a shoe store. A slightly plump old man was dozing on the table. He suddenly heard a noise and opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Kaiping, he jumped up. Oh, isn't this Madame Yi?
Hello, unso su.
Yi Kaiping greeted with a smile. Sister Yi Jiner also greeted them sweetly. When he set up a stall in the town, Uncle Su came every day to eat huolatang. Later, he even worked as a spy for them. He was very cute. After you left, I ate less spicy huolatang.
Unso su com lai.
Don't you have it? Fatty? It was made by my mom and I. Yes, there are. But it doesn't feel right if it's not you guys. All right. Grandpa is still as cute as always. Last time, Uncle, you told me that you were selling shoes here. I've wanted to come and take a look for a long time. Today I finally have some time. Yi Kaiping said with a smile. Uncle Su was delighted when he heard this. See what style you want. I'll give it to you at a lower price. Yi Kaiping agreed, but Yi Jinhua pulled her from behind and whispered, Aunt, let's make the shoes ourselves. When we make clothes, we will have a lot of scraps left over which can be used to make shoe uppers. If you want flowers, I can embroider them. Yi Kaiping said, I can't wait. The soles of my shoes can't be worn anymore. Yi Jinhua felt that Yi Kaiping was too wasteful, but since the money was not hers, it was not easy for her to stop her from buying things. She pouted. My sister-in-law bought her own. I don't need it. Mrs. Du also felt that it was unnecessary and shook her head. Yi Kaiping has already spent a lot of money today, so she can just take more. Seeing this, Wei was too embarrassed to ask for it, so she pulled Yinhua and politely declined. Yi Kaiping didn't say much and took her 2 daughters in to pick out shoes. After the 3 of them had chosen, Yi Kaiping picked for old lady Yi and her husband and Daquan and Erquin. Finally, I went out carrying a big bag of shoes. After leaving the shoe shop, Yi Kaiping went to the silver shop to exchange money. He exchanged the copper coins he had saved for 1 tael of silver, and then for Li Jiaojiao's 200 taels of silver notes. He exchanged them all for small silver ingots of 10 taels each. When he went out, he put them into the space while no one was paying attention. Before going home, I bought 40 eggs, an old hen, and 5 pounds of pork belly, planning to make chicken soup and braised pork at noon. The group left the town happily. When they got home, Grandma Yi had already prepared the soup. Yi Daquan and Bajin carried the soup into the car and went out again. In the main room, old Mrs. Yi and her husband and Yi Erquin were so shocked that their mouths were wide open as they looked at the cloth that had almost piled up into a small mountain. There are so many. Are you guys robbing the cloth shop? Yi Kaiping smiled and said, not much, just 2 sets of clothes for each person. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and glared at her. She touched this cloth and looked at that cloth, and was so happy that she didn't know what to say. Yi Erquin took off his stinky shoes and started to try on the new shoes. When my brother left just now, that eager look in his eyes, hee, made him almost die of greed. Not only Yi Erquin, but even the old man Yi and his wife were so happy that they kept trying them on. Although Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei had no shoes, the pile of cloth in the hall was enough to make them happy. Yi Kaiping is going into the kitchen to cook. Starting today, it is her turn. Wei quickly stopped her. Little sister, you should take a rest. Let me and my sister-in-law cook for the family from now on. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and said, listen to your second sister-in-law. You have too much to do. Pay Daquan and Erquin their wages and let them do the work. Yi Kaiping thought about setting up a workshop later and would be even busier, so she nodded. Then I'll have to trouble my elder and second sisters-in-law. Chicken soup was stewed at noon, and the braised pork was made by Mrs. Du as taught by Yi Kaiping. Now that the family has a stable source of income, Daquan and Erquin have both received their wages, and Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei are willing to spend money on oil and salt. After Yi Daquan, Yi Yong, and the other 2 came back, they started eating. The whole family enjoyed the meal. Old Mrs. Yi looked around at everyone with a smile. She had never imagined before that they would sit together so happily to eat with vegetables and meat, and eat white rice. This was something I never dared to think about before. After dinner, Old Lady Yi asked everyone not to leave as she needed to measure the size of the clothes to be made. We have been eating well during this period, and everyone has gained weight, and some of the children have grown taller. After taking the measurements, Yi Kaiping took out the 29 taels she had prepared long ago. Sister-in-law, add the 1 tael from last time. That's 30 taels. This is what I promised to give you.
This.
Mrs. Du's eyes turned red. Thinking about the fact that Yi Kaiping had to pay Daquan's wages and buy rice and cloth for him, she felt a little guilty.
Take it.
Yi Kaiping put the money in her hand. Mrs. Du took the money and was so happy that she didn't know what to do. I have 30 taels now.
Ha ha ha.
The family members burst into laughter. Yi Kaiping put 3 more silver ingots into Wei's hands. This is for my second sister-in-law, 30 taels. Wei was stunned for a moment, and so were Old Lady Yi and the others. Little sister, I didn't agree with you to give you 30 taels or something. Wei was dazed. Whether there is an agreement or not, if the first wife has it, the second wife must also have it. Over the years, both the first and second wives have paid the same amount. Yi Xian didn't go to school, and neither did Yi Peng. Although Yi Peng didn't like to study, it didn't mean he was not qualified to study. Both of them lost the opportunity to study. So she owed the first wife as much as the second wife. Wei's eyes were red. Thank you, little sister. When Yi Kaiping had to pay back 30 taels to the first wife, she felt it was unfair and that Yi Kaiping was biased towards the first wife. Unexpectedly, Yi Kaiping was not biased. She just didn't say it. Brother Yi Daquan opened his mouth, but Yi Daquan didn't know what to say. Yi Erquin said, "Little sister, this is too much. Let's just get along with each other from now on."
There's no need to.
Yi Kaiping glared at him and said with a smile, "I have money. Since we want to be harmonious, we must be fair and just." Yi Erquin was speechless. He felt sorry for his little sister and also liked her treating them well. In the end, he could only smile and nod. "Anyway, whatever my younger sister does is good, so just listen to her." Yi Kaiping walked up to old lady Yi and the others and took out another 30 taels. "This is for my parents."
Ah.
"You girl are crazy today." Old Mrs. Yi jumped up. Everyone in the first and second houses also took a deep breath. "Mom and Dad have worried about me all these years. Now that I can earn money, I naturally want to honor you." Yi Kaiping looked at the two elders eagerly, although she came from across time. But she truly felt their love during this period. She is no longer an orphan. She has a daughter, parents, brothers and sisters-in-law. These are all her relatives. As long as they don't betray me, they will be my family members for life. Money can't buy love, but if you can't even give money, then what kind of love is that? She didn't know how to express herself, nor how to honor them, and only wanted to satisfy their material needs first. As long as she has money in her hands, she will feel at ease. So she gives money. "But you don't have to give me money. I already have my salary, 30 won a day, 900 won a month." Which old lady can get 900 won a month? As old lady Yi spoke, she became more proud. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "Let's put it this way. That's the wages, but this 30 taels is for your personal use. Didn't mother say that I emptied out all the coffin money? I'm returning your coffin money to you now. But you don't have to give me 30 taels. If you really want to honor me, then give me a little less. 3 taels will be enough. You should keep this money well if in the future. Then you should accept it. If I suddenly become poor in the future, I will count on you to help me." Old Mrs. Yi was confused for a moment. What if her daughter's business suddenly ran into problems, or if all her money was squandered? Thinking of this, old lady Yi quickly held the 30 taels to her chest and said with a smile, "Yes, this is my coffin money." Kaiping is so filial. If her daughter suddenly becomes poor in the future, at least she still has 30 taels. You should really let yourself be. Old Mrs. Yi's action made everyone in the room laugh. "Sister-in-law, you have money now. You have to arrange Yongra's marriage as soon as possible." Yi Kaiping said, Yes, I will make clothes with Jinhua in a while. If we work up all night, we will be able to finish it tomorrow morning. Then we will ask Bingren to mediate." Mrs. Du's face flushed with excitement. "Iceman can find a wife for Zhuzi or Tiniu, or the aunt of the village head." Wei said with a smile. "The village head is more reliable," said old lady Yi. Yi Kaiping looked at them and smiled. "There is one last thing." Yi Kaiping looked at Yi Xian. "Everything at home is on track now. Xianer, you should go to school." As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 women who were chattering excitedly stopped and looked over here. Yi Xian was stunned and lowered his head. "Aunt, I'm old now and have decided not to study anymore. I just want to farm well." Yi Kaiping felt that she owed him the most and sighed softly. "Not much. As long as I miss you, it's just a matter of spending more effort and time." Mrs. Du didn't want to give up. "Your aunt is right. Studying is good. As for the tuition, leave the tuition to me," Yi Kaiping said. Mrs. Du's eyes lit up, and Yi Jinhua pulled her and said with a smile, "My aunt said before that she would hire a teacher for my second brother after she made some money." Ever since Yi Kaiping paid them back the 30 taels and fulfilled her promise to make her an extra set of clothes, Yi Jinhua knew that Yi Kaiping was a trustworthy person. Whatever she promised, she would fulfill it. Mrs. Du also remembered and looked at Yi Kaiping eagerly. "Little sister, what you said at that time. Don't worry, I'll keep my word." Yi Kaiping laughed, turned around and looked at Yi Xian and said formally, "Don't worry about the tuition and the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I'll take care of it." Yi Xian's eyes quickly turned red and his body was shaking slightly. Can he really still study? He thought he had given up, but until this moment he realized that he had never given up. "But I'm already 16, it's too late. It's not too late. I'm telling the truth. Yi Kaiping said, let me ask you, do you think the teachers in our small town and county can compare with those in the city or the capital? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. I can't compare. Yi Kaiping nodded. So, as long as you make up for the basics and find a better teacher, even if you can't compare with the students in the city or the capital, at least you can catch up with the level of the county students. You started late, but compared to children, you have better comprehension and learn faster. You are only 16, not 36. If 1 year doesn't work, then study for 2 years. If 2 years doesn't work, then study for 10 years. If you still can't catch up in 10 years, then it only means that you are not cut out for studying. Yi Xian's eyes lit up with a determined light. I'll catch up if you give me some time. Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. Mrs. Du heaved a sigh of relief, her eyes slightly red. She turned back to look at Yi Kaiping, and it was not until this moment that the knot in her heart was completely untied. But my aunt just needs to give me a tuition. I will find a way to get the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone myself. Yi Xian didn't want to owe Yi Kaiping too much. Although Yi Kaiping owed her the money first, she would pay it back if she paid her a dowry. Yi Kaiping was speechless. Pen, ink, paper, and books are valuable. You can't be pretentious about this. Don't think you owe me a favor. I paid for your education because I owe you. Second, you're my nephew and I really want you to move on. Third, I am a businessman. I want to continue to expand my business, so I have to find a backer. I hope you can step up step by step and protect me from the wind and rain. No matter who it is, I also want to support someone. In this case, it might as well be my own nephew, understand? To put it simply, even if you don't go far in the future and just pass the exam to become a scholar, that's still good. Whether you're a rich girl or a beautiful girl, if you get married in the future, you'll have someone to support you if you have a brother who is a scholar. Besides, hasn't Li Ziyuan always looked down on our family, saying that you are not good at studying? Yi Kaiping sneered as she spoke. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 33. Look how capable he is. Xianer, if you can pass the imperial examination before the age of 30, you can also help your aunt to vent her anger. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, aunt. Yi Kaiping looked at Yi Peng again. Since you want to study, Pinger should study with you. What? I read it too? Yi Peng was confused. You are only 15 years old. Whether you take the imperial examination or not, it is always good to learn some principles. Wei was very excited and pushed Yi Peng forward. Your aunt is right, it's good to study hard. Maybe you can pass the exam and become a scholar. If the son of the first wife recites, then the son of the second wife naturally has to recite as well. Yi Peng continued to be in a daze. Studying seemed to be a very prestigious thing. Aren't the Jinshan and donkey in the village quite impressive? Everyone who sees them would praise them as scholars. Thinking of this, Yi Peng became very willing and smiled while scratching his head. Yi Xian's eyes were red, and he bowed to Yi Kaiping. Xianer will definitely not let you down. I will pass the exam and win honor for you. Yi Pengdian chuckled. Me too. I will fight for my aunt. Old Lady Yi looked at the situation and smiled until her eyes narrowed. The problem now is where to find a teacher. Yi Xian said, You can ask Jinshan. He is studying at the Qingfeng Academy in the town, and he is following an old scholar who is quite knowledgeable. Into the mountains? Mrs. Du said, Zhao Jinshan is the child of Tinia's family, 2 years younger than Xianer. Yi Kaiping suddenly realized, It just so happens that I have something I want to ask Tainyo's wife about. I'll ask her when the time comes. The family was chatting when Yi Bajin suddenly rushed in. Sister Kaiping, several officials are here, and they want to see you. My father wants you to get to the big banyan tree quickly. Officials? Yi Kaiping was startled. Did they say what it was about? They came quickly and asked where Yi Kaiping was, so my father sent me here. The faces of everyone in the Yi family changed. Common people were most afraid of seeing an official. Old Man Yi said with a pale face, We are an honest family. How could we attract the police? Mrs. Du asked anxiously, Did you offend anyone when setting up the stall? Then he looked at Yi Kaiping and said, Little sister, think carefully. Who have you offended recently? Yi Dequan glared at her. Who could I offend? Besides, I haven't set up the stall recently. We're the ones who set up the stall. By the way, if you want to talk about offending someone, didn't I throw shoot all over Li Ziyuan yesterday? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Wei trembled. This Li Ziyuan is a scholar after all. And the officers are coming for my little sister. Did he ask the officers to arrest me? Everyone in the Yi family felt that this was the only possibility. Yi Kaiping had already made up her mind and said with a smile, Xian'er is right. He is just a scholar. There are at least dozens of scholars in Yuan County. What is he? Moreover, in the original owner's memory, Li Ziyuan had no connections in the government. I'll go over and take a look first, Yi Kaiping said, and went out with Bajin. Everyone in the Yi family looked at each other and followed Yi Kaiping with pale faces. Under the big banyan tree in Qinghe village, 5 or 6 officers were standing there, and Yi Li was nodding and bowing to them. Many villagers gathered around to watch the fun, but did not dare to go closer, out of curiosity and fear. Kaiping, you're here. When Aunt Yi and Uncle Yi saw the newcomer, they hurried over and whispered, I heard that the officials are looking for you. Is there anything wrong? Brother. Uncle Yi looked at Old Man Yi with a deeply frowned brow. I'll go ask right now, Yi Kaiping said. Under the curious and worried gazes of the villagers, Yi Kaiping walked to Yi Lijing. Yi Lijing's eyes lit up and he pulled Yi Kaiping forward. Master Luo, gentlemen, this is Kaiping. Master Luo was a thin old man with a shrewd look. He looked at Yi Kaiping and said with a smile, Daughter of the Yi family, you are the one who discovered the method to remove the toxins and eat the poisonous roots? After these words were spoken, Old Man Yi and others finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that no crime had been committed. Yes, master. Yi Kaiping said, I used to buy some miscellaneous books on the street. One of them was said to be an imported product, translated by a capable person. I bought it out of curiosity. It contained a description of how to eat a certain plant. I thought the plant looked a bit like a poisonous root, so I tried it, and it worked. Master Luo smiled and nodded. You are a courageous person for being able to discover and dare to try. Last month, Yi Lijing reported this matter. We tried your method, and it really worked. The higher-ups also affirmed this discovery. It was decided to reward you. At that time, after the method of eating cassava was reported, the magistrate of Yuan County was so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. After trying it, they reported it to the provincial capital and then to higher authorities. Soon, cassava would be promoted throughout the country. This was a great achievement. The Yuan County magistrate was credited with a great achievement. Of course, he would not forget to reward the person who discovered it, so he sent Master Luo to come. Yi picked apples and discovered the method of eating cassava, and he is rewarded with 50 taels of silver. As Mr. Luo said this, he took a tray from the official, on which were 5 10-tael silver ingots. Thank you, sir. Thank you, master. Yi Kaiping bowed but did not take the tray. I have a humble request. Master Luo frowned. Go ahead. My daughter is a divorced woman and has been living in her parents' home. But it is not convenient to live with my brother and his wife all the time, so I want to use these 50 taels to exchange for a female household. Old Lady Yi and others were stunned. Female household? But Master Luo and the officers were still there, so he dared not say anything. Mr. Luo smiled and said, I thought it was a big deal, but it's just a small matter. Tomorrow, take your household registration book and come to the back office to find me. Take the 50 taels, it's a reward. Yi Kaiping breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, what seemed impossible to ordinary people could be solved as long as they had connections with the government or had made achievements. Thank you, sir, and thank you, officers and gentlemen. Yi Kaiping took the 50 taels. Mr. Luo then said, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Yi is the one who sells spicy soup in the county?
Right.
Master Luo nodded, thinking that Yi Kaiping was something special. First, he discovered a method to remove toxins from cassava, and then he knew how to use medicinal herbs to create a delicious dish. He is a smart person. Then he added, next time if you find anything else, you must report it, understand? Yes. Thank you, Master. Master Luo was very satisfied, So he put his hands behind his back and led a few officials away. Only when they disappeared did the villagers rush over and say, "How come Kaiping is so amazing? She got a reward from the government." Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "Because I discovered a way to remove the poison from cassava." Villagers. After a moment of silence, he continued to boast, "This is 50 taels. Wow, I only got 200 taels yesterday. Isn't this 250? Great, great." Yi Kaiping accepted their compliments with an awkward smile. In addition to those who praise, there are also those who are jealous and envious, like Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Lai, whose eyes are so red that they are almost like rabbits. Old Man Yi and second Uncle Yi looked at this scene and felt proud. Smoke was coming out of their ancestral graves. After dealing with it for a quarter of an hour, Yi Kaiping finally got out of the crowd and went home with Old Man Yi and others. After the door was closed, the atmosphere in the whole room became somewhat depressing. Old Lady Yi sat on the chair, not knowing how to start. After thinking for a while, she said, "Why do you want to get a female household? I plan to buy some land and build a house, and then move out with Jeaner and Huaner. Isn't it nice for our family to live together?" Yi Kaiping said, "Mom, the house is too small. If I don't move, where will Youngo live after he gets married? We can't live separately after marriage, right? Besides Younger, there are also Xianer and Pinger. In 2 years, they will get married. After marriage, they will have to have children. The population will only increase. As the tree grows bigger, it will branch out. This is an eternal truth." When Old Lady Yi heard this, she thought it made sense. "I was thinking, after you get married." "I won't marry." Old Mrs. Yi and Old Man Yi were stunned for a moment. Yi Dequan said excitedly, "Little sister, you are still young, only 29 years old. How can you not get married?" Yi Kaiping said, "Then let me ask you, what is the purpose of getting married?" Old Lady Yi frowned. "Marry a man to provide clothes and food. If I don't marry a man, I won't have good clothes to wear or good food to eat. I'll starve to death and die of poverty." Old Mrs. Yi choked. With her daughter's current wealth and abilities, she could live a good life without getting married. Seeing that they were all thinking about it, Yi Kaiping added fuel to the fire. "If I get married, I will have to follow my husband and obey him in everything. I will also have to serve my mother-in-law. It's good to meet someone like my mother. If I meet someone like Li Pizi, how can I live a good life? I am so lucky now. I have my own money. I can build a big house and live the way I want. And I have a daughter, so I am not childless. If I get married, wouldn't it just be to find a few gentlemen to serve me?" When Old Lady Yi, Yi Dequan, and others thought about it, their eyes widened. It seemed to be the case. Mrs. Du slapped her thigh and said, "That's right. If I don't marry well, I will just find a master to serve me. If I meet a top-notch girl and her husband's family favors her, my life will be miserable." As he said this, he fell on the coffee table beside the chair with a cry and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
Ye Kaiping. Ye Davuan.
Mrs. Yi. I was touched. Yi Kaiping coughed dryly. "Sister-in-law, you are right. If you can live well by yourself, why do you need to hire a group of people to serve you?" Old Mrs. Yi still disagreed. "What will you do when you are old? Jeaner and Huaner will eventually get married. Don't I have Yomer and Xianer? I can count on them to take care of me in my old age. Even if they ignore me, I still have money, right? I can hire someone to serve me then. If that doesn't work, just let Jeaner find a son-in-law." Old Lady Yi had no choice but to refute. It seems to make sense. Getting married depends on luck. If you are lucky, you will marry well. If you are unlucky, you will fall into a fire pit. Since my daughter is capable of living a good life on her own, why should she gamble on luck? Old Lady Yi figured it out. "Okay, you're quite right." Old Man Yi also nodded. "You are a person with ideas. We will all listen to you. My little sister is moving out?" Yi Dequan was a little unable to accept it. In the past, Yi Kaiping often used this as an excuse to threaten him and make him obey. He has tried so hard to be obedient, but in the end he still can't avoid this outcome. Seeing that he looked like he was about to part with her forever, Yi Kaiping found it somewhat amusing and coughed dryly. Brother, I've moved out, but I'm still in the village. If you miss me, just come find me. I'm not going anywhere. Although,
But.
Yi Daquan was still very disappointed. Old Lady Yi suddenly thought of something and shook her head. No, no. Even if you have a daughter, you three are all women. There are always troubles around widows. As long as there is no man in the house, there will be men to make trouble. Wei said timidly. Wasn't there a Miao widow in the village before? Her husband died at a young age, and there was no one in her husband's family, and she had a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. Those idiots in the village often knocked on her door in the middle of the night. Later, the Miao widow couldn't stand it anymore, so she hurriedly married to another village. That's right. Old Lady Yi nodded. It's not good to have no man at home. Not to mention knocking on the door. Even if a man walks by your house, those gossipers will make up stories about you and that man. Yi Daquan said anxiously. If there is no man, I will go live there. Old Lady Yi glared at him. What do you think you are? If it doesn't work out, I will live with the old man and Kaiping. As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Yes, that's fine. After the house is built, we'll live with Kaiping. Old Man Yi said, okay, let's live together, then no one will say anything. Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. In fact, she had also thought of this method. The first and second wives and others were stunned. Mrs. Du was stunned. But should our eldest wife take care of our parents? Wei said timidly. Are you going to split up the family? Old Man Yi frowned and sighed. We are not going to split up. We just want to sleep in a different place. But as the tree grows, it will split up sooner or later. Both Du and Wei fell silent. In fact, they all thought about splitting up, but they didn't think of doing it so soon. Yi Kaiping said, Sister-in-law, I am not urging you to separate. I just want my parents to live with me when the time comes. You can show your filial respect as you should. As for whether to divide the family property or not, that is the path you will take in the future. Your parents will decide in the future. Mrs. Du thought so too and nodded. Little sister, I don't mean to blame you. It's just that my second brother's wife suddenly said something about dividing the family. It's just a little sudden. Hee, don't blame me. Wei frowned. She didn't want to split up the family so soon. No matter what, it will take another 5 or 6 years. Now my mother has 30 cents a day. If she saves for 5 or 6 years, she will have at least 50 or 60 taels. By then, their second branch will always get some. If we divide the family now, my parents will be taken care of by the eldest wife, and my mother's wages will all belong to the eldest wife. Old Mrs. Yi stood up and said, It's getting late. Everyone should do what they need to do. I also have to go make spicy soup. He turned back to look at Yi Kaiping and said, Kaiping, just take a break. Okay, I just happen to have something to go out for. Yi Kaiping was not worried that old Lady Yi would be tired. If one of Yi Daquan's brothers delivers goods, it is not just about loading and unloading goods and following the truck. When I'm at home, I would fetch water, pour water, light the fire for them, scoop soup and help them so I can do it alone. Jinhua, let us go and make some clothes. Mrs. Du felt itchy when she thought of the cloth. Yi Jinhua was also eager to try, and the mother and daughter ran out in a hurry. Wei was worried, but when she thought of the cloths, she became cheerful and pulled Yinhua to chase after Du's mother and daughter. Everyone left the main room. Yi Kaiping stood up and was about to leave, but she found Yi Jiner sitting there motionless with a grim look on her face. What's wrong? Yi Kaiping walked over. Is your foot injured? Yi Jiner lowered her head guiltily. I didn't feel any pain when I went to the market this morning, but after eating and sitting for a long time, it actually hurt a little. I told you not to go, but you insisted on going. Yi Kaiping sighed softly, feeling a little distressed. Let's go back to our room first. Yi Kaiping helped her up, and Yi Huano also came over to help her when she saw this. After returning to the room, Yi Kaiping asked her to take off her shoes and socks, and then unwrapped the ointment that Dr. Zhao had packed yesterday. She saw a big swelling on her ankle, and Yi Kaiping couldn't help but gasp. She still has one more trading opportunity in her system, and can buy some plasters. But both the material of the patch and the bottle are not available in this era, and it is not easy to get them out. Huaner, go and ask Dr. Zhao to come over. Huaner ran out quickly, and soon Dr. Zhao came. Dr. Zhao looked at the swollen ankle and couldn't help but mutter, "Did you run around? Why can't you stay still, little girl? It's nothing serious. It's just that the rest period was changed from 3 days to 7 days. Don't run around anymore." As he spoke, he took out the ointment he had prepared long ago, applied it to the swelling, and wrapped it with layers of cloth. "Change the medicine once a day. I'll come again tomorrow at noon." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Yi Kaiping paid for the medicine and Dr. Zhao left. Yi Jiner was completely depressed. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have been so willful." Yi Kaiping sat next to her. "Is there anything I should be sorry about?" "It's okay. It's just a small matter. There's no need to blame or scold too much. It's the nature of little girls to want to go shopping and buy clothes. It's okay to be a little willful occasionally." Yi Jiner pouted and threw herself into Yi Kaiping's arms. After tucking her daughter into a trance, Yi Kaiping began to pack up. She took out the light blue cotton cloth that she had picked out in the morning. The cloth shop had already cut it into 4 pieces for her, each piece being 10 feet long. Yi Kaiping put 4 pieces of cloth into the basket, put in 40 eggs, covered it with coarse cloth, and then put it away. Yi Huaner sat aside, watching with her chin in her hand. Yi Jiner sat on the bed. "Where are you going, Mother?" "The last time I went to Lijia village to pick you up, it was all thanks to the help of your village head grandfather and second grandfather that everything went smoothly. I was busy afterwards and had no time to thank them. I remembered it when I was buying cloth today, so I went there." "Let's go, Huaner." Yi Kaiping went out with the basket, and Yi Huaner followed behind her, skipping and jumping. "Originally, I wanted to take Jiner with me, but she injured her leg, so I only took Huaner with me. Like her father, they both like to sit at the door and smoke. They are indeed brothers. Kaiping is here. Where are my second aunt and the kids?" Yi Kaiping said as she walked in. As soon as she finished speaking, second Aunt Yi came out from the main room. "I'm here, come in and sit down." Yi Kaiping came into the house and took out a 10-foot-long folded cloth. "Last time I was divorced, you went to Lijia village to help me. Later, when I woke up, you followed me to Lijia village to pick up people. I haven't thanked you yet. I have been so busy recently that I finally found some time to come." As he spoke, he counted out 10 eggs and placed them on the table. Uncle Yi waved his hand. "It's nothing. Family members should help each other. If you have to thank us for this, we won't dare to help you again in the future." Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "It's not that I've separated from you, it's just that I haven't been filial to you for so long since I came back. I went to the town to buy some cloth this morning, and I got an extra portion." At this point, Uncle Yi couldn't refuse and said with a smile, "You are so thoughtful." Yi Kaiping chatted with them for a few minutes and then left with Yi Huaner. Aunt Yi touched the cloth and was slightly surprised. "Old man, this is cotton cloth." She thought it was just dyed coarse cloth. Uncle Yi touched the cloth and smiled even more happily. "Haven't you been worried about making clothes for Wuchuan these days? This cloth is just what you need."
Yes.
"This cotton cloth is very nice. I'll let Wuchuan wear it when we go to propose marriage in a few days." After leaving Uncle Ye's house, we came to Yi Zhuzi's house. Zhuzi's wife took the cloth and eggs and smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. Next are Tainyo's family and Li Zheng's family. After arriving at Zhao Tinia's house, Yi Kaiping put down her things and asked about the teacher. When Tainyo's wife learned that she was going to find a teacher for Yi Xian, she was very impressed. "I only know a little about studying, so why not ask the kid in the mountains directly? By the way, he happens to be on holiday tomorrow, so I'll ask him to come to your house and ask whatever you want to ask." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I have to go to the women's household tomorrow morning and will be free in the afternoon." "Okay, I'll let him go this afternoon." Tainyo's wife knew that she was going to the headman's house, so she smiled and saw her out. Yi Li was weaving a basket. When she saw Yi Kaiping and Huaner coming, she smiled and said, "I knew you would come." "How did the village chief know this?" Yi Lijun let the person in and said, "You just asked those officials for a daughter, so I guess that you didn't want to get married for the time being, and you must want to build a house and move out first. As she spoke, she nodded to herself. Yes, take your time to choose. After a year or two, it won't be too late to find a good one, and then marry. Yi Kaiping did not refute, and sat down at the table. The headman's wife in the room hurried out to pour tea. Yi Lijing took out a notebook and spread it on the table. It was a map of the village, and it marked which piece of land belonged to which person, and which was empty. There are no vacant houses in the village. If you really want to move out, you can only build one yourself. I just plan to build it myself. Yi Kaiping took the tea handed to her by the village head's wife. Yi Lijing nodded. Where do you plan to build it? There is no vacant land next to your house. I've already picked it out. It's located at the end of the village, close to the foot of the mountain. Here. Yi Kaiping pointed to a place in the picture. Yi Lijing was startled. Isn't this too far away? It's not safe. It's okay.
My parents will live with me then.
Yi Kaiping looked at the map. Her current home was also near the end of the village, only about 300 meters away from her chosen location. That puts my mind at ease.
Yi Lijing nodded.
Then how big do you want to buy? At least 2 mu of land, right? From here to here. Yi Kaiping circled a large area at the foot of the mountain with her finger.
What?
Yi Lijing was a little surprised. There are 5 acres of land here. How big do you want your house to be? I'm not just building a house. I'm going to open a workshop. Workshop? Yi Lijing was confused. What kind of workshop? I'm going to make hula tang. I plan to make the seasoning for hula tang into a seasoning packet. In the future, if anyone wants to eat hula tang, they can just soak some dried vegetables, add water, and the seasoning packet. Yi Kaiping already had a plan when making hula tang. If you make soup yourself, you can only sell it to small towns and counties, but if you make it into seasoning packets, the market will be the entire Zhou dynasty. Yi Lijing's heart was boiling when he heard this. This. Are you sure you can do it? Uncle Lijing knows that my spicy soup business is pretty good. No matter what, let's give it a try first. Yi Lijing was thinking about how busy Yi Bajin had been recently. He was going in and out with hula tang every day. It was conceivable how good Yi Kaiping's business was. After this workshop is built, we will need to hire people, right? The village head asked tentatively.
Yes.
Yi Lijing's eyes brightened. If this were the case, the people in the village would at least have some income. How do you sell these 5 acres of land? Yi Kaiping said. This residential land is generally worth 3 taels. The best residential land is in the center of the village. Look at this map. The area circled in red is 3 taels per mu. The area at the beginning and end of the village is 2 taels per mu. Your place is near the foot of the mountain and it was originally a wasteland, so it is also counted as 2 taels. You want 5 acres, which adds up to 10 taels. Okay. Yi Kaiping was about to take out the money.
Wait.
Yi Lijing was a little amused. At least you should take a look at the land first. How can you pay after looking at the blueprints? Also, what do your parents think about buying this land? Okay, let's go and see now. Huaner, go and call your grandparents. Although she can make the decision to buy the land and her parents will not object, she also has to respect her family's opinions. After all, they all care about her. Huana was about to go out when she saw Yi Bajin coming in, rubbing his eyes. Sister Kaiping, I'll go. I just need to deliver the goods for the evening market. He was just catching up on his sleep in his room. It's troublesome. After Yi Bajin left for a while, he saw old lady Yi, old man Yi, and even Yi Daquan and Erquin coming together. Brother, aren't you going to deliver the goods? Yi Kaiping said. When I learned that you wanted to look at the land, I asked Younger to go. Don't blame me, little sister. He said while scratching his head. It's okay. As long as someone does the work, it's fine. Several people followed Yi Lijing and came to the foot of the mountain. Old lady Yi looked up at the mountain in front of her, her mouth wide open. Kaiping, this. Isn't it too far away? Not bad, only here is big enough. Yi Kaiping talked about opening a workshop again. Old Mrs. Yi and others were even more confused. They didn't know what a workshop was. They only knew that their daughter wanted to expand her business. Old Mrs. Yi felt a little distressed. Is this too tiring? It's good enough now. I have money coming in every month. I am content with a small fortune. Not tired, I like doing business. Old Lady Yi was slightly startled when she saw her eyes sparkling. It seemed that she really liked it. Old Mrs. Yi smiled and sighed. As long as you like it. Yi Kaiping walked around the 5 mu of land she had chosen. She had long had her eyes on this land. The more she looked at it, the more satisfied she was. After building the house and the workshop, there will be some land left over from these 5 acres, and we can grow some crops later. Look, Mother, the stream is flowing down over there. We can then branch out a branch of the stream and bring it into our home, making it much more convenient to use water. Old Mrs. Ye's eyes lit up. Indeed, if they could use running water to bring it in, they would no longer have to carry water. Listening to Yi Kaiping talking about how to build the house, Old Lady Yi and the others liked it more and more, and they didn't mind that the location was too remote. After checking the land, it was already dark, so the group returned to the headman's house. Yi Kaiping immediately gave them money and put her fingerprint on the title deed. Yi Lijing folded up the land deed and said, I will go to the government office to record it for you tomorrow. You can also go to register as a female household, right? We will go together. Okay. As Yi Kaiping was talking, she suddenly remembered the gift she had brought and quickly placed it on the table. Thank you for troubling me, Uncle Lijing. I found this when I was pulling the cloth this morning. Please don't dislike it, Uncle Lijing. Yi Lijing was surprised. You gave Bajin a job to do. I am already very grateful to you. How can I accept your gift? Yi Bajin spent 30 coins a day, plus a bowl of spicy soup. That was more than 1 tael a month. Which farmer can earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month? We are all family, so please don't be so formal with me, Uncle. This morning, Bajin was moving cloth for me. He also charges a fee for parking his ox cart at the car shop. I haven't been polite to him before, so you should not be polite to me this time, Uncle. At this point, Yi Lijing couldn't refuse. Then I'll be disrespectful to refuse. Yi Kaiping thought of Yi Yong again and pulled Old Lady Yi. Mom, Yong'er's marriage. Old Mrs. Yi was startled. Yes, yes. Old Mrs. Yi pulled the village head's wife over and whispered something to her. The village head's wife widened her eyes, nodded as she listened, and finally said with a smile, Don't worry. Since you are all prepared, it will be easy. I will find her tomorrow morning. This time, I will make sure it is beautiful for you. Last time, it was the wife of the village head who helped them test Xiuxiu's mother, but she was scared off when she asked for 20 taels of silver. Now that we have collected enough money, it's easier. Old Mrs. Yi smiled with satisfaction and left with Yi Kaiping and others. When proposing a marriage, if both parties are from the same circle, they will find someone they are familiar with to act as an iceman, who will go to the other party's house to test the waters privately or talk openly. If the other party agrees, they will then hire a matchmaker. Especially with Xiaoxi Yuniyang's personality, if we invite a matchmaker directly to come to the house, it will be embarrassing if she suddenly acts like a troublemaker. The next day, it was noon. Yi Kaiping and Yi Li were heading to the county town in Yi Bajin's car. After getting off the car, Yi Kaiping found a pastry shop and bought a box of date cakes and a box of osmanthus cakes before heading to the yamen. It just so happened that one of the gatekeepers had come to Qinghe village yesterday. When he saw Yi Kaiping, he stepped forward and said, Is that Madam Yi? The master has been waiting for a while. Come with me. Thank you, young man. Yi Kaiping took out a string of money and stuffed it into the hand of the yamen runner. The yamen runner saw that the string of money was about 20 coins, and he couldn't help but feel happy. His cold face suddenly became attentive. This way, please. Yi Kaiping and the other person entered the inner court. Mr. Luo was working in his office. When he saw the visitor, he smiled and said, You are here. Come and sit down. Yi Kaiping first put the 2 boxes of snacks on the table. Sorry for the trouble. Master Luo's smile became more genuine. He had someone find Yi Kaiping's household registration file long ago, and then he took her household registration book and made the changes with a few quick strokes. Yi Kaiping stuffed another purse into his pocket and said, Thank you for your help, Master. When Master Luo squeezed the purse, it was full of 2 taels. Very good, you know how to handle things. Even when Master Luo looked at Yi Lijing, his eyes became kinder. Oh, it's Yi Lijing. What are you here for today? Yi Lijing stuttered a little. It was the first time he saw Master Luo being so easy to talk to. He quickly took out the land deed. Master Luo also finished it with a few strokes. Yi Lijing couldn't help but take a deep breath. In the past, after handing it in, he had to go home and wait, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days to get it done. It really is true that money gets things done. Xiao Xiao, who Xiao Xiao was feeding chickens at home, when a voice sounded behind her. Looking back, I saw the headman's wife standing outside the gate. Why is the village head lady here so early? Hu Xiaoxiao quickly opened the door. The village head's wife came in with a smile on her face, looking at her. Hu Xiaoxiao blushed as she was stared at. Village head grandmother, are you here too? Is your mother home? Inside the house. The headman's wife smiled and nodded, then walked into the house. Xiaoxiao's mother was sewing shoe soles. When she heard the noise, she came out immediately. Aunt, why are you here?
Come in and sit down.
After the two entered the main hall, without waiting for Xiaoxiao's mother to serve tea, the village head's wife took her hand and said, How is Xiaoxiao's marriage going recently?
Well,
I've already got someone I'm looking for, but I have to wait for a while. What's going on, Auntie? I won't beat around the bush. I told you last year about Yi Yong from Yi Youtian's family. Last time you said you wanted 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift, but they didn't have it, so I didn't mention it again. Now his family has the money. As he spoke, the village head's wife lowered her voice and said, Besides, we know some things. Both of these young people are quite interesting. Why don't we help them to achieve their goals? Xiaoxianyang's eyes lit up when she heard this. During this period of time, she had been waiting for Carpenter Kai and had become anxious. Although she felt that Xiaoxiao was in good condition, she had been searching for so many years but couldn't find anyone who could afford 20 taels. Xiaoxiao was already 17, and if she waited any longer, she was afraid that she would be worthless. Carpenter Kai is hanging there. Who knows if he will succeed in the end? Now, there is a ready-made one. Of course we need it. Let's go. Xiaoxianyang stood up. Where are you going? Go to the Yi family to propose marriage. We are from the same village, so we can settle the marriage in person. Then we can ask them to find a matchmaker to propose marriage. The village head's wife was stunned by her. Others would wait for the Iceman to reply before inviting a matchmaker to come and have a chat. I've never seen anyone so impatient. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with a quick resolution. The village head's wife followed Xiaoxiao's mother and quickly walked out of the house. Hu Xiaoxiao was startled when she saw them suddenly come out. She had listened to most of their conversation just now. Her face turned red, and she felt nervous and happy. Her marriage would be settled soon. The village head's wife and Xiaoxiao's mother went to old Ye's house together. When they were almost at Ye's house, they saw Yi Bajin's ox cart parked there from afar, and Yi Kaiping was getting off. Kaiping has come back after finishing her work, said the headman's wife.
Yes.
Yi Kaiping smiled and glanced at Xiaoxianyang behind her. Is she here to propose marriage? Bajin, go home first, said the headman's wife. Yi Bajin obediently drove the ox cart away. Xiaoxiao's mother glanced at Yi Kaiping without saying anything and raised her head slightly. She remembered clearly how Yi Kaiping scolded her the last time Xiaoxiao fell into the water. Humph, no matter how arrogant he was at that time, he is still asking to marry her Xiaoxiao now. Yi Kaiping frowned and said calmly, Annie, Xiaoxiao's mother, please come in. Sister-in-law, Daquan's wife, Xiaoxiao's mother is here. The village head's wife walked in, her high-pitched voice tinged with laughter. Yi Yong was chopping wood in the yard, and suddenly saw the two of them coming in, especially when he saw Xiaoxiao's mother. His face turned red, and he quickly stood up. Grandma, Auntie, why are you here? I'm going to call Grandma and my mother. As he said that, he ran towards Jinhua and Yinhua's room. Old Mrs. Yi, Mrs. Du, and Mrs. Wei, Jinhua, Yinhua, and even Jiner and Huaner were all sitting on the bed, sewing clothes. Grandma, Mom, Xiaoxiao's mom is here. Yi Yong walked in, looking a little nervous. Mrs. Du had heard the voice a long time ago. How come you are here so quickly? The head of the village came to answer the call. Why did you bring the person here directly? Now that they're here, let's go out to welcome them. Old Mrs. Yi put down the needle and thread in her hands. Old Mrs. Yi and other female relatives came out of the house together and smilingly invited the village head's wife and Xiuxiu's mother to come into the main room and sit down. It was not convenient for Yi Yong to be there, so he had to hide in the room of Old Man Yi and his wife. Jinhua, Yinhua, Jiner, and Huaner all hid behind Yi Yong and eavesdropped together. Yi Yong chased them away several times, but they refused to leave. Yi Kaiping and Wei served tea to everyone and then sat down next to Old Lady Yi. As soon as Xiuxiu's mother sat down, she just sat there. She was the one who came to ask for the food, but now that it was served, she didn't say anything. The village head's wife saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and wanted to slap herself in the face. She should have stopped Xiaoxianyang from running over suddenly at that time. The village head's wife smiled and said, I just went to Xiuxiu's parents' home and talked about the marriage of our 2 children. Xiuxiu's mother has already agreed. I thought, since we are from the same village, why not sit down and have a good talk? Once it's agreed, I will ask the matchmaker to come to propose marriage and exchange the engagement letter, which will save trouble. The village head's wife gave face to Xiuxiu's mother and took the responsibility of coming here suddenly. Hearing that Xiaoxianyang agreed, Mrs. Du and Old Lady Yi both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with joy. Yi Yong in the room was also relieved, and his face flushed. Jinhua and Yinhua whispered to him. Old Lady Yi smiled and said, Yes, it would be easier if we sit together and talk. Xiuxianyang, besides the 20 taels of betrothal gift, do you have any other requirements for the betrothal gift? Xiuxiu's mother slowly put down the coarse porcelain teacup and said, In addition to the 8 items required by the rules, you must give Xiuxiu a golden hairpin. Gold hairpin? Both Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei were shocked. When proposing in this place, there must always be something valuable as a weight. Poor farmers would give a small bronze mirror, ordinary people would give a pair of silver clove earrings, and those with a little extra money would give a silver hairpin. Mrs. Du originally planned to give her a silver hairpin, but Xiuxiu asked for a gold one as soon as she asked. Old Lady Yi smiled and said, Okay, a gold hairpin. Mother. Mrs. Du's heart was bleeding, but she thought about the marriage her son had finally obtained, and she couldn't lose the big picture for the small one. The lightest gold hairpin would cost at least 10 taels of silver. Fortunately, Yi Dequan has his wages now, so he can borrow some money from his mother later, which will be enough. Wei glanced at Old Lady Yi. Yomer wanted the gold hairpin, and her son Pringa must not be left out when he gets married in the future. Before Xiaoxianyang could say anything more, Old Lady Yi spoke up. Xiaoxianyang, we are a farmer's family. 20 taels and a gold hairpin are the best we can give. Ask outsiders, who can give a gold hairpin when they are betrothed. If you want any other gold or silver, we can't give it to you. Xiaoxianyang curled her lips. Aunt, what you said is too insulting. The reason why my Xiuxiu's dowry is so high is because she brought up my 7th brother, so she is guaranteed to give birth to a son. When she enters your house, I guarantee that she will have a big fat grandson next year. I want the gold hairpin for your family's reputation. Your family is doing well now, and everyone in the village knows it. If you don't even give your daughter-in-law a gold hairpin, people will think your family is stingy. In the past, she would not have wanted any gold hairpin, but the Yi family is different now. Let's not talk about the spicy soup for now. In the past few days alone, I sold jade for 200 taels and received 50 taels as a reward from the government. All of this is money. The Yi family has become rich. She just wanted a gold hairpin. How is that too much? Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du were almost numb, but they still managed to squeeze out a golden hairpin by gritting their teeth. Who doesn't bleed when marrying a daughter-in-law? Thinking of this, the 2 of them endured it. Old Mrs. Yi tried to force out a calm smile. We only earn a few wages. We are not a well-off family. Xiuxiu is a good person. We will buy her a gold hairpin if we grit our teeth. After hearing this, Xiaoxianyang felt a little better. Of course my Xiuxiu is a good girl. After you get married, You can just wait to hold your great-grandson. Also, our two families are married, so we are one family, right? Old Mrs. Yi nodded. Of course. Xiuxiu's mother said. Since we are family, what I mean is, don't worry, I don't want any gold or silver or extra money. That's right, Xiuxiu's brother is Yong'er's brother. We are all family. We don't need anything, just teach them how to make spicy soup and then set up a stall in another town, which is also a way to make a living, don't you think? When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked and stared at her at the same time. Mrs. Du was the first to jump up and pointed at her. I thought you were only greedy for the 20 taels of betrothal gifts and the gold hairpin, but I never thought that you would actually try to steal my little sister's secret recipe for hula tang. Oh my god, what kind of people are these? They're simply wolfish ambitions. Yi Kaiping said lightly. Yes, you have such evil intentions. Why wouldn't I kill you with greed? Mrs. Du almost flipped the table. Xiuxiu's mother didn't expect their reaction to be so big, and she was also very angry. She said angrily, What kind of evil ambitions are you? What do you mean by lying? I just want you to teach Xiuxiu's brothers how to make spicy soup. What's the problem?
What?
We are a family, can't we teach each other? I just want my brother Xiuxiu to have a way to make a living. I also said that we won't set up the stall in Dashu town. We can set up the stall in another town, but we can't steal your business. Why are you so stingy? Old Mrs. Yi and Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei were already numb from listening. Auntie. At this time, Yiyong walked out of the house. Before he could say anything, Xiaoxiuniang had already glared at him. Yiyong, say something. Now you want to marry Xiuxiu, but why don't even your brother-in-law want to help? If that's the case, why would you marry Xiuxiu? Carpenter Kai has already said that if Xiuxiu marries him, he will teach Xiuxiu's brother's skills and make them all craftsmen in the future. Do you know how rare it is to have the opportunity to become a craftsman? But they teach me anyway. Now Xiuxiu wants to marry you. How come she can't even learn how to make hula tang? My Xiuxiu doesn't have to be with you. If she marries Carpenter Kai, her brother will have a livelihood. But if she marries you, he won't have one. Think about it yourself. What can you do to compare with Carpenter Kai? What can you do to marry her? Xiaoxiuniang's rapid-fire words stunned the entire Yi family. The whole hall was so quiet that you could even hear a mosquito flying by. Oh my goodness, what kind of people are these? Yiyong suddenly felt like laughing. He looked at Xiaoxiuniang with a blank expression. Aunt, hula tang is not from my family. It's for my aunt. If you had made it clear earlier that you wanted to use my aunt's secret recipe as a betrothal gift, I would never let Grandma find someone to propose marriage. Xiuxiu's mother was stunned. She didn't expect Yiyong to say such a thing. Didn't he like Xiuxiu very much? She was so angry that her chest sagged, and she kept saying, You don't understand me? When did I ask for the secret recipe? I just wanted you to teach me how to make spicy soup so that your brothers can have a livelihood, right? And don't pretend to be ignorant. Teaching them is just giving them the secret recipe, right? Yiyong gritted his teeth and said, Aunt, please go back. I won't marry Xiuxiu. This marriage is over. By the end, Yiyong was almost crying, with waves of sadness welling up in his heart.
You.
Xiuxiu's mother was so angry that she walked up to Yiyong and grabbed his arm. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Why are you so stubborn? Yi Kaiping stared at her coldly. It's useless to say anything to him. The secret recipe is mine. Not to mention that he won't agree to give it to you. Even if he agrees, he can't give it to you. No one knows the secret recipe, except me. Xiaoxiuniang choked again. The village head's wife stood up and shouted coldly, Xiuxiu's mother, you should go back quickly. Xiuxiuniang glanced at old lady Yi and the others coldly and said sarcastically, Okay. What are you so proud of? It's just a few more bucks. Even the 200 taels were only obtained by luck after I cheated the girl from the Li family. There's no real skill in that. To put it bluntly, I'm just a lousy vendor, not as good as a craftsman. When my Xiuxiu marries Carpenter Kai and gives him a bunch of fat boys and then teaches her brothers to become craftsmen, you will regret it. After saying that, he turned and left. As soon as she left, Mrs. Du plopped down on the ground and burst into tears. What the Hades?
Woo-woo.
No. I'd rather die than become a relative of this kind of person. Then she looked at Yi-yong and said, Yonger, woo-woo. I am sorry for you. Yi-yong was in pain and distress at the moment. No. I am sorry to my mother and my aunt. Yi Kaiping said, it's none of your business. You've done a good job. Yi-yong is already relieved. If you meet the kind of person who wants to kill himself when he sees a girl he likes and forces her to give him the secret recipe, that's really heartbreaking. The village head's wife stood up and said apologetically, it's all my fault. I should have asked her about everything at that time. Old lady Yi said, even if you ask, she may not tell you. We have to face it ourselves. We asked you to propose marriage, but it's difficult for you. The village head's wife was relieved to see that they didn't blame her. Yi-yong felt very upset and turned around and ran out. Hu Xiaoxiao stood at the door and looked around, her heart pounding with nervousness. Hu Xiaosand, Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoqi were all standing behind her, waiting anxiously. Mom is back. Hu Xiaoxi cheered. Hu Xiaoxiao's face turned red. It was not until her mother came closer that she realized that something was wrong with her mother, and there was anger on her face. Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Mom. What happened? Xiaoxiao's mother slammed the door and walked into the yard. Hu Xiaoxi and others surrounded her. Mom. What's going on with the marriage proposal? How do you know I'm going to propose marriage? Xiaoxiao's mother was stunned and stared at him angrily.
I
saw the village head's grandmother coming to see you. What did she talk about? Hu Xiaoxi said anxiously. Sister is getting married, right? Hu Xiaosan and others also came over. Go away. It's so annoying. Go play somewhere else. Xiaoxiao's mother waved the group of children away.
Mom.
Hu Xiaoxiao saw that her face was not right.
Could it be
that it really couldn't work? Impossible. Brother Yong, haven't you collected the 20 tails? Xiaoxiunian glared at him. How do you know so much? How come you have been in contact all the time? How can you be so shameless? You are having secret dealings with others before you even get married. In fact, Xiaoxiunian was not unaware of their contact. They usually turn a blind eye to it, and Yi-yong will help their family do a lot of work. For example, chopping wood, feeding pigs, or even planting and harvesting. It would take Xiaoxiao a whole day to do it alone, but with Yi-yong's help, it can be done in half a day. This way, Xiaoxiao can free up her hands to do other things. Today, I was upset by Yi-yong's family, so I deliberately exposed this matter to make Hu Xiaoxiao so embarrassed. Hu Xiaoxiao could see her intention and sneered. You don't need to embarrass me. Why didn't you expose it when you used your own daughter to keep him working for the family? You are not ashamed of your behavior as a brothel owner, so why should I be ashamed? Yu Xiaoxiao's mother was so angry that she fell backwards. She reached out to hit her, but Hu Xiaoxi and the other kids rushed over and pushed her away. Don't hit me. This is outrageous. The thing with the elbow bent outwards.
Mom.
Hu Xiaoxi opened his arms, stood in front of Hu Xiaoxiao, and stared at Xiaoxiao's mother. What's up with sister's marriage? Brother Yong already has 20 tails. What else do you want? When Xiaoxiao's mother looked at his childish little face, her eyes were like those of a wolf cub ready to pounce on her in the next second. Xiaoxiao's mother was about to get angry, but she saw Xiaosan, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoqi all staring at her like this. She felt uneasy for a moment and said sternly, Who am I doing all this for? Isn't it for you? Xiaoxiao's mother felt so wrong that she simply sat on the ground and started crying. You asked me what else I want. I'm just making some reasonable requests. Is this how the Yi family married a daughter-in-law? Is 20 taels of betrothal gift really just 20 taels of betrothal gift? In addition to the betrothal gift, there is no need to give betrothal gifts or other valuables. We obviously have plenty of money, but we just asked them for a gold hairpin, and they are so sarcastic. What's the matter? Do you want to treat us like poor people and give us a broken bronze mirror? It's obvious that they look down on us, the women. Think about it yourself. Is your sister so worthless? Both Hu Xiaoxiao and Hu Xiaoxi were stunned by what she said. Xiaoxiao's mother wiped away her tears and looked at Hu Xiaoxiao. Who doesn't spend money to marry a daughter-in-law? Otherwise, will they cherish her after she is married into the family? Xiao, you love your brothers the most. What will they do if you get married? I just asked them for a living, but they didn't even give me room for negotiation and just said they didn't want to get married. Is it me who doesn't want to get married? They said they don't want to get married. I've already come to their house, but they said they don't want to get married. Xiao's mother knew that this matter had to be told. Otherwise, if the village head's wife or the Yi family told the story, she didn't know how she would be distorted. Xiao, it's not that mother doesn't want to get married, but the Yi family is too bullying. Xiao was completely stunned, staring at her blankly. Mom just mentioned livelihood? What kind of livelihood? Xiao's mother pursed her lips and said, I was also thinking about your brothers. How will they live after you get married? I just asked Yiyong to teach them how to make spicy soup. As a result, Yiyong said on the spot that he would not marry you. Mother has tried her best, but the Yi family disagrees. Xiao shed tears. Is it because they don't agree? You are the one who is pushing it too far. How can you call this making a living? You're trying to steal their secret recipe. In addition to being sad, Xiao also felt a strong sense of shame, which made her wish she had never lived in this world. What is a lie? Xiao's mother couldn't accept it. It would be fine if the Yi family said that to me, but you actually said that to me too? Xiao's mother cried out of grievance, covering her mouth and nose and pointing at her. Xiao, if you are capable, let Yiyong marry you. But the 20 taels of betrothal gifts, the gold hairpin, and the livelihoods for your brothers are also necessary. But Xiao laughed when she heard it. Why didn't you put forward so many conditions to that carpenter Kai? Xiao's mother choked. Xiao shook her head. I just took advantage of the fact that Yiyong likes me and thought that Yiyong is honest and easy to control. Why are you saying this again? Do you want me to go to him and beg him to agree to these conditions? Unfortunately, I don't have the nerve to do that. Xiao's voice was quiet, without a trace of emotion. She looked up at the sky. Well, this is good. It's best if I don't marry him, so I don't have to drag him into the fire pit. Having said this, he often went out. Seeing her daughter looking like a walking corpse, Xiaoxianyang felt a pang of guilt in her heart. But what had she done wrong? The Yi family obviously has money. Why don't they give more? Xiao's conditions are so good. Why can't she ask for more? Xiao sat by the river, staring blankly at the flowing water. She really wanted to jump and be done with it all. But if she died, Xiaoxi and the others would cry, and she still wanted to watch them grow up. She stood up and was startled to see Yiyong standing not far away. The two looked at each other for a while, then turned around tacitly and went in opposite directions. Since it is destined to have no result, don't bother with it anymore. They are the most important people to each other, but at the same time, they have other important people in their hearts who they cannot give up or leave. Sister. Xiaoxi emerged from the bushes and caught up with her.
Yes.
Xiao held his little hand. Let's go home. When I got home, I saw matchmaker Huang sitting in the main room. Xiao clenched her hands tightly. Oh my, what's going on here? Matchmaker Huang sat on the chair and chattered. The Kai family told me this morning that the monk was actually a fake. It is said that he is an old ruffian from Heian village, pretending to be a monk to deceive people. Xiao's mother rested her hands on the coffee table and pressed her temples. Fake monk? He is trying to cheat me out of money. I didn't cheat him. Carpenter Kai caught him and asked him why he was talking nonsense. He said he was just bored and wanted to play a joke on me. Tell me, how can there be such a boring person? Xiao's mother looked exhausted, but she still forced a smile. Yes. So, Carpenter Kai said that we will meet in town tomorrow morning. Remember to ask Xiao to dress up nicely. Xiaoxianyang was still thinking about the Yi family's gold hairpin and livelihood, and was a little hesitant. Don't worry, matchmaker, I will. Xiao walked in. Matchmaker Huang immediately stepped forward and looked at Xiao. Winter is approaching, and Xiao seems to be whiter and more beautiful than before. Matchmaker Huang couldn't help but laugh and took her hand. Don't worry, my dear girl. I will definitely arrange this marriage for you. Xiuxiu's mother glared at Hu Xiuxiu. Just now she thought Hu Xiuxiu had gone out to look for Yi Yong, but unexpectedly, she turned around and came back and agreed to meet him. Either Hu Xiuxiu didn't find her, or the Yi family was unwilling. Xiuxiu's mother was also holding a grudge. Humph, if she doesn't want to, then she doesn't want to. Her daughter Xiuxiu is well off, and she doesn't have to marry into the Yi family. The money that the Yi family earned was just luck. In the final analysis, they are just lousy street vendors. Marrying a carpenter is more decent and long-lasting. Xiaoxianyang stood up and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble matchmaker Huang. Remember, come to my house at 2:15 tomorrow. Then I'll pretend to visit relatives and take you to Carpenter Kai's shop. Don't worry." Ever since Xiaoxianyang left, Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du were so angry that they almost fainted. Yi Kaiping asked them to go back to their rooms to rest and asked Jinhua, Yinhua, and Jiner to fan them. After Old Man Yi, Yi Xian and other men came back from the fields. They were surprised to learn that Yi Yong's marriage had fallen through after they had only worked in the fields for a while. Yi Dequan was cursing while helping Yi Kaiping scoop water to make spicy soup. Yi Bajin came to pick him up. After Yi Dequan got on the ox cart, he cursed as he drove away. Yi Yong did not come back until after lunch. He was carrying a large bundle of firewood, but he did not say a word. He put the firewood down and locked himself in the room. Yi Kaiping stood at the kitchen door, looking at his closed door, feeling a little worried. This is a bit difficult. She wanted to help the two young people get what they wanted, but the girl's family was a bit complicated. Moreover, she had never really met Hu Xiuxiu and had no idea of her character. She needs to wait for 2 days to get a feel for the other person's character.
Aunt.
Yi Xian walked over with an embarrassed look. "What's wrong?" "I'm coming into the mountains." Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. His elder brother's marriage had become such a mess, he shouldn't be thinking about studying at this time. But Xiao Jinshan came and refused to leave no matter how hard we tried. Yi Kaiping followed his gaze and saw a boy of about 14 or 15 years old lying on the door panel looking over here. He was wearing a beige gown, looked handsome and casual, and was looking at her with starry eyes. Yi Kaiping's mouth twitched when he stared at her, and she smiled and said, "We are going into the mountains, come quickly." "Thank you, Aunt Ping." Zhao Jinshan jumped in excitedly.
Ye Kaipin kafutteriye.
As a scholar, wasn't this boy a little too lively? Xianer, take him to the main hall. I'll look for your grandparents and mother. Yi Kaiping came to Mrs. Du's room. Mrs. Du lay listlessly on the bed. Jinhua was fanning her. When she learned the purpose of Yi Kaiping's visit, she said, "I am a peasant woman, and I don't know what studying is like. I'll have to trouble Xianer's aunt and grandparents for this matter."
All right.
When we arrived at Old Lady Ye's room, she said the same thing. Yi Kaiping and Old Man Yi were talking to Zhao Jinshan in the main hall. The second wife and Jiner and Huaner were sitting on one side. "I heard from Mom that Aunt Kaiping is looking for a teacher for second brother Xian." Hee, I didn't expect Aunt Kaiping to be such a nice person, not like second brother Xian at all. Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian covered his mouth with his hand and kept glaring at him.
Ye Kaipin.
My goodness, it seems that Yi Xian has said a lot of bad things about her to Zhao Jinshan before. Yi Huaner and Yi Jiner shook their feet and burst out laughing. Yi Kaiping coughed dryly. "Where did you go to school when you were young?" Zhao Jinshan said, "When I was a child, I went to the Kaiming school in the town. My second brother Xian also studied there. Unfortunately, my second brother only studied there for 3 years and then stopped. The elementary schools teach until the age of 12, and the tuition fee is only 200 or 300 coins a month. When you turn 12, you can take the exam to study at the county school, which is run by the government. Unfortunately, I didn't get in. I can only find a private school on my own. The private school I'm attending now is in town, called Qingfeng Academy. It's called an academy, but in fact there are only 5 or 6 students. My teacher is an old scholar, over 60 years old, and very knowledgeable. The tuition fee for an ordinary private school is more than 1 tael per month, and the good ones cost 2 taels. Of course, there are also worse ones, which only cost a few hundred coins. But after the age of 12, those who still want to continue their studies are aiming for the imperial examinations, so naturally they have to find a good one. Old Man Yi said, "The Qingfeng Academy in the mountains is also very good. It costs 2 taels per month." I didn't expect the Tiniu family to be so capable. My situation is a little special. Zhao Jinshan scratched his head and smiled. Many years ago, the master came here to play and sprained his leg. Fortunately, my father found him and carried him back to the town. The teacher knew that I was studying and had not been admitted to the county school, so he asked me to study with him. For free.
Yekaipin understood.
At the same time, we also learned that the education system of the Zhou dynasty was quite complete. At the age of 12, one could take the entrance exam to the county school, which was half the price of a private school. This shows the importance that this dynasty attached to talent cultivation. Yi Kaiping asked, "Besides Qingfeng Academy, what about other private schools?" "There are only 2 academies in the town. One is our Qingfeng, and the other is Julin Academy. But the founder of Julin Academy is a student, not as good as ours. As for the county, I don't know." After hearing this, even Old Man Yi knew that he could not go to the bamboo forest study. Yi Kaiping asked, "Has your Qingfeng Academy ever produced any students or scholars?" "A student was born several years ago, but now there is no news at all. My teacher said that he is counting on us." Zhao Jinshan sighed and shook his head. "He is too ambitious. We are all the leftovers from the county school. He was lucky to be the last student. How can he still count on us?" Yi Jiner and Huaner both laughed when they heard this. Yi Kaiping coughed lightly and asked, "Has there ever been a student from outstudy?" "No." Yi Kaiping already had a plan in mind and looked at Yi Xian. "Xianer, what do you think?" "I want to go to Qingfeng Academy first." "Where's Punger?" Yi Peng, who was sitting on the side, scratched his head. "I am the same as my second brother." Yi Kaiping also meant this. Just as Jinshan said, the students who attend the private school are the ones left over from the county school, but the teacher was able to teach a student, so he has something. The most important thing for you now is to improve your basics, so it would be good to go to his place and have a look. Zhao Jinshan's eyes lit up. "That's great, Brother Xian. We can go to school together like before." Yi Xian was also filled with joy and nodded. "Yes." "Jinshan, when will you go to school tomorrow?" "My rest time is 1.5 days, and I have to go back to the academy at noon tomorrow morning. I will come to see Aunt Kaiping and you then."
Good.
After they agreed on a time, Zhao Jinshan went back. In the evening, Old Lady Yi and Mrs. Du finally recovered. Knowing that she would go to see the teacher tomorrow, Mrs. Du took Yi Xian's hand. "Put your brother's matter aside for now, and put your studies first. I'll go with you tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Mother." During dinner, Yi Yong, who had locked himself in his room, finally came out. He looked normal, as if nothing had happened. This made Mrs. Du and Old Lady Yi even more worried.
"Yongea."
"Are you okay?"
Mrs. Du said. "No."
Yi Yong picked up the chopsticks and tried to smile.
"I'm fine. Du."
She would rather he didn't smile. The next morning, after delivering the goods, Yi Bajin returned to the village and went straight to the door of Old Ye's house. Yi Kaiping, Yi Dequan, Du and Wei, Yi Xian, Yi Peng and Zhao Jinshan got in the car together. "Brother and sister, I'll leave the 2 kids to you," Yi Erquin said. It's not that he doesn't care about his son, but that's all his knowledge, and having Yi Kaiping and Yi Dequan in charge is enough. He was supposed to deliver the goods today, but he also had a lot of work to do at home and couldn't get away. "Don't worry." The ox cart slowly moved away. Seeing that no one was waiting for the car at the entrance of the village, Yi Bajin drove the ox cart away directly. But after walking for a while, I saw a mother and daughter standing on the side of the road. They were Hu Xiuxiu and Xiuxiu's mother, and they seemed to be waiting for a bus. Mrs. Du's face looked a little ugly, and even Yi Xian's face was tense. Yi Dequan snorted, turned his head, and pretended not to see it. Yi Bajin couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why wasn't he waiting for the bus at the village entrance? Yi Bajin hesitated, wondering whether he should ask. It was obvious that the atmosphere was not right. Thinking of the ugly look on his mother's face when she came home yesterday, he wondered if there was a conflict between the Hu family and Saiping's family. Forget it, just pretend you didn't see it and wade through it. Sister Xiuxiu unexpectedly, Zhao Jinshan let out a loud roar. Mrs. Du and Yi Dequan almost vomited blood. Yi Xian and Yi Prong wanted to hold him down, gag him, and beat him up. Yi Kaiping was also startled, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Where did this conspicuous bag come from? Sister Xiuxiu, Aunt Hu, where are you going? Zhao Jinshan waved his hands. Xiaoxi Yuniang had already seen them, but she had turned her head away and pretended not to see them. Now Zhao Jinshan was howling again and again, and it was no longer possible to pretend. Because it was the wife of the village head who said that they were related, Xiuxiu's mother also held a grudge against Yi Bajin. She was determined not to take Yi Bajin's car, so she walked for a while, hoping to wait for the ox carts from other villages to pass by. Oh, are you going into the mountains? To go to school? Xiuxiu's mother said with a wry smile. Well, are you waiting for the bus? Why aren't you waiting at the entrance of the village? Haha, I'm going to town to do something. I'm not waiting for a bus, I'm waiting for someone. Let's go. Okay, bye. Yi Bajin hurriedly flicked the rope, and the cow's pace quickened a bit. Hu Xiuxiu's face flashed before Yi Saiping's eyes. She stood there coldly, with an expressionless face and dull eyes. It was not until the figures of the Hu family mother and daughter became a small black that Yi Kaiping smiled and said, Are you familiar with Xiuxiu in the mountains? Of course. Her house is just behind mine. Zhao Jinshan said, When I have nothing to do, I occasionally teach Xiao Si and his friends how to read. Sister Xiuxiu always sends me some firewood as a thank you gift.
Yi Kaiping reiset herjebros.
Quite sensible. Hu Xiuxiu is 17 years old, and Zhao Jinshan is 14 years old. It's not a bad idea for a girl to be 3 years older than him. But Hu Xiuxiu didn't send any food or anything else, just some firewood, which put an end to other people's wild thoughts. Yi Kaiping didn't ask about Hu Xiuxiu anymore. She changed the subject and asked Zhao Jinshan to talk about the academy. Soon, we arrived at the small town. Following Zhao Jinshan's guidance, they arrived at a quiet courtyard with 4 large characters Qingfeng Academy hung on the gate. On the ox cart, Zhao Jinshan had already introduced Qingfeng Academy. The master's surname is Qian. He is over 60 years old and has a small fortune. Mr. Qian and his wife have a son and a daughter. The daughter had already married, and the youngest son was also a scholar, studying in the county school. For the sake of his studies, the youngest son and his family live in the county and rarely come back. Yi Kaiping and her group followed Zhao Jinshan into Master Qian's book. Master Qian was an old man with white hair. He was writing. When he saw the people coming, he looked up and said, Why are you here so early? Who are these people? Master, I'm here to bring you a new student. Zhao Jinshan jumped over, grinning. Naughty, stand still. Master Qian scolded with a smile. This shows how good the relationship between teacher and student is. Hello, Master Qian. Yi Kaiping stepped forward and said, I am Yi Kaiping from Qinghe village. Today, I am here to send my 2 nephews to study.
Oh.
Master Qian was a little surprised to see Kaiping acting so gracefully. The other 2 women and 1 man looked like the parents of the 2 children, and they were clenching their hands nervously. Master Qian looked at Yi Xian and Yi Ping again. Both of them were teenagers around 15 or 16 years old. The 2 of them couldn't help but straighten their bodies. Yi Xian said, Greetings, Master Qian. I am Yi Xian. Student Yi Ping. Master Qian nodded and said, You 2 also failed to get into the county school? Why did you come here to study at this time? The county school usually enrolls students in the early spring after the new year. How could it be delayed until the end of October? Teacher, I have never taken the county school entrance exam. I am not qualified to take the exam. Yi Xian said, I only studied in Kaiming School for 3 years. I had to stop studying because my family was poor. Now I want to study again and take the imperial examination. Master Qian was a little dumbfounded. We have already started studying the classics. You have only studied for 3 years.
What can you do?
When I was young, I only memorized the 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, and 100 family names in school, and also practiced calligraphy. Master Qian covered his forehead and said, I think why don't you go back to the Enlightenment school and learn step by step? Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Yi Kaiping coughed dryly and asked, why not hire a tutor and learn a little bit at home? The current situation seems to be like this. Yi Xian is only at the 3rd grade level, but Master Qian is teaching in high school. No, second brother Xian also understands the Analects of Confucius, Mencius, and the doctrine of the mean, and can even write some scriptures. Zhao Jinshan said anxiously. Master Qian was startled. What's going on? Yi Xian said, although I haven't been to school these years, I haven't neglected my studies. The books were brought to the mountains, and he would lend me every book to copy, and the notes and annotations in class. I memorized them all. If I didn't understand something, he would explain it to me in the mountains. Master Qian was stunned, and threw the book in his hand at Zhao Jinshan's face. Good boy, you haven't learned it yet, but you act like a teacher to others.
Wow.
Master, I was wrong. Zhao Jinshan slid to his knees with a plop, hugged Master Qian's legs and howled. I don't dare to be a teacher.
But
Qian urge is too pitiful. He obviously likes reading so much. I have no choice but to lend him the book to copy. The annotations in the scriptures were all written by you, Master. I didn't dare to teach him anything. If he didn't understand something, I could only explain it based on my own understanding. Seeing this, Yi Xian said anxiously, Master Qian, don't blame Jinshan. If you don't want to accept me, we will leave immediately. As for copying the annotations in your scriptures. Okay, these annotations are not secrets. Master Qian sighed slightly and waved his hand. Every reader has his or her own understanding of the book, and then marks these annotations on the book. Some scholars or students will also sell these books to bookstores and ask the bookstores to print and sell them. The same thing happened with his annotations, which were also sold to bookstores. Also, each of his students has a copy. If he cannot pass on what he teaches, who would dare to study with him? When these students grow up, they may become teachers and pass on this knowledge. He was not angry that his things were learned, but he was angry that Zhao Jinshan didn't know what was good for him. I teach others when I haven't learned it myself, and I'm afraid of misleading them. After all, Zhao Jinshan's level is really hard to describe. Among all the students he had taught, this was considered the worst. Master Qian pondered for a while. You said you taught yourself the 4 books, and you also know a little about Confucian classics. Let me ask you. Master Qian asked a few of the most basic questions. Yi Xian thought about it and answered according to his own understanding. Master Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obviously, the annotations of the 4 books and 5 classics were all memorized by rote, and the direction of the answers was also very much in Zhao Jinshan's style. This level is too poor. But I learned it all through my own exploration and the teaching of that idiot Zhao Jinshan. It's already good enough to have this level. It is a plastic material. Moreover, even though he had stopped studying, he continued to learn on his own, which shows that he is a man who can endure hardships. Master Qian likes people who can endure hardships the most. As long as we put in some effort and give him extra tutoring after class, he should be able to catch up soon. He nodded. The monthly tuition is 2 taels and I live here, with breakfast, lunch, and dinner provided. I can rest twice a month, each time for a day and a half. I have to bring my own quilt and clothes, and I have to wash my own clothes. Is this acceptable? Yi Xian was delighted. I do. Master Qian nodded and looked at Yi Ping again. What have you learned? Yi Ping looked embarrassed. I never went to school. But I can recite the 1,000 characters and write, although I'm not very good at it. All the descendants of the Yi family can read. Yi Kaiping learned to read from her 2 brothers. The grandchildren all learned from Yi Xian, and they even knew how to write golden and silver flowers. But their writing was ugly, like a chicken crawling. Master Qian asked, have you ever come into contact with Confucian classics?
No.
Yi Ping lowered his head. Master Qian was helpless. How about you go to the Enlightenment school?
No.
Yipeng was about to cry. I don't want to study with a bunch of kids. It's so embarrassing. As he said this, he looked at Yi Kaiping as if asking for help. Yi Kaiping coughed dryly and looked at Wei, second sister-in-law. What do you think? I think Punger should go back to start learning or find someone to teach the basics. Wei frowned. The more powerful the teacher is, the better. How could he look for a lower one? After thinking for a while, he said, Isn't Xianer making up for his basics? Although Punger is not as good as Xianer, he is not stupid and can always make up for it. Yi Kaiping didn't quite agree with Wei, but since this was her son, she couldn't say anything. Master Qian, can you teach Punger a lesson as well? Master Qian thought about it for a moment and nodded. Okay. I've taught kids before. It's not a difficult task, but it takes a lot of effort. When the class starts, Yi Xian can go directly with Jin Shan and the others. Yipeng will set up another room to help them improve their basics first.
Thank you, Master.
Yi Kaiping thanked him repeatedly. So, when do you have class? Tomorrow. Yi Xian said anxiously. His mind was now fully focused on school. Seeing his eagerness, Master Qian couldn't help but smile. Okay. We have to have morning reading at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so you can move in later.
Thank you, Master.
Master, where do they live? Will they live with me? Zhao Jinshan asked excitedly. Okay, I'll live with you. Zhao Jinshan was so happy that he wished he could hug Mr. Qian and give him a kiss. Yi Kaiping chatted with Master Qian for a few more words, handed Xu Xiu over, and the group left. Before leaving, I visited the academy again. In fact, it is just an ordinary small courtyard with 2 entrances. There are a total of 5 students in the academy, living in the reverse seat on the first floor. 2 students per room. Zhao Jinshan used to live in a room by himself, but now together with Yi Xian, it's a 3-person room. The inner courtyard upon entering the second room is Master Qian's living place, and there is a room in the west wing for students to attend classes. We all eat in the main room, with the master and his wife. There is a servant who does the cleaning and cooking. After leaving the academy, Yi Kaiping took the 2 of them to Buzhuang. I bought 2 sets of gray scholar robes for the 2 of them, 1 for each of them and 1 for each of them. Looking at this robe, Yipeng was a little happy and a little embarrassed. From today on, I am a scholar. After returning home, Du Shi and Wei Shi immediately packed their accommodation for the 2 of them, and when Yi Bajin delivered the goods in the evening, they followed them to the town. By the time the 2 left in the bullock cart, the sky had darkened. Yi Kaiping stood at the door, looking at the shadows fading away, and breathed out softly. Another big thing has been accomplished. I hope they can all continue on and have a good future. Little sister, thank you. Du Shi looked back at Yi Kaiping, her eyes slightly red. Xianer can finally continue going to school. Yi Kaiping blushed a little. Sister-in-law. You're welcome. This sister-in-law has such a big heart. Why did you forget that it was the original owner who caused Yi Xian to stop studying? She should send Yi Xian to school now, so there is no need to thank her at all. But Yi Kaiping didn't bother to mention these grudges anymore, that's all. There was no need to mention them. From now on, family harmony and happiness were more important than anything else. Sister-in-law, let me ask you. Yi Kaiping thought for a while before speaking. What do you think about Xiu and Yonger? Du's smile suddenly froze, and she gritted her teeth and said, Humph, I will never marry someone named Hu even if I die. Speak from your heart. Du Shi choked and felt very depressed. In my heart, I don't want to marry the Hu family, but I don't want Yonger to suffer emotional pain. She is very conflicted now. She doesn't know what to do anyway, let alone how to make the right decision. That means no matter what the ending is, you will accept it? Yi Kaiping said. Du Shi choked, but finally nodded. Let it go. After saying that, he didn't want to talk anymore and turned around and entered the house. Early the next morning, Yi Kaiping came to Zhao Tinia's house with a small pot of spicy soup. Hey, Kaiping, come in quickly. Tinia's wife was hanging clothes in the yard. As soon as she saw someone, she pulled her into the house and asked, How are your Xianer and Pinger? Yesterday, I went up the mountain to look for Mr. Qian and moved there in the evening. It was only thanks to your family's trip to the mountains that I found such a good husband. This is the spicy soup I just made in the morning. I'll give it to my sister-in-law for you to try. Yi Kaiping put the spicy soup on the table. Tinia's wife happily said this. Haha girl, don't blame me for being thick. I have wanted to taste it for a long time. I won't say any kind words. If you give it to me, I will take it. When his father comes back from the mountains, we will have it for lunch. Yi Kaiping likes to deal with such cheerful people. Hurry up and accept it. Tinia's wife brought the spicy soup to the kitchen and poured it into her own bowl. After washing the basin again, he took it out and put it on the table. Tinia's wife sat down and placed a pot of sun-dried melon seeds on the coffee table between the two of them. My sister is here. Not just to bring spicy soup, right?
Yes.
Yi Kaiping grabbed a handful of melon seeds and approached her. The person living in your back room is the Hu family? No, just Xiao and Xiao Nyang. Ask them who they are. As she said that, Tinia's wife looked gossipy and lowered her voice. You want to propose marriage to Yom? Yi Kaiping said, I don't want to propose marriage. Just asking. She had to be prepared. In the future, it would be okay if Yi Yong really didn't marry him. If he did, she would always know that he was a close friend, so that she could be victorious in every battle. The Iron Cow wife understands. Not to the point of proposing marriage, but maybe she has the intention. That's right, you have to understand clearly before you can make a decision. Tinia's wife said, the Hu family was quite prosperous a few years ago. Xiao's father is diligent and a good hand at tending crops. He is also good at catching fish. He often sells them in the town, which can make some money. It's a pity that the fish disappeared 6 years ago. As for Xiao Xunyang, she likes to pinch her hair, has a good face, and likes to be held by others. When she gave birth to Xiao, she didn't even dare to speak loudly because she was a girl. Later, after she gave birth to several boys in succession, her tail almost reached the sky. As for Xiao, like her father, he is honest and hardworking, has a good temper, and has good food and food. Her younger brothers, the junior and senior, are all very obedient and sensible. Yi Kaiping frowned. After talking for so long, it seems that she has never mentioned her eldest brother and second brother.
Oh, I
haven't seen you for years. Tinia's wife didn't know whether this adjective was accurate. The last time I saw her, it seemed like a long time ago. That time I gave Xiao a few cabbages, and I saw her eldest or second brother leaving the room and entering the latrine. Yi Kaiping was confused after hearing this. Tinia's wife quickly explained, I asked many years ago. To put it bluntly, it is laziness. That laziness means lying in bed every day, doing nothing, eating, sleeping, pooping, and then continuing to sleep. Ye Kaiping. After a moment of silence, Yi Kaiping said, there's nothing wrong with them, right? Probably not. Tinia's wife clicked her tongue. Xiao's eldest brother and second brother are twins, 2 years younger than Xiao, already 15. Xiao San is 13, Xiao Si is 8 years old, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Qi are triplets, posthumous children, only 6 years old. When she gave birth to the first and second mistresses, Xiao Nyang took the 2 brothers out to show off every day, and her whole heart went to them. Even if there were several mistresses later, it was done perfunctorily, and they were all brought up by Xiao's hand. The 2 brothers have been lazy since they were young. If they take more than 2 steps, Xiao Nyang will feel pain in her heart. We used to visit each other often when we were children, but now we have never even seen them. Occasionally, I heard Xiaoxi say that these 2 are as good as dead. I lie in bed every day with my mouth open and wait for food. Even if money falls from the sky, I won't come out to pick it up. Yi Kaiping's mouth twitched slightly. A typical abandoned house. Not a social pest, but a bore. Well, the 2 brothers are already 15. If they were willing to work, they would have become the mainstay of the family, and Xiao wouldn't have to work so hard. Tinia's wife shook her head as she spoke. Well, except for the almost invisible primary 1 and primary 2, the juniors 3 and 4 are very diligent. After all, they're almost the same as Xiao who grew up. Yi Kaiping was speechless about this Hu family. On the one hand, I feel pity for Hu Xiao, and on the other hand, if I marry one, I have to drag a litter of the best. No, just 3.
How?
Tainyo's wife asked cautiously, do you think you can marry her? Yi Kaiping rubbed his temples. It's not me who's marrying her. The decision is not in my hands. Tainyo's wife nodded and sighed. I'll tell you the truth. As for Xiao, she can be married, but her mother is not easy to get along with, and her elder and second brothers. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, if you fell in love with Xiao when you entered the mountain, would you be willing? Tainyo's wife grumbled. Jin Shan has no interest in Xiao as a sister. I said if. There are no ifs.
All right, but...
Tainyo's wife said, it's not that I favor Xiao or anything, but I'm telling you the truth. Whether Yi Yong marries Xiao or another girl, no family is truly clean. Even if her parents can get along, her brothers might hinder her. There will always be some problems. Perfection is impossible. Tainyo's wife said, glancing at her cautiously. I'm going to say something you don't want to hear. If you hadn't been divorced and changed your gender, your family would have been a big Hades. But at that time, Xiao was already with Yi Yong, and she never disliked him. Let me tell you something else. As she spoke, Tainyo's wife lowered her voice and said, when Xiao was 15, she almost ran away with Yi Yong. Later, Yi Yong felt guilty and sent Xiao back. At that time, it was sent to my house. Only Xiao's mother and I knew about this. Even your brother and sister-in-law didn't know. Yi Kaiping was stunned and couldn't help but think of the last time she fell into the water. Hu Xiao really wanted to marry Yi Yong, but at that time Yi Yong was still a hot potato and she didn't even know where to live after they got married. Compared with the Hu family, Yi Yong's family at that time was more like a den of wolves and tigers. But Hu Xiao never disliked it. You have to pick out her good points. Of course, you also have to pick out her bad points, but you have to think about whether Yi Yong can handle her bad points. If you can handle it, it won't be a big problem. The relationship between husband and wife is like drinking water. Only the person who drinks it knows whether it is hot or cold. You are not Yi Yong. How do you know if he can handle it or if he is willing to handle it? If you want to say that it was his parents' orders, the matchmaker's orders, and that Daquan and his wife refused to let him marry, then that's another matter. There's no point in saying anything. Yi Kaiping was stunned and fell silent. Yi Kaiping said, that's what I meant. I don't want to interfere too much. After all, this is a major event in his life, and it's also a major event for my brother and sister-in-law. I came here today to learn more so that I can handle any situation if I encounter it. Tainyo's wife nodded. Yes. Is Jinshan's mother at home? Ha ha ha, ouch. At this time a laugh was heard, and Xiao's mother came in carrying a basket. When she saw Yi Kaiping, the smile on Xiaoyang's face stopped. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Tainyo's wife was startled. I thought she didn't hear what I just said, right? She quickly stood up with a smile. Xiao's mother, why are you here? Come and sit down. Xiao's mother curled her lips, glanced at Yi Kaiping, and then smiled again. I'm here to treat you to wedding candy. As he said this, his tone was a little proud. My Xiao is engaged.
What?
Tainyo's wife was stunned. How come they got engaged so soon? Xiao's mother choked. They had just met yesterday and were getting engaged today. It was indeed a bit hasty, but she couldn't wait. When she saw that Carpenter Kai had a shop in town, she couldn't wait any longer. Not only did he have a shop, he also had a house, and it was said that he could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. We have to settle down with such a good family right away. It just so happened that Carpenter Kai was also very pleased with Xiao, so the two families exchanged engagement letters right away, and the Kai family even gave a deposit of 1 or 2 taels of silver. I haven't seen when the man will come to the house. Tainyo's wife was full of question marks. Xiao's mother looked a little unhappy. Without going through any formalities and before the man even showed up, they rushed to finalize the marriage, making it seem as if the woman was worthless. Xiao's mother was a little embarrassed, but she still maintained a smile. You just didn't see it. Yi Kaiping laughed. It only took 1 day and 1 night. That's amazing. Xiao's mother was furious. Who said my Xiao is so good? She is pretty, has a good figure, and has 7 younger brothers. You can tell at a glance that she will give birth to a son. She is so satisfied that she immediately begged us to arrange a marriage for her, and she is not willing to wait even a day longer. Some people just don't know the value of gold and jade, but that doesn't mean others don't have good taste. In the end, it seemed to be true, and Xiaoxianyang became proud again. Xiaoxiu's mother took out a few candies from the basket and put them on the table. Jinshan's mother, you can keep these candies to share in the good fortune. I'm going home first.
Oh, all right.
Tainyo's wife smiled along and sent her out the door. Then she stopped smiling. He looked at Yi Kaiping helplessly. Alas, it seems that we are not destined to be together. Yi Kaiping sighed softly. Let it be. It's getting late, I'm going home first. When Yi Kaiping returned home, it was already late. She went into the kitchen and began to prepare spicy soup for lunch. Seeing this, old lady Yi hurried over to help. Mrs. Du took a look from outside, pretended to cut vegetables, and came in with a large cabbage. After a while, Mrs. Du couldn't help asking little sister, have you just arrived at Tinia's wife's house? How did you know? Yi Kaiping had just finished cutting the black fungus and daylily and handed her the knife. Here, the knife. Mrs. Du took it and put the cabbage on the chopping board. Yesterday, when we were riding in the ox cart, you asked the boy who went into the mountains about Xiaoxiu. This morning you went in the direction of Tinia's home, so I guessed you were looking for her. Seeing that she was very concerned, Yi Kaiping told her about her conversation with Tainyo's wife. After hearing this, Mrs. Du and old lady Yi fell silent. After a long while, Mrs. Yi said, what Tinia's wife said is all right. If you want to find fault with Xiaoxiu's family, I've seen many worse ones than hers. If you think about it, Xiaoxiu's mother isn't that bad. Yi Kaiping was stunned. Does my sister-in-law also see it this way? What else? Mrs. Du frowned and looked at Yi Kaiping strangely. You don't think so? Yi Kaiping was stunned. In her previous life, she was an orphan and had no family. Although she had had several relationships, they all ended in failure, and she never got to the stage of meeting her parents.
So she has no right to speak about marriage.
Speaking of people, it is true that no one is perfect, let alone a family, where everyone cannot be perfect. Yi Kaiping said. So, sister-in-law, you are in favor of Xiaoxiu and Yi Yong? Mrs. Du frowned and said, it's not that I agree or disagree. It's just that when it comes to starting a family, there's no such thing as a perfect marriage. For example, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the sisters-in-law, the younger sister-in-law, or the children, there are always problems of one kind or another. I thought, instead of doing that, I should at least choose one thing that is satisfactory, and the person I choose is pleasing to me. And Xiaoxiu. At least a long time ago, Xiaoxiu never disliked Younger. For this reason alone, I will remember her kindness for the rest of my life. Yi Yuping understood that Mrs. Du was interested in Xiaoxiu. Mrs. Du said, I was thinking, why not talk to Xiaoxianyang again? It's impossible to give her a job, but we can add a few more tales of betrothal gifts. Yi Kaiping coughed dryly. I just received news that Xiaoxiu is engaged. It's the carpenter I mentioned last time.
What?
Mrs. Du and Old Lady Yi were both shocked. Old Lady Yi was shocked. Impossible. Who can afford 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift? Besides, even if someone did, who would be willing to add another gold hairpin? Yi Kaiping sighed. Mother and sister-in-law don't understand. Some people just look down on you and think you are not worthy. If you want the same thing, you have to spend more money. To put it bluntly, if Yi Yong wants to marry Xiaoxiu, he has to pay 20 taels of silver plus a gold hairpin and a living. If someone else wants to marry her, she wouldn't dare to say anything more. She's willing to do it if you only pay 20 taels of silver. Mrs. Du's face darkened. Doesn't that mean that Xiaoxiu's mother is bullying my Yonga? That's what I mean. Yi Kaiping recalled that when she was working in her previous life, her boss refused to give her a raise and preferred to spend more money to recruit new people. In fact, he was bullying her because she was honest and would not leave. Oh, Xiaoxiu's mother, congratulations, Xiaoxiu is engaged. Mrs. Zhao's voice suddenly came from the next room. Which village is this boy from? Neither. My future son-in-law is from this town, and he's a carpenter. His family owns a shop, and he makes a little money every month. I'm going to Luditsai's house first, so I'm leaving now." When Mrs. Du heard these voices, her face darkened, knowing that Xiaoxiuniang was showing off on purpose. Brother, where are you going?" Yi Jinhua's voice was heard outside. When Yi Kaiping and others walked out of the kitchen, they saw only Yi Yong's back, and he ran out like a flash after a while.
Mom.
"My eldest brother is very sad." Yi Jinhua walked forward. "What should we do?" "My eldest brother is very stubborn. The cat he raised before died, and he never raised another one after that." Mrs. Du said, "Now that we are engaged, it is too late to say anything." Yi Kaiping sighed and looked at Mrs. Du. "Sister-in-law, if I could get that carpenter to cancel the engagement and get Xiuxiu's mother to come to me, would you really agree to let Yongma marry Xiuxiu?" Mrs. Du was startled. "I agree."
But you.
"Don't worry, I have my own way." Then he looked at Yi Jinhua and asked, "Where does your brother usually like to stay?" "He often chopped wood under the jujube tree on the mountain." Yi Kaiping nodded. "Mom, I'll leave the spicy soup to you. I'll go look for him." After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Kaiping has 100 ways to deal with people like Xiaoxiuniang. The main thing is that Xiaoxiuniang is not that kind of scoundrel. She cares about her dignity and reputation. She loves money, so she could sell Xiuxiu to a brothel or a few little boys and get dozens of taels of silver. So in comparison, Xiuxiu's mother cares more about face, and having many sons is her greatest pride. This kind of person is easy to control. It is much easier to deal with than those who treat their daughters as animals or those who slap their thighs and throw a tantrum at the slightest provocation. As for her two good-for-nothing sons, they were even easier to control because they were good-for-nothings. They wouldn't even come out to pick up the money that God dropped. Besides, no one can guarantee what kind of family members Yi Yong will marry in the future. It would be even more troublesome if he met someone who is good at hiding things and playing dirty. At least this one can be seen through at a glance. Yi Kaiping ran up the mountain in one breath and came to the jujube tree panting. Yi Yong was standing on the mountain, staring blankly into the distance.
What are you thinking about?
Yi Kaiping walked up to him. Yi Yong did not look back.
"I
regret it very much. If I had known, I would not have sent her back then." Yi Kaiping knew that he was talking about the time he eloped with Hu Xiuxiu 2 years ago. Yi Kaiping said, "I also heard about this from Sister Tiniu." Yi Yong was stunned, his face pale. At that time, we had already left the village, but I still couldn't get over it in my heart. I really couldn't do such a thing. I know I'm incompetent. Even if I used up all my strength, I still couldn't meet Aunt Hu's requirements. Do I have to elope with her regardless of the consequences? Or destroy her directly? But I can't do such a thing. I thought I had let it go, but when I heard that she was really engaged, I couldn't accept it. Yi Yong squatted on the ground, covering his head in pain, saying, "Aunt, I am a useless person." Yi Kaiping shook her head. "No, you are fine. He is just an ordinary farmer who is honest and simple and is deeply bound by secular moral concepts." He had tried his best and struggled and tried with all his strength, but still ended in failure. Yi Kaiping said, "If I tell you that I have a way to make you marry Xiuxiu, would you be willing?" Yi Yong was shocked and looked at Yi Kaiping in disbelief. "Aunt, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Why should I coax you?" Yi Yong stood up and asked anxiously, "What method?" "But you have to think clearly about one thing." Yi Kaiping sighed. "If you really marry her, you have to be prepared to take over her 7 brothers. Don't worry, little aunt. I've already made preparations for this. It's not like I just found out about her brothers in a day or 2. Besides, even if she doesn't marry me, I can't let go of Xiao San and Xiao Si." Yi Kaiping rubbed his temple. He had to lock horns with Xiuxiu. First love plus white moonlight, plus unrequited love. Triple overlap buff. Even if Xiuxiu really married someone else, Yi Yong would still help Hu Xiaoxi and his children. After all, they are from the same village, and they will see each other every day. It is impossible for Yi Yong not to help. When she was not engaged, we already encountered many obstacles. Now that she is engaged, how can I? Yi Yong was anxious and worried. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, "It's not easy. It's much easier to destroy a person than to make him successful." Yi Yong's eyes widened. My aunt means.
No, no.
If I was willing to use this method, it wouldn't have come to this. As he spoke, his face turned red. What are you thinking of? Yi Kaiping said with a teasing look on her face. Did this boy think that she wanted him to be with Xiaoxiao?
No. I didn't think about it.
Yi Yong's face turned even redder. Yi Kaiping said, my method is to make Xiaoxiao lose whatever she is most proud of. I want to break her self-righteous pride and confidence bit by bit. Yi Yong was confused after hearing this. Brother Yong. At this moment, a small figure came running over. It was Hu Xiaoxi. He cried with tears and snot, I don't want my sister to marry that carpenter. Woo-woo. Yi Yong patted his head sympathetically and looked at Yi Kaiping. Aunt. Looking at their relationship, Yi Kaiping knew that Hu Xiaoxi was very supportive of them being together. Then he asked, You are Xiaoxiao's younger brother. What's your ranking? Hu Xiaoxi knew Yi Kaiping, but it was the first time he spoke to her. He also knew that Yi Kaiping was very powerful, so he was a little timid. I am Xiaoxi. Yi Kaiping nodded. Why don't you want Xiaoxiao to marry Carpenter Kai? I heard that he has a shop, a big house, and a lot of money. With such a brother-in-law, you will benefit a lot in the future. Hu Xiaoxi lowered his head. I don't want to take advantage of you. I just want my sister to be happy. Hu Xiaoxi knew that only by marrying Yi Yong could his sister be happy.
Ye Kaiping nodded.
He was a good guy, and obviously a smart little boy. I have a plan. If you do as I say, I guarantee that your sister will be able to pair up with your brother Yong. As he spoke, he started discussing with Yi Yong and Hu Xiaoxi. The more Yi Yong and Hu Xiaoxi listened, the brighter their eyes became. Oh my God, why didn't they think of this? Yi Kaiping smiled and said, In this way, Xiaoxiao will not be hurt, and the carpenter will not be hurt either. Only Xiaoxiao's mother will be hurt. Go back and ask your sister if she is willing to ruin her reputation in that area. She will definitely agree. I'll go back now and leave soon. Hu Xiaoxi wanted to run away. Hey! Yi Kaiping grabbed him. Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to go tomorrow after you ask her.
Let me think about it.
You can take action tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, it will be too deliberate and will not be good for anyone. Yes, yes. I'll listen to Aunt Kaiping. Let's go.
Ye Kaiping similet.
Hu Xiaoxi ran away happily. Yi Yong was a little worried and didn't know whether this method would work on Carpenter Kai. But this is already the best solution. If it fails, it will prove that Carpenter Kai is a trustworthy person, and Xiaoxiao will be happy if she marries him.
Aunt.
Yi Yong knelt down with a plop and kowtowed to her 3 times. No matter whether this succeeds or not, Yi Yong thanks you for your help. From now on. Yi Kaiping was startled by him and quickly pulled him up. What do you mean by later? We are a family. Why are you thanking me? Go home quickly. Your mother and the others are worried to death. Good. Yi Yong wiped the tears from his face, and his heavy mood finally relaxed. He went home with his friends in a relaxed mood. Since she got engaged, Hu Xiaoxiao has been locking herself in her room. Xiaoxiao's mother knew that she was in a bad mood and was too lazy to care about her, so she started doing the housework herself. Sister. Hu Xiaoxi rushed into the room with A. Hu Xiaoxiao was blinded by the sudden sunlight and quickly blocked it with her hands. Hu Xiaoxi closed the door and threw himself on the bed. Sister, I want to tell you something. Then he whispered his plan. Now it depends on your opinion, whether you are willing to ruin your reputation in that area. Hu Xiaoxiao burst into tears. I do. Yes, yes. Sister, don't be sad anymore and eat well. I'll go find the 3rd brother and the 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers right now. You wait for our good news. Hu Xiaoxiao looked at the well-behaved and sensible Hu Xiaoxi, crying and nodding, choking with sobs. I am obviously the older sister, but now I want you to. Sister has protected us for many years. Now we have grown up, and from today on, we will protect sister from the wind and rain. The little kids who had always been under their wings seemed to have really grown up. When Yi Kaiping and Yi Yong returned home, the spicy soup for lunch had already been served.
Yongea.
As soon as she saw Yi Yong, Mrs. Du rushed up excitedly. Yi Dequan, Old Lady Yi, Yi Jinhua, and Wei also gathered around.
Mom, I'm fine. Ye Yong similet.
This smile was not like the one yesterday creepy, but a truly relaxed look. Mrs. Du looked worried. Little sister, what are you doing? Did Yi Yong get persuaded to let it go completely? Or is there really hope? Yi Kaiping lowered her voice and said, in a few days, sister-in-law will wait for her to come to her house and beg for mercy. She didn't need to say it clearly. Mrs. Du and Old Lady Yi guessed that she was referring to Xiaox Yunying. Several people looked confused. Seeing that Yi Kaiping was unwilling to reveal more, although they were as anxious as a cat, they still did not dare to ask.
Mom.
At this time, Yi Huaner came forward and said, today is already the 4th day. Do you want to go to the county town to set up a stall tomorrow?
No heri.
Yi Kaiping smiled. We should start building the house, so we'll be busy then. After the stall is settled, we'll go to the county town for a few days and distribute the soup there. Then, like in the town, we won't set up a stall, we'll just deliver the goods. Yi Huaner squinted her eyes and smiled. Yeah. Yi Kaiping looked at Old Lady Yi. Mom, what day is today? October 30th. Tomorrow is November. Yi Kaiping said, I'm really too busy. Starting from November, I won't make hula tang anymore. Let my mother and my 2 sisters-in-law do it. As she spoke, she looked at Mrs. Du and Mrs. Wei and said, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, are you willing? The wages are the same as mother's, 30 cents a day. Du and Wei's eyes lit up. Yes, yes.
Ye Kaiping nodded.
With the help of her 2 sisters-in-law, she became more skilled and her mother didn't have to do it herself anymore. It's just 30 cents. Seems a bit high, hee. Mrs. Du said this, but she was very happy in her heart. However, she had to be polite on the surface and refuse it out of courtesy. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, not high. Starting from November, the salary of my elder brother and second brother will also be increased to 31. From now on, it will be paid monthly. Since they started making hula tang, both Old Lady Yi and Yi Bajin have been making one a day. But this is too cumbersome. Now that there are more and more people, the payment still needs to be made on a monthly basis.
Okay.
Mrs. Du nodded hastily. She was so happy that she almost felt dizzy. From November on, she would also have a salary. After dinner, I'll talk to my elder and second brothers. Yi Kaiping stretched and walked towards the main hall with Old Lady Yi, saying, we should also plan to build a house. Delivering goods to the county town as well. Can a bullock cart pull it? Old Mrs. Yi thought of this. Pulling 6 buckets at noon is already strenuous enough. The cattle in Bajin's family have all become thinner. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, then let's buy an ox cart so that the old ox in Bajin's family can have a rest. It's time to buy it. After lunch, Yi Kaiping told Yi Dequan about the wage increase and asking Du and Wei for help. Yi Dequan and others certainly had no objection. As for how to deliver the goods, the decision will depend on how much the county can distribute. Then they discussed building a house. Buy bricks, tiles, hire workers, and discuss everything. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, brother, tomorrow morning, you will go with me to buy a cow. By the way, you must ask Bajin to come along. He has experience in looking after cows. Then my little sister will follow me when I go to the morning market. Yi Dequan rubbed his hands with joy. Their family will have a cow soon. After hearing this, Yi Yong was so nervous that he drank the water in the cup in one breath. The next morning it was dawn. Yi Kaiping, Yi Dequan, and Yi Huaner sat in a bullock cart and slowly headed towards the town. By the time they finished delivering the goods, it was already daybreak. A few of them had breakfast at Fat Sister's house before heading to the Neo market. The cattle dealer saw someone coming in and hurried over to greet him. Dear guests, are you buying cattle? Yes, introduce one to us. I want the strongest one. The cattle dealer smiled and led people to have a look one by one. This dealer was an honest man. Yi Bajin nodded to every cattle he introduced and said that they were worth the price. Finally, he chose a black buffalo and bought it for 16 taels of silver. As for the cart for pulling the goods, it would cost another 1 tael of silver just for that. Yi Bajin looked at the strong ox, feeling happy but also a little disappointed. Sister Kaiping, you can deliver the goods by yourselves in the future, and Duquan will also be able to drive the ox cart. Yi Kaiping smiled and said, What are you talking about? We still have to deliver goods to the county town, and your old cow still has to work. With ours, it will be easier. Yi Bajin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Sister Kaiping. Starting from November, wages will increase by 5 cents, but they will be paid monthly. Yi Bajin never thought that not only would he have an easier life in the future, but he would even get more money. He was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Yi Kaiping said, Brother, Bajin, you stay here and watch them put the carts on the cows. Huaner and I will go out for a walk.
Go.
After leaving the cattle market, Yi Kaiping and her daughter came to the south street of the town. Kai's carpentry shop. Mother, is this the one?
Yi Huan lowered her voice.
Yi Kaiping smiled and nodded. Let's go. The mother and daughter walked into the carpenter's shop together. The shop is not very big, with some tables and chairs. A square-faced young man in his 20s was sitting on the ground, polishing something. A woman in her 40s came forward and said, My dear guests, what would you like to buy? Yi Kaiping looked around and said, Just take a look. Do you guys do door-to-door work for others? Carpenter Kai's eyes lit up when he was lying on the ground. I wonder what you guys are going to do. My family is planning to build a house, and we want to find someone to make some doors and windows. I was just shopping and saw that your place is a carpentry shop, so I came in to ask. The woman, Kai's mother, became even more enthusiastic. It's right to come to us. We specialize in doors and windows.
Mom.
Let's go to the county to do it. Yi Huaner pulled Yi Tsiping's hand and pouted. My uncle said that the craftsman shop in the county is better. I heard that they can make the latest patterns. Then our house will be the most beautiful in the whole Qinghe village. When Carpenter Kai and his mother heard this, they were shocked. They couldn't afford to lose this business. Kai's mother suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, Oh, the little girl is really knowledgeable. She knows that there are new patterns in the county. Don't worry, our patterns are all based on those in the county. We make whatever is popular there, and it will never be worse than the county. Besides, no matter how we look at it, we are all relatives.
I won't cheat you. Yi Kaiping looked surprised. This.
Sister, your surname is Kai, right? We don't have any relatives with the surname Kai. Kai's mother exclaimed, You are from Qinghe village, right? My son's fiancé is from your village. My son is the son-in-law from your village. Aren't we relatives? Yi Kaiping looked puzzled. Ah, may I ask who is my nephew's fiancé? That girl's name is who? Hu Xiuxiu. Yes, her name is Hu Xiuxiu. Yi Kaiping looked as if she had suddenly realized something. It's Xiuxiu. I know her. The smile on Kai's mother's face became even bigger. As long as there was a connection, the business would be easier to do. My elder sister and nephew are so kind that they are willing to marry Xiuxiu. Yi Kaiping looked at Kai's mother and Kai the carpenter with admiration and sympathy. Kai's mother and Kai the carpenter were confused by Yi Tsiping's look. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that there was something wrong with Yi Tsiping's eyes.
Could it be
that there is something wrong with Xiuxiu? Kai's mother asked anxiously, Sister, what do you mean by this? It's nothing. I just think you're all good people. Yi Kaiping said, Everyone in the village knows that Xiuxiu has 7 brothers. The bride price is very high, 20 taels. Kai's mother said, Yes, my 7 brothers, this kind of girl is born blessed and destined to bear children.
Yi Kaiping nodded obediently.
Mom, what is a life with a child? Yi Huaner tilted her head back. Why do you want 20 taels? My sister Yaya only asked for 5 taels when she got married. Kai's mother was very unhappy when she heard this. She originally thought that 20 taels of silver was a bit high as a betrothal gift. But Huang the matchmaker couldn't help but say that she was destined to have children and that it would be easy to raise. Yesterday, Xiuxiu's mother even promised that she would give birth to a son. Kai's mother said with a fake smile, You don't understand this kind of thing. She is destined to have a child, and she is guaranteed to give birth to a son. so of course it is expensive. Yi Huanu turned around and said, Mom, then Sister Yaya can't give birth to a son in the future? What if Sister Xiao doesn't give birth to a son in the future? As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on Kai's mother and Carpenter Kai's faces froze. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Kaiping smiled and looked at Kai's mother and the others. You have spent so much money. Xiao will definitely give birth to a son. In our village, everyone knows Xiao's good reputation. If that's the case, why is there no one in our village willing to marry her? Why did you wait until the 17th to find someone? Shut up, Yi Kaiping said, looking at them awkwardly. Sorry, the child is talking nonsense. Kai's mother couldn't laugh anymore. It's okay. Sister, don't worry about what the child says. Yi Kaiping grabbed Kai's mother's hand and said earnestly, Xiao is a good child. Her father died early, and she raised all the children. The 2 oldest brothers are lazy. They just sleep every day and don't want to work. Otherwise, Xiao wouldn't have such a hard life. Luckily, she met a good family like yours. Her brothers will count on you in the future. It's getting late. We have to go. Sorry. Yi Kaiping looked embarrassed and pulled Yi Huanu out. You stupid girl. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your mouth. What nonsense did I say? The mother and daughter ran away as if they were escaping. Mother Kai and Carpenter Kai looked at the mother and daughter disappearing in the crowd, their mouths wide open. Mom, we spent a full 20 taels. If Hu Xiao doesn't give birth to a son, won't we suffer a huge loss? Carpenter Kai frowned. Okay, shut up. It's too late to talk about this now. If I don't tell you, it won't happen in the future? Carpenter Kai was not a generous person and thought 20 taels was too expensive. With this money, I can marry 3 wives. Kai's mother glared at her. If you think it's too expensive, why didn't you refuse when we got engaged yesterday? Carpenter Kai choked. When he saw that Hu Xiao was pretty and had a good figure, he felt a little dizzy. Moreover, he was quite confident about the guarantee of having a son, so he agreed to it on a whim. Now that I think about it, it's not like all women in this world are extinct. She's the only one who can give birth to a son. Other women can do the same.
And
that girl just said that no one in the village dares to marry her. She's 17 years old. As they spoke, the mother and son looked very unhappy. Wouldn't they have picked through so much searching and only found a rotten lamp? Everyone else saw clearly that they treated the person they didn't want to marry as a treasure and bought her at a high price. The more the mother and son thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt. And Yi Kaiping's last words made them feel even more depressed. Hu Xiao's elder and second brothers are useless and lazy. Should we still count on them? Carpenter Kai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At that time, matchmaker Huang introduced that Hu Xiao was diligent and beautiful and was guaranteed to give birth to a son. The eldest and second brothers are already 15, and the third brother is 13. They're all grown up. Although the rest are young, they are all well-behaved and sensible. They automatically imagined that boys of 15 and 13 were already capable of supporting the family. Who would have thought it would be like this? Kai's mother knew that her son was narrow-minded, so she quickly comforted him. Don't think too much. But Xiao's mother really gave birth to 7 sons. Xiao's chance of giving birth to a son is greater. Now this is the only way I can comfort myself. Well, they spent 20 taels and only bought one with a high probability. After leaving the carpenter's shop, Yi Huaner let out a long breath and whispered, I'm scared to death. I always feel that I have done something wrong. By doing this, will it ruin Carpenter Kai's marriage? Yi Kaiping held her hand and walked leisurely on the street. Think back, which of our sentences was wrong just now? Yi Huaner frowned, thought about it, and shook her head. Yi Kaiping said, judging from their reactions, this mother and son must have been fooled by the matchmaker. We just pointed out the truth. If they can accept this and are willing to stick to it, then their character is beyond reproach. If they can't accept it, then there's nothing wrong with that. Mom, do you think this is done? It's 70% done. The remaining 30% will depend on Hu Xiaoxi and his team. If you spend money on impulse, you will find that it is not worth it the more you think about it, and the more you think about it, the more expensive it will seem. Ever since he met Yi Kaiping and her daughter, Carpenter Kai had been gloomy the entire morning, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It would be better if Hu Xiaoxiu could really give birth to a son in the future. If I can't give birth, even if I want to take a break at that time, it won't be worth it. Humph, wouldn't his 20 taels of silver be wasted? And he would become a laughingstock among his relatives. Carpenter Kai was polishing the chair on the ground vigorously, as if this could vent the resentment in his heart. Is Carpenter Kai at home? A childish voice sounded. Here, here. Thinking that business had come, Kai's mother came out from the back hall. Then he was stunned. I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boys from tallest to short, walking in a line. You are. Carpenter Kai stood up. Brother-in-law. The 5 boys shouted in unison and loudly. Carpenter Kai and his mother were so startled that they almost fell down. We are Hu Xiaoxiu's younger brothers. I'm a mistress.
Xiaoxi.
Little 5, little 6, little 7. Carpenter Kai and his mother were stunned. They looked at the 5 boys, all of whom were dressed in rags, with pale faces and thin bodies, like little beggars on the street. Carpenter Kai's face changed immediately, and he realized that these 5 were his fiancé's younger brothers, his future brother-in-law. Kai's mother came back to her senses and said with a forced smile, Oh, it turns out to be Xiaoxiu's brothers. What are you doing? Hu Xiaoxi said, We went to the town to sell firewood. We were thirsty and thought of your shop being here, so we came to ask for some water to drink. I'm thirsty, brother-in-law. Several boys looked at them with shining eyes. Carpenter Kai and his mother were startled again. Seeing that they were silent, Xiaowu was a little timid. Sister, brother-in-law, can you give us some water? Oh, come on, sit down quickly. Kai's mother quickly turned around and went into the back room to serve tea. He just picked up the teapot, thought about it, put it down again, went directly to the kitchen to scoop a bucket of cold water, and brought it out. Come on, drink some water. Several kids took the water and started drinking it. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, aunt. Hu Xiaoxi and others thanked them politely. Wow, this water tastes so good. It's sweeter than the one we have at home, said Hu Xiaosan. Next time we sell firewood, we'll have a place to drink water when we're thirsty. After hearing this, Carpenter Kai became as dark as the bottom of a pot. Kai's mother thought that since she was already here, she might as well ask, Don't you have 2 older brothers? Why don't they come to sell firewood? Hu Xiaoxi pouted. Brother is busy sleeping. Carpenter Kai and his mother were shocked again. This was actually true. Oh my God. Carpenter Kai was so angry that he stood up immediately, turned around and sat in a corner, continuing to polish his chair, too lazy to pay attention to his brothers-in-law. Unexpectedly, Hu Xiaosan, Xiaoxi, and others all had their eyes lit up and gathered over to watch. Carpenter Kai looked unhappy. What are you doing here? Why don't you go back after drinking the water? Yes, yes, come back soon, your brother-in-law is busy, haha. Kai's mother tried hard to maintain her smile. Hu Xiaosan said, I want to watch my brother-in-law do the work. I like woodworking. I like it too. Me too. Little 5, little 6, and little 7 all raised their hands. Hu Xiaoxi said, My mother said that after my sister and brother-in-law get married, we should come and learn carpentry from you. Then we can become craftsmen in the future. Carpenter Kai and his mother's faces changed. Kai's mother said with a fake smile, Your sister. I don't have time to teach my son. Besides, don't you have to be busy with farm work? By the way, your brother who can't get up from bed also needs someone to take care of him. Hu Xiaoxi said, It's okay. We can bring our brothers over. They won't cause any trouble. We just need a place to sleep. Kai's mother stumbled and nearly fell to death. Carpenter Kai was about to get angry when Hu Xiaoxi said, It's getting late. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, aunt. We'll go home first. After saying that, they lined up and left. Carpenter Kai was choked to the point of turning blue in the face. When the men disappeared, Carpenter Kai could no longer endure it and roared, "What the Hades? Mother, I can't stand it. 20 tails. If she doesn't give birth to a son in the future, we will be at a huge loss. Even if she really gave birth to a son, so what? Other women can't give birth to children, right? She also brought a bunch of burdens with her. 2 useless people who do nothing, and the rest are still so young. I will have to take care of them in the future, right? Even if they don't need me to support them, how can I not give them something when they come to ask for money? They come to my house to drink water today, but they have to eat our food tomorrow, right? Why do you want to learn carpentry from me? Why should I teach them? I don't even teach my own cousin and uncle, so why should I teach them? No, absolutely not. I want to cancel the engagement. I want to cancel the engagement." Kai's mother also saw it clearly. "Yes, cancel the engagement."
Cancel it.
"I will go find matchmaker Huang right away and ask her to cancel the engagement." After saying that, Kai's mother turned and walked out. Carpenter Kai quickly closed the door and caught up with Kai's mother. Matchmaker Huang's house was not far from the carpenter's shop, and they arrived there in a short while. Matchmaker Huang happened to be at home. She had just arranged a marriage and was grinning from ear to ear. Matchmaker Huang, Kai's mother, and son came running over in a hurry. "Oh, it's Carpenter Kai, and you guys."
What?
"Well, what's the matter?" Matchmaker Huang stopped smiling when she saw that the 2 men looked unhappy. She felt very nervous. Carpenter Kai yelled, "You must go to Qinghe village right now and cancel the marriage for me. Also, you must get back the 1 or 2 taels of silver that I paid for the deposit." Matchmaker Huang frowned. "What? The engagement was just made yesterday, and it's called off today? Everything was fine. What happened? Sit down quickly. We can discuss everything." Carpenter Kai was not willing to sit down at all. He started to curse and said that Hu Xiuxiu was not a good girl with a lucky life and good fortune who was guaranteed to give birth to a son, but was clearly a big Hades. Then he poured out everything he had just learned. Matchmaker Huang was also very annoyed at this moment. Calm down, calm down. Didn't I tell you before that she has several younger brothers? But didn't you say that the 2 people who should be the most responsible for the door are lazy rascals who only know how to sleep? I don't know about this either. At that time, I asked Xiuxiu's mother about her children's situation, and she said that her eldest and second sons were not at home and were busy in the county town. I also asked people in Qinghe village. People in Qinghe village said they hadn't seen them in the past few years. I thought they were really busy in the county. How could I know? They were just sleeping at home. And he slept in a way that even his fellow villagers had never seen. What a talent. As for those little girls, they are really well behaved. I didn't lie to you. Calm down and sit down. I'll bring you some water." "No, we won't drink." Kai's mother said sullenly, "You should cancel the engagement right now. We don't agree to this marriage." After a few more quarrels with the Kai family mother and son, Huang the matchmaker had no more tricks and had to pack up her things and leave for Qinghe village. In the past 2 days, Xiuxiu's mother was simply in high spirits. He showed off everywhere, saying how great and blessed he was, having 7 sons in a row. Whenever he met someone, he would say, "My Xiuxiu's betrothal gift is 20 taels. Not to mention Qinghe village. Even in this area, there is no such price. 3 daughters are not as good as one of mine. Yes, my Xiuxiu deserves to be this expensive. She takes after me and is very good at giving birth to sons. People with vision will naturally be willing to spend this betrothal gift. My son-in-law is quite capable. He runs a carpentry shop in town and is a skilled craftsman. He can earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month, and his family is well off. Whenever you want to buy tables and chairs or make doors and windows, you can ask him for a discount." After Xiuxiu's mother blew a round of the flute, she went home with her tail up. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Hu Xiuxiu hanging clothes like she used to. Xiuxiu's mother couldn't help but smile. "Xiuxiu, have you figured it out?" "Yeah, I've figured it out. I'm looking forward to it." Hu Xiuxiu spoke while working without even raising her head. Xiuxiu's mother breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, This is all for your own good. As they were talking, matchmaker Huang walked in with a sullen face. Hu Xiaoxiao glanced at the matchmaker, curled the corners of her lips, hung the last piece of clothing on the bamboo pole, and turned to leave.
Hey?
Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but the man had already entered the house. There were footsteps behind her. Xiaoxiao turned around and saw matchmaker Huang. A smile immediately spread across her face. Why is matchmaker Huang here? Has the Kai family set a wedding date? Oh, why are you in such a hurry? But it's true. The two children are not young anymore. It's time for them to get married quickly so that they can have big fat grandchildren next year.
Come in and sit down.
Matchmaker Huang's face turned pale, and she didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. Xiaoxiao's mother was about to grab someone, but matchmaker Huang pushed her away and said coldly, "The Kai family." They felt that they were a bit impulsive in getting engaged yesterday. After thinking about it overnight, they felt that they should slow down a bit. Xiaoxiao's mother was stunned. "What do you mean? Why don't I understand?" Matchmaker Huang didn't hide her feelings. The Kai family wants to cancel the engagement. Zixianyang, you were too impulsive yesterday. For the sake of the two families' reputation, you should cancel it quickly. After all, it's only been arranged for one day and no one knows about it. Xiaoxiao's mother felt dizzy. What did it mean to set a date and no one knew about it? No, the whole village knows about it. The marriage is already decided. Who would think of not telling others about it? Why are you canceling the engagement? Matchmaker Huang was also very angry and said coldly, "Don't you know it yourself? You told me before that your eldest son and second son were working in the county town. But in the end, they were sleeping at home. These two lazy guys can't even support the family. But that was a few years ago. You asked this a few years ago too. But they came back in the past 2 years. You just didn't ask." Huang the matchmaker almost died of anger after hearing this. "Bah. You are obviously fooling me. You are not doing this right.
Call off the engagement now."
As she spoke, matchmaker Huang took out Hu Xiaoxiao's engagement letter. "Let us get the engagement letter back, tear up the engagement document, and return the 1 or 2 taels of silver that Carpenter Kai gave us, and call it a day. Otherwise, no one will be ashamed." Xiaoxiao's mother was almost furious. Why? Who would cancel an engagement right after the fact? Who would just say whatever they want without any evidence? What kind of royal family are the Kai family? They can withdraw if they want to? With this marriage certificate in hand, even if the emperor comes, they have to get married. You are the one who concealed it. How did I hide anything?
You just didn't ask.
Besides, my eldest and second sons are good people. They're just a little weak and need to rest. They are not making trouble.
You.
Matchmaker Huang was furious. Humph. Don't be so shameless. Am I shameless? It's obviously the Kai family who is shameless. They canceled the engagement just like that and they treat us like dogs? Even if they take the case to the government, I'm not afraid of them. Matchmaker Huang was so angry that she felt dizzy. Seeing that she couldn't continue the conversation, she turned around and left. Xiaoxianyang looked in the direction where Huang the matchmaker disappeared and fell to the ground with a thud. What is this? Cancel the engagement? They wish. Not to mention that she had been searching for 3 or 4 years before she found a wealthy family willing to pay 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. Let's just talk about the current situation. She had already spread the news of her daughter's engagement to everyone in the village. Now, everyone in Qinghe village knows that her future son-in-law is Carpenter Kai from the town. If she quit, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of the whole village? We can't retreat. Even if we die, we can't retreat. What was the Kai family thinking? Not only did they want to cancel the engagement without any real reason, but they also wanted to return the 1 or 2 taels of silver. They were so stingy. How could they not be so angry that they would die? Xiaoxiao's mother covered her chest with her hands, crawled back to her room, lay down on the bed, and began to cry out in anger. At this moment, she suddenly saw a little head sticking out from the gate, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 others, who were none other than Hu Xiaoxi and his companions. Hu Xiaoxiao chuckled and waved. Several dolls slipped into the house. Thank you for your hard work, Hu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. It's not hard and it's fun, said Hu Xiaowu. There was a hint of sadness in Hu Xiaoxiao's smile. Hu Xiaoxi saw what was on her mind. Don't worry, sister. Carpenter Kai is very stingy. He will definitely come to cancel the engagement. Hu Xiaolu raised his hand. They didn't even give us boiled water to drink. They only gave us raw water. Hu Xiaoxiao touched their heads, feeling very sorry for them. Matchmaker Huang returned to the town full of anger. How did I get into this mess? I went home and drank some tea, then reluctantly went to the carpenter's shop. Madam Kai, nephew, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Although I was the matchmaker, it was you who agreed to the engagement. Besides, no matter what, Xiaoxiao didn't do anything wrong. How can she live if you suddenly cancel the engagement? How about you give the Hu family some compensation so that I can talk better, right? Kai's mother listened to some of it, but Carpenter Kai was furious. It was clearly them who concealed the fact that she had two lazy brothers. They were the ones who were wrong. And they still want me to compensate them? Why doesn't she just go and rob them? Matchmaker Huang was also confused by Carpenter Kai. She threw the marriage certificate and engagement letter on the table, took out 200 coins, and slapped them on the table. I'll give you the money you paid as a matchmaker. I won't do this job anymore. Whether you get married or break off the engagement, it has nothing to do with me. With that, matchmaker Huang walked out, making a poo sound as she walked. Where did these two strange flowers come from? They are just like a broken pot and a rotten lid. They are a perfect match. You are such an evil matchmaker. I will not marry Hu Xiaoxiao. Who would be a good match for her? Oh, I'm not talking about you and Hu Xiaoxiao. I'm talking about you and Xiaoxiao's mother.